Get right into this, baby. All right, guys, check it out. First, we got to go with the news, right? What is going on in the news today? Well, it's pretty simple. We got rate hike decision. Everybody's eyes are on this, guys. Everybody's eyes are on this, especially because the bank collapsed. So today is going to be absolutely enormous. Good morning, New Vision. Good morning, B. Stewie. Heck yeah, guys, this is going to be absolutely amazing. So listen, if you're just joining us right now, and you don't know, now you know. This is a live show, okay? We do this every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, but today is a little different. Today we're going to be on from 8 until 4, and I'm going to be giving you the same commentary, analysis, and live trades like I always do. But today, it's all day, baby. So if you're here with me already, good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm pumped to be here. I hope you're pumped to be here too. We have a lot to go over. So we have a ton of tickers we got to go over with the large caps. We got small caps that we got to go over too. Good morning, New Vision. It is awesome to be here, guys. You have no idea. So we're going to go large caps, small caps. Then we're going to go check out the earnings because we know GME is popping off at the mouth right now. And then we'll catch up on the chat. All right, guys? So, good morning, good morning. Yes, today is going to be a great stinking day. You have no idea, guys. All day, and I'm in for it. I'm in it to win it, baby. So, I made my coffee a little weak today, but I made a lot of it. So, since I knew I was going to be here, good morning, Mama. Mama's here. Good morning, Mama. It's good to see you. Today is going to be absolutely amazing, guys. So I really hope that you stick around. I really hope that you pop in. I know you can't be here with me the whole day, but you pop in and say hi and make sure that you guys are here at 2 o'clock because that's when the rate hike decision is. We also have 10 o'clock this morning. We have crude oil inventories. So what that does there is it's going to tell us, you know, what we have in stock and all that good stuff. We can go over that in just a little bit, but I do want to make sure that we are catching up with what's going on in the large cap. So guys, wow, let's go through all of our tech stocks and actually see where we sit today. All right, so we're going to run through all of this. And we're going to take a little peeky gander too. I do have a few trades on right now. Nothing big, obviously nothing big, guys. Nothing too crazy. Not before the Fed rate hike decision. We're just dibble-dabbling around, sticking our toe in the water, not really expecting any big wins until after that FOMC meeting. Then we might have a tasty little trade. But let's start off right here, right now on the SPY, guys. We're going to go through the large cap, the small caps, the news, the earnings, and then we're going to catch up on the chat. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the SPY. The SPY is sitting well above this 200-day moving average. Let me put this on the daily so don't get too confused. So right here is your 200-day moving average, this teal line that runs through here. This is what I base my long-term or my swing trades on. If it's above this 200-day moving average, I'm going to feel a little bit more comfortable with trying to find longer-term trades, longer-term swing trades in that situation, okay? But I'm not going to try and find any longer-term swing trades unless this thing holds above this 200-day moving average after 2 o'clock, okay? You see why this is such an important decision? Because if the Feds raise interest rates to 0.50, I am extremely bearish. I think this thing is going to drop because as a whole, we are expecting a 0.25 rate hike, okay? So if we get a 0.25 rate hike, I think the market will continue its northbound trajectory, but if not, if we get 0.5, then I think we are going to go down and we're going to at least come back down to retest this 390. Those are my random thoughts, guys. That's just what I'm thinking right off the top of the head, okay? Right off the top of the head. Now, if we end up getting no rate hikes whatsoever, I really think the SPY is going to break out of this $400 area and we're never going to look back, okay? Because the Fed has now broken something by raising interest rates. They have broken, and really the Fed is not breaking the banks. The banks have done this to themselves over and over and over again, and the banks will not learn. Why they don't learn, I don't know. But if I was in a bank, I wouldn't think about making as much money as I could as fast as I could. I would worry about making money and protecting that capital so that way when big things like this happen. But of course, I don't run a bank, and there's probably a good reason why I don't run a bank, right? So that being said, I'll leave up the big decisions to the big boys, and I'll just be the commentator, the stock analysis, and the trader that I am, right? So we'll leave that up to them, and I'm just going to look at the charts. So when I look at this SPY looks very, very healthy, right? We had this big pullback, and then we found support at 380. It popped back up into this area of liquidity that I've had drawn out for you since we were up here in this area. Okay, so now if we zoom in here, guys, we can see we're going to have some fighting to do at 409, right? But our main focus is this 400 because we're right there. It is right there, guys. So this can either go up or down in any direction here. We're not diddling in the middle. We are right where we need to be. This is going to show us, can we go higher? Can we push higher? Or are we going to break down and head lower? Now, during these Fed rate hike decisions, 9 times out of 10, at least for as long as I've been watching these, the market usually trades sideways until then because the market in general is just going to be a little confused. It's not going to know, hey, I'm full bull, like people are pricing this in. They have been pricing this in for a long time now, guys. So keep that in mind. We are trying to price this in since it became 0.25. Once we figured it out right around down here that the banks started breaking and all this crazy stuff started happening, the Fed and everybody started expecting 0.25. So if we get 0.25, we're going to see personally either trade sideways or we're going to move higher in that situation because that's how it's already been priced in, guys. All right, so let's go to the IWM. As you guys know, the IWM was looking like one of the strongest ETFs that we had before that banking crisis. So, when we had that banking crisis, the start of March 9th, this thing failed and it tanked so fast, so quick because it has so much in the financials. Now this thing just completely ripped down, broke that 200 moving average, and then found support at its very bottoms here at 170. So this is its kind of like hold true. Now, as you guys seen, I drew this downward trend line. It broke that 2 days ago. We had it marked out here. We did that live for you. We showed that it was breaking out of this channel. I even talked about maybe this thing possibly coming back down to retest to show us that now that 175, 174 area is going to be strong. Okay, so if it doesn't come back and down and retest, that just continues its strengthlyhood heading to the north side. So we're going to make sure we keep an eye on the Russell because if the overall bank stocks want to start shaping up, then I think that's also going to help the rest of our market, right? If the banks start moving up with everything else moving up, that's going to be a big good sign for the market. So let's look at the Qs, guys, because this is a really important area. So this is just an absolute beautiful thing for the overall market. Hopefully Papa Powell doesn't smack our mouths for even talking like this, but we are at 309.71 right now on the QQQs, which absolutely amazing, guys. This is what you want to see when you are hoping, and I say that respectfully, hoping for a bull run. So why do I use the word hope? Well, because what is the world without hope, right? If we want this to go higher, well, we can anticipate it going higher, and we can hope that it goes higher. But the thing is, guys, is even with hope, we need to not get smoked, right? Even with hope, we can't get smoked. So we need to know where our risk reward is. We need to understand that right now, right here, guys, in the Qs, this looks absolutely beautiful, but we are at all-time highs in the past 6 months, meaning the highest we've ever traded since February, so since January, since the beginning of this year, okay, was 313.68, and ever since then we've been heading into the downtrend, right? We've been heading down. Now, as of recently, since the new rate hike decision of the 0.25 getting priced in, it came right back up to that 309. So we're in this psychological level, right? This 300, well, we're above 300, but we're in this area at 309, which has touched this 310 area 1, 2, and 3 times. The only other time it's broke out above that was in February. On February 2nd, we actually got up to that 314. So we're right in this area of 304 and 310, okay? We're just bouncing around here. So I don't want anybody getting too excited up at these tops, especially before the FOMC meeting. Why? Well, let's say you get excited here at this top and you buy in. Well, the FOMC meeting might just drop this back down right here to 304, or this thing might just tank to the base. So that's why I rather wait and see. But if you're going to take a trade, just make sure you're using proper risk reward. Make sure you know where you want to exit. So where would I exit? If I were to take a trade today, I would exit here. But personally, I wouldn't be getting in anywhere until I was down here. If I were to short, I would short where it's at now and then expect this move back down to 303 and then exit the trade and then wait and see. But this thing could just be range bound throughout the whole day until we get to 2 o'clock on that FOMC meeting. At 2 o'clock, as you guys know, once Papa Powell turns on that microphone, the decision has been made, the data gets released, and then not only will we see it here first, but you're gonna see it in the charts immediately, guys. Absolutely immediately, okay? So we have plenty of time, so let's keep on moving. Let's take a look at NFLIX. So NFLIX, guys, we have quite a bit of drawings on this NFLIX, but the main one that we wanna look at is this uptrend and is this support of base. So we broke that down, that uptrend line, we broke that down, okay, and we talked about this thing heading down to the 200-day moving average if it couldn't hold. Well, it looks like it's held, and now its next line in the sand is this psychological level of $300, and it's also a technical level at $300, okay? So if it can hold this area during this FOMC meeting, and the FOMC meeting comes out where it is positive, it's bullish. Good morning, Rabia. Yeah, I hope there is no more rate hikes. I really do hope there is no more rate hikes. We will be on an absolute terror to the north side. The only thing is, if we don't get rate hikes, guys, that means that that sticky inflation might come back to haunt us, okay? So that's the scary part. Of course, we don't want rate hikes because that's gonna make everybody just go out and spend money, and we're gonna see a huge bull run, but we know when people get excited and they start going out and doing that, that brings the price of everything up, okay? So be careful. You might get what you asked for, Rabia. Even if it's no more rate hikes and we make a ton of money off of it, who cares, right? As long as it makes us rich. But no, only kidding, guys. You know, that's why I stick to my technical analysis, and I just try to spit the true facts, what I know here, because I'm not trying to act like I'm some banker or that I'm up there with Papa Powell. Nope, I'm just a guy with a big chin on YouTube doing his thing, doing what I love, and I love what I'm doing, and I'm glad that you are here with us today, Rabia. So NFLIX is looking good, guys. As long as it holds this $300 area, that's what I want to see, right? New higher lows, new higher lows, new higher lows. Is this a new higher low at this 300? That's what we want to see. If we get a test on this 300, I'm expecting it to bounce and head higher. But remember, what's right overhead? You guessed it. This 310 area is a level of resistance, so keep that in mind, guys. Next up is Microsoft, good old MSoft. If you guys remember, I think I was playing this or trying to play this bounce yesterday. We didn't get much of a bounce, but we got a little something something. So that's what we're seeing here in Microsoft. It's actually holding that $270 level, which isn't, you know, the biggest area to hold, but it's this one right here, from back here, okay, from 2.7 and 2.14. We have a high area of liquidity right there that it did end up holding. So that's really, really good news for Microsoft, because after this push right here, we didn't want to see it give all of that back. So it gave about half, well, maybe, yeah, about half of that back from this morning. We can actually take true measurements here, 7%, 3%. So it gave a little bit more than half back, but it's sitting over half now in the pre-market, where Microsoft is trading at 272.90. SM, good morning. It's good to see ya. Good to see ya. Guys, I already got my watch list from New Vision. I have a watch list myself, but if you don't have, or if you have something on your watch list that you really got your eye on today and you don't see me go through it, I want to know what it is, because I'm curating a big watch list for us right here at the base of this, guys. So let me know what you're watching. We have on on my boy New Visions. He's got 4 that I liked on here. He's got Adobe, Chewy, Nike, and XOM. So we'll definitely be going over all of those too, as long as we get through all of our large caps, small caps, earnings, all that good stuff. So if you want to see something that I'm not looking at, leave it up in chat, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dave. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. But today is special because of the rate hikes. We're going to be here till 4 o'clock. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, leave that like, leave that subscribe, show me your support, because I want to be here for you as much as you want to be here for me. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe you want to be here for me as much as I want to be here for you. Either way, guys, we have Amazon sitting at that psychological $100 level. Okay, right here at this $100 level. I've talked about it numerous times, okay? I've been calling this thing a pooper scooper of a stock ever since it broke down from that $100 level. Now, it based out, it created new higher lows, and look at that. It's right back up underneath that $100 psychological level again. Now, any other day, I would take a big short on this, and a part of me does want to take just a small short on this. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. Just because we're here, we're going to join the ask. We're going to see if we can't get into this trade, and we're just going to see if we can't hold on to this for a little bit, maybe bring it down to 98 for 20 bucks, okay? I'm only risking the top of this. I'm only risking 96 cents, okay? Not much at all. PBF for you, B. Stewie? Absolutely. We'll definitely be going through PBF. I think I'm just going to put PBF on here just so we can go through it every day, because we've been watching that since your inception, B. Stewie, to this chat. So we're going to make that a staple to keep an eye on energy. So we'll do that. So Amazon looking really good up here. We are trying to get that short just because, not because I don't believe in Amazon. I do want Amazon to head higher, but I believe in the short in this area to head back down here somewhere. So we're just trying to take a few chips. We're risking, you know, we're risking $1. We're risking, well, actually, we're risking $10. We're risking more like $8, honestly, if we do the math here. We're risking about $8 to make $20. That's good risk reward right there. So that's all I'm doing with this trade, and we're going to see if it gets me in. And there we go. We're in. We're going to see what happens. And because it's small share size, we'll just come back and we'll take a little peeky gander a little later and see how that's working, okay? You're not going to see me taking too many huge trades today, guys, not until after that FOMC meeting. So let's see. I am in this trade. This is not right. I'm in at 201.32, and we're at 201.77, and I'm in 10 for the long side. Now, what I do want to do is go ahead and get out of these trades. I held on to this yesterday for a little bit. So let's see, I was at 201.32. So we're up, I don't know, we're up like a couple bucks on this thing, you know. But I do want to get out of this as soon as I can, obviously. Let's go ahead. There we go. Now we're out. So we're out at 201.87. So we made, you don't want to look at this. That's active trader. If you hold it overnight, it messes up. I don't know why. Some days it does, some days it doesn't. Same thing with this AI. Like we're up, you know, 50 bucks on this thing. It's only saying I'm up 20, you know, so keep that in mind, guys. We're up, we're in this thing at 22.90. I added into this. This is my big trade, is AI. Maybe I added a little too much into here, but I'm holding, and I'm going to hold strong for that because I do like the trade. I added in more here yesterday. I added in 100 more shares at 22.92 on this breakout, and I'm just holding. So maybe I regret this, but I'd like to see this 22.91 hold. I think it's a very key area of support. And I looked over the volume price analysis on this, and guys, I absolutely love this stock. I love this trade. But remember, we started averaging in down here at 20.46. So we'll come back to that. I want to stay focused here. Let's see. We'll catch it. We'll keep up on chat because I don't want to leave anybody with Dave. Make that money. 5 watch lists and top 10 watch lists circulated on Discord and Messenger before 8 a.m. I will help you with this. In this way, we all can use 50 eyes. Yes, sir. That's exactly why we're creating this amazing community that is growing so fast, guys. We're up over 360 subscribers. I mean, I think we jumped 10 subscribers in like less than 24 hours. It's absolutely amazing. You cannot really ask for more as a YouTuber. I don't even like calling myself that as a YouTuber. But no, honestly, you can't ask for much more, guys. Look at NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA at 262.42. Holy guacamole. If this thing takes off from this, it could be another launch pad for NVDA. And I will tell you this, I'm going to be very honest. When we took this trade on this breakout, my original plan was to just hold on to this until it breaks either my break even or my 10-day moving average. But as you guys know, I have such a hard time holding on for that bigger expected move. I really do. I have such a hard time with it. So what did I do? I exited the trade right up here at this top. At this top, I did exit, so I'm proud of it. Good for me. Pat on the back. That's a beautiful trade from 244 to 261. The fact that this thing only moves 3.6% and we caught a 7.3% in less than 24 hours is a crazy move, guys. It really is a really good move, and I'm very proud of that move. But if I would have stuck with the game plan, I would still be in this and just holding my breath, right? So, you know, keep that in mind, guys. You know, sometimes it's good to really stick to your game. It's good to always stick to your game plan. And, you know, that's what I'm trying to do with AI here too. But because I added in so much, I had to move my stop loss up, and we're going to see what comes of this trade. So let's move on to Tesla. Good old Uncle Tesla. Holy guacamole, guys. So it's right up in here where my alert is, and that alert is telling me that this is a price level of action. It's a psychological, first of all, $200 area. So let's mark this. I'm going to mark it back here so we can see where that 200 lands. So right here is the $200 area, and you can see it's been a very highly price actioned area. People are using this as its key resistance or support. So I do think Tesla is due for a pullback, especially right before this FOMC meeting. You know, it ramped up here and it's kind of hanging out here, and it looks really good. Don't get me wrong, it looks good, and I'm rooting for Tesla, but I want to see Tesla pull back here, maybe find a new higher low somewhere in these areas, say 190 or 195 if it can, and I think that would be a pretty good trade overall for it. So is Amazon get me in this short? Did it get me in the short and I'm not even aware of it? Yes, it did get us in the short, and you watched it with me. So okay, so Tesla looks like it's going to try and pull back. We're hoping for Amazon to pull back, give me a nice little $20 trade on that. So we're going to keep an eye on Tesla. I do want to take a few shares short in this, but I'm not going to because I'm already in Amazon. So we are going to see, we're going to see what ends up coming of this, guys. So I think I can remove this alert. We already know it's up there, and that alert was set for that $208 moving average, so that way we could take a short if we seen something productive. So I don't want to get too crazy in the pre-market, as you guys know, because of the FOMC meeting. Guys, if you're just joining me, I'm Dave. I'm here with LoFiTrader every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. But today's a little different because we have the rate hike decision at 2 o'clock. So make sure you are paying attention. Make sure if you do want to come in and out of this show, that's A-okay. Make sure you keep popping in once in a while saying hi, because I'm going to be here all day talking just like this all stinking day. Do I have it in me? We'll join a little later as well to see if I'm still doing it. But at 2 o'clock is that rate hike decision, guys. So we definitely want to be sure we stay on our toes. So Apple's trading at 158.68, still up at these highs, at this breakout price in these areas, looking absolutely beautiful. So I'm going to guess that Apple actually comes back down to retest this area at 157, and if it does, we want to be alerted to it. So I'm just going to go ahead and set my alert for not just myself, but for you guys, so that way we know when it's back down here in its support. So maybe we need to actually move this up a little bit. Hopefully don't crash my thinkorswim system. As you guys know, sometimes when I'm moving my alerts, it likes to crash on me, so be careful with that. Google now is pulling back to 103.36, and as you guys can see, I drew this trend line, this downward trend line on the daily. It's also right on that 200-day moving average. So if we look at this, it did break that trend line and is pulling back. And here's the thing, this thing can pull all the way back to this 100, and I'm still going to be comfortable with Google heading higher because it's got all of this support, and it showed all of this support. It held out on this during a pullback, so it looks really, really good. You said all day. Is that 8 till 4 p.m.? Yes, sir. New Vision, that is 8 till 4 p.m. today, guys. You know, I was up at 6 in the morning cooking the kids pancakes, getting things cleaned up for the day, making sure we were ready, checking over the charts, getting the stream ready. I was ready to go, baby, but now we are here, and I get to sit, chill, talk, and do what I love, and I love what I'm doing. So that's going to be all day from 8 until 4. So as you guys know, I'm always going to bring that love, that passion. We're going to see if we can do it for that long straight, right? So that's 8 hours, right? It's an 8-hour day. So Let's take a look at Riot. Now, Riot, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Yes, I still wish I was holding Riot. The original game plan was to hold on to these 30 shares forever, but as you guys know, the larger expected move is the hardest thing for me to do. So Riot is taking off like crazy. And why did we choose Riot over Mara? Well, pretty simple, guys. I chose Riot over Mara, pay attention here, because it was over the 200-day moving average and it was creating this beautiful range bound. So once it breaks that range bound, I can expect a bigger move. As to where Mara, if we look at Mara, not that I want to look at Mara, but if we look at Mara, sure, it's moving up, but it's not breaking these highs. It's not above a 200-day moving average, and it's not our leader. We want to look at leaders, not laggers. So that's why we chose Riot. That's why we stick with Riot for when we are looking at Bitcoin. So let me go ahead and bring up Bitcoin. This will be my first time warming this chart up, so bear with me here, guys. So right here is our Bitcoin, BTC, right? BTC, baby, and that is on a beautiful, beautiful breakout. Now, what did I expect with this trade here? Well, let me move into the hourly so we have a better understanding. So, oh my goodness, guys, this really is looking like it is about to coil here. So this looks just like the rest of the market where it's right there, sitting right there at those highs, guys. Bitcoin looks absolutely nuts right now. So this looks beautiful, guys, but be careful. Sometimes they like some trickery here, but it looks like Bitcoin is getting ready to just break out violently. Like, this is the coil. These are the daily higher lows, higher low, higher low, higher low somewhere here, and then you have these tops. I'm sorry, these are lower highs, lower high, lower high, higher low, higher low, higher low. So it's right in an area where this thing is either going to break to the north side or break to the south side. So keep a very close eye on Bitcoin right here, guys. I'm glad we're going over this. Wow, what an amazing day to be in this market, because we are going to see some huge moves, and you're going to see them here first on LoFiTrader. But look who just stopped in. Good morning, Granny Ranny, the juice box squeezer herself, the low float mega million squeezer herself is here. Granny Ranny, this one is for you. It is not for me. Cheers for you, and thank you so much for being here with us today. Absolutely awesome to see you, Granny Ranny. So right now we're just going over Bitcoin, and we're really looking at this craziness, guys. Like, if it breaks, I'm going to put an alert on this. It's going to sound weird when it pops up. I might not even get to hear it, but that's A-okay. So we know where Bitcoin's at, and we know where Riot's at too. Look at this. What a beautiful thing, guys. You know, what am I willing to risk? Let's just say I'm willing to risk this whole dollar here. You know, if I'm willing to risk a whole dollar here on this breakout, so that way it has plenty of room to pull back, you know, what am I actually willing to risk on this? I mean, it's a little too far extended for me, but knowing that we're in this coil, I just can't, it's so hard for me to not want to be a part of this. So I'm going to give this a little bit more time, guys, but I tell you what, if this gets back up into here and it starts to break out, you know, I'm going to want to be a part of this. Maybe, you know, maybe what I do for market open in case we get this breakout, if we get this breakout here, maybe I put in, you know, 30 to 100 shares right here, so that way when it breaks out. Granny Ranny, New Vision, Granny Ranny, that's my grandma. That's Granny Ranny. Come on, that's everybody's grandma in here. Granny Ranny, baby, she's in the building. Keith Stollard, good morning. I need you to tell me to not buy Carvana. You know, I love that. I love that you just popped in here and that you just said that. We're going to go over Carvana, CVNA, I think it's called. Yeah, it is CVNA. Oh, so Keith, look, okay, I can't tell you not to buy Carvana. Here's the reason why. First of all, I'm not a financial advisor and I'm not supposed to be doing that, right? But look at Carvana, guys. So Carvana, let's just bring up the short interest and we'll get right back. We'll get right back to what we were doing, guys. But we got to do this because Carvana is very interesting. So we're going to look up CVNA. Just so you guys know, the float is only 100 million float. So it still can rip your face off. Now let's look at the short interest, CVNA. The short interest on CVNA is only, it actually doesn't have a short interest on this. So that being said, we don't have real good data when it comes to what the short interest is on CVNA. But let me say this, it's running right into resistance. Right here is resistance. So this is not a place to buy, okay? Don't buy this here, Keith. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just a big talking chin. But I personally would not buy this here because this is where our resistance is, all right? That was originally our support, right? and we broke through that support here, and it headed higher, and then it acted as resistance, but now that it based out here, and now it's using this as resistance, what we want to see is it break through this resistance, come back and retest. Okay, if it doesn't break through on volume and then come back to retest, you don't want a piece of this thing. At least I don't want a piece of this thing. So it does look tasty, it does look interesting here, but let's look at this too. Here's another area of support. Let's say this, Keith, if it wants to hold this $7.84, you can actually use that as risk now because it broke through what is support. So now it's kind of bouncing between 8 and 8.5, all right? So that looks really good for a trade, honestly. It's a little extended from that $7.80, that $8 area. It's a little extended from there, but you know, these things can work out. Now, do know that Carvana is going bankrupt and all that stuff, so it's not a good stock for a long-term trade, right? Unless something really turns around for Carvana and they get backstopped like the rest of the banks. You know, Carvana is not a long-term trade, it's just a day trade, Keith. So keep that in mind if you're looking at this. Right now, it looks like a short. It looks like there's support at 780, but if it breaks at 780, I would say I'm out of the trade until it gets back down to here. But we need to find support. Right now, it's not showing support. It's showing that it's breaking through this support and that it's running into this support. So if things start to really pick up, if you start to see something crazy happening with Carvana, bring me back to it because I want to know how well that technical analysis worked out. So good morning, Keith. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Morning, Granny. Morning, Granny. Yeah, everybody say good morning to my grandma. Granny Ranny in the building, baby. That's who loves. That's where all that love comes from. If I didn't have my Granny Ranny to raise me, I tell you what, guys, I would be in a world of hurt today. But right now, I'm doing what I love, and I love what I'm doing. So thank you so much for being a huge part of that. It looks like ETSY Etsy now breaking back up above that downward trend line, back above that 200-day moving average. If you guys are looking for a good longer-term trade, Etsy looks good in this area if it wants to pull back and test, because then we can use this $100 area as our support. Meaning, if it breaks this downward trend line, I'm going to be weary. If it breaks this 100, I'm going to want to be out. So those are just my thoughts on ETSY. Now let's take a look at Snap. Goodness gracious, why didn't I snap up Snap when it snapped down there? You know what I mean? You guys know what I mean. Goodness gracious, look at Snap looking so strong in these areas. I do believe in Snap. We did take a poll yesterday. Doesn't look like there's a lot of people using Snap, but that's a-okay. So just while we're here, guys, I'm going to show you a little something on my screen. If we pull this up really quick, you know, I don't want to be live right now. We're going to go ahead and hit the pause button. So right here, guys, if you check this, you want to make sure that you're live. Click this live button right here. It'll bring you right up. It'll skip ahead to the live broadcast right where we're at. And I want to make sure everybody's live today because at 2 o'clock, yes, I'll be here till 2. At 2 o'clock, we're definitely going to have ourselves an awesome day in the market. So go ahead and hit this like button while you're down here, guys. And of course, while you're down there smashing that like button, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. But today we're doing it all day. We'll be here till 4 because I want to be here for you guys. I want to make sure that I'm here for you, keeping an eye on all this. And we will get to GME in just a second, guys. GME is going to be in our earnings, but we just got to make sure we get through this. So the NASDAQ at highs. We have the Dow Jones Industrial popping back up into this resistance area, guys. So keep that in mind. This is a resistance area for the Dow Jones. Very heavy resistance, very key area for the Dow Jones here. Once we get not Amire. Oh shoot. Well, he'll be in here soon. Joshi. Once Joshi gets in here, Joshi's going to give us some levels on the Dow Jones Industrial. Here's the dollar, guys. We can see we get a big pullback on the dollar. We do have support on the dollar right here, though, as well, meaning people might be waiting to get into the dollar once it hits this 102 area. And why do I say that? Let's zoom out on the 2 hour and take a better peeky gander, okay? So this is a price area. This is a very big price area, very actionable area. So if it wants to touch this, we might see a pop here, but how high is the pop? Can we keep making new higher lows? Maybe it pops to 103 and then we just fail from there. That would be great for the overall market if the dollar starts to head lower. Now let's look at the VIX. So the VIX is trading at 2158, but don't be too caught off sides on this because the VIX, the VIX, the volatility index for the overall market, on the Papa Powwow, on these Fed rate hikes decision, these things could really, really get volatile. So be careful out there if you see the VIXy starting to get into that $30 area or anything really above 25. So right here, SMH. Now, what were we looking at SMH? Very simple, guys. SMH is your leading semiconductor ETF. So if you're into ETFs, if you like the AMDs and the NVDAs and the ONs, this is where you want to hang out. This is what you want to look at for the longer term investment portfolio. This thing only moves 2.5%, but this will help broaden your exposure. So if you like NVIDIA at these highs, instead of buying these highs, you can buy into SMH and try and hold on to that for a bigger term move, okay? Now, speaking of Carvana, it's still pushing up at that $8.35. Don't get too excited, Keith. These things are bound to happen, but make sure you're buying on support and not at resistance. Here's the SPX. Wow, look at all these crazy lines that I have on here, but this is great. This is a great visual. It's showing us that we are right here in the futures on the S&P 500. We're right into that resistance of that $4,000 area. That means on the SPY, we've pushed up to that $400 area. See that, guys? Okay, so it's a little ahead of us. It's saying that the futures thinks it should be cast a little higher. All right, now let's take a look at just a few more honorable mentions. I like to watch FDX just because we had a huge gap up on earnings and we had this pullback, and I want to see if it holds somewhere in these areas just because it's very interesting to me. Then we have gold. So man, I tell you, I'm really going to be, my stomach's going to be hurting every time I pull this up, guys, because I've talked about gold. I even talked to this to one of my friends who pops in here. Hopefully he'll be in here soon. But I wanted to take this gold short, and obviously not on the futures. I would have taken it on an equities trade, but gold is pulling back, which I personally think is good for your overall market. And here's your oil, your sweet light crude oil. It looked like we had a pop off this base, and now we're into this resistance at 70. We are sitting at the lows of crude oil, so that's a good thing that we have this breakdown. But if we see this thing pop up, that might be bad. We do have crude oil inventories, I think. Is it crude oil inventories? Let me just double check here. Yeah, the crude oil inventories are coming out at 10:30. So if we want at 10:30, if we remember, or if you guys are interested, we'll bring back up this light sweet crude oil futures for us to keep an eye to see how it actually reacts, okay? So we can go ahead and take Mara off this list because there's no reason at looking at it. And we'll look at PBF while we're here just because it is an energy name and we want to, is it PBF or PFB? PFB, I think. PFB? PBF? Is that it? I put BPF. Wow. Okay, so guys, we've been following this for a long time now. Just because it's an energy stock, this doesn't move too crazy. It does move 5.5%. So if you're looking for an energy stock to keep an eye on, PBF is actually a faster mover than some of your bigger equities. So now we watch PBF almost on a daily basis because this is something that my boy B Stewie, since we started the show, he's been asking about the stock. So we've been drawing this out and we've been following these lines. And here are the two biggest things that I've called out for PBF. Well, first thing is we moved all the way up to its highs and we drew this line of liquidity. It started to sell off and I said, look, if this thing sells off, you're going to want to see it come back down to its trend line or its 200-day moving average. And that's exactly what it did. It sold off, bounced off this 200-day moving average and started heading back up higher. So where is this thing going to land? Who knows, but I would say the next short is at the tops, the next long is at the bottom. So right now we're kind of playing in the middle. So it's beautiful to actually see all of this working out, because if you can find a nice stock like this that has these beautiful moves, these beautiful price action areas where every time it bounces off of this, if you just hold on, you're going to see a larger expected move. And it's following very well. So we do like PBF. We do like to trade PBF, even though I have not. I was hoping, or I was looking at taking a few long here at this base, but because of the way the market was, I was expecting energy to continue to fall. And so every time you get these drops and then you start to think, oh, well, this time it's different. Well, it's a lot of times, it's not the best idea, so keep that in mind. Guys, we have a poll up. Just go ahead and vote on that poll. We want to know what you guys think. The expected rate hike is 0.25. there has a chance for 0.50, and there is a chance, obviously, for no more rate hikes. But either way, if you don't want to vote on one of those because you don't really know and you don't want to be a part of the sentiment, just click I don't know, but I like this show, and I would appreciate that. We want to see how many votes we can get on today's poll. We're going to leave that up, I think, all day until right before 2 p.m. We'll take it down, and then we'll put up a new poll then. So guys, if you're just joining me, my name is Dave. I am LoFiTrader, baby, and we're here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. But today we will be here till 4 o'clock because I want to be here for you as much as I want you to be here for me. So make sure you understand that Fed rate hike decision is at 2 o'clock, so be very, very careful. So we went over all the indices, and of course we will be going back over all these indices multiple times today, so no worries, no sweat if you missed it the first time. We'll be going over them all again soon. So let me go ahead and bring up a couple of honorable mentions because we have GME, guys. Look at GME. What is so great about GME? Well, it popped off at the mouth, right? This thing expected 16 cents less on earnings, but we gained 16% or 16 cents on the earnings. But if you guys watched Meet Kevin yesterday, he went to a deeper dive on this, and it's how they are kind of, okay, now we have Carvana actually breaking through that $8.50 area. We're right into that. Now it's breaking up through it. That is a beautiful thing for CVNA. Now keep that in mind that as CVNA breaks through this area, we're going to want it to push up nice and high, get it nice and high, then come back and test before heading higher. If not, it's right into an area of liquidity, and this would probably be a better short than anything. But keep in mind, this is in pre-market, so things can move a lot easier in pre-market, okay? So let's look at GME. We're going to focus on GME. First thing I want you guys to know, let me zoom out on the 4 hours so you get a better understanding. Look at this right here, guys. See this actionable area right here? That is such a highly traded area, and then you have this area, and then you have your tops as well, okay? So we're going to use these two areas so you just have a better understanding, okay? So this is an area of liquidity at 28, but a psychological level at 30. Keep that in mind. And then you also have this area of liquidity at 25, but a psychological area at 25, okay? 25.80 is the highest traded area, but this 25 is going to be your psychological area. So look where we're sitting at right now, guys. We're right here in the middle of these two highly liquid areas. So what do I expect to happen? I expect this thing to fail personally. Now I would love to be on that rocket ship with the rest of them, you know, to the moon with GME. Let's squeeze all the shorts out and all that stuff. But I think that move is end. I think that game is over, and I think this squeeze is all just kind of a big lie. I feel like what they're doing is kind of like fixing their books so it looks like they're making more money, but what it really is, and this is where I learned this on Meet Kevin, they're actually cooking the books where they bought too many, way too many things. They had over inventory, right? They had too much in their inventory, and now what they're doing is they're just not buying any more inventory, and they're selling all their inventory, meaning it's showing that they're not having to spend any money, but they're making money on all their inventory. So they took a whole bunch out, right? They took a whole bunch out, and then they just keep selling it and not buying anymore. So what does that tell you for the company? That, to me, that is scary, right? If they keep selling but they're not buying back up, that's scary. Now look at CVNA, guys. Keith is probably going to be mad that he didn't buy now, but that's a-okay, man. I really do my absolute best to keep these listeners safe because we are in an area of resistance, and if you bought in there 9 times out of 10, you're just going to fail. And look at this. Look at CVNA, guys. It's starting to really pop off. $9.01 now. It's really trying to push here. You know, we tried to bring up to see what kind of short interest was on CVNA, and we couldn't find any, unfortunately. But look at CVNA now at 9.18, guys. I'm excited about seeing this, but I don't want you to get too excited about this. Now it's at $10. This thing is really ramping up. It's really pushing up, but now it's in that next level of liquidity. And look at that. It's trying to push through there too. It's at $10. Goodness gracious, guys. Watch your socks. Watch your face. This thing can really rip your face off. Look at that push, guys. Look at that amazing push. Keith was here first. And he brought up CVNA. He came in and said, hey, Dave, tell me not to buy this thing. Tell me not to buy this thing, Dave. And that was right here at this $8.50. And now look, guys, now it's all the way up to that $10. And that's why you need to play your own book, because a lot of times if you have a feeling, if you think something's going to happen, you need to do it. You need to take your own trades. But that was a beautiful trade there. But I still wouldn't touch this thing. Even if we've seen this trade 1,000 times, guys, I would not buy at this 8. I would not buy at this time. I would have to buy on a pullback. And that's because I've just been hurt so many stinking times. So look at that, guys. It went right up over that $10 area and just sold off so fast and so hard. So we got to be very, very careful. I need CVNA to hold up until the open. Yeah, absolutely. That would be nice. If it could hold up here, the shorts are going to go nuts, guys. We're up right up here into this $10 area. This $10 area was already pointed out for you. And look, it's already starting to fail, guys. So, you know, Beyond the Harbor, I really do hope it can hold up for you, brother, so you can get in your shorts. But, you know, unfortunately, it looks like it's already starting to fail. So we'll have to revisit that, and we'll take a little peeky gander. But what about GME, Beyond the Harbor? Do you like that for a nice short? We're running right into its resistance area at 28.5. Maybe if this thing can pop up to $30, that might be a nice area to short. Yeah, guys. Let me know what you're watching. Let me know what you're seeing. Let's take a look at AI, see how that's doing. Looks like it's just pulling back. You know, maybe I get all out and I take my money out. You know, it's part of the game, guys. You don't know what to do sometimes. But if we stick to the game plan, if we're a disciplined trader, we're going to hold out to break even. I want to see AI take off simply because, and here's my story behind AI, guys. AI is got all the talk, right? There's so many eyes on AI, yada, yada, yada. I'm not trying to get you an advocate. I'm not trying to get you to buy AI. The trade is already gone, okay? Thank you very much, Beyond the Harbor. I do appreciate that very much. Beyond the Harbor, you're awesome, man. Thank you. AI, so guys, let me give you my stock analysis on AI and why I took this trade, okay? This is, I personally am not trying to get you to buy AI at all, okay? I'm not a buy and recruit. I've already made this trade. I've already bought, so I'm not going to buy in anymore because I've already added into this. But let me give you this awesome stock analysis on this trade, and this is what I think. Okay, we have this huge ramp up on volume with hype, right? We create all this liquidity at this $28 area and we sell off. We sell off when we find a base at $20. Keep in mind that $20 area. Then we pop back up and look what we sell off into. It's next area of liquidity. Now it's lower, right? We have this area of liquidity, huge area of liquidity, but we also have this area of liquidity, which is another big area of liquidity. This thing pushed back up off of 20 and then got sold off right there at that area of liquidity. Okay, so that neutralizes that, and look where it comes right back down to $20 even. Then it pops off again and moves up to its highest area of liquidity, around 104 million shares traded there. And then look what happens, guys. It sells off hard again. And where does it sell off to? You stinking guessed it, $20, guys. So now it played on this $20 for 3 or 4 days, and my boy B Stewie came across the mic and he said, yo, look, Dave, you need to take yourself a look at AI. And I laughed a little bit like, okay, where is this thing sitting, you know? Well, he called it out right when it's sitting on that $20 level. And that's why we want like-minded investors, guys, because if you have like-minded investors and they're looking at the same stocks and they know what you are watching, they're going to point you in the right direction. And B Stewie pointed me in the right direction. So win or loss on this trade, I would take this trade 1,000 times over because of this. We had liquidity clear out, and now we're back at its base. So if we cleared out all the liquidity above and we're sitting at a base, I would consider that some of the best risk reward you could possibly have for any stinking trade. So it still has eyes on it. It still has liquidity flowing through it. It still has popularity. It still is in a hot sector. It looks good across more than one time frame, and it's cleared all of its liquidity. Okay, so I think this thing can really skyrocket to the north side. So you heard it first on LoFiTrader. That's just what I think, and I don't think anybody's going to give a crap about AI until it breaks these highs at 30 when I'm still laughing because I'm holding 115 shares. So that's my personal thought on this. I'm not trying to get you to buy this. Now's not the time to buy this. The time to buy is down here at this $20 level. So if this thing stops, let's just think here. If this thing wants to come back down to my add-in area at this 22.90 and it flushes down and it stops me out, well, if if it comes all the way back down to this $20 area, I'm gonna look to most likely get back into this thing, okay? So that's just what I'm looking at, guys. It's my thoughts, not yours. But remember, if you're just joining me, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. But today we are here until 4. Why? Because the rate hike decision is at 2 o'clock. So make sure you're here for that. You guys are not gonna wanna miss it, trust me. It's going to move the market, and you have the LoFi stamp of approval on that. I can promise you it's going to move this market, okay? So we are out of this trade. That's good because it would have got me out. Let's take a look at Amazon. Where are we sitting on our trade for Amazon? It looks like it's still just trading up there at those highs. We're down about 60 cents on this, but you guys know that we're looking for the bigger expected move. We're expecting this thing to come right back down to this $96 area. Now, I don't plan on holding out for that long, but it's just my small trade, my entertainment trade, if you will, so that way we can actually use the stock analysis that I create for you every single day, guys, so that you can see that it works. And then if it doesn't, you can see that my risk management works, right? So those are our two key things, right? We want to use stock analysis, trading analysis, stock analysis, and we always pair that with our risk reward. Okay, guys? So let's go over, I want to go over my boy New Vision. New Vision, I hope you're in here. New Vision was up bright and early this morning, baby, and I love to see that. And we're going to start from the bottom here on this, and then once we're through all of this, we'll see if there's any honorable mentions in the gapping craps, and then we will, I'm going to go probably over all of these, okay? So it's 8:49 right now, guys. I'm going to go through a lot of stocks, so if you want to see anything right now, now's the time to put it in chat. If you don't want me to go over anything, well, then keep your mouth shut and just, I'm just kidding. Just keep your mouth shut and pay attention. Only kidding, guys. So we're going to go through all of these stocks. I have a ton of stocks on here, and I'm going to continue running through these until I get distracted with the chat, okay? So let's go ahead and run through it. We have ExxonMobil, which is another gas company, very, very important. We're going to go ahead and put this on our main watch list down here with PBF and our oil ETF. So we have the sweet crude that we're going to look at with XOM and PBF whenever we run through our mega watch list. Now let's take a look at, well, I guess we can do the stock analysis on XOM. So XOM, just like on crude futures, we have this falling off, like it broke out of this $100 area, it came down, it found a new low right here at this base just below $100. It looks like a nice area of resistance, support, now support, or still support, as you can see, but it's moving right up, back up into this area at 110, just as we looked at on the sweet crude inventories for the futures. Now let's take a look at Nike. Now, as you guys know, Nike last night, was it? I think it was last night, right, New Vision? Last night, yes, they had their bump up. Boom! They popped way up here, and then they sold off so stinking fast, so stinking hard. Why? Well, we're right into its all-time highs. Okay, so all-time highs, obviously, Nike was not about it. That's why I tell you guys, don't buy these highs. Don't buy it at the highs. You know, make sure you're buying at an area of support, because that is definitely going to help you with your overall trade, right? And I actually put a little short video out on there. It's just a simple, really simple, easy way to stop losing money, and that's buy supports, not breakouts, right? It took me years to learn that, guys, years to learn that, and all you got to do is implement it because it looks fun. It looks, oh, it's going to keep going higher. It's going to keep moving. No. Everybody that bought this support is getting out here, and then they're reevaluating its digestion area, and then it's going to pop off, yeah. So that's what I see for Nike, guys, is that it's just doing its thing, right? It's holding this base at 116. It's creating new higher lows, right? You can see this uptrend here, okay? And then it broke the uptrend. So when it breaks the uptrend, it needs to find a base. It found that base, and now it's moving higher. So it's looking really, really good, guys. Now what we could do is we could continue to pull this out to see, you know, kind of where this thing is supposed to land, and I'm having a hard time doing it. All right, there we go. So now look, so now it's at its resistance. So what do I want to see? It either come back down and test this to try and get in, or maybe break out higher, it find its resistance, and then retest this uptrend line. Okay, so those are two great areas to be looking at. You might consider this its retest. You could use that and use this as your as your stop loss, depending on how you play this. But that's just what I see for Nike. It's nothing that's kind of really grabbing me and making me want to so Keith, I do want to point this out to you. It did break out through this area, and now it's using this 971 as support. Okay, so if this is something that you still wanted to long, now I don't suggest longing this. These aren't buy or sell recommendations, but this is the support pullback I was trying to tell you about. So instead of trying to take it here on the breakout where it could sell off, or taking it here on this breakout where it is selling off, this is where you would want to see some support for it to try and hold up here. Now, I'm not saying this is where you want to buy. I'm saying this is where you want to watch to see it bounce, make new lower highs and new higher lows, lower highs, and find that area of accumulation. Because if we see people buying this up, then we want to buy up there with them, okay? So Carvana is trading at $9.99, guys, right now at that $10 area, that area of resistance that it broke through. Now, will we see it as support? So we're going to have to take a little peeky gander and see. So next up is Chewy. New Vision, I'm all over your stock market watch list today because you got a good one, brother, and I like it. I feel like you got it. You got it when we curated the Robinhood stock market watch list when we did that show on Sunday. Which, speaking of which, guys, Robinhood stock market watch list I get to be a part of every Sunday. We do we look at the overall long term of the market. Look at Chewy here, guys. You know, this is the kind of crap I'm talking about. If the market wants to look healthy today after that FOMC meeting, this is a great area, in my personal opinion, to buy. Don't sue me, bro, because here's the thing. You already know where your stop loss is. If it breaks this 35.88 right here, you have to get out. You have to get out of this trade, because if not, where is its next stop? Who knows, you know? So it actually held. It's trading above a 200-day moving average, and it's on that upward trend line. I really, really like Chewy where it's at. And if we just pull up Chewy, CHWY, if we look at Chewy and we just do a really, really quick analysis here on its overall stock, we can see that it is an earner, right? Like, it makes earnings, right? It actually has earnings. It comes out year over year higher than expected earnings. Let's look at the statement, actually. Let's look at the revenue growth, up 30, 26, 24, 16, 13, 12, 14. So it's still moving up. Now, what I always like to look at is the basic earnings per share. It's still going up. So we know that Chewy is an earner. It does look healthy in a sense. And that's just a quick peek, guys. You can't just go off of me saying, you know, hey, the earnings looks good, because look at GME's earnings look good, but we both know after watching some of the news yesterday that GME does not have good earnings. They're actually burning their inventory that they had too much of. John Hammer, good morning, John Hammer. Dude, it is good to see you. Thank you so much for showing up and supporting me. John Hammer has been with me from the start. I joined Duality Trading a while, probably a year after I started trading, and then John Hammer was always there. He's always been a really good dude, and it's always good to see you popping in here and saying hi, so thank you so much. John, we are going to be here all day today from 8 until 4 today. We're going to be constantly keeping an eye on the rate hikes to see what is to come. Okay, so if you want to pop in a little later and say hi, I'm going to be here all day. So join me from time to time, man, because I might get a little exhausted. I might need a quick break, you know? So speaking of break, let me take a quick coffee break here. Yeah, that's, you know, you guys usually hear me say, ooh, that's good coffee, but I watered the crap down out of my coffee today. I'm drinking water with coffee flavoring in it. And there goes Carvana, guys. It's already starting to break down. Sorry to let you know that, Brad. This is breaking down right now. Maybe we get a pop off in the market open. Maybe this thing pops off and you can still find yourself a trade. So Chewy looks really good here, guys. I really do like Chewy here. You know, I can't deny that. You know, maybe I take a small trade in that, but hey, you know, I can probably get you an invite to Duality. You just got to get me, yeah, you spelled it right, DUALITY trading, and you should definitely check out Duality Trading. We have a ton. I'm trying to get those guys in here too, because just a ton of those guys are just awesome traders. They really know their stuff in there. All the OGs, anybody that's captain or OG or any of those Duality Trading guys, they've been around long enough that you can get advice from them for sure. So let's go ahead and move on to Adobe. Look at Adobe. Goodness gracious. So we had that gap up on earnings. It held when it pulled back, and it has moving up ever since. Now, we do have to keep in mind that we do have a little bit of liquidity right here, right where it's at, guys. So keep that in mind, that this liquidity area might see a little selling off into it and might try to find support maybe somewhere down here. We're going to see how this plays off, but if we can see a little sell-off here, a little back test, because this thing has just been moving up like crazy, guys. Ever since these earnings, it's up over 14%. This thing only usually moves 2.7% a day, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's moved up a little quicker than normal, so I'm expecting to see some kind of pullback, a little bit of resistance, a little bit of profit taking right here in this 380 area. If we can get a nice little bounce here, this might be an area of support. So I'll send you an invite to Duality New Vision, and I'll do that in our Discord a little later. But I gotta stay focused on this, and I gotta stay focused all day, really. Today's gonna be nuts, guys. Absolutely nuts. If you don't know, now you know. FOMC meeting, the Fed rate hike decision is today, guys. So we're gonna keep on moving through and looking. Look at AEHR. Wowie, wow, wowerson. This AEHR, I've been watching AEHR. Let me look from all the way back here, guys. I'm not kidding you. I've been watching AEHR when it was trading around $3. It's absolutely nuts. AEHR is absolutely nuts, and now look where it's at. It's right here at a breakout area, but you got to be careful with these, because look how choppy AEHR is, guys. AEHR, this thing could really ramp off. This thing could really take off here. Really, really could. But here's the thing. Because of all these sell-offs, because of all this craziness, I can't take any liking to AEHR. I don't trust AEHR, especially at these tops. There's just too much going on, too much choppiness. I mean, when you see big wicks like this, big sell-offs, big wicks, you know somebody's playing with somebody's feelings. But right now, we're right at that breakout. Right now, AEHR is at its highest traded area. Am I looking at this right? Almost. Let me just mark this out, so that way we know when it does. So we're going to create this alert. So if we don't see it now, hopefully we'll see it a little later. So we're at its highest traded area. I almost want to take a short here and then just risk those tops, but I don't want to do it in pre-market, because if we do it in pre-market and this thing starts gapping up like Carvana did, I'm going to be stuck in something I definitely don't want to be. So if AEHR, if you look at the future of this thing and you see things moving like this, you definitely don't want to be playing this in the pre-market, guys. You'll get whipsaw action. So we have the mark at the top for AEHR. It's pointed at the top. It's sitting up there now, so that way when it does hit it, we will be able to come back and take a little peeky gander to see what happens. Now let's move up to HGBL. Carvana looks like it's starting to fail here even further. Well, we're going to bring up the SPY over here on this side. We'll put it on the 2 hour just so we have a better understanding of where that is sitting. We'll move it down to the 1 hour now, and we'll just keep an eye on it. But that looks great where the SPY is for a short. But if it can keep holding out and then it breaks up this high, man, that's going to be so sweet. HGBL, look where HGBL is right now. Now, I don't know what the heck HGBL is, but it looks like a low float. Let's see how good I am. Let's bring up the float checker for HGBL. Yes, HGBL is 27 million float. Now, if we look at HGBL, why is this interesting to me? Well, look at it, guys. We have this these tops that it's trying to break through. So if we have this area of resistance and it just won't stop pushing up into it, eventually this thing could really break out from this area. So what am I seeing right now? I'm seeing this right here, guys. I'm seeing an act of support here at 270 and a breakout trade at 288. The thing is, with these breakout trades, as you guys know, I'm not very good at these breakout trades. And so I've got about 50 trades so far in these breakout trades to try and back test this study, and it's just not working out right now for me, guys. I need to really reevaluate this and really have a better understanding, but I'd rather play resistance than try to play breakthrough of that resistance. I'd rather wait for a retest of resistance, which would then be considered support. So I'm in Carvana at 710. I just wanted to buy more. No worries, just holding. Okay, well, I do like CVNA. I'm glad that you're in at 710. Here's the thing, Keith. Keep in mind you have a lot of that overhead resistance, okay? And we've seen that 10 get broke through and sell off extremely hard at these tops. And now any real pop any real pop in this thing, you're going to see more people trying to short into it. But I do want you to trade your book. Just make sure that you're taking profit. Make sure that you protect your equities, and you're using risk management. So Keith, awesome job. I'm glad to see that you're in at 710 and we're trading at $9.50. So let's keep on keeping on with Carvana. I hope that thing goes to the freaking moon for you, brother. I really, really hope it does. I want to see everybody in here profitable. Just make sure you're using that risk management. So I'm going to go ahead and put an alert here just because this is very, very interesting to me. You can see that every time it hit this area of liquidity, which you can see back here, guys, it's a huge area of liquidity. Actually, I almost just want to draw just how much liquidity is up here. So you see that? I mean, it's just getting ate away. There must just be a ton of people. Actually, let me just go ahead and look one more time on this here. And if we just draw this out, this is the short right there. 375 is the short, guys, because there is a ton of liquidity up there in that area at 375, okay? And then probably, you know, just be careful because this thing will rip your face off. All right, be very, very careful. This thing might break out, it might take off, but these are my thoughts, not yours, so keep that in mind as well. ASAN, wow, there's a lot of crap going on, guys. Wow, we are going to run through these, and I need to pick the best of the best. We're starting to see a lot of setups starting to come into fruition here, guys, and you know, if you take the right trades, you can make a lot of money in this market, so keep that in mind. We have ASAN, which is back up here at these highs. This looks like a great area for resistance. We can see that we've had resistance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times now. Now, if it wants to keep pushing up, creating these new lower highs, as you guys know, a breakout and a retest would be ideal for my type of trading, but we will have to see in the future what actually happens. So I'm going to create an alert on this so we know when it breaks out, so we can see it retest. Now, LAZR was a popular one. It broke out, found resistance, heading back down. Will it create a new lower high and follow this up? We will see, because if it does, this would be a perfect area for a buy. So we're going to see if LAZR wants to use this as support and this as support to head on higher. It is trading above a 200-day moving average, so that is good for the life of this, or for the, oh, whoa, I take that back. The thing had a big breakdown in pre-market, so Laser is trading below its 200-day moving average, but it is squatting down right now on that uptrend line. So that might be a nice thing. If you like Laser, that might be a nice area to average into. We're also seeing a nice big push on volume here, and then we're seeing a pullback on lighter volume. That's called volume contraction. Okay, when you see volume contraction, when you see higher buying and then the volume price contraction here on these pullbacks, that's actually a really good sign. Makes me want to take, you know, just 10 shares into this. Speaking of 10 shares, let's look at AMZN, make sure we're not down a ton of money. So let's take a look at it here. We're down $1.50 in this thing, so it still hasn't stopped us out at this $100 break, but still, guys, like I said, this $100 area, I'm not looking to be in it for a long time. Just a good time, just a really small share short. We only took 10 on that because remember, today is the FOMC meeting, okay? That is going to happen at 2 o'clock, and I will be here all day covering it. I'm going to bring you the news first right here, guys, right when it comes out at 2 o'clock. I also will be bringing you the crude, the sweet crude inventories at 10. That's going to be awesome to take a peeky gander at, but because it is 9:05, we got 10 more minutes to run through all of these stock watch lists, and we're going to see, you know, exactly what we want to do. I almost want to take this up on Laser, though. I do. I almost want to take this up on Laser. They are getting earnings beats. You know, it makes me want to look into the overall, you know, the financials, LAZR, and just take a see, like, okay, you know, they're not doing much, and no. Okay, so I can't touch Laser. So even though Laser looks good on a technical area, it looks absolutely horrible so far on a financial situation because they just keep borrowing more and more and more money. Now, SOFI, okay, SOFI, whatever the heck you want to call it. This has a huge area of resistance at $6.38. Okay, now it is creating a new higher low at these bottoms. If we zoom in here, we can see a new higher low that is forming. It's creating an area of support at this area. So if you want to use this area as your stop loss, you could do that, but it's a little extended now from there. So we're gonna have to come back and take a look at SOFI. This, nothing too much going on for this. DraftKings. So DraftKings looks like it's back up into this traded area. If it can hold out between this $18 and $19 area, it's going to look very interesting for me. Now, if you guys remember yesterday, was it yesterday? Yes, yesterday. It popped back up into this $18 area, and my boy B. Stewie pointed this out, and he said, hey, Dave, look at DraftKings. So we looked at DraftKings yesterday. It popped right up into that $18 area. We took it for a short, and we made a pretty penny on it. You know, I didn't hold on to it for a long time because we just played it down to its area of support, maybe just here. I don't really exactly remember, but we played the short. We were in it for a short time, not a long time, and it was a lot of fun. Good morning, Slim Dicky, Jim Dickey in the building. Good morning, Jim. If you don't know, now you know. Today is the FOMC meeting, the rate hike decision, and that's at 2 o'clock. So be careful if you have any longs, any shorts, anything like that before the rate hike decision. If you're banking on playing that as a lotto, be very, very careful. But I'll be here all day, guys, all the way until 4 o'clock. So make sure you're stopping in, saying hi, and making sure I keep my whistle wet. Let me get some coffee. Speaking of wet whistle, I need to wet my whistle. There we go. It's going to be too hot now for me to actually drink it, but whew. Sometimes you got to burn your taste buds to let them know who's boss, baby. So black coffee is in the building. It's delicious and nutritious until it hurts my stomach and I feel like I'm on a Ralph Lauren. Next up, URI. Don't see anything really going on with this stock except for this beautiful bounce off this 374. Wow. No, I did not actually put that. I did not draw that just now. That was drawn before because we know for a fact that when we see resistance being broke, it becomes support. That's no joke. And we've seen some selling off volume with the United Rentals, but now we're seeing some buying volume now that we're down here at this base. So we're seeing a lot of things either sitting right up at its resistance or right down there at its support. So goodness, I could go absolutely nuts buying and selling today with all this speculative trading, but I cannot. That's not something I'm gonna do. Definitely not something I'm gonna do, just because the FOMC meeting is got me terrified. Not really terrified, guys, but you know, I have a better understanding of how much these move. And when these things really get to moving, they really, really can rip your face off. So, Creative, good morning. Yeah, we went over NVIDIA and we went over Tesla. We can go over them again really quick while you're in here. Creative, it's good to see you. Good morning, brother. So, NVDA, as we talked about in the pre-market prep, which it's still pre-market prep, we're going to be going over all of these again in about 10 more minutes. But we'll go over again for you, Keith. Creative. So we're right here at these highs for NVDA. So guys, if you like playing breakouts, this could be a nice breakout right here. But remember, with the FOMC meeting coming out, even if you do take this breakout, you need to be careful around that 2 o'clock. I think that we're going to be more range bound today. I don't condone to buying breakouts, but because this thing has pushed up and has tested 1, 2, 3, 4 times and then pushed higher, and now it's tested 1, 2, 3, and this will be its 4th time, it might move higher. So I would like to be a part of this. If it does, we have 20 minutes till market open. So if you want to use this as a risk, you can use 262 or even the psychological area of 260 as your risk. And even if you want to give yourself a lot wider stop for an even longer term, we have this basing at 253. So those are some areas of resistance that you might be able to use as support. But if this thing breaks out for NVIDIA, this thing can absolutely be nuts, guys. But keep in mind, we are extended from this 10-day moving average. That might not be nothing for something that wants to just scoot to the north side, okay? So we're seeing a lot of volume be traded. We're seeing a lot of eyes, a lot of attention on NVDA, and it looks absolutely beautiful at these tops. So no worries, Creative. I do have an alert set. That alert will go off during market hours if we do get a breakout, and I probably, most likely, will be a part of that breakout, but on small share size, of course, because I'm not doing anything crazy until we actually get that FOMC meeting. So guys, go ahead and take a look at my screen really quick. I got this up. This is the actual trading day. This is what we actually have going on right now. If you click the live button, that'll take you right to the front. It'll bring you right up to date. We got to keep you in mind. Then there's also a poll here on the rate hikes, okay? If you don't understand the rate hikes or you don't really know about rate hikes, you can just click I don't know, but I do like the show. But we want you to vote on this poll, guys. Let's be a part of the poll. If you have anything that you want me to watch, okay, if you want to see it, You better believe it. Just put it up in here in chat just like Creative did. We just went over in a video, and we're going to be going over Tesla too. But while you're here, guys, smash this like button. We want to see 30 today. If I'm here on stream all day, I think we can easily get to 30. I think that would be absolutely great. Yesterday, we got to our 20 that we expected. But today, because we're going to be here all day, if you smash this like button, and guys, while you're there, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, guys. I'm here all day, every day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. But today, we're going to be here till 4 o'clock. Now, NVDA is looking really, really good there, but we need to take a look at Meta, right? Was that the other one in chat? Let me double check. Tesla. What am I thinking, huh? What am I thinking? Tesla. Let's get a look at Uncle Tesla. So as you guys know, we are at this area of resistance, psychological and technical resistance of $200 area. Now, I said publicly that I wanted to short this in this area, but because I'm already holding Amazon, because the FOMC meeting, yada, 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 I'm not going to take this trade. I'm not going to take this trade, guys. It's not a trade I want to actually be in. We are not in Meta. We're in Amazon. I got to make sure I'm not in anything else really quick, guys. So, no, I'm not. All right, cool. We'll pop this back up. And so AMZN, and we got to go through Tesla for my boy Creative. So I'm getting a little distracted here, but that's okay. In about 2 more minutes, I got to run through all of these anyway. So here's Tesla, guys. It looks like we're going to get a small pullback for Tesla. We're going to see if it wants to find support on anything, but my guess is market open, Tesla is going to fail here. And I'm not saying fail, I'm saying pull back here, okay, guys, because we're in a psychological level of $200 and we're in an area of technical resistance at $200. So I have multiple reasons for this thing to pull back. Of course, I don't have any money in it, so I'm not really solidifying the act of what I'm saying, but if we look at Tesla, it does look like it's due for a pullback, but I'm already in AMZN. Maybe I swap over to this Tesla short rather than that AMZN short, but it's A-okay. We're going to stick with it. So if you guys have anything else you want me to take a look at, let me know, but I have to run through these indices one more time anyway, so that way we're all caught up. I really, really feel like I need to run through this watch list, to be very, very honest, just because we have a lot of crap going on. So I'm just going to run through this on my own. I'm not going to say much. I'm just going to get an idea of what is to come. Sometimes when you're doing charting, this is exactly how I do it on my own. I'll run through 1,000 charts, about 1,000 charts a day, guys. I'm going to look for BABA for resistance right here. So I'm going to create alert where it's at or above, because this area of 87 looks like great area resistance. So what I do is I just run through these, guys, and if I see something, if something catches my eye, I say, hey, I like this for whatever reason, I might do a little deeper dive into it to get a better understanding of what is to come. Okay, so I'm just running through these really quick, not making too much, but a mental note on where things are. So we got Fiverr, another breakdown. RCEL still holding out at those tops. That looks nice. Trying to hold that 10-day moving average now, so that looks pretty good. IQ, we got Wing. So Wing's back up there at those highs, guys. WING. It did good on its gap up on its earnings, but it sold back off, filling that gap, and then pushed back up to those highs. And now it looks like it's starting to sell off again. I actually ate at Wing. We took the family out to go get wings. That place was gross, guys. Like, not being mean or anything, but that place was gross. You know, so keep that in mind. I'm not going to invest in anything I don't like, but on a technical basis, you know, if it looks good, we're going to take the trade. But Wing does not look good here. It looks like a nice little short. Kind of want to make my money back off of them and short them hard, you know, short 100 shares short and hold on to this thing until I get back my time, my gas, my payment for paying them money. What is this? Let's see, 188, 189 to 184. It's $5 risk, you know, maybe I just take one share, you know, just take one share of this just for fun, you know, just for fun, guys. So we'll try and get in this. We'll try and join the ask, but, you know, oh, wow, look at the spread on this thing, guys. I'm not playing with this thing. The spread on this thing is $9.50. $9.50. That's why you never use the buy market. Never ever use the buy or sell market. You could use sell market if you want to get out quick, but that buy market on illiquid stocks, don't use sell market on illiquid stocks, because Wing has a $10.50 range. So if you try to buy into Wing right now and you just just wanted to panic buy into this and hit the market buy during market open hours, you would be down on every share that you bought. You would be down $9.50. So if you bought one share at market by market, you'd be down $9.50. So be careful in those illiquid stocks. BIDU is back up there into its resistance area, looking like a good short in that area unless it can hold, make new lows, and break out. AMCX, if you guys remember, I actually played this trade on the earnings breakout. We bought this in right here. We got out half at this top and then broke for a break even. So we made money even though this stock tanked. We still made money on this stock. PANW at a breakout area. We had this area marked out at 190 for a breakout area, and now it's testing this new high area for the past 6 months. It's not its all-time highs, but this is a very key level for this stock right here, guys. If it can hold this area, maybe come back and retest like it looks like it's going to do, this might be a nice PANW, Paul Alto. So let's look at Carvana. Yes, Carvana is still holding out there for you. Brad trades, I do hope it does. Maybe we get that pop and that drop that you've been wanting. AMAM, guys, I've been following AMAM for a while now. This is a low float, rip your face off stock, but because we only have 12 more minutes, we're not going to be able to go through all my favorite stocks that were up here at this top. MAXN, IoT, we got SMCI. Oh my goodness gracious, SMCI, that is freaking beautiful. STM trading at the highs. FSLR pushing back up towards its highs. IBKR bounced off the 200-day moving average. AMR looks like it is trying to hold this uptrend line, but not looking like the hottest trade right now. This thing looks like it still needs quite a few more weeks to create these range area before a breakout. But when we do break out, I'm definitely going to want to be a part of this because this looks like it's really building up. So INSP, HUBS. Now this looks good. HUBS looks really, really good. It's got a lot of attention, and if it can break out this area, I'm going to look for a retest and a buy back in. Now, I do like this even on this like downtrend, like the look of this downtrend. So if it breaks out of this area, this might be a good area for myself. Maybe not for you, but for myself. All right, so we need to run through these indices, guys, right now, and I'm going to run through, and then we'll try and catch up on chat before we go. All right, so here we go. The SPY. The SPY is trading at those highs, right at that $400 area. Remember, guys, this is not just a psychological area. This is an area of key resistance. We've been up and tested this area numerous times. I don't even want to count how many times because that'll take too long. Now, guys, we have 10 minutes till market open. 10 minutes till market open. So let's find our levels, and remember, it's the FOMC meeting today, guys, and that's going to happen at 2 o'clock. I'll be here all day, 8 until 4. So if you like what I'm doing, if you're doing what I like, then hit that subscribe button. You're going to want to be here. You're going to want to be, let me in your ear, keep me in your pocket, keep me on your side, because we're going to give you the news first, and we're going to keep you up to date with whatever happens in the market. So Tesla's trading at those highs. Let's look at IWM, guys. IWM is also trading at its area of resistance, these highs, okay? So you're seeing correlation throughout the market here, guys. 177, 176.59 right now for this area. Bitcoin, let's go ahead and take a look at Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin, BTC, you're getting me excited. Oh yeah, that's right there at its breakout area. Guys, that looks really, really good. That makes me want to look at Riot, R-I-O-T. Now, we do have that alert set on Riot. If it breaks out of this area, you better believe I want to be a part of it. So we're going to see what happens there, guys. So let's make sure we get through this because we only have 10 more minutes, and I got the bell right here, so that's good. We don't want to make a sound just yet. Oh, don't get confused. I'm not ringing the bell just yet, ladies and gentlemen. We still got some time. So Netflix is creating this upward trend line. It's trying to get above this upward trend line. It did come back and retest this area of $299 to $300 area and is bouncing. So that looks very healthy for Netflix, but it looks like it's kind of playing in the middle. Now, Microsoft is sitting down here at its support. That looks really good for Microsoft. I would love to be a part of Microsoft, but this was its area and we're not in it. So right now it's kind of just diddling in the middle. We're going to see what Microsoft wants to do. Now, Amazon, as you guys know, I did take it short, and I'm not going to play this at the market open. So we are going to exit now. We're going to join this ask. or I'm sorry, we're going to join the bid because we don't want to be a part of any of this crazy market volatility in the morning, because I'm already holding AI, guys. I'm already holding AI, so that would mean that if AI fails and I break out, this is what I'm going to watch first thing in the morning, because I don't want to see this thing flush out on me, okay? And it looks like it's looking pretty healthy right now. Everything is looking pretty healthy, and now we're out for a $1.80 loss in AMZN. We were just looking for a quick flush there. We did not get it, so I'll take a small loss. That's A-okay. Don't mind this. We're up on Meta a few dollars already this morning because I held a 10 share long overnight. But now I'm not trying to hold anything except for my conviction play into the morning open and into the overall day. Look at NVIDIA, guys, right there, pushing right up at the top. Curtis, good morning. Good morning, Curtis. Guys, we're getting ready to have market open, but I got to take a quick second out to say God bless you, Curtis Stanifer. I've been praying for you, brother. I hope your shoulder's feeling good. I hope you are feeling good, and I hope everything is A-okay with your family. So this one is for you, not for me. And as we speak, guys, Curtis just popped in with some good news. NVDA looks like it has its new highs here, guys, so keep that in mind. We are new highs right before market open for NVDA. Things look like they're getting ready to pop off at the mouth, so watch yourself, watch your shorts, watch your butt, and make sure you're using risk management. Keep that in mind, guys. Look back at GME. You're darn tootin', I will. So let's take a look at GME, but we're getting ready to start. We got 7 minutes till market open. GME is just squatting in that area. We already marked this out for you guys. This is its area of liquidity, this 26 and this 28 area of liquidity. The psychological levels is this $30 area, okay, and this $26 area. So these are your areas. Now, if this thing wants to pop up into this 28, this might be a great short using 30 as your risk. If it wants to just fail here and then pop back up to 26, that would be a better short. But what do I want to see for the long? It needs to hold some area. It needs to trade sideways and then start heading higher on volume. So until I see that, I don't want to be a part of this trade because I don't expect this thing to really get too crazy, okay? So we are out of Amazon. We're only in AI, and we have about 6 minutes left. So where are we at? We are going to look back at the Qs. Okay, Qs are sitting at those highs. Okay, we know NVIDIA's right there at those highs. Okay, let's take a look at Meta now. So Meta has been acting really different lately, but we know it's sitting right at those highs as well. So if we start going crazy, if stuff starts really ramping up, guys, you know, we're going to be on it. We're going to keep our eyes on everything. We're going to have our alerts going off like crazy. So NVIDIA right there. I mean, look at that. That's so beautiful. You love to see it. That's why I'm here, guys. This is why I do this. I do what I love, and I love what I do. And just commentating, just watching these stocks gets me excited, gives me goosebumps. And you know what? We're going to have to bring this up. It's time to rise up. We're bringing the desk up, ladies and gentlemen, for market open until my knee starts to hurt. We are going to stand tall, and we're going to take what trades we need to take, and we're going to use risk management. We're going to keep that in mind, and we're going to be here all day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, except for today. We have the Fed rate hike decision. You know what that means? That means they're either going to raise hikes 0.25, 0.50, or no more hikes. Okay, but what if they say 0.75? Goodness gracious. So right before market open, guys, we have 6 minutes till market open. So I got to do my spiel. This is self-satisfactory right here, guys. Look at the screen. Make sure you are live. You want to be live today. You want to be live on this show. So make sure you click this live button. Scroll down. We do have a poll. You're more than welcome to vote on the poll. We want to get as many as we can before 2 o'clock today. Then if you scroll down here, we have 2 more things. Really quick, guys, you can comment. Say whatever you would like. If you want me to talk about something, just leave it in the comment section. I'm happy to talk about it. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for you as much as I want you to be here for me. So while you're down there, if you like any of this infotainment that I'm bringing you guys, go ahead, leave a like, and hit that subscribe button, because there's only 3 things I ask of you. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and be here for that pre-market prep, baby. Now we have 5 minutes till market open, so let's make sure we have all the indices. Let's take a look at Apple. Apple is breaking out and has broke out above these levels. So Apple is in a new area, right? New area, and its next area of resistance looks like 165. Goodness, I mean, I'm not even 100% sure about this. I really have to question this. I mean, maybe 161 is its new best area, but I would say this 165 looks like its next hot shot to try and beat here, guys. So we're going to see what comes of that, but I'm telling you, this Apple looks really, really tasty here, guys. So keep your watch on Apple as well. Google also breaking up above that downward trend line and now is coming back to test that area as we talked about. We have 3 minutes till market open, guys, as Riot is just pushing right up at those highs because Bitcoin is pushing right up at those highs. So if Bitcoin wants to break out today, goodness gracious, I might have to be a big part of Bitcoin. I wish I was still holding that 30 shares down here at the bottom, guys, but you know me, hard to take that longer expected move. So we have just a few more minutes, guys, 3 minutes till market open. So let's make sure we are all caught up in what is going on. Let's take a look at the dollar before we open. The dollar is still trading down there at 103.30, 103.09, which is really, really good for the overall market. The VIX is still falling down lower, which is really good for the overall market. SMH trading at those highs, and the futures at 4,002. So wow, guys, this is going to be absolutely awesome. Let's take a look at GM right before the open. Okay, GM's at 27 even as Amazon. Look at this Amazon, man. I almost want to switch long now that it's just creating these new higher lows on the 5 or on the 1 hour. So we're gonna have to wait and see. We need to know, what am I gonna trade today, guys? Well, I tell you what, we got a little bit of everything today. We have, you know, Qs at their highs, IWM at their highs. We have Netflix still range bound, but we have Microsoft at their highs at support. We have Amazon right there at its resistance, at its highs. We have Meta right back up there. It's kind of diddling in the middle here, guys, between that 206 and that 197. Let's go ahead and look at NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, goodness gracious. Yes, you're going to hear me say NVIDIA quite often today. I have a great feeling about that. So we have a lot going on. So if you don't see it on your chart, guys, you need to let me know. We're going to go ahead and put the SPY up here on the right-hand side so we can see where we're at. Actually, what we should really use is the Qs because we are very tech heavy today and we want to see this thing break out on higher volume. So here we go. NVDA looking like it is pushing higher now at 264.25. Goodness, guys, here we go. We got about a minute before market open. So let me get this sip of coffee. Let me take a quick breather and then we'll be right back to it, baby. Wow, guys, we already have 50 views today. We already have 50 views today. We've only been awake for an hour and a half. We're up to 50 views. So today is going to be an amazing day. So make sure you're stopping in, you're saying hi. Whether you come and go, just come and say hi because I'm going to be here all day. Come visit your boy Dave because you know I want you to be here as much as you want to be here. So let me bring you the best stock commentary, the best stock analysis, and I take live trades for you every single day, guys. If you can appreciate that, if you can get behind that, make sure you hit that subscribe button because we're going to be here all day today, all stinking day today, and I'm pumped. I hope you're pumped too. We got a lot to go over, but we are just waiting for this opening bell to see where things want to start to head. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on the 5 minute because we already know where our levels are, right, guys? We already know where the levels are and we're ready to go. We already know we broke out of this area. So can we see this thing come back and retest? That would make me a little bit more comfortable before I got into something, but you never know, guys. We never know what's going to happen at market open. We just try to be prepared for this, for the market open, simply because we want to know where our levels are. We don't want to just jump right in at market open, whether you go up or down. No, we're not playing that game. We're going to wait until we find an area, whether it's a breakout and a retest or a breakdown and a retest. Those are my favorite types of trades, guys. So that's what we're going to be looking for in that support and resistance. And there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Market Open. I hope you are here for a good time. And here we go, guys. Right off the rip, the SPY opens up, and it looks like it's chirped a little green bar there, but we are moving down. NEO is at or above 947. So if alerts are going off, we're going to want to take a peeky gander at them, and it looks like NEO just broke above that resistance level. So to me, that is a great area for a short. Will it let me short this area? That's a great question as well. So I try to put it out there and there. I'm in short on NEO because we're right at that resistance area. Now, if NEO wants to do something crazy and start heading a lot higher than this, you know, that's when I'm going to go, okay, you know, maybe we back off on this thing and we get out. But, you know, I'm looking at this thing morning, I'm thinking, hey, you know, we can make a couple bucks on this. So we're going to go ahead and put NEO right here on my first short of the day. And we're only using low share size just because, guys, we know we don't want to get too caked up in this mix, right? So we're going to see if NEO wants to get the last shares, those 25, and I need to keep an eye on AI. So now we're fully in NEO on this short, and I don't really care unless it gets back up above this area. So we have NEO there. Let's take a look at AI, guys. So AI, this is where I'm at with AI. We don't want to see this thing break down at 22.9, because if it does, then I'm not going to want to be in this trade. So I am in NEO short. We are not in Amazon anymore, and the SPY is just kind of sideways action right now. Now, just so you guys know, I'm not expecting anything too crazy, okay, too crazy when it comes to what happens this morning in the SPY. I think we're going to get some more sideways action. That could be a huge possibility. Now, we're going to bring up this active trader. So I'm break even right here, guys, at 22.93. I'll be break even on this trade. Now, do I want to give this any more leniency to try and hold? I would like to, but at the same time, you know, 115 shares, if it doesn't hold this area, I'd rather break even and then find the area rather than holding my breath through all of that. So we're going to go ahead and set this for break even to see. Actually, we'll go just below break even here, just to see if it can hold that area. So if it wants to stop me out, it will stop me out for close to break even, and I won't sweat that too much. Okay, so let's see, did NEO get me in the rest of the shares? It did, and now NEO is tanking right now. We're already up $5.65 on 35 shares short. Now, of course, I wanted to get hundreds in and yada yada yada, but as we talked about this morning, guys, I'm not going to be doing anything like that. I'm not going to be getting in a crazy amount before this FOMC meeting. John Shields, good morning, brother. Good morning. Glad to see you in here. We need to take a look at Riot, though. RIOT, and see where that's at. So it did break out of this area and then busted down. So let's go ahead and look at Bitcoin. John, what are you watching, buddy? I know you got something crazy you want me to look up, which I'm A-okay with doing. If you want to put it in the chat, you let me know, brother. But remember, I'm going to be here all day, John, so don't just pop in once and leave. You can pop in all stinking day until 4 o'clock, till market close. So make sure you come in and you visit me from time to time, brother, because it might be a glorious day in this market. Now, I'll be real honest with you guys. I really have that fear of missing out right now when it comes to Bitcoin, because I'm seeing where it's at and I like where it's at, and it's really looking like a breakout. But I can't just buy in. I can't just do that. If I just bought in now, you know, I could end up hurting. But Riot is pulling back as Bitcoin is still hanging out at those highs. So, you know, that does look nice for me to want to try and average in here, maybe using this as my risk, this 829. So, you know, maybe I get in a few shares, but I don't want to, guys. I want to just hold out and wait and see what the overall market wants to do. And speaking of that, let's take a look at the SPY over here on the right-hand side. We are starting to get that pullback. Now, I'm like we talked about this morning, this should pull back and retest, right? With the FOMC meeting going on here, I doubt we're going to see any crazy breakouts. Like, look at NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA popped up, and then what happened? It sold off hard. Why? Well, because nobody is going to be wanting to be taking these breakouts before the FOMC meeting. Okay, none of the real big money, they're already where they want to be, right? So I don't think we're going to see anything but range movement here. Now, this might be a great area to buy up for NVIDIA if it comes down a little bit more and looks a little scarier. That might be a great area to buy up. But again, guys, with the FOMC meeting, it's going to be hard to really want to get behind any of this. And now look, right here, guys, as we marked out that psychological area and its technical area right here, we talked about shorting that area, and look where it's at, guys, 198.70. So we're getting a pullback for Tesla. Let's see where Tesla wants to fall to, and as we talked about, this 192.55 looks like a nice area of support. So Apple did push up and is pushing higher now, breaking its highs of yesterday, trading at 159.64. That looks absolutely amazing for Apple. So good for you, Apple, and all you Apple onions that are in that trade. So Google just kind of trading sideways right away this morning, below its closing price as of yesterday, but looking like it wanting to push higher right now, as Riot still found its base at that $9 area. We're still going to need some more time, but I do want to keep an eye on Bitcoin, because I'm telling you, that looks really, guys, to me, this is an accumulation long. Okay, that's what it looks like to me, and that's just from studying That's just from studying Trade the Matrix. If you guys want, I can put a link to his stuff up in our chat really quick. I'm going to do that because I absolutely love Trade the Matrix. This man has taught me a lot. He's kind of one of those big bears, you know, where he doesn't really think, he doesn't think too positive of the overall market, you know. So there I go. I'm out of AI. Okay, AI is doing a big pullback here. Maybe not necessarily a big pullback, but for the shares that I was in, that's a big enough pullback to scare me out. So I'm waiting to see this create new higher lows somewhere so I can get back into this trade. So did it stop me out? It stopped me out. It didn't stop me out for much. No, I did not lose $54. I was up like $60 or $70. We had this trade in from down here. That active trader's acting kind of silly. And now look at Riot. Look at Riot, guys. Wow, what a beautiful, beautiful move right there on Riot. Are we going to get above this area? Yes, we are. Okay, so Riot does look like it is breaking out here. I just bought in small. We're just using 25 shares on this breakout. And we're going to see, does Bitcoin want to actually take off? Because that's the thing. Riot hasn't taken off, right? Riot is just starting to, and it's anticipating that Bitcoin is going to take off, right? So it's just anticipating. So Bitcoin has not taken off yet, so there's no real trade there. So we're just going to get in small to see what actually comes of it. And now it does look like Riot is starting to break out a little bit, guys. We're up about $1.89 on this trade, but watch this, because if Bitcoin doesn't, this thing could fail really, really quick. So we're just going to go ahead and put our stop loss right down here at this base, because if it does come all the way back down there, I want to be out of that trade. So Bitcoin is starting to take off. We're up about $2 on that. So keep your watch on that Bitcoin, guys. There we go. Bitcoin looks like it's starting to break out here. So I don't know how many of you guys watch Bitcoin, but we are going to watch some Bitcoin today just because the overall sentiment on Bitcoin is absolutely amazing, and we want to be a part of that. And there we go. It's starting to take off. Just small share size on this. I hope, and I do hope, for the fact of Bitcoin and myself, that I really wish I got in, 1,000 shares of this, but we're not going to get in 1,000 shares of this, guys. We're going to take everything nice and easy so we can survive again another day, because we have to keep in mind too, guys, that this area is an area of resistance as well for Bitcoin. So keep that in mind, guys, when you're playing these. You might not want to be in there for a long time, just a good time, but either way, play your hand, don't play mine. All right, so AI looks like it's trying to hold up here. We'll move in on the 5-minute just to get a better peeky gander. And it does look like we have this big panic sell. And I do like that big panic sell right there on its support. I kind of wish I would have held on to this a little bit longer, guys, before I sold out. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can't get in here and then use that base, that panic base. And then, if I take a small loss on this, that's a-okay. I'm not gonna sweat it too much, guys. We're gonna use that base. And it's all about that base, no trouble, right? All about that base, no trouble. So we're going to see if that wants to hold out as Bitcoin or a Riot actually does start to break out here. So that's looking really nice. I do like that expected thing, and I don't want to look at AI while I'm in it. So what's going on, guys? Good morning, good morning. How are you doing today? We have an awesome day for you guys. I'm going to be here till 4 o'clock, so make sure you go ahead and show up at least around 2, because that's when the rate hike decision is going to happen. That's when things are going to get real serious out here. And you love it, guys. I get real passionate, really excited about the financial sector, the sectors, not the sectors, but just finances in general. So, that being said, let's look at ONON. We need to look at ONON. Let's go ahead and take a peeky gander. ONON is at a breakout point. This looks absolutely amazing for ONON. Why do I want to take this? Because this is a 1-hour range break. So I got to use 25 to 28, 25.50 to 28. So let's say 26, 27, 28. That's $2 per thing. We want to do, if it's $2 per thing, we only can take 10 shares on this breakout. But again, we need to be careful with these breakouts, right? Why do we need to be careful with these breakouts? Because I don't think breakouts are going to happen very much right before the FOMC meeting, all right? So I do really like this. I like this area. We're going to join the bid, and then we're going to set our stop loss for it, okay? Because of what is the range on this? 19. All right, we're gonna go ahead and panic buy into this. Yes, I said it. All right, so I'm using this $20. I'm gonna bring my stop all the way down here, guys. And you're like, why the heck would he bring his stop all the way down here at 25.52? Well, here's the thing. This is the 1 hour range, okay? I waited a whole day to play this. This is the 1 hour range, and it broke its range to the north side. And I looked into ON. I believe it's a shoe retail company, and with Foot Locker going up, with all that crap happening, I want to be a part of ON if it wants to head higher. Now, if this thing breaks down and then breaks its 1 hour range break, then I don't want to be a part of it. But we're up $1.37 on this trade so far, and this is a long-term hold. I want to hold on to this thing until 3 to 5 days after the trade, or until it breaks the 10-day moving average on the daily, okay? So that's how I'm playing with that. We'll look at GETY over here, and we're gonna put my trades down here. We are short NEO, we are long AI, and we are long ON. So let me just take a look at my NEO short. Okay, we're looking really good on NEO right now, guys. We're up about $9 on NEO. It's nothing. I'm holding on to this thing for the longer term run. So we're going to look at GETY for my boy Keith. What up, Keith? So Keith, this is a very illiquid stock. It looks like you just got a little pop of volume here, but there's not much going on for GETY, especially on the daily. This thing is just a huge gap in crap. And I think the only other trade I could see on this is if it popped back up into this area of $5, that would be your area to short, okay? So that's all I'm really seeing on that. John Shields says, look like red day. Ugh. Well, here's the thing, John. It's way too early to tell, my dude. It really is way too early to tell. Or are you talking for yourself? If you're talking for yourself, like, you know, bad, it's going to be a bad, or it's going to be a red day for you, then I really am sorry to hear that. You know, nobody, we don't want to hear red days, guys. We want everybody to be green here. We want everybody to be happy in what they're trading, and make sure you're using your risk. When you guys lose, I don't want you to lose a lot. You only want to lose a little because you're learning. And remember, you're a loser unless you're learning, guys. You're a loser unless you're learning. We always need to be learning something inside the market, outside the market, every single day. And man, that coffee is so watered down, guys. My coffee is so stinking watered down. Okay, we're done looking at AI for now. It's taking a little bit of my money. We'll go ahead and keep NEO on that, because look at that short, baby. Now that I really wish I had 100 shares of that. You know, maybe next time I see something like that, you know, I'll take a higher share short. But anyway, we need to get right back into the SPY and see where we're at. So yes, we are starting to fall down here. Keith, I'm kind of stuck, or no, John, I'm kind of stuck on you saying that, man. It hurts, man. I don't want to see you doing bad, brother. So make sure whatever the heck happened, for whatever reason, all good, no entries yet. Oh, okay. So I'm all worried about John over here. He hasn't even taken a damn trade. So, oh goodness, I'm just worried about you, John. That's all. I'm showing how much I care, right? So the QQQs, we talked about this. It doesn't look like a long. It looks more like a short in this area because it's overall overhead resistance. If we move on in the hourly, you see it better. I drew this out for you. You got 1, 2, and now 3 toppersons right there. So it looks like it's going to be due for a pullback, guys. So we're going to see this thing pull back. We're going to see if that's what it wants to do. If it wants to continue to pull back, then that's A-okay. We know where our support is, okay? Let's take a look at Netflix. Netflix also had a pullback, but look at this uptrend. This is a nice little uptrend. It's trying to hold that uptrend, right? If it holds that uptrend, keeps pushing into this resistance, that resistance might end up turning into support. Let's take a look at Microsoft. Good old MSoft over here, still holding new higher lows, guys. This looks really good for Microsoft. If it wants to come back down and fail with the rest of the market, this might be a better area to get. Oh, Joshi, you made it. Joshi, do me a favor, go ahead and look at the Dow Jones for us and give us your level on the Dow Jones, Joshi, because I was looking at the Dow Jones and it looked like in a very huge area of resistance. So I'd like to know what your thoughts are on the DJI, the Dow Jones Industrial. And if you guys don't know, the Dow Jones is what holds oh, look at this, guys. Of course, we're getting that short on Amazon now after I gave it $1.80. It's A-okay, though. That's part of trading, guys. We don't want to be a part of that market open because this volatility to the north side may have stopped me out anyway. So we took a small loss on that and couldn't hold for the longer short. Now, Meta. Let's take a look at Meta. Meta looks like it had a nice push up this morning, and it is pulling back. It's trading at 202.50. So 202.50 for, oh, and look at NVIDIA. It looks like I was wrong on this trade. I didn't think it was going to actually break out, but it did break out. We are on a breakout on NVDA, 267.25. I will be honest with you. Got to tell you guys, got to be very honest. I was not expecting this breakout. I even said that out loud to you. I was not expecting to see a breakout on NVDA specifically because I figured everybody would want to see what would come about when it came to the FOMC meeting. So I'm not going to be a part of this at all. If anything, this is more of a short to me. The only reason why I say that is because I think people are getting a little too excited before the FOMC meeting because we are at all of these highs, and I think NVIDIA being at its highs. And look at this beautiful short. We called this out for you too as well during pre-market prep. We said that this is a psychological level and a technical level for Tesla. And look at this beautiful short sale trade on that one, guys. Looking absolutely amazing over there. ON is continuing its breakout, guys. We're up about $2.82 on that. No big deal. What about NEO? Is it still failing? Oh, it sure is. Look at that beautiful trade right there. We're up about $10.69 on NEO, but I'm holding NEO for the longer trade, guys. I'm expecting NEO to go down even further, but let's take a look at this. Let's just be really realistic, right? So usually NEO moves about 6%. It's moved 4% already today. So will NEO move its full 6%, or do I need to exit now? It looks like it can move all the way down to this $8 area, $8.88 area. So that's my short look on NEO, and that's why I am in it short. Now, I personally think NEO goes to zero eventually, which we're not too far from. We're closer to zero than we were at its 66.77 tops. As Tesla continues to break down here, we want to see Tesla find support at 193 as we talked about in the pre-market prep. Now, Apple, AAPL, is back up at those pre-market highs at 159.78. The pre-market highs were 160 even. Okay, guys, 160 even. And if we bring up the book maps on Apple, which we'll do from time to time just to give you guys a better understanding of what's going on, and don't you worry, Joshi, I will be looking right back there in just a minute to see what you got for the DJI. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at Apple right now. Sorry about the black screen, guys. But Apple, no data so far, but we're going to start pulling up this data on Apple so we get a better understanding of what's going on. Here we go. Now, if we look at Apple, what are these red lines here? These are the lines of liquidity. Look at this 160. There is so much liquidity up here. Now, is that buying liquidity or selling liquidity? We don't know. We just know that that is where this wants to go. It wants to make it up to that 160, and if it wants to make it up to that 160, I can almost guarantee we're going to see some type of trading price at 160. So, part of me actually just wants to put on the book just to see if it can grab me, 10 shares short right there. We're just going to try it right there at 160. If it can touch 160, let's see if it'll fail really quick. If it fails really quick, we'll get out of the trade, and then if it wants to take off really quick, we'll get out of the trade. But I'm expecting to touch 160, get me in those 10 shares, and then fail down, let's say about a buck, down to 159, just a quick fail, or even 50 cents. Either way, whatever we get there is going to look really good. So let's see what Joshi says about the Dow Jones. So if we bring up that Dow Jones, and we're going to put Meta down here so we make sure, remember, we're in that trade. So we'll show you what I said, and we even brought this up. Joshi wasn't here this morning with us, but I brought Joshi up and I said, it's going to be very interesting to see what he says. So this is what I wrote out for the Dow Jones Industrial. It looks like we have a huge short on the futures of the Dow Jones Industrial right here. And so Joshi, before I say all that, resistance level good above 32850, 32. Yes, I agree with that 100%. SPY both may make down move. Yep. Tesla support at 192. Yep. And Tesla may make yeah. So yeah, Joshi and I are usually on the same page with this, guys. He's looking at this and he's saying, well, if it breaks above this in this 3280 area, that's looking good for the long. But right now, the Dow Jones Industrial looks like I'm still favoring that short. We're still expecting it to come down in that area. The SPY is trading at 398.50, guys. It's looking pretty good there. The IWM is getting that pullback that we talked about, and the QQQs are still trading at its I don't want to say all-time highs, but it's trading at its highs here. It's really wanting to break out of this area, and that being said, I want to make sure that we are alerted to it when it does, guys, okay? So we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's take a look at Netflix. Netflix still just holding that trend line right here, guys. Look at that beautiful hold on that trend line, looking absolutely amazing. Let's take a look at Microsoft, still holding that new higher low. You gotta love it, guys. You gotta love seeing it. Amazon, AMZN, that is still doing a beautiful pullback here, and we would be out of this trade already if we still held those 10 shares short. Let's take a look at Meta. Meta is still trading sideways at 202.59, where Nvidia still pushing up to 267.34. Wow, goodness gracious, guys, it's absolutely amazing to see. You know you love it. And now looking at NEO, I wish I would have taken that 100 shares short. It makes me want to add into this. So we need to look at PXMD though, guys. PXMD is a highly shorted interest stock, and it looks like it's back down into its support area. So I'm not talking about, you know, this thing for the future, you know, of future of the stock. I just know PXMD had a huge short interest. Now this thing is a sub-million float, meaning if you're looking at PXMD, you're looking to either make or break your bank, right? So be very careful on these. Let's just see. Now it looks like this short interest, we're gonna have to find our short interest from somewhere else, because it just doesn't look like this thing's giving me the information that I want to anymore. So I'm gonna have to look into that after the show. But while we were talking about the show, guys, if I'm bringing you any love, any interest, well, hold up, we can't do that right now. The Qs just broke out. So let's bring up the Qs here and let's take a little peeky gander at what we got going on. Yes, the Qs are trading at 310.70 right now, breaking its yesterday high. Nope. Yesterday we were at 310.77, so we're almost breaking yesterday's highs. And if it breaks that area, watch out, guys. We might head up to the north side. So here we go. It looks like the QQQs are looking like they want to take off in this area. But remember, we're at the highs, guys. So this might be more of a short than it is a long, especially before this FOMC meeting. So be very, very careful out there, guys. Let's go through and just check a little bit of everything. Microsoft still heading up. Amazon looks like it's still trying to work its way up to the top there. We need to make sure. Where we go. Let's see, Joshi. Yeah, guys, take a look at what Joshi's saying in the chat. That does look good, Joshi. I do appreciate you being here and helping out. Keith Stallard says, I'm dollar cost averaging into CRBP starting today for a longer swing. I personally like the chart, but I think we'll see lower cost. Keith, do you want me to take a look at that and give you my honest opinion about that, or would you like me to just bite my tongue? Let's take a look at it anyway, because you brought it up. You want me to take a look at it, right? All right, look, CRBP. This is a pharmaceutical stock. We got to be really careful with these pharmaceutical stocks, but I will say if you are dollar cost averaging into something, you still need to use risk management. So if we're looking at CRBP, we know that this area at $6 needs to hold. Why does it need to hold? Well, first of all, that is its area of liquidity that it broke through, and now it's pulling back to test that liquidity area. This is a pharmaceutical stock, meaning that it is very speculative and they like to dilute their shareholders. So I want you to know, Keith, if you're going to dollar cost average into this, make sure you're using your risk. There's two areas of risk here, $6 and $5. If it breaks 6, I would be very weary. If it breaks 5, I would not want to look at this stock ever again. Simple as that, and I really mean that when I say that. I'm just trying to help you guys out. But these aren't buy or sell recommendations. These are just my thoughts. I'm just a big old talking chin all up on here. So if you like that chin, that chinny chin chin, go ahead and leave me a like and leave a subscribe, guys. You see what I do there? You know, my animal, my spirit animal is a chimpanzee, if you will. All right, guys, check out the chart here. We have this. This live button. If you hit the live button, you'll stay up to date. It's very important that you stay up to date with me, and that's why we bring it up all the time, because if you're not up to date, then you're not getting the live news, and I want to bring you the live commentary, news, and trading. So make sure you hit that live button. And of course, guys, we have a poll right here. If you want to vote on that poll, it doesn't do much except give us an idea of where the community sits, right? Some people that they don't really care, they're just here to listen. Some people, they don't really know about the hikes. Some people might actually think that we don't have any more rate hikes. And, you know, I want to see what the overall thing is. So if you guys like that, if I'm bringing you any kind of infotainment, I want to be here for you just as much as I want you to be here for me. So make sure you hit that subscribe, guys, so you can see me. I'm going to be here Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. But today, we're going to be here all stinking day for you. We'll be here till 4 o'clock. And look who just drug in, dude. Pedro is here. Pedro, what's going on, Pedro? Pedro and I were chit-chatting for a little while yesterday about the ins and the outs of some of our trades. Pedro, been here for a very, very long time. So Pedro, thank you so much for stopping in and saying hi. You already know, brother, I'm going to be here all day, baby. So thanks for stopping in and saying hi. So guys, it looks like we're getting a small pullback in the SPY 398.35. Pedro, what are you watching, man? Are you watching? Are you still watching FRC? Let's take a look at these bank stocks, guys. Just yesterday, now Thinkorswim did not allow me to short this. But I actually did this on my phone, and that's how I found out that it wouldn't let me short this. But yesterday, during pre-market, we talked about, guys, this FRC. Everybody wants to buy these dips, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, and then they get hurt when it breaks these areas. I said, well, if you wanted to buy this dip, you need to use this $20 as risk. And then when it broke that $20, meaning you're out of the trade, I said in pre-market, hey, let's watch this thing pop up to $20 and act as resistance. And sure as crap, this thing broke down right at $20. Oh, right at $19, $19.39, okay? So it broke up here. We seen a huge wick off right at 19. My alert went off, and I started to try and get in short right in this 1850 area, okay? And to my surprise, by the end of the day, this thing went all the way down to 1265. So that would have been a tasty trade. I tried to get in 50 shares, but hey, you're back. Good for you, Stewie. I hope you renewed your sprinkles card, brother. And I'm glad to see that you're back. SMCI, absolutely. So if we're going to look at SMCI, we need to look at NVDA because these things are going to move hand in hand together. So NVDA is on an absolute tear to the north side. Yes, I'm super jealous of anybody that's in this without me. And I do have a bit of fear of missing out because I was in this trade from back here. And the overall trade was supposed to be to hold. But I did not because the overall expected mood is hard to do. But we're not here to talk about NVIDIA right now. We're looking at SMCI for my boy B Stewie. So B Stewie right here, it's trading at 111.06. So on the daily, this thing is at its all-time high. So this thing is a crazy mover. This might be the new leader in the chip section. So I'm glad you brought this to my attention. I feel like I need to put SMCI somewhere so we can relate to it every day. Now, if you guys remember, I drew this out. We were in SMCI at one point in time because it pulled back for this retest. But because it retested and it didn't pop up, I got out of this. Now, we didn't remark this for this breakout or we would be in it again. So that's why we need to use alerts, guys. If you use alerts, then you're going to be doing a lot better. So yes, SMCI is definitely one of the leaders here in the chip sector, which means shaking my head or SMH is going to be doing very well as also, right? So we have two breakouts here. The first breakout did not work on SMH. It pulled back. It hit this retest button, and then it said, it's time to launch. And it launched, guys. So we are watching SMH do its things right here. So if you're looking for an overall, and did we, I think we, no, we didn't talk about that, but we did talk about if you wanted to, if it comes back down and retest to getting back in, but it never came back down to retest that other time. But this time would have been a great area to buy. Goodness, we're all learning a little something here today. So SMH looks like it's about to break out with the overall rest of the chip sector. So we can also look at AMD if you guys are interested too in the chips, and it's looking just like SMH. And look at this cup. See this cup with this handle here, guys? That's a beautiful William O'Neill's cup and handle trade right there. You've seen it here first on LoFiTrader, okay? So if you guys are learning cup and handles, if you're learning any type of William O'Neill's, I suggest getting the book right here. There's over. Yeah, I know. I'm telling you guys to read, right? Not very fancy, not very sexy. But look at this, guys. It gives you over 100 pages. 100 pages on the weekly to identify these type of breakouts, okay? And you can't get in them unless you know how to set alerts, right? So you want to make sure that you're always staying up to date. And that's why pre-market prep here starting at 8 o'clock is always so important, because I go through all the indices. We go through, we try and find these charts, we set these alerts, right? But we can't take every trade. If I could take every trade, well, you know, I would take every trade, but I can't take every trade because you only have so much mental capacity, right? So let's go through the bank stocks really quick. WAL, Western Alliance, looks like it is the strongest out of them, creating new lower highs, new higher lows. Let's see, higher low, higher, no, not really new higher lows. So it's not much of an accumulation, but off this bottom, we got a new higher low, I'm sorry, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. This thing really looks like it could take off here, guys. So I like this. I like this right here. WAL, Western Alliance, right here for a breakout trade right above this area. So if we can get above this area, what would my risk management be here? So if I want to use this, and I got to go back over my trades. We're still in some trades. If I want to take this, let's say I buy this here, let's say 5 shares right at this breakout area for WAL. So this is a banking stock that I waited long enough. I waited to find this support area. This did find its support. It kept making new lower highs. And now if it breaks this new, or this most recent higher low, if it breaks out above that, it's going to automatically buy me into this. And then I will come back and set my risk at the base of this. So I'm going to be risking, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, that's $15 risk on this. Okay, so if we want to break out higher, if it wants to get me in, then I will set my risk at 32.44, because it's showing me that WAL, Western Alliance, is stronger than the rest of these stocks. So let's go ahead and run through these. So Key is also holding. FRC is not holding, it broke down. Charles Schwab is holding, that looks like a decent one. UBS looks like it got a nice push, but it's pulling back. Will it find support? CS, just don't even look at CS. And PACW, just right into that resistance now, okay, guys? So keep that in mind. We are looking for WAL for a long trade if it can break out of this area. But if it doesn't want to break out, I don't want to be a part of it. So we're going to put WAL on the down here, and we're going to make sure that when it happens that you guys are aware of it. So let me bring up the Qs over here and see where we're at. So the Qs are still right at those tops, looking very, very good. Let's see, Joshi says, sitting in Tesla for target at 163.25. For me, technicals are secondary. My system is primary. Well, good. That is exactly what I like to hear, guys. Now, I use technicals first, right? I always use technicals first because that's my pride and true. That is my glory. But some people don't always use technicals. They use technicals second. Now, I am blind without a chart. So it's cool to see Joshi's in here and he's hanging out with us, and he doesn't even really need these technicals. So he's here for the family, he's here for the camaraderie, and he's here for the entertainment. So I do appreciate that, Joshi. And the fact that we trade different makes it even better for this community, because if you get different ideas in different areas, we can have these arguments, we can have these fights, so we can become better traders. So if I can learn from you and you can learn from me, we're going to be better every single day. So is WALL going to get me into here? Well, we'll see. We'll put it up over here on this right hand side while it bores us to death, and then we will go ahead and, let me zoom in on this, and then we will go ahead and we will run through these indices on this left hand side, guys. So the SPY looks like it's still just trading sideways right at the open, 398.59, still doesn't know what to do. So that is the overall 500 stocks that's going to cover the majority of the global interest, right? So we're going to see what comes of that. And there we go, we're in wall. And now that we're in wall, that means I can simply go ahead and set my stop loss. So where am I going to set my stop loss? My original idea was to set it right here at this base. But if this breakout doesn't work and it doesn't want to just take off from here, well, then I'm going to want to put it just below this VWAP area. Because if it doesn't hold its breakout area and it doesn't hold its VWAP area, then I'm not going to want to be too much of a part of this. So we're going to sell right here at 33.57 is going to be my stop. Oop. Good thing it didn't take that. I had 115 shares on there. So we're going to have to set our stop loss down here at this area of 32.55, okay? So 32.55, we're going to find you. Whoops, moving too fast now. So 32, we'll just go right here. That's fine. And then we can keep on carrying on. So we are in a breakout trade. I wouldn't consider it a breakout just yet. Once it gets a little higher, which it looks like it's trying to, I am in WAL, Western Alliance Bank, okay? So yes, I did forget about, oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I am afraid to open Riot now because I'm in 25 shares. Okay, cool. So did it stop us out then, or did it just not get me in? Oh no, we were in. I just got stopped out for $5.42. Thank you, Joshi. Goodness gracious, that just made my stomach hurt, Joshi. Thank you so much for being here, brother. You just saved my butt. So Bitcoin, guys, we have to keep in mind on Bitcoin. Take a look at my screen here. Bitcoin is doing its best right here at these toppersons. Is it going to break out in this area? That would be very interesting. As AEHR as at these tops as well. Holy crap, what a crazy day in the market, guys. Now, AEHR has the ability to just go skyrocket here, guys. Skyrocket. You know, a part of me wants to just take this trade because it's already back tested. And I'm only going to use really, really small share size, guys. Again, really, really small share size. Now, I might be dead by the end of the day with paper cuts, or we might actually have some really, really good trades on here. But either way, I have my stop set, right? That's why when I came back to Riot, it's a good thing I had that stop set. Okay, it got me out, but Bitcoin is still hanging out at those tops. So we're gonna see what wants to happen there. Now, AEHR is breaking out. It's at its all-time highs right now. So is there blue skies ahead? There is blue skies overhead. It looks like the overall chip sector is just absolutely killing it. SMCI is at its highs. AEHR, well, we're looking at that. NVDA, it's at its all-time highs. AMD is also trying to get to its all-time highs, but AEHR looks like it is not the leader, but it being what it is, it makes me want to be a part of the stock. So we're going to go ahead and buy into this, and we're up about 33 cents right now, but we're going to only hold on to this for a good time, not really a long time. If it wants to come back down and break this area, I don't want to be in this trade if it wants to do that. So we're in at 37.78, and I'm willing to risk about $5 on this trade. And if we can hold on, we're going to risk $5 to make who knows how much, guys. This thing is at blue skies. It means it can move up a heck of a lot higher. So we're taking a small share size because we want to wait till after the FOMC meeting. If the FOMC meeting comes out and it just goes absolutely crazy to the south side, then it's going to get me a stop out on all these small little trades, okay? So we're in wall for the long side, which is a bank stock. We are in Meta. Are we in Meta? No, we are not in Meta. I can take that off the trade list. Good morning, Stu Klopp. Good to see you, brother. What do you got your eyes on today, Stu? Anything nice? Looks like ON is still breaking out. Guys, we're in this trade. We're risking this base. We got a wide stop on this. This is really the way trade should be done. Wide stops, not worried too much about the money. We are up about $6.97 on this trade, so that's really, really good. I'm glad we took this breakout for now. We'll see when we come back how it wants to do. So AEHR, we know that we're in this trade on this breakout as well because we know that this sector is hot. We also know that AEHR can be absolutely crazy and volatile at times. So keep that in mind as well, guys. And we are also keeping our close eye on Riot because of Bitcoin. Bitcoin being up here right at this breakout. I have an alert set. I'm going to put 2 on here just to make sure that we get it when it does break out because we don't want to miss it. So Joshi, I really appreciate you bringing that up. Let's take a look at Meta. Joshi's saying it looks good for a short. So yeah, Meta sitting up here at these highs, guys. I see why Joshi's saying that because we got the pre-market from yesterday and it sold off hard. And then first thing this morning, it sold off really hard. And Meta does look like a nice short in this area. So maybe we do take this short, maybe not. But like I said, guys, when we take these areas, we're going to take small share size because we're just in this for a short time, not a long time, guys, just a short time, because the FOMC meeting being at 2 o'clock, things can get really scary, okay? So AEHR is breaking out. We're up about 78 cents on that. We're trying to get into Meta, and we are in a few other trades as well. So we're trying to get in short Meta because, Joshi, I do like that. I do like that, and thanks for that call out, brother. I do really like this trade. So we're going to just take a small share size, see if we can't get into here. It doesn't seem like it really wants to get me. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're in 5 shares. 5 shares short of Meta. Really no big deal. Quite honestly, if this thing gets back above this area, I'm going to want to be out. So it's very tight risk here, guys. It's that simple. You know, I'm not in it for a long time. I'm in it for a good time. And then that good time, what makes a good time? Making money makes it makes a good time. That's what makes a good time. So we're gonna leave. We're gonna stay here in Meta for a little bit, and we're gonna come back and take a peeky gander. In the meantime, let's see how Riot is doing. Riot looks like it's finding a base here. I do like that. Nice little base here. What's great about Riot is you can get in small, and if Bitcoin wants to make these huge runs, you can see bigger expected moves, but every time it pulls back on Bitcoin, we're not seeing huge pullbacks on Riot. So we're seeing Riot get a nice little push up again there, and we're starting to see Bitcoin at 548.74. We still got a little ways to go, but you guys know how it can move when it wants to move. Let's take a look at NEO. We haven't looked at NEO in a while. We're up about $10 on this trade. Looking really good here, guys. If it wants, let's say NEO does find a bid and it wants to pop up here and get a little higher, I'm going to look for a bigger short. I'm going to look to add into this thing. Yes, I do want to add into this thing, especially because that fail showed me, tried and true, that we don't want to be a part of NEO. So absolutely awesome. Yes, very, very good. I'm really liking what's going on so far today. So I want to run through the indices, then we'll go back over this crap. Let's go ahead and look at the SPY. Still trading sideways, just as we predicted this morning, guys. We're just expecting that sideways action before the FOMC meeting. It'll probably move up and down a couple dollars, but just range bound. IWN had that pull back, but we're seeing some buying up at 176.28, but still sideways action. And same thing for the Qs, guys. We're right there at the same area that we closed at yesterday, and it's just trading sideways at 310.22. You know, it's probably going to bounce around here for a little while, guys. And that's to be expected for this. It really is. It's to be expected. We're going to see what ends up coming up of it. Now, Netflix looks like a great spot here. If you are bullish on Netflix, then you might be able to take this using that 300 as risk, because it's back down here at that trend line and it's testing. And it looks like it's breaking through just slightly, ever so slightly. Microsoft still doing that sideways action like we talked about. Now, this is good, though, for Microsoft. Remember, guys, sideways action is bullish action, okay? If it trades sideways for long enough, then we can see it move higher. And why do I say it's bullish action? Well, if it made a big move and then traded sideways, then it usually starts to add more bulls, more conviction, and then when it breaks new highs, it wants to head higher, okay? So that's just part of it. That's just part of my conviction. One thing else I want to show you on volume price analysis, guys, if we look at this volume right here for NEO, okay, we had big selling off action, and now that we found a base and we're buying up, we're not seeing a lot of buying up action. So what does that tell me? That tells me that people still are wanting to sell, okay? So we're coming back up into this VWAP area, which would be a nice area to add into this short. Two reasons here. We have this, what was support yesterday at that base, now is resistance, and now we have it right here underneath that VWAP area, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and add 25 more shares into this, and then if it wants to get up a little bit higher than that, then that's a-okay. I'll take another 25 right here at that VWAP area and then cut just above that, okay? So I got a little wiggle room. I hope it gets me 25 more shares in short, because I would like to continue on this downtrend. So there we go. We're in a total of 60 shares short for Meta now with a $9.61 lead, which is absolutely great. That brings our average in price down to $9.34. So that would be right here is where our average buy-in area, 934. Okay, that's where we're at shorting now that we have added into this trade. We've created our conviction for this trade, and this thing might just linger around this for a little while, but I am expecting this to head even lower. So there we go. We're up 10 bucks on that trade, and we're going to keep on keeping on. Let's look at ON. So we played this breakout. We're up about $6.27. We want to see this thing continue higher. If it comes all the way back down to my buy-in area, that might be a nice area to add into. So we're going to see what happens with that. Let's move down to Amazon. Let's see, Joshi says, Meta, good try for a short round. Yes, did we get in that short? I think we're in that short. We need to go back to Meta, make sure we're not. Yeah, there we go. So, Joshi, I did get in that short that you called out. I do appreciate it. We're up about $3.58 on that short right now. Let's see, what is my takeout price? I would say this $200 would be a good takeout price. Yeah, we're going to play this thing down to the $200 area. So we're going to hold on to this for a little bit. We're up about $4.25. Joshi, I owe you a cup of coffee. You drink coffee, Joshi? Maybe I'll send you a cup of coffee. But you know what I really would like to do for this show, guys? Just because, you know, I drink coffee and I announce coffee and coffee. I'd like to make some coffee cups up. I'd like to make some coffee cups so that way when I'm drinking my coffee, it's got the label on it, and that way we can send it out to some of these OGs. You know, one day once I start making money off of YouTube, I'd like to reinvest into the community. So once we get to that 1,000 subscribers and we actually are making some money off of YouTube from doing this, that is when I'm going to start giving back to the community. And of course, I love to give to the community. It's just a huge part of what I like to do, philanthropy. But obviously, when you're as cheap as I am, you're gonna have a lot of money to do it. And right now, when you're starting a new business, guys, it's always gonna be hard starting any kind of new business. But that's what I love about this business is I get to see you guys every single day. I love what I do, and I'm doing what I love. So if you'd like to be a part of that, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, guys. And go ahead and look at the screen right here, guys. We already got 18 votes on this. Go ahead and vote on this poll right here, guys. And if you scroll down, you can comment what you want me to watch. Right here, you see Joshi talking about Netflix. We're gonna go over Netflix for sure. And then of course, smash that subscribe button, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. But today's a little different because of the rate hikes, I'm going to be here until 4 o'clock, guys. 4 o'clock. The rate hike decision will be at 2 o'clock. So make sure if you're just stopping in, you swing on by and say hello one more time for me. So here we go, guys. Let's go ahead and bring up Netflix one more time before we continue on looking at the rest of it, because Netflix is breaking that upward trend line. So let's see. Netflix, good to try for a buy as long as you're above 302, target 311, 337 is stop loss, your choice. So Joshi, I like that you're putting that out there. This is not for me right now. This back test at 300 would be a nicer area for me because I do like those back test areas. So we're gonna go ahead and, I kind of want to just cut this meta short now because we got that pullback that we want. I do like that pullback. We're only 5 shares short, and I'm going to go ahead and get out. Yes, I just talked about that $200 area. Why am I wanting to get out now? Well, let's talk about it. I want to make sure that I'm protecting my equity, and we're down here at a wick off base. Okay, so that's why I'm going to get out, because I'm not in this for a good time. I'm just in it for a short, or I'm in it for a good time, not a long time. So we're going to see if this wants to hit, but I just made a quick $5 off that trade. No big deal. We're in and out of these things. Sometimes we want to start banking on our equity. Let's take a look at AI. Speaking of something I took a little loss on today, and it looks like, look at this, AI right here, right back at these areas. It's like, hey, you want to try this again, old man? You want to try me again? Well, yeah, I do. I do want to try you one more time, because this is that beautiful area of support that it is showing, except for we do have a big sell-off in this area. So maybe one last time for this AI, just because I wanted it so bad. I wanted it so bad. Let me in, let me in. So we're going to see what AI wants to come of it, but maybe I just give it some more time, instead of trying to cherry pick these bottoms. We don't want to get too crazy. Don't worry about this on the P&L. That is not right. That is basically what I gave back. We were up like $60, $70 yesterday. Then it pulled back and it got me out for break even. Actually, a little less than break even there. So we took a small loss on this trade, but that's okay. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. Speaking of winning, let's look at ON. We're still up there on the breakout. WAL, we took this as a long because it looked better than all the rest of the bank stocks, and we're waiting on Riot to do a little something. I don't think I took Riot again, did I? I did not take Riot again. So we're going to bring up Bitcoin, and we know we're in this meta short that I just got out of to take a little profit from. So we are out of meta. We are going to look at Bitcoin right now. So Bitcoin looks like it's getting really close to that breakout area. This is either going to be the best time or the worst place to buy, but as long as you're using risk management, guys, you can always expect to be safe. Okay, so let's go ahead and keep our eye on this. We got alerts that will be going off when it does finally bust, and then I'm going to want to be in that Riot trade with the rest of them, right? So maybe I'd put a little buy area back up at this $9 to see if we can't get in it. But I like that 25. I like 25 trades there, guys. That 25 is nice because then when it pulls back and it gets me out, it's not much. But if we can actually hit this breakout, that's going to be absolutely a riot, if you will. So look at that. Good thing I got out of meta, because that would make me squeamish too. But if we start seeing wicking off, that's 5 minute, so it doesn't mean too much. But we are starting to see some wicking there on meta. So let me go ahead and let's see. Is Etsy still doing its thing? Yes. So Etsy did continue that pattern. Let's take a look at Snap. Had a nice little pullback here, trading at 1134 for Snap. Let's go ahead and look at the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ looks like it's back up there. It's just chilling at all-time highs, 12,749. Dow Jones Industrial, as we had marked out, does look like we are seeing a little bit of a pullback where we marked it, but it's nothing like I anticipated. I expected the Dow Jones to really have a pullback, so this is looking strong for the Dow Jones Industrial. We do like the looks of that. So back to the SPY, guys. We're just trading sideways. Same with the Russell, and then the Qs just sideways. We're still sitting at those tops. So glad I got out of that meta short. Looks like it's starting to pop back up. Let's take a look at NEO though, because I want to make sure we aren't getting any higher than we wanted to. There we go. So NEO is finally coming back up to that VWAP area where I said I would add in 25 more. So we're going to see if NEO wants to get up any higher than this. If we start to see it cherry picking and starting to wick off at the top, because we're not seeing any really green buying volume here. We're just seeing a lot of people wanting to short the heck out of, not maybe short this thing, but sell this thing on these pops. So if it wants to pop up any higher than this and get me in 25 more shares short for NEO, I'm going to go ahead and do that. We're adding into this short sale trade as the Qs start to pull back at 310.38. Yes, not anything wild just yet, guys. So Netflix, Joshi says, Netflix, huge operator buying down here. So if we take a look at Netflix, let's take a look. FLX. And if we look at the overall volume analysis on this stock, okay, we can see if we just zoom in on this daily, yes, we are getting over the average volume traded for Netflix down here at this base. We are seeing more. Now, it's not a crazy amount. Now, compared to previous, yes, at these bases, you can see higher volume being bought up. Down here at this base, right here, boom, higher volume being bought up. If we scroll through here, right here, higher volume being bought up, and even here, higher volume being bought up. So I do have to agree with you, and hang on, we got to look at Bitcoin now, guys, because it looks like we just got a nice little chirp. We are back in Riot, but we aren't taking off yet for Bitcoin. So we're back up here for Riot. Now what we're gonna have to do is give ourselves a little bit deeper of a stop loss just to make sure if this thing pulls back, it keeps us in it. We're not risking a lot, guys. We're only risking 25 shares. So we were gonna go ahead and pull this back down. We're gonna put it at these lows, and it's simple, guys. I don't mind taking a $4 loss on this. I don't mind taking an $8 or $10 loss trying to catch this long. But if we catch this long, this thing could be something very serious. So I'm using small risk to try and gain big buckets of money on this Bitcoin trade, because it looks like it's going to go parabolic. Now, it could be very wrong. It might break out of here, and there might be a whole crap load of shorts sitting up there. But that's why I will be using that risk management. That's why I have my stop right here at this low, because if it breaks down quick, it's going to get me out even quicker than I can actually make that. So listen, guys, if you're just joining me, my name's Dave. This is LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. If you like what I'm doing, because I love what I'm doing, hit that subscribe button so you can show up every single day, 8 until 12. But today's a little different. With the FOMC meeting, the rate hike decision being at 2 o'clock, we are going to stream all the way till 4 o'clock. So I do hope you love it. And if you like it as much as I do, just hit that subscribe button so you can be here with us. So 931 is now my new average in. So we're going to go ahead and pull this down so everybody knows where we're at. 931. We're going to see how this plays out in this VWAP area. I am at 85 shares to the short side, so I want and expect this thing to fail somewhere in this area. If it doesn't, I'm going to get squeamish if it breaks out above that area. If it gets above that area and we start seeing volume come in, you're not going to see me in this thing for very long, okay? So we are in Bitcoin. We're keeping an eye on Bitcoin. We want Bitcoin, okay? Let's go ahead and see if anything's happening with the Qs right now. And you know what we haven't looked at in a little bit is Apple. So Apple right up here did not get me in short. I totally forgot, guys. We have a short at 160 even. So we need to make sure that we know we have Apple short up there, because if we don't have Apple short and we get it and we're not aware of it, well, then some bad things might happen. So I'm going to turn up my volume a little bit. There we go. That way I can hear my alerts a little better. There we go. All right, things are looking good, guys. So go ahead and take a look at my screen really quick, guys. We're gonna go through this because things are getting crazy. Make sure you hit that live button, guys. And if you scroll on down, we do have this decision that we have to make before Powell has to make. So make your decision. Do you think we're gonna be at 0.25, 0.50, no more hikes, or you don't really care? You don't really care. You're just here to watch my big chin waving around on this screen. Go ahead and leave a subscribe, guys. If you like this stuff even half as much as I do, you're going to want to be a part of this show. Now, my boy New Vision says, take yourself a look at coin. So we know coin's going to be pretty volatile today because of where Bitcoin is. And look at this. We had a huge ramp up in coin. Just absolutely crazy. And now we're at this triple top right here on this. But I don't think we need to worry so much about coin as we just need to watch our leader. Our leader is Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin breaks out, we know coin's going to break out. We know Riot's going to break out. We know Mara will most likely break out. So we're going to be keeping an eye on our miners and our financial sector that only deals with at Bitcoin. And when we watch those, we know and understand where our levels are, just like we know that this is a nice base here. It's a nice area to get in. And if it breaks out, we might want to be a part of that using these areas as risk. That's key, okay? This one's for you, New Vision. This one's a cheers for New Vision. This one is not for me. It's for New Vision. Ooh, not very good. Very watered down today. Very watered down. We need... It's okay, because I'm going to be here all day. We might as well be drinking watered down coffee. So I also got some water, too, for the throat, so we can keep up with all you guys. So let's run through the indices, and then we'll come back. But guys, if you are watching something that I am not, if you want me to react, commentate, or even do some stock analysis on your trades or your stock, your ticker, you just need to let me know. Don't be shy. Put it in the comments section. It'll be all right. You know, we're nice. We don't bite. So IWM is trading at 176.16. It's looking good, just trading sideways like the overall market is, as well as we had anticipated in that pre-market prep. Now we have IWM. I'm sorry, we already went over that. We have the QQQs trading at its all-time highs in the past 6 months right now at 310.93, guys. 310.93 for the overall QQQs. That tells us that we're going to have some movement in our overall tech sector. So we need to run through this and take a peek again. Yes, Microsoft pushing up right into that resistance area now. Will this resistance hold? I mean, this might be a great trade to use as a resistance area, but we don't have a ton of resistance in that area. Okay. Well, I guess you could say we do, because it's like a triple top or something like that. So maybe we try and get in for a really quick scalp here and see if we can't get this thing to flush down on us right here in this area. Okay, so we're going to use this, and we're going to use just above this as our stop, because we don't want to take a big hit on this. We just want to see this thing kind of flush back down and see where we're at. If this thing wants to keep popping off and popping up higher, then that might be a big inclination like, hey, we need to get out of this trade, you know? So up $4.25. Can we get this thing to pull back, maybe down to VWAP, maybe down just a little bit? I'm not looking for a bunch of money here. I'm just looking for a quick scalp here, guys, just because we know we're going to see something happen, just like we did, see a little something happen right in this area. So maybe we see some profit taking because FOMC and yada, 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 or maybe we don't. Maybe we head back up and we stop myself out for a small loss. But either way, I'm in this trade, guys, because I like the resistance area. Now, if the market wants to say, no, we are super, super strong, this thing's going to stop me out for a small loss. And it does look like the overall market wants to push higher here. We're at 311.01. We're kind of in a breakout area right now for the overall market. So let's see. Are we going to get a pullback here? Are we going to see some selling off right at this actual peak? We're right at that peak from the all-time highs in the past 6 months. So are we going to see some resistance, or are they just going to say, hey, we don't care. We do not care about the overall conditions of the market or what's going on. And Microsoft, we are out of Microsoft. So that was a quick scalp trade, and we are down $8.50 on that. Maybe we try to cherry pick that a little too soon. We're going to keep an eye on it, but I will not fight it, guys. You guys know just as well as I do, I've gotten into some trouble trying to fight some of these trades, finding that resistance. So if we can find an area that we cannot cherry pick, then things will look good. As Amazon's starting to pull up, Microsoft's starting to pull up, you know, I don't think I want to mess with this strength here in the market. It's looking very, very good. Let's take a look at the Qs. Are we breaking out on the Qs? Absolutely we are. That looks absolutely scrumptious for the overall market. Let me go ahead and draw this line so we know where the top is. So I lied about the top, I guess. I guess on the hourly it looked a little different, didn't it? So if we zoom out on the hourly, yeah, we have these tops here, but we have one more top all the way back here from 2223. So not all-time high just yet. We still got a little ways to go, but it is up at these highs here. It is up at these most recent highs, so be very speculative when you're in these areas. Now, I need to go over my trades to see what we're in, what we're not in, because I think we're in this Apple now, are we? Nope, it still hasn't hit that 160, but Apple is really trying to push up to that 160 area. And as you guys know, I do have a short sale trade for 10 shares right there, nothing big. And you can see the last time it came up here, guys, it smacked right into it and then it sold off hard. So, you know, a part of me doesn't even want to be a part of these shorts anymore because things look too strong, but I'm going to stay to this Apple trade because I like this 160. And if we bring up Apple on the book map, so AAPL, let's take a look at the book maps here and we'll see where everything is at. So let's bring up book maps and look at this, guys. See all this traded area, this 160? It's just red hot. So last time we came up to that 160, 160, and bam, there it goes. All right, we need to get back to our chart, and it went right up, smacked into that 160, and nothing happened there. Okay, that looks very interesting. So we're getting a lot of buying volume in this area, but it's not selling out. It didn't get me in that short. It was too quick. So I don't know. We're gonna see. I'm gonna set it right above this, guys. My stop for my 25 share short is literally right above that 160 at 159.97. Did I say that right? We're in at 159.97. My stop is going to be at right here at 160.02. So if it breaks above that 160, that's bad news bears for the shorts, and it's going to be more of a long-sided trade, okay? So we're going to go ahead and hold on to that for a very, very quick, very tight trade here, guys. I'm not looking to lose a lot of money on this. I'm just looking to try and make a lot of money and only risk a little. So there we go. It looks like right there was the short. It jumped up and then just, wow, look at that, guys. We're down to $1.95. That's what we were waiting for, because now we have that big pop in Apple right there, guys. That big pop. Wow, we need to zoom out on the hourly to take a better peeky gander at what happened there. So that big pop is in what looks to be almost the most recent highs for it, and man, with volume like that coming in, that was absolutely beautiful. You love to see it. Even if you're on the wrong side of the trade, man, you love to see that. So a huge pop up, huge sell-off. I want to see that on the book maps though, guys. So let's see what happened here. So that 160, oh wow, this 160 area got bought up like crazy right here. So it looks like that's going to be the support. The 160 is now support, so I think I want to be a part of this trade, but not for a long time, just for a good time. We're going to see if we can't get in 25 shares of this and see what happens. What is going to come of this? We're zooming in on the 1 minute. There we go. We're going to use that 160 as support now. Maybe this is the transition where people start selling off, and I'm not seeing it for what it is, but I've seen a big buy area there for Apple. So we're going to see if Apple wants to continue higher to that Josie's 165. So Apple given target at 165. So we'll see if 165 wants to work out. 165, I already have marked out right here for you guys. It is the next area of resistance. Let's see if it can make it up to that. If it can make it up to 165, heck, maybe I can actually hold on to a trade. You know what I mean? Maybe I can actually hold on for the larger expected move on this. That would be absolutely amazing. But let's say it doesn't. Well, we need to have what? A stop loss, guys. So we know that 160 area is super saiyan, right? So we're going to go just below that, and we're going to make sure we set our stop loss. We're not going to give it too much wiggle room, because we know if the book maps is telling us that there is a ton of liquidity buying up in that 160, we want to still see it continue to buy up. But it doesn't look like it wants to do that. It wants to come back down and retest. So let me bring up the chart here. Let's take a little peeky gander, and we're going to watch and see this thing retest this area. So I'm going to bring down the stop loss just a little bit. We got to give it a little wiggle room. Okay, we got to give it a little wiggle room, or I'm going to get yelled at by Stu. All right, just a little wiggle room is going to help us out. So we're going to forget about this trade because we have our stop loss in. Let's see, we're at 150, 159.50, and 160. So we're risking about $15 on that trade, guys. Okay, always know your risk. Always know where your stop loss is. Look at Google. It did break through. It is trading at higher than yesterday's highs, just by a little bit, and it looks like, wow, this looks really strong, man, this market. Okay, we need to go through the indices really quick, guys. We need to get through this indices. So SPY is pushing up almost right at that $400 area. You guys gotta understand that's a huge psychological level, and we might see a pullback there, okay? The Qs are having a little breakout here. 311.53 now for the overall Qs. That is the tech-heavy Qs, guys. So let's take a look at Netflix. Netflix down here. It doesn't look like we're seeing anything buying up, but if we get this retest at 300, I think that's gonna be a great area to try and buy into. So we're gonna see what comes of that. We are in quite a few trades though, so let me go through my trades just to see where we're at in the overall market. Okay, we're in NEO. We're down to about $1.86 for NEO. I'm just gonna watch this area. Okay, we're fully, I'm gonna consider this full size in NEO. Okay, I don't want to lose any money on this, but this is a nice little pop up here, and wow, I'm actually really surprised to see this strength, and I'm not gonna deny this strength. I'm not gonna deny it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set my stop up here. Let's say, let's see, we're at 931. If it gets up to 935, yeah, I think we'll be all right. We're gonna let this thing go. we're going to let this thing go for a little bit longer. I'll come back and test it. I don't want to make any decisions on this just yet. So we're going to keep an eye on NEO because it seems like this is an area that we're finding some interest in. I'm actually really surprised. Oh, it's because it's double top. So this is actually going to be a great area for a risk. So no point in leaving this area. If it breaks out this area and starts to head higher, we're going to want to buy these 85 shares up just above it. So we're going to give it a little bit of wiggle room here. If it wants to break above this, then I'm obviously going to want to be out of that short. But if it wants to hold off on us, if it wants to hold true to its colors, well, then we will want to be a part of this trade. So maybe we just add in the 25 more and we set our stop right at that toppy top right there, okay? So we're going to join the ask, 80, 90, 100, 80, 90, 100. So we only need 15 more and we'll make an even 100. So we're going to go ahead and ask. We're trying to get 15 more shares in there to make this an even share trade. And if we can get it in, we'll add 10 more shares to that stop loss at the top, okay? Or 15 more shares at that stop loss, okay, guys? So let's run through these indices. It looks like Netflix is still coming down. Maybe this $300 area holds. Maybe it doesn't. We will see. We'll definitely be watching this. So Bitcoin is up to the north. It says we haven't broken out yet. We haven't broken out New Vision. I want to be alerted when we break out. And I have an alert set, but if you guys see it before I do or before I say it, definitely bring it up. But Bitcoin sitting where it's at is looking absolutely juicy. We love to see it, but we want to see more to come, right, guys? We want to see more to come out of that. So the QQQs are at 311.40, just kind of doing their thing. I don't know if NEO is going to get me in any more shares for the short side, but that's okay. We'll stick with our 85 shares short. Netflix is still coming down here. Microsoft looks like it's breaking out of that area. Now we tried to take a short here because we know that this is an area of resistance, guys. So now it looks like this might be the area that we want to take out for this trade. So maybe we try and get in a little bit smaller shares because that 25 knocked us out of $5. So we're just going to take 5 shares. We're taking it nice and easy today, right? Nice and easy today. Maybe NEO comes back up here, gets us 15 more in. But if Microsoft can get me in 5 shares short right here, I would like that, using that top as a risk. It'd be, $4 or $5 risk, and we're going to try and make that $8 back. So we're going to see if that wants to get us in. But we need to get through these trades here, see where I'm at. Looks like I'm 25 shares long in Apple because of the strength that it's showing. So we're going to see if this thing wants to hold out this area and continue higher. Because after seeing that buy up at that 160, we want to see it hold true. Because if 160 is that area on book maps that showed us, hey, we got a serious area here. We want to see it hold. So it's coming back. It's going to retest that 160 area, and we're going to see if it wants to hold. So here it comes. It's coming back to retest that area right now. Let me go ahead and bring up the chart, and now we're in Microsoft short. Okay, so I need to put MSoft on here, and we have way more trades than I anticipated on actually having this morning, so that's very interesting. So let's see if Apple wants to get bought up in this 159.81 area. So it's not holding that 160 out very well. Let's see if Microsoft wants to backtest this. If it backtests this and holds this backtest, then I don't want to be a part of the short. But if it breaks through this backtest, well, then I will still hold on to the short till maybe VWAP area, okay? So let's go through. I need to make sure we're good on all my trades, okay? So let's go through this. Let's see NEO. So NEO is breaking back down. It doesn't want to get us in these shares short. We're going to leave that up just for a little bit longer to see what it wants to do. Amazon back at that $100 area. I did not want to get that in short again. Why? Well, because the overall market's looking strong, and I still stand to that, as Meta is still trading up here at 203.37. Now, if you guys remember, last time it was up in this area, we took a short, and we played it to its base, and we got out. We made about a quick $5. As NVIDIA is still trading up at these highs at 270.26. Okay, so that's looking really good for NVIDIA, still trading well up on its toppy top side. Now, Tesla looks like it broke down at that psychological and technical area that we talked about in pre-market, guys. We talked about this, we seen it, we liked it, we didn't take it because we were already in Amazon. So I need to start taking different trades. So I know Tesla moves, it's a mover, and this was a psychological level, but we had Amazon at that $100 level, but I did not commit to either one of them. You guys see how that happens? Now, doing stock analysis and doing and trading are two totally different things, guys, and I do all of it live in front of you every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, but today's a little different because of the Fed, Papa Powell coming out at 2 o'clock to give you that meeting. I'll be here till 4 o'clock doing this exact same thing. Can I make it all the way? Well, we got enough coffee, so we'll see. Make sure you guys stop back in and say hi, because you know I love you. So let's go ahead and look at Apple now. So Apple, guys, I am trying to long Apple. We have the stop down here, but we want to see Apple hold at 160. This is a great area for Apple because on Bookmaps, and I'm only using Bookmaps, I'm new to Bookmaps, so it's not like anything crazy, but we can see that we have this huge area of liquidity back here that got bought up. You see these huge buying volume area. So if it doesn't want to hold this area out, I'm expecting this to break down and head to the sell side. So we don't want to be in this for too very long if this wants to break down. But if we want to see this thing holding up in this area, that's going to look really good for a further move higher on Apple. But as you guys can see, I kind of bought these tops here because I was expecting 160 to hold so well. So maybe I need to reassess those situations. We're only down a few dollars, but that's how we're going to do it today, guys. During the FOMC meeting, we're not going to do anything too crazy. We want to survive throughout this whole thing. So we got NEO still trying to break down here. We're up about $1.97. It's still kind of lingering around like a smelly fart in this $9 area. But as you guys know, we took a share short here and we started adding into it as it pulled back up. So we're going to keep a close eye on NEO because I'm expecting this thing not just fail, but to go to zero. I'm expecting NEO to eventually go to zero. So if I can hold on to these shares short, I would like that. But if it wants to stop me out today, then we will figure out what I did right or wrong in the end. So we're up about $5.17 on ONON. This is a longer term trade. This thing I'm expecting to hold on to for a while. But if it wants to come back down and retest to show me that this $27 area is strong, well, then that's A-okay. I will allow it to happen and I will add 10 more shares in once it gets down there using that area as now my new risk. So right now we're risking about $10 or $15 on this trade. $25.50 is my stop loss. That is the 1 hour range break on an earnings gap up. So yes, we do play earnings gap up here, but we need to make sure on those earning gap ups that we are taking the right and the proper trades. Okay, so we're in this at 28.19. So we got this range break right here when it broke out. So we're going to see if it wants to hold. But if it wants to come back down and retest this area, we will add into this if it wants to show us that there is support there. So we're up about $4.50 on that. Let's look at the bank stock that I bought into this morning. So we bought into this bank stock. Where did we buy? We bought this breakout at 36.28. So we're right at the area that we bought it in at. I'm holding true to this, guys. I don't have much, just 5 shares, just because I want to be a part of the bank stocks and I do want to be a part of the stronger of the pullback. So if we've seen a huge pullback, that's A-okay in all those, guys. Those can be great times to buy, but you don't want to just buy anything that took a pullback. You want to find your leader. You want to see what's looking the best. And for me right now, Western Alliance Bank is looking better than the rest of them. Now, Apple pushing back up at 160.22. It is holding that 160 area. So that looked like a great place to try and average into if you wanted to. So we're going to be holding on to Apple for a little while. We're going to see if this thing really wants to hold that 160. If it keeps on trading in this range area, that's going to look really good for the overall market and really good for Apple. So Google's still holding up here, looking really good. We have Riot. We're down about $2.38 on Riot. When we look at Riot, we need to look at Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is still doing the same exact thing. Let me put it on the 5 minutes so it's a little bit more interesting. So look at this, guys. We just have this huge range and we have all this beautiful breakdown. We have new higher lows, lower highs, and now we're right in a breakout area right here, guys. This is going to be its true tall tail, guys. It's so close. It tried once and it sold off, and now look, it sold off, but look, it's still holding that area. Okay, so Bitcoin is, don't sleep on Bitcoin, guys. Do not sleep on Bitcoin. It's looking absolutely amazing, and I'm holding on to this Riot trade until we see what happens with Bitcoin. If Bitcoin wants to flush, then I'm going to be out for a very small loss. If Bitcoin wants to take off, then we will be in this for the longer run, okay? And we'll just use this as our stop loss. We can use it as break even if we wanted to, but things are looking great in the market. How are you guys doing today? I haven't seen much of you guys asking me to look up any stock, so I must be doing an awesome job. Now, if you guys want to see a stock, if you see me sit here chitty chatting away, but you don't see anything going on that you want me to look at, that's A-okay. Leave it in the comments. What do you want me to watch, guys? If you want me to watch something awesome, I will watch something awesome, but I need to know what it what it is. So we just sold NEO. Ooh, what does that mean? NEO popped back up here, got my last 15 shares in short. So that means we are full size in NEO with 100 shares short here, and we're only down $1.58 on this trade. We are going to use this top right here as my stop loss to see if we can hold out. Ooh, that I would have sold more shares short. We want to hold on to this to see what actually comes of it. Now, Riot, look at this. Riot got a huge wick off that bottom. Let's see what that looks like on the 15-minute. That big wick off right here on the 15-minute looks pretty nice. It's off of that VWAP area. This is what you want to see for the trade if you want it to head higher. You want to see those wicks. Now let's take a look at Bitcoin. Here we go. Big push up on Bitcoin, 550.87. Okay, we're going to see, is this where it wants to break out? You guys are watching this here first on LoFiTrader. Keep that in mind, guys. I'm bringing you this right now. I'm putting it on your plate right now so you can understand it. BCT, my system level 28676. After touching this, only sell gets activated. Very cool. So you're saying, where is that on my chart? You're saying sell? So we're not looking at the same chart on Bitcoin. Let me look at a different Bitcoin. Bitcoin USD. Excuse me. So Joshi's likes to say 28676. So we're at 28453. So 28676 is right above that breakout area, 28676. And you're saying that after touching this, only sell gets activated. So you're saying you're in it and that's where you're going to sell, or you're saying that's where you want to find a short sale? Let me know, Joshi, what you mean by that. Digit is also highly important. I don't know what digit is, but I'm assuming that is some type of Bitcoin currency, or maybe altcoin, maybe a poop coin. Let me know. Here goes Bitcoin, guys. You're watching it here first. Right here on LoFiTrader, we are at new all-time highs for Bitcoin, pushing up even higher. Let's take a look at Riot. Here we go. Riot doesn't look like it's ripping up like it should be, but that's A-okay. We're going to see what happens of this as Bitcoin just flies higher. Goodness gracious, look at that push. Now a huge sell-off right at that 28675. Joshi called it right out there for you, 28676. So it almost hit that area, and boom, it's right back up to those highs. It's so volatile right now, guys. So look at Bitcoin. This looks absolutely amazing as it's trailing ever higher. You love to see it if you're in Bitcoin. Very volatile at these highs. We are seeing an overall crazy amount of volume being traded right now. Not the highest I've ever seen Bitcoin, but it is trading much, much higher. On the daily, we're at 28731, still pushing higher. Everybody is fear of buying into this thing. How does Riot look? But we're not seeing a crazy amount of move in Riot. So that might be an overall indication that this Bitcoin push might not hold out. So we need to be very, very careful with this, guys, because if Bitcoin wants to keep pushing but Riot doesn't go anywhere, that could be bad for these miners. But I'm still expecting an overall bigger move as long as Bitcoin wants to hold out up here. So look at that beautiful move for Bitcoin. Absolutely love it, guys. Let me take a little sip Shawana for that one. That is looking amazing. Absolutely amazing for Bitcoin, guys. Wow. Where is this thing going to stop? 28690. It's still pushing. Lots of volume coming in here. Everybody had their eyes on that Bitcoin breakout. Awesome. And now it looks like Riot is lagging a little behind, still just trading at these highs, not doing much at all. Will NEO stop me out? Goodness gracious, NEO, we were up 10 bucks on you, and now you want to show me that you don't want to die. You don't want to die on me. Just die, NEO. So it looks like NEO is just trading right at its previous high here at 936. So we're going to keep an eye on a little bit of everything. If NEO wants to stop me out, that's going to make me sick to my stomach. But hey, it is what it is. We're going to move this up just a little bit because that's not enough pain for me to want to get out of NEO there. It really isn't. It's not enough pain. And that's being very, very honest. So let's go ahead and look at the indices. Well, Bitcoin rips to the north side. Let's see how the overall market is taking this news. So it looks like we do have a little bit of movement on SPY. We pushed up, but we're right into that $400 psychological level. We need to be careful with that, right, guys? So IWM just still trading sideways, hasn't done much moving at all. But the Qs, we had a nice little push up and then a pull back to that 311.24. So it's looking really, really good right now, guys. Now Netflix right at that $300 area. This might be a nice area to buy in if you are looking at taking a long on Netflix. But we're not saying that Netflix is going to move up from here. It could break down and head lower from here, finding its new bottom at 293. So whether you're a bull or a bear in this, you know, things are looking bad for Netflix in this area if they don't get bought up. So we're going to come back and revisit this area. Now, Microsoft right at these tops, guys, it's back down here retesting this area. We know that that's a very important area because it's hit it twice. It's showing proof of action in this area. One, two times, once in pre-market, twice in pre-market. It was used as resistance in the aftermarket. It was used as resistance in the pre-market. And it looks like right now, it's kind of stutter stepping in that area. So we are 5 shares short in Microsoft. So if it doesn't actually break down from here, then we need to look at all these trades. AAPL, let's take a look. So AAPL, we're still holding on to Apple. We're not going to hold on to Apple for a long time, just a good time. Remember that, guys. So we're up about $3 on Apple. We're still holding this area. It's still looking good, so I'm still going to hold on to it. Now, Microsoft, if we can't see anything happen here, I need to put this on the 5-minute. I'm still going to hold this thing on for the longer short, okay? We want the longer short on this thing. Let's see what this can get down to. So I do like this area. I like that it's breaking down right here. Let's take a look at Amazon. It does look like it is rejecting again at that $100 area. Goodness, why can't I just stay true to these technical patterns? I say, hey, here they are. Why not just take them? Meta looks like it's at 203.04 right now, looking decent, just trading sideways, guys. And notice what I've noticed for Meta is that it doesn't make bigger moves until later in the day. So we're going to bring this down so I give me a little break on my feet, because you know I'm going to be here all stinking day, ladies and gentlemen. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that like, hit that subscribe. We want you to be here, baby. So be here, baby. Let's go ahead and take a look at the overall indices. So NVIDIA looks like it is finding support right here at that 268.58, which is really good for NVIDIA if it wants to hold this area and continue to head higher. That would be absolutely amazing. It looks like Apple doesn't even want to pull back anymore. It's trading at 160.23. Is it going to just hold out even higher at these highs and then push higher? That would be nice to see. We know this 160 on the book maps is absolutely nutso with volatility. Look right back here, guys. Right here is where it was trading, looking absolutely crazy. This volatility was trading. And now we have, if you look, now we actually have a lot more areas that are pulling in liquidity here. So if we zoom in, we can see that this 160.10 now has a liquidity area, and our next areas are 638, 640, and 160 at this top, 160.50, guys, and 160.60 is where we're seeing the most liquidity. So 160.38, 160.40, and 160.50 are going to be the hardest areas to try and actually get past. So do we have enough buying power to keep on heading higher, or are we just going to sell off at the next 50-cent area? But we know we have this support down here at 160, and we know we have overhead resistance at 160.50. We know that we have more liquidity down here at 160 than we do at 160.50. That's not true. We have more liquidity at 160.50 currently. All right, so that's what I got going on. Bitcoin target 2658, but need to wait for at least one day. If it touches 29400, then watch how it behaves. Joshi, I love it. I absolutely love it. That sounds awesome. I do hope that, Riot in this same case can actually hold and continue higher. We're up about $2, guys. $2 on Riot. Not exactly what I was expecting for the overall move, because with this Bitcoin trading so much higher, I did truly think that Riot was not priced into this. But maybe Riot wants to see what Bitcoin is going to do after this push. If it holds, maybe Riot will end up following suit, but it doesn't look too very good for the overall Riot trade. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to bring this to the bottom, the base here. That's going to be my stop loss. We're going to see what actually comes of it. So Riot did pull back, and we're down about $1 on that trade, but that's A-okay. We're going to see if Apple wants to hold out here. It looks like I just sold my AEHR. I didn't even realize we were in AEHR, so that's horrible on me. So we had that breakout, now a retest on AEHR. So I do like these retests, guys. I do like these retests a lot. What were we in? 5 shares of that? 5 shares? Yeah, 5 shares of AEHR. So it came back, it's testing now. This might be, AEHR, man, I tell you, this son of a gun. This son of a gun is one silly stock. So, I don't want to mess around with it too much. All right, let's look at NEO. Let's see where we're at. Is NEO popping back up still? Yeah, NEO's still up there at those highs. I'm not too worried, though. We're not seeing a ton of volume come in. We're down about $4.29 on NEO. Maybe I should have taken my $10 and been happy with it, but hey, I'm trying to start holding on for these larger expected moves. So what are you watching? If you're watching something that I am not, let me know in chat, because we want to know what you are watching. I can be your commentator. Yes, commentator, meaning I'm an average tater tot. And if you like average tater tots as much as I do, dipped in fancy sauce, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, because I am just as fancy as that fancy sauce. I'm a little bit of mayo, a little bit of ketchup, and a little bit of swishing, a little bit of swirling, and then you got fancy dipping sauce. If you guys don't know, now you know. You heard it here first. Fancy sauce right here, baby. No, I did not make that up. I'm not taking full credit. Let's go ahead and run through the indices. We got the spot. You know what I really want to do is I really want to get through this watch list. But let me go through my trades first. So NEO got me holding my breath. We have ON, which is still up on the day. It hasn't came all the way down to retest yet, but we're going to see what it wants to do. We're up about $3 on that trade. WAL, as you guys know, I'm long in this stock. We are also long in Riot, up about $1 on that. Let's look at Apple. Apple, we are long 25 shares in Apple. This could be the big win of the day, but I don't think I'm going to be able to hold on to this during the FOMC meeting, so we're going to see what comes of it. But we did see a ton of liquidity at that 160 on book maps, and it looks like it's holding true. That's why I took a long there, because I wanted to see that 160 hold true. So now that that 160 did hold true, I feel like I can move my stop loss up to 159.94. Okay, so that way we're not losing as much if it wants to come all the way back down and stop me out. So here we go. Apple trying to get to those new highs at 160.40, and what we know, 160.50 and 160.38 is going to be the hardest areas for it to get over, because we can see that right here in the book maps, right? We've seen right now, right where it's at, that 160.41 now is its highest area of liquidity, and then just above that is 160.50. So if we see these areas and they get up into these blips, and let's say you see a big red sell-off volume, it means they're selling off there. But if you see a big green one, bloop, that means you got buyers buying up when it hits those areas. So we're going to see what actually comes of that and how it works out. And also, we're going to learn a little bit more from book maps, because the more we look at it, the more information we can gather and gain, and that is how we do the thing. So, hey, Mr. Lo-Fi, good info today. I am out heading to work. John Shields, dude, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. I appreciate you stopping by, and I really honestly hope you have a great day at work. So cheers to you, brother. Cheers to me. Ooh. That's awesome, guys. I love them compliments in the chats. I really hope you have a good day, brother. I know I'm going to have a good day because I'm doing what I love, and I love what I am doing. Let's take a look at the cues over here on this left-hand side while we watch Apple break out. But first, I need to see what is going on with Microsoft. Are we still in this trade? Heck no. We're going to get out of this trade. It's starting to do that indecision doji candle, so we're going to go ahead and buy the market right here. We're getting out of this trade. Bada bing, bada boom. We took $3 on that trade. Just small little bits of money here, guys. Small little bits of money. You got to love it, because these add up. You know the losers add up too, but the winners add up, and that's what you want to add up. So let's keep on adding as the Q is trading at 311.30. Is it already found a base above that VWAP area? Are people so excited right now we can't even come back down and test VWAP in the overall indices? Goodness gracious, guys. Now look at this 300. It got sold off hard, and it looks like it's getting bought up pretty quickly in this area. So I want to be a part of this, guys. I really do want to be a part of this, because every time I talk about getting into this, I just don't. So we're going to join the bid. We're going to see if this wants to actually get me in. We'll use this $300 area as support, right? I don't think I want 50 though. We'd rather get something more like 25, not 50. So we'll try and get in 25 here at this bid, and we'll get rid of this 50. We'll cancel the 50. We're going to try and get 25 shares of Netflix, just because I do like that psychological and that technical area of support. If we can get in this trade and we can watch this thing head higher with the overall market, that's going to look absolutely wondrous. So now we're in 25 shares long on Netflix. We're going to see if this thing wants to take us on Wayward Son. So I would like to see it actually hold that $300 area. If it can't hold this $300 area and we break down past this 250, I'm going to want out of this trade. So we're going to go ahead and just put an alert right here, create an alert for that. So if it's there at or below, we can get alerted to it. So I don't think I want to put a hard stop on this, just because it didn't follow that area nearly as well as I wanted it to. but we're going to do at or below this area. It alerts me there. We're going to keep a closer eye on that. And for now, we can actually just put NFLIX over here on the top right-hand side, guys. We got 80 in here. Listen, if you're just joining me, my name is Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. I do this every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I give you stock analysis, commentary, and live trading right here, guys. And you get it all for free. There's only 3 things I ask. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button, and of course, be here for that pre-market prep at 8 o'clock. Good morning, Howie. Good to see you, brother. We are doing awesome, man. We are doing awesome. This is an awesome day in here today, and we're getting a lot of friends, a lot of family and support swinging in, saying hi. Well, remember, guys, we're going to be here all day because of the Fed rate hikes, and if we're going to be here all day, I want to see you pop in more than once, so make sure you're stopping in, saying hi, and let me know what you are watching in the chat. We have Microsoft still pulling back here. Maybe I shouldn't have sold that off too soon. We have Amazon still pulling back from that $100 area, but still above the VWAP area. Metal breaking down now below that VWAP area, but trying to find a bid, trading at 202.80. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still holding and digesting those gains very, very well. You gotta love it, guys. When you see the overall market heading to the north side, you do get excited. But remember, old Papa Powell's coming out right at 2 o'clock to let us know if we're good boys or if we've been bad boys. And that's the truth, guys. Papa Powell's gonna say, no. Hold up. So look at Tesla here, guys. Tesla's trading at 198.01, just above that VWAP area, creating new lower highs on the 5-minute. Let's take a look at the hourly on this, guys. The hourly on the overall Tesla. We talked about that pullback this morning. We got that pullback, and we pulled back pretty hard all the way down to 195. So if you caught that trade at that 200, that was a $5 win right there, guys. So awesome job if you took that trade when we called it out in pre-market. Now, we are still in Apple. We're only up $2, $3.25. We're going to see if Apple wants to continue on higher, because I think Apple can really get all the way up to that 165 area. And if we can get up to that 165 area, that's going to be a pretty nice little chunk of change for me. So we're going to try and hold on to this, but if it wants to go south on us, we have our stop loss right below 160, because, guys, I'm not messing with this thing if it gets below 160. 160 showed me that it is its area of support. So we want to see it be supported in that area, and if it doesn't, then we're going to want to be out of it for a very small loss. As Google trading at yesterday's highs still, just lingering around up there at 104.88, looking pretty good. Yes, all day, 8 until 4 o'clock, Howie. I'm going to be here all day because the Fed rate hike decision is for real. This thing is going to move markets. It's going to make or break. And I promise you, Howie, look at your your VTI, that the account that we started for you, that VTI. We're out of NEO, guys. So NEO, look at this. NEO pushed all the way back up here. Oh my goodness, we took a $12 loss on this. That's A-okay, guys. We're going to see this thing. Does it want to get back up into this area? If it does, I'm going to hit it hard again. I'm going to take 100 shares short first try this time, and I think I learned a little something from that. I'm not messing around. Next time I want a share short, I'm going to take it all at once and then use that as my risk, dang it. So, wow, I had a good trade turn into a kind of poopy trade, but that's A-okay. We're going to keep on keeping on, guys. We're going to wait for that big overall expected move after the FOMC meeting, and then that is where we're going to want to make our money. So if we're out of NEO, we're going to keep on watching NEO because I think that this thing is just trying to trick me out. So we're going to go ahead and look at some other trades. We have ON. We're trying to see ON hold. We bought in this breakout. We're up about $2.70 on ON. And WAL, we're also long on WAL. We're just holding this for a good time, not a long time. We want to see new higher lows continue to be made. So if this thing does pull back, we're going to hope, and I say that respectfully, hope it can hold that $34 area. If not, we're going to take a small loss on WAL. Let's see how Riot's doing, guys. So Riot's still up. We're up about $2.25 on this trade. That's looking good, but not what I expected. I want to see Riot just go crazy to the north side. Apple, we're still in Apple. We're up about $1.96, not doing much at all. And Microsoft here does look like it is still lingering around. This might be a really nice area to buy up for Microsoft just because this is support. Now, we just got Netflix, NFLX, pulling back. Now we're down. Wow, guys, maybe that wasn't the best time to buy because we're down about $16.75 on this trade now. So we need to see this 300 hold. We need to see this back test hold. If it holds, then we'll be A-okay. If not, I'm going to be sweating bullets here, guys, because we want to see this thing really hold. Now, if you guys remember, we tried to take 50 shares of this. Want to talk about, I'll show you something. Oh, no. I'm good on that, Howie, but I do appreciate you saying that. I'm good on seeing poopy. Congratulations, by the way. Howie just had a child just a couple days ago, so congratulations on that, brother. Welcome to fatherhood. you know, I got 3 of them, and it can be a terror sometimes, especially if you don't have help. But good thing I have some of the best help that I possibly could get. As long as you're a team, things work out great when you are working together to raise a family. But if you're not working out great to raise a family, then you need to do your absolute best to give those kids everything they possibly can, and do your due diligence, guys. Make sure you stay on your P's and Q's, because those feelings can get hurt really, really quick in those kids. I know, because I was young once too, right? So take good care of that baby, Howie, and I know for a fact you will, brother. So thank you so much for swinging in and saying hi. I'll be here all day, baby. I'll be here all day, baby. So let's see if that 300 can hold. I'm telling you guys, it's got me kind of sweating. I'm a little oversized in this trade. I did not expect to be. I'd rather see myself down $3 to $5 rather than 15. So I am over a little sized in this, but you know, I really like this trade. I did really like this trade. So, you know, I'm not going to just get out of it because I've oversized. I got to stick true to the trade and follow my sell rules. So this 300, I've been telling you guys, this is the sell-off rule. If it has to break 300, I'll take that loss. I'll lick my wounds later off camera, and then I'll say, hey, you know, what did I do wrong here? Well, I'll tell you, I do a lot of I try to cherry pick a lot of those bottoms, and then when I bought in at this peak rather than waiting for another little pullback there. So I'm learning already from it, but we're going to see what comes of this trade. The $16 loss might end up turning into a $100 win. We will see very soon as Microsoft starts to shape up right here above the VWAP, right on that area of support, right? So right here, we're on that support. It looks like it is trying to hold this area out. Now, it did break down just a little bit lower than that, but we still had a little bit of support below that. So maybe this is a nice area for Microsoft to want to head up to the north side. And if everything wants to head up to the north side, but Netflix doesn't want to, well then goodness gracious, Netflix might have a very, very hard time ever getting up above this area then, because if the overall market wants to head up but Netflix doesn't, that is going to be a very big sign that Netflix is very, very weak. Even though it's trading above the $200 area, with the overall market wanting to push higher and Netflix just kind of bearing down on its lows, that's not a good sign, because if it breaks this area, its next support is 293, and below that is closer towards that 200-day moving average. So be very careful in Netflix here, guys. If it breaks, make sure that you know what you're risking, okay? So that being said, we're going to take a small share size now on Microsoft and see if it wants to get us in, and bada bing, bada boom, we're in. We're just going to be using this as a quick stop, and let's see where Neo is. Yeah, so Neo is still pushing higher, so I'm glad that we're out of that. ON looks like it's trying to hold this area, which would be a nice area to hold. WAL did pull back. We're going to see what comes of that. And Riot now still pushing higher. So we're up a couple bucks on Riot, up a couple bucks on Apple. We're just lingering around in Microsoft in this area. This more, you know, now that I'm in this, guys, this is actually a retest of that 300, and that's going to be its area of resistance, right? But why did I get long then? Because I'm expecting this to actually get above this area and use this as support. So if it doesn't, that's a-okay. You know, I don't mind saying that I'm wrong. I've been wrong a million times, and you guys know my you know, my risk reward to everything. I'm gonna be wrong more times than I am right, but when I'm right, I win big, okay? And it cuts out, you know, if I take 6 losses in a row and I make 1 win, that 1 win will even that trade out, okay? So that's what we're doing here. We're just taking small little losses and big wins. So we're waiting on the big one. We're gonna see what happens. So let's see, Netflix on the hourly chart, 300 is strong support. Yes, sirree, Joshi. And that's exactly what we were talking about on Netflix. That's why we bought in when we bought in, and that's why we're defending this 300. If it breaks that 300 though, I'm gonna be out really quick with 25 shares. So we got Netflix. We're only down $5 now. We're holding off because we want to see that bigger expected move. And same thing with Microsoft. If the overall market wants to keep heading to the north side or keep hanging out in these areas, and Microsoft wants to play in these areas, well, we want to play with it. So we're just going to go ahead and hold on to this and see what comes of this. We're going to be out of this really, really quick, those 5 shares short, if it wants to break down this area. So we're going to go ahead and put our stop loss on this. And we're going to see what comes of Microsoft. So let's see, the QQQs just traded at 311.16, guys. It is 11 o'clock. Let's see how the crude inventories came out, okay? So let me bring up really quick the crude inventory. So just so you guys know, the Energy Information Administration, EIA, the crude inventories measures the weekly change in numbers of barrels of commercial crude oil held by U.S. firms. The level of inventories influences the price of petroleum products, which can have an impact on inflation. So today we had that come out, and it came out lower than expected. It came out at 1.55 million. The forecast was at 1.88 million. So that means that, let's see, crude inventories measure the weekly change. So it changed. We were expecting 1.18. It got 1.55. So that, let's see, the weekly change in the number of barrels commercial crude oil held. So we're holding more crude oil now, which I'm going to speak out of turn here, but I'm going to say if we're holding more crude oil, that should be a good sign for the price. So it means if your stock goes up, the price should go down, and if you don't have enough, then price would go up. So if our inventory is going up, that means the price of oil should go down. Now, I don't know if that's going to reflect on the actual oil prices, but let's go ahead and look at crude oil prices. So it does look like crude oil prices, let's bring over here, does look like it impacted it a little bit. At 10 o'clock, it pushed it up to the north side. So that might mean that the price is actually going to go up if crude oil inventories are going up as well. So we will see. I don't know exactly how to read these. These ones are new to me, but I'm trying to bring you the information so you can ingest it and regurgitate it as you will, because everybody's going to take this differently, especially the market. So we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on that. So that is what just came out, guys. Everything's looking really good so far. Listen, if you're new, I'm Dave. This is LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12. Today, I'm going to be here until 4 o'clock. Why? Because the Fed rate hike decision is at 2 o'clock. So if you want to be a part of that, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, because there's only 3 things I ask you. Be here for pre-market prep and like and subscribe, okay? So if you want to be part of this ever-growing community, go ahead and do that now. You'll love it. I promise you'll love it. So the SPY is still at break even right now, guys. Just as we called out this morning, that we're probably going to see sideways action in the overall indices. Talking the SPY, the Qs, IWM still trading sideways. Let's take a look at QQQ is still trading sideways. It did have that little breakout, but we're still trading at 311, guys. 311 even. So we're still waiting to see what is actually going to come of that. Now, Apple does look like it's coming back to test that support of 160 again. We're going to see where that wants to hold. I do want to look at book maps really quick to see, and it's just kind of bouncing around here, just doing its thing. Looks like we have some liquidity at 160.26 right here. 160.26, so that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and take a look. Oil is weak. Yeah, I think that pop-up might be the liquidity sale action there. So when we look at some of these things and we see a pop-up on, you know, what I would consider bad news, that might be the liquidity sell-off in that area. So that might be a great area to take a short on your, you know, your XOM. That's an oil ETF. You know, since we're gaining more barrels, it's going to be cheaper, so maybe it comes back down to this $98 area. But that's just me just talking, guys. You know, you never really know what's going to happen. Sometimes good news is bad news is good news. And here we go, NEO. Look at this. Right here, creating this indecision in doji candle, huge sell-off volume, back up to its tops. You know, I'm telling you, I don't want to fight this thing, but at the same time, I don't want to miss my opportunity to short NEO, because I do like this resistance area. It's psychological at $10 or $9.50, depending on how you want to look at it. So, you know, I just don't want to miss this stinking trade at all. So, you know, maybe I fight this just a little bit. Maybe we get in here. What's the spread on this? 1 cent, so we can sell this market and see if we can't follow this thing down to the south side. So we're going to just use this next top right here as its stop right at this top. Okay, and if it wants to get me out one more time, we're going to take 3 tries on this trade. That's why we are risking small share size to try and earn a lot bigger. If I can get in this thing and hold till it goes to 0, goodness, that would be a nice, tasty little trade. That'd be $900, right? Now I'm just talking, guys. I'm probably never going to hold something to my actual destination, because that is so hard for me to see me just in case lose money, right? So be very, very careful of that. We are in NEO short. We're up about 50 cents right now with a very tight stop. So ON, we're right back down to our buy-in area. area. I do like this area, but I want to see it hold, and if it doesn't, I'm still not worried until it gets down to 27.16. If it comes all the way down to here, that's when I'm going to get worried, but that's also my next buy-in area. So we're going to see how that happens. WAL, it looks like it's trying to hold this area. We're down about $5 on that trade, no big deal. Riot, did it do anything? Let's take a look at Riot. And then we'll take a look at Bitcoin. So we're up about $3.12 on Riot. Nothing too crazy going on for Riot, honestly, which is very sad to see because Bitcoin had this breakout. We are trading in a new area right here at 28,609. We had a huge volume here, pushed way, way, way up. And now it looks like it's pulling back down to see a retest. Does this area prove that it's strong? Is this its new area that it wants to hold out before continuing higher? Now, we did point out in pre-market that it is in an area of volatility. What just happened there? I need to see on my chart really quick. Sold Apple at 25. So AAPL looks like it is failing, guys. Look at Apple actually, well, I don't want to say failing, guys. We're pulling back down to that VWAP area. So we took a small loss on this. We were trying to wait for that next breakup. That's A-okay. This might be a nice area to buy in, but according to book maps, you know what I mean, we have all this liquidity at 160, so that might act as resistance now if it can't get up above there, right? So our next area is 190 or 159.75. So this is either going to be the area where it gets bought back up after it cleared out this liquidity area and it's going to head higher, or this is now going to pose as resistance at that 160 area. And honestly, you know, that might be the better route to look at, but I won't be able to take it until, well, we are right at 160. So I've been playing this 160, I don't know how many times, guys. I really don't know how many times I've played this at this 160, but let's see. Today, avoid taking more trades before news because you can earn good money after news. Absolutely, Joshi, that's a huge saying right there. Guys, you don't want to gamble before this. Don't gamble before this news. Make sure that you are keeping an eye on everything, right? So the news is going to come out at 2 o'clock and it's probably going to get very volatile right before it comes out. So just wait until after. Just know where your levels are at, so that way if good news comes out and things fail, you can buy up those dips at those levels that we have marked out, or you can sell if it pops up and it finds an area of resistance that you can sell into, okay? So there's a few different ways you can trade this market, but before the actual news comes out would probably not be the best idea, okay? So, well, what's going on here? So we're 5 shares long still in Microsoft. Okay, that makes sense. We want to see it try and hold with the overall market. That's acting like resistance though. So, you know, part of me wants to get out of this, but we're going to hold on to Microsoft. Let me just put my stop back down here at this base just in case. You know what I'm saying. Put that in there for not 100. Holy guacamole. And we need to make sure we're all good on our trades right now, guys. So that's all I'm doing is I'm going ahead and making sure all my stop losses are set. We're holding that Microsoft for that bottom buy. We are looking at the rest of our trades. So let's look at NEO because we are back in NEO. We're using that top. We're up about $2 in NEO. So is NEO going to hold out? Is it going to show that it is going to make new higher lows? It is going to head higher off of these bottoms? Or is it going to show us that that is a good area of resistance and we just need to hold on to this thing for its bigger move to the south side? So we're 100 shares short in NEO. Absolutely love to short these Chinese gapping craps, okay? So right here, as you can see, every time it popped, it dropped. It's been under its 200-day moving average, and we aren't seeing any proof of concept for the company at all. So I don't believe in it, so that's why I am shorting it, but I could be absolutely wrong. This thing could rip off in my face. ONON, this stock, I did a little research on it. It's looking A-okay, guys. It's A-okay. WAL, this is like what I would consider the stronger out of the bank stocks. That's why I'm in it. We're in it for a small share size to see it actually want to continue to pull up to the north side, because if you look at the rest of the bank stocks, they aren't looking nearly as pretty as WAL. So we're going to see what happens with that, if WAL can hold off. If not, and it doesn't hold its support down here and make new higher lows at this $35 or $34 area, then I'm not going to want to be in this for very long. Okay, so Riot, let's go back to Riot, take a little peeky gander. We are up on Riot. We're up about $3.56. So just doing little trades here and there, guys, just to get nice and warmed up before the actual real trading happens. So let's see what's going on with Apple. So Apple did stop us out, and like I said, guys, that 160, if it's not going to hold, this might be a nice short, but I could not play it again. We're down $66.45 on Apple, and I'm not going to take this a third time because I'm not getting a good visual on this. If I keep playing the upside and it comes down, I keep playing the downside and it comes up, then that just means I don't have a good visual on Apple. So right here in the area that it's in, we can tell there's not a lot going on here, guys. There's not really a ton in this area. So why am I playing off these areas? Well, the only reason why I was playing off of this 160, simply put, is because of Bookmaps. Bookmaps is showing me that there is a high area of liquidity in this 160 area. Now 159.84 looks like a high area of liquidity, and its next area is 160.50. So this thing has been looking absolutely like a terror, and I do like this area of support at 160. So, you know, the more I look at the Bookmaps and the more I say 160, 160, it makes me want to get in again. Yes, I said it. It makes me want to get in again and use these next lows. So I'm risking small, risking very small, guys, only 5 shares, to try and see the overall bigger expected move. Now, the problem with that is that I have a hard time holding for that bigger expected move, and you know, I cut my profits a little too soon sometimes. So we're gonna see, is that 160 gonna continue to hold, or we're just gonna keep on chopping around? But as you guys know, it's a-okay. Bye, Joshi. It's good to see you. Thank you so much. I hope you stop in. We're gonna be here all day today, Joshi. So if you want to swing in, maybe after work or something, come say hi, because I'm here, baby. I'll be right here all day. No bathroom breaks even. I'll be here until 4 o'clock doing what I do best, and that's loving what I do, because I love what I'm doing. So let's go ahead and go through the indices. Maybe even, since there's not many people, maybe I can get through all of my doodle-doo. I can get in all of my stocks. We can go through and see what is actually happening with all of the stocks to see what might come of them. So Neo is just chilling here right at these tops. It's trying to use this top as a support right here, and if it does get supported there, well, I don't want to be a part of it because it's holding this uptrend. Then that would be absolutely beautiful for Neo. If it can hold this area, that would look really, really good for Neo. But you know, as I've stated before, I don't really think that Neo is going to hold up, so we're going to see. So let's look at the SPY, guys. The SPY is doing a little pullback here, but it's still trading sideways, just like we talked about in pre-market this morning. Let's go ahead and look at IWM. IWM is trading at its highs and is pulling back now, trading at 175.75, looking good overall for there. The Q's at 311 still at 311, guys, still at 311. Netflix now pulling back again, back here to this $300 area. If it doesn't want to hold this 300, guys, I don't want to be in this thing. So this might be my biggest loss for the day, which means I'm gonna have to fight back on this or just cut my losses, you know. But I do like Netflix here. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna deny it. It is a very strong area of support, just like Joshi brought up as well. But if it doesn't want to hold this new higher low on the 5-minute and it wants to flush out, I don't want to be a part of this stock. I don't, and so I might take a small loss on that, but that's a-okay, guys. We take small losses so we can make bigger wins, okay? So here we go. Neo is pulling back. It does look like Neo. We're up about $3.30. We are 100 shares short. If Neo can really make a move to the downside, I'm going to be pretty happy about that. I want to get away from this my area of sell-off, or my stop, I should say. My 100 shares short, my stop is just above that 945 area, okay? So Microsoft, we are in Microsoft long at 5 shares, risking this base right here just because it's a solid base, 275.65. And now why? Well, because this area just above it, if it can stay above this area, I think it can push higher, because this is an area of resistance right here, but it's finding support just below it. So if it wants to keep pushing up, then Microsoft might be able to break through and head on even higher on volume. But we're going to need a little bit more time to see what comes of that. Let's take a look at Amazon. Is it still? Yes, it is still trading right here at 300. So we know this 300 is not just psychological, but is a huge technical resistance area. If this can break out on volume at this 300, I think it really has a lot of room to go right up to that area of resistance at 200, that 200-day moving average. Okay, guys? So keep an eye on Amazon. This thing, don't sleep on Amazon. It's creating new higher lows here on this daily, and it's holding this uptrend as well. So, you know, if I drew this uptrend, just like I've drew so many uptrends before, just know that these uptrends are for us. It's not buy or sell recommendations, but you can see it broke that. It came back up and it came back down and it retested this area. Okay, now what area is this that it retested? Because if I zoom out here, Take a peeky gander. What area is that it's retesting? Well, it looks like this area right here. It's not very much, it's nothing crazy, but it is retesting this area, and it's actually showing support in that area. So if Amazon wants to take off from here, this would be a great place to try and do that. Let's see Amazon take off from here. I would love to see that. We're going to go ahead and set our alert in case it does start to break out. We can go ahead and find ourselves a tasty little trade on that. Now, Meta is still trading sideways, 203. We've seen this happen day in, day out on Meta, where it just trades sideways, has nothing really going on, and then all of a sudden, boom, it'll start going, and it will pick its direction. So right now, what I see on Meta is new lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. So when we see all these higher lows, we draw our trend line, so that way we can have a better understanding. We've seen this trend line break, found an area of support, and moved higher. If we see this break, maybe we find this area of support at 200 again, and we head up higher. Or maybe it breaks out, comes back, or retests this line at 205. There's multiple things that we can keep an eye on, that we can watch for Meta and for most of the overall stocks. So guys, I'm gonna take a quick second. There's not many of you in here watching, but we're gonna go ahead and bring up the fact that we have this beautiful, beautiful face in front of you. See this? Isn't that beautiful? Make sure you hit live, guys. We want to make sure you're live on the stream. You click live, it's going to bring right to this time, right here, right now. And then what we're going to do is scroll down. Let me know what you're watching. If you guys are watching something that I'm not, I want to hear about it. And while you're down there, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So let's do this dang thing. And while we're here, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into, no, I'm not, because AMZN just broke out. AMZN, here we go. So AMZN is back up at those highs. Now, this is the question, guys. Does it get volume? Does it continue to break out in this area? Or are we going to see another pullback for AMZN? So let's see. We're going to see right now, do we see this volume start to flood in here? Because to be very honest with you, I don't think that it's going to happen, but if it does, I'm not going to deny the strength on it, right? So we want to see this thing hold. We want to see it hold and hold strong on volume. All right, let me go ahead and go through my trades really quick, so I want to make sure I'm not messing nothing up. All right, so we're up on, finally, Microsoft is above that area of resistance now at 276.39. We might actually see some awesome buying power come in for Microsoft right here. It looks like the volume is coming in, so that was a good trade there. And it looks like Apple also is heading up to the north side. Maybe we can actually break out of that 160.30 area, or is it going to continue to sell off? We're going to definitely find out really soon here, as Amazon looks like it is bringing in some volume. It does look like we have some hope for Amazon, because if it wants to get above this, if it wants to hold, we definitely want to be a part of this thing, because this thing can really stinking move, guys. This thing can really, really move when it gets these breakout areas. So we really need to see what is going to come of Amazon, because we want to be a part of that. So can Apple break out of these tops, or are we just going to keep range trading just like we had talked about, guys? If we keep range trading on Apple, that's a-okay. That's fine. It's just setting itself up for a future move, okay? So keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and take a peek. Yes, everything is looking good. So guys, if you want to, I'm here all day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, baby. So hit that like, hit that subscribe. We're going to do the gosh darn thing all day. Speaking of which, I need a little warm up here. We're going to turn off the coffee pot. It'll be cold from here on out, but that's a-okay. We're going to try and get ourselves a tasty little trade here. We just need a little bit more time to understand what this market wants to do. The market wants to go crazy, crazy. We want to be part of that crazy. Looks like Riot is still pushing up. We're up about $5 on Riot. That means Bitcoin must be holding those gains. Let's take a little peeky gander. Yes, sirree. Back up at those highs and now pushing even higher. Wow, look at that. And Riot now still pushing out, pushing. We're up about $5 on this trade. We want to see this thing continue higher. Let's see this thing go parabolic. I don't even care. Let's go parabolic, baby. All right. AMZN having a little pullback here. We need to see how this works out in this area. We want to see this area work out for AMZN. Let's take a look at Meta. So good old Meta, Uncle Meta here, still just trading sideways. We put this on the 5 minutes so we get a better idea. But it's just creating higher lows, and lower highs. Now, I think this needs a lot more time to play out. I think it's going to trade sideways still for most of the day, and then it will pick a direction very, very soon, okay? Let's look at NVIDIA doing the same thing, guys. It popped up, started trading sideways, and now it's just hanging out at these highs. It's still digesting the information at 270, looking really, really good up here, guys. You'd love to see it. Yeah, you'd love to see that. That looks really good. Let's look at Tesla now. Still pulling back, it looks like. We want to see Tesla pull back to this 193 area for a bigger long, but if it keeps creating new higher lows here, that might be a very, very interesting area for Tesla in general. So you know what I really need to see, guys, because I don't have it on my trade list, is NFLIX. Let's see where NFLIX is. Did it stop me out yet? Let's hope not. Nope, we're about break even on NFLIX. So we're still holding out on this trade. We're still staying true on this trade because we know that this $300 area is very, very important. So this is a big trade for me, guys. I almost want to reduce my share size, but if I just held through all of this crap, you know, I can hold through it again. So I want to see this hold. It looks like it's holding. It looks like a good trade. And honestly, instead of cherry picking the bottom and thinking this thing was just going to head straight up after this, I should have waited a little longer, guys. And I keep cherry picking that bottom. You know, I keep trying to cherry pick that bottom. Yep, we're on Tesla right here, New Vision. Glad to see you're still with me, brother. 197.01 for Tesla, making new lower highs on the 5-minute. So that's a good sign for Tesla. It is below VWAP. We're going to see what this wants to do. This still needs more time, but like I said, guys, a lot is going to be happening in the market, and a lot of sideways action will be happening in the market. So if you see the sideways action, I don't want anybody getting chopped up. I think I got chopped up a little bit, maybe a little bit on Apple today. I took, you know, I'm down like $5.80 on Apple. All small losses, just as we talked about this morning, guys. They're all going to be small losses. For what reason? Because there's no point in going big before the FOMC meeting. There's absolutely no point in that, because if we do, we could really get ourselves hurt. That's how you really mess things up, okay, guys? So let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and just add a few little posty posts right here to see what's going on with the old Facebook. So let's go ahead and repost this so everybody knows. Still making money. Come join me. Rate hike decision at 2 Eastern. There we go. All right. We got to make sure that we are staying up to date on everything that's going on in the market. So that sometimes I got to take a little peeky gander off to the left, off to the right to see if everything is feeling right. And right it is, as Apple's trading at 160.27, guys. 160.27. You love to see it. Wow, goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Let me go ahead and do one of these really quick. We're going to try and get a flood of people in here. We're going to see how well this wants to work for me. I sure hope it does. Yes, it is. So that's really great. We're going to go ahead and get everybody in this building, guys. We waited for the last minute to do this, but we absolutely want to get everybody in here so that way everybody knows and loves and understands that we have a huge day in the market, ladies and gentlemen. So bear with me while I get this spam out. Yes, I call it spam, but it is not spam. This here is my livelihood. This is what I do for a living now. This is what I love to do, and I love to do it. We're going to see how long I can do it for, but we definitely have ourselves a nice little trade set up here, guys. So Netflix, we're down about $8. We're trying to see the overall a longer expected run here with this market. So if we can see the market head to the north side, well, we need to see those rate hikes come out. When those rate hikes come out, we are going to hope, and yes, I say hope because we want to at least shed some hope, shed some light on the market, right? So if we can hope for a better expected move, then we're going to hope that the rate hike is not more than 0.25%. If it's under 0.25% and we say no more rate hikes, then we are going to skyrocket to the north side. If we say 0.5, I think we're going to be bad news bears. So we're going to see how the overall market's going to hold up, if Papa Powell is going to stick true to his guns and continue raising hikes, or because the banks are broken, maybe, just maybe, we don't. And we just say, hey, it's A-okay. We're going to tank city, baby. Right? So let's go ahead and keep looking through these indices. Now, Google, goodness gracious, don't sleep on Google. Google is popping off at the mouth at 105.78. Look at that beautiful push on Google. That is going to bring the overall market, the Qs up. It's going to bring overall markets up. And there we go. The Qs at 311.54, still trading kind of in this range area. But Google, what a beautiful push. Are we getting that push for Apple yet? No. We have not seen Apple move since we moved up to this 160 area. Now, you guys know this 160 had very, very interesting area. But it looks like Netflix, maybe we get the breakout here on Netflix off these bottoms. That's what I want to see, because I got quite a few shares in that. 25 shares of Netflix for the day trade. We're up about $5.62. So we held on to that. Now Google, wow, I can't get my eyes off Google. This looks absolutely amazing. Guys, if you want to see crazy movements like this is what we try to cover every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. But today we'll be here till 4 because the 2 o'clock rate hike decision. If you want to be a part of that, you want to be a part of this awesome community, watching me take trades, do stock commentary and analysis, hit that like, hit that subscribe, because we want you to be a part of this. As much as I want you to be a part of this, I want you to be a part of this too. So make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe. We're up $3.50 on Riot as well. You know what we haven't checked in on is Neo. Let's see how Neo's doing. Okay, that looks good for Neo. We're up about $4 on Neo. It did not come back up and hit me off for that second stop loss. We are at 100 shares short of Neo. What can we do with Neo? ON did have that pullback. It did hold off in that $28 area, and now it looks like it's pushing up higher, trading at $28.48. This is going to be a longer term move. I played the hourly range break on the earnings, so it's going to need to come really far back in order for me to stop out on that. Guys, if you don't see what I'm watching, or you're not watching what I see, go ahead and let me know in the chat what you want to watch. It looks like that Etsy was a beautiful trade off those bottoms. I need to start using more technical and less news when it comes to taking my trades, and I would have more conviction. So blot out everything else around me and say, hey, this is what the technical patterns are looking like. Who cares what the news is? Because I would be making a lot more money if I didn't allow the FOMC meeting to scare me out of some of these trades. So the SPY is trading at $399.09. You heard it right, $399.09. As the IWM is now trading at $175.69. We have the Qs. The Qs are trading. I just want to bring up Netflix over here really quick, and we want to bring up Microsoft to see where I'm at. Okay, we're still up on Microsoft. Let's see Apple. Apple's still range bound, still chopping around over there. Riot does look like it's holding those gains. Now let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin still digesting this huge push up to the north side. Actually, I keep saying huge, but is this huge for Bitcoin? Let's see. Let me just see here really quick. We come up off these bottoms. What did I just do? Just switch to Fiverr. Let's go to this. Guys, you gotta understand I'm not used to actually. So let's see this pull off the bottom. We have, what kind of move is this? This is a 1.28% move. So I guess, you know, it's not really that crazy of a move, but because we broke out of this key area, I would say that that was a breakout, and that's a pretty big move. So I guess I gotta pull off of this, right? We're gonna pull off of this here. So this breakout move is actually over 1%. So we have over 1% move just on one single move from Bitcoin. So that's actually a decent sized move, guys. It's definitely something we want to keep an eye on, especially because we are in Riot. And if it looks like it's creating this bull pennant, this bull flag here, okay? If you guys don't know what a bull pennant is, it means after a big push up, it creates a range. The range gets tighter and tighter and tighter until it finds its direction. And they usually call it a bull pennant because it usually breaks off to the north side after a push higher and holding new higher lows. It's usually expected to move higher. So that being said, if we look at Riot, we can probably expect to see, if Bitcoin moves higher, that Riot 2 is also going to move higher. So we're holding this at $9.17 right now. So we bought it right here pre-breakout, and now we're going to hold this for the bigger expected move. As the Qs is trading at $311.65, back up at those daily highs up there. Let's take a look at Netflix. Oh, look at that. We're up 25 cents in Netflix. Can Netflix hold out on these bases? I do love that 300. I do want to see Netflix do good things here, but how long can we hold Netflix for? How long can Netflix hold these gains? We're going to see very, very soon if Netflix wants to keep giving us some money. All right, so we're up in Riot. We're up in Netflix. Let's take a look at Microsoft. We are up in Microsoft. Microsoft back here at these highs, almost making me want to sell out, but I like the price that I got it for. So that way, if the overall bigger move in the market wants to continue to head higher, we'll at least have a few trades on that. But if it wants to come back down and stop me out, that's a-okay. And look at Amazon, guys. Did we miss it? I think we did, because it had this beautiful backtest of this $100 area, and now look at AMZN looking absolutely beautiful at these pops. It makes me want to take a quick 25 share long, but I hate doing that. I hate buying at these highs after this breakout. I want to get that pullback. I want to get that test, and maybe we just wait for that. Maybe we do wait for that test. We wait for that pullback. We wait for it to do its thing, but that could be the worst idea too. So this is real raw emotion, guys, that you're hearing. Real raw emotions from a real trader right here, right now. You're getting it live for you so you can actually understand what it's like to actually be a day trader. It's not all hearts, kisses, and rainbows, guys. Sometimes you have real tough decisions to make, but the hardest part is gaining and keeping that mental capacity for the overall bigger expected moves, guys. What do I mean by that? Well, if I'm sitting here all stinking day and I go, hey, careful because Bitcoin just finally broke out of that bearish pennant. We got to find and wait to see where it wants to hold. It's still looking good here, guys. It's got plenty of room to hold. It's got all this range. It can come all the way down to 28395 before I would be scared out of my trade. So keep that in mind, guys. We are getting a little pullback in Bitcoin, but that's a-okay with the overall market looking the way it is, okay? So NVIDIA's popping up is what my boy Willis, NVDA, let's take a little peeky gander. Yes, it's back up at its highs. It's looking very, very good up here, guys. These are blue skies. Blue skies right here. We talked about this in pre-market. If it breaks out of this area, that might be a nice little trade. Now, I missed that trade just like I have missed multiple trades, but that's a-okay because I am here to root for you. So if you are in NVIDIA, this is a great area for NVIDIA to be as long as you bought this breakout, because you don't want to be buying these tops here, guys. Those sloppy tops can be very, very dangerous to buy in. So let's look at Tesla. Let's see, is Tesla going to hold this area? It does look like Tesla is trying to hold this area, still just kind of trading sideways at 197.43. So let's go ahead and bring up, not Riot. I want to bring up Netflix over there on the right hand side because I just want to see where we're going to be at with this Netflix. If I look at the overall market, if Netflix isn't going to hold here, it's not going to move higher, it's going to hurt my stomach to hold all the way back to that pullback. But look at the Qs at 311.68. We still got some room to move up before we start to see it fail. So I'm going to go ahead and let this Netflix ride and let it see how high we can get up to. As Microsoft, look at this nice little breakout here. We're back up to the highs, and it looks like we're going to head higher. Look at this, guys. Look at that. Beautiful. Now we're at new highs for the day at 277.37 for Microsoft. It looks like it's going to go back up to this 279.55 area. That 279.55, guys, is going to be its next area of resistance. It's going to be what I would consider its final boss. So 280, that 279, 280 area, definitely don't sleep on that. That could be a very tasty little short right there. Or in the same case, if it breaks up through and pulls back and tests 280, that might be a tasty little long. So good morning, guys. If you're just joining me, well, heck, we're gonna have to start saying good afternoon. It's already, time is flying by when you do what you love and you love what you're doing, guys. So if you like what I'm doing, if you want even to be a part of this at all, just hit that subscribe button because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, except for today. We're gonna be here till 4 o'clock covering all the FOMC crap that's coming on when Papa Powell turns on that mic. It's a-okay. That's a-okay. Microphone, drop it because we are ready with our stop losses, right, guys? We're using risk management, and we're going to be here at 2 o'clock as well when those rate hike decisions get made. So now Netflix right up at that VWAP area. It looks like volume is starting to come in. What scares me about seeing volume come in now when we're at these areas is this the blow off? Like, are people selling into this volume area, or are we going to get enough volume to actually push up through and try to continue higher? That's what I want to see, and I hope that's what you want to see too. We're up about 13.65 on this trade. If you guys remember where I bought this in was about right here at 301.40. So I bought a little too many shares here. I bought 25 shares, and right after I got in, it pulled back, and we held through all of this crap. So, I don't want to have to hold on to all that crap again. I'd rather buy it in back down here at this $300 area. Instead, I had that fear of missing out, and that's what that was. So that's why we're in. That's why we held, and now we're trying to hold for the bigger expected move. So come on, volume, give me some love, and let's head to the north side. And as we speak, Microsoft is pushing higher, now at 277.64. This looks absolutely amazing for the overall market. If you have a 401k, a Roth IRA, or any type of investing account, you want to see Microsoft, you want to see Amazon, you want to see Meta moving higher, and that's what we are seeing today, guys. We are seeing a bunch of movement in the market. We're starting to see a lot of things start to want to climb back up higher after we got our pullback. So if we can keep on moving higher, that's going to look good, but be careful because 2 o'clock, things might change very, very quickly. Okay, so let's go ahead and make sure we're still good. Yes, we're still good. We're up about 7.55 on Microsoft. We're up about 15 on Netflix. Let's look at Apple. We're up about $1.55 on Apple. It is breaking out in this area. Okay, we only have 5 shares of Apple, but that's a-okay. That's all I want right now in this volatile market. If we can hold on for the bigger expected move, this breakout might keep going on, and we might just have to add these 5 shares to our long-term account. So that is just an idea. As you guys know, I have a very hard time doing that sometimes, so maybe or maybe not, we might actually hold. So Meta, look at right here at these tops, guys. That looks like a short sale for Meta at these tops, because last time I was here it sold off very, very hard. So we're going to see what happens on Meta, but I would think that this is a good short sale trade just to come back down and play that range, that sticky range right down here. But I've already missed the move. I should have taken it somewhere in this 204.25. It's at 203.89, so I am not going to be playing that. That would be like playing with scissors. I don't want to get cut. Let's go ahead and look at NVIDIA. Look at that, new highs right there for you, New Vision. NVIDIA popping up, going even higher at 271.40. You love to see it, guys, because NVIDIA is highly weighted in a lot of our indices. So when that pops up, then that's what you want to see pop up, right? And it looks like Tesla's getting this beautiful curl, holding new higher lows here. So that might actually be heading up as well, as Apple looks like it's just kind of breaking out of that high, selling off. And then let's go ahead and look at the overall book maps for that. So we know, look at right there, $6.50. That's right where it sold off to, right? So that's what we marked out, guys. We said that $160.50 right there. We know there's a bout of liquidity, but if it can push up through that bout of liquidity, that liquidity is going to be behind us, and then we can see this thing move even stinking higher, guys. So let's see, are we going to find a nice bid down here? And it looks like we are seeing some liquidity down here at 160.30. It looks like it's trying to get bought up, and now just as I say that it pushes through it on volume, 160.26 it's trading at, and it looks like it's going to head back lower. So we know that 160.50 is a very high selling level. So we're going to see what comes of that of this trade now that it broke out and it's coming back down, still range bound after that big push up this morning. So keep that in mind, guys. We're going to keep an eye on all of it. So it looks like Netflix is starting to have a harder time in this area. You know, I almost want to just protect myself and make sure we get out of some of this. So we're going to go ahead and get out of 20 shares, guys. 20 shares, because I don't want to mess with this, but I've already held on. I've already held on to all of this, so it's so hard for me to want to actually sell out on this trade. I don't want to lose any money on this trade, guys. But I sure, and that's the main reason, right? Fear and greed. I'm feared of losing money, but sometimes you hold on for too long because you get greedy, and then you hold it all the way back to support or hold it all the way back to where you bought it in anyway. So that's what I'm looking at for this, and right there, that kind of gives me, an inclination like, man, I wish I would have got that 20 out and then rebought in. But we're gonna see what comes of this trade. We're gonna go ahead and hold on to this because, guys, it's holding on new higher lows. I do like the overall trade. I like the support at 300, and I've already held on to all of this. So maybe I just move up my stop, but heck, I don't know, guys. We're gonna see. We're gonna go ahead and just stinking. I don't like it. I don't like it, but we're gonna hold on to it. We're holding on to it because that is the trade, guys. That is the trade, and if it breaks down from that area, it's gonna head down much, much lower. So I'm gonna defend that area on Netflix and see what comes of it. Google trading at 105.72. We're gonna see what comes of that as well, because that's gonna be very, very interesting. But one thing I do need to see, which I don't have on, I do have on here, it's NEO. We're going to see what NEO's doing here, guys. So we're up about $5 on NEO. We're 100 shares short. We want to see this thing continue to sell off. If it wants to pop up higher and stop me out, we're going to take another small loss on this thing. But we want to see to NEO, we want to see that thing absolutely flush and fail. We took it at a resistance area. So we're up about $7.42 on this Microsoft trade. What a beautiful breakout. I think it's going to go up to this $280 area easily, and then we'll see what we want to do with it from there. As Apple, we're just kind of trading sideways. We're just in this defending that 160 area. We want to see it continue to defend, as Riot now is doing a nice little pullback, and it's going to retest this VWAP area. So when we look at that, we want to see what's going on with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is doing the same thing. Big pullback, trying to find an area of support. So we will see what comes of that. As NVIDIA still pushing up to those peaks, 271.20. Goodness gracious, you love to see it. Guys, and while I have you here, go ahead and take a look at my screen. We got this screen up here, no big deal. But if you scroll down, you can make sure that you're live by clicking this live button, and it'll skip you right ahead to the live broadcast. And then if you scroll on down, we have this rate hikes decision. We already have 20 votes. I want to see 30 votes by the end of the day, and we're already at 20 votes. So 2 o'clock is when this Fed rate hike decision. So go ahead, make sure you vote on this here. And then if you scroll down, you can leave me a comment. Let me know what you're watching, and I will take a peek at it as well. But don't forget, guys, if you like what I'm doing, because I love what I'm doing, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, guys, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, except for today. We are going to be here till 4 o'clock because the rate hike decision does happen at 2 o'clock. You think I've said it more than once? You think I said it more than once? I think I got it down pat, baby. So let's go ahead and take a look at Tesla. So Tesla looks like it's coiling down here, had a nice little sell-off area, and it keeps bumping its head on this VWAP area, creating new lower highs and new higher lows, right? So you know I love those trades because you can take this and you can use this area as risk and this area as support and risk. Or if you wait a little bit longer until this festers up, trading sideways, we might have an even better trade out of this. So if I can catch that at the right time, then I will be there for it. So let's go ahead, and Google's still pushing up 105.88 there. How's the overall Qs doing with this move? Let's take a little peek. So the Qs right there pushing up higher, 311.83. You know, you like to see that, guys, if you're a bull in this market, but I'm a bull. I'm actually a bear with bull horns, right? I'm a bear. I like to swipe down, but I'm never, ever, ever going to just swipe down on anything. I need to see that resistance ahead. I need to see that support below. I need to know where my lines are, where my levels are, and on how I want to trade it, okay? So now we're back down here at that $300 area for Netflix, and it is getting soaked back up again. Now, why didn't I just wait for this $300 area to retest? I do not know, but we're in this trade, we're holding this trade, and we're going to see what comes of this trade, right? Now, we have about the same, we have mixed results with the volume here. It doesn't look like a lot of volume coming in. It doesn't look like a lot of volume selling out, but I do know this. Being down here in these lows, if we don't see a lot of soaking, we don't see a lot of people trying to buy this up to defend this area to make a new higher low, then that's a bad news for this stock, and I'm not going to want to be in it if it fails any lower, okay? So that's why my stop is where my stop is, and let's see Microsoft. We're up about $10 on Microsoft. This thing is still pushing up to the north side. As you guys know, I think 280 or 279.50 is its biggest area of resistance. I think we can easily get up to that area. It might take a little bit of time, but once we get up there, we're probably going to see a little hiccup, a little giggle, a little fart, okay? Let's look at Amazon. We did break above that $100 psychological level, and now we're coming back to test that area. That's absolutely great because that means now I can get in. It'll be creating new lower highs, new higher lows, and then we can actually do that. See you, Granny Rainy. Bye all. Stay safe. I might see you later, Michael. Yep, we'll see you later, Grandma. Just pop on in here. I'm going to be here until 4 o'clock. So we'll see how my voice holds out for that. But let's see if Amazidian wants to hold out on this level right here, this $100, $31 area that we've seen so much testing going on for it. So you know I'm not going to cherry pick. I'm going to wait for the trade to play out and make sure it's actually doing what we want it to do. So NVDA over here on the right hand side still at those highs, 271.25. Let's take a look at MSoft over here. Look at this, guys, right, still up at these highs, 278. We're up about $9.20. There's Amazon still breaking down $100.29 right at that psychological level. So now I want to see this thing start to soak up, start to show me its true colors and show me what it wants to do. Meta's still trading up at those highs. We're going to bring Amazon over here, AMZN over here, and then we're going to go through our trades and see where we're at. So we are starting to see a little shimmy, a little shake, a little stutter, a little step right there for Amazon. So that's what I want to see. I'm going to zoom in on the 1 minute, even though it can get me in trouble. I want to see when this thing starts to turn around. So it looks like it is starting to turn around. We're going to join the bid at 20 shares. All right, now we're in 20 shares. I'd like to get a few more shares in with this. I'd like to see maybe 40 shares. Where is my risk? See this $100 area? Not only is it a psychological level, but we have the VWAP just above it. So why do I trust VWAP? Well, simply put, it's tested once already and held true. Now making a new higher low on this VWAP would be A-okay with me. So we're going to get in small. We get in 20 shares small right here. If it wants to continue to pull back, we'll get in 20 shares more so we can get in 40 total, and then we can wait to see what this overall move wants to do. But if we start to shape up here and we're just going to use this area that I drew out perfectly, then if that's what's going to happen, then I'm going to want to add in some more. So I'm going to wait though. I'm not going to just go getting all willy-nilly here. Willy-nilly. What am I just making up words? AMZN. So that's that trade, and we need to run through our trades to see what is really going on here. We'll come back to AMZN in just one quick second. So we have the SPY here. Let me zoom out on the hourly now. We don't need to use that 1 minute on this. On the hourly, it's still trading sideways. We're at 399.03. Now look at Meta, guys. Meta at all-time highs right now. Bada bing, bada boom, 204.43. Not all-time highs, but right here is the all-time highs just above it at 205.73. So we're at all-time highs for the day at 204.38. This could be a great short, or maybe this is its breakout and it's going to continue higher. I don't know, but make sure whatever you do, you're using risk management. So this looks absolutely great for Meta. Congratulations if you're still in this trade, if you're still holding this trade. I know a few people that are, so congratulations, absolutely awesome. Let's take a look at Tesla. It's still in this range. It's creating this uptrend line, so don't sleep on this. If it breaks down from this uptrend line, we might get a breakdown and a retest before it fails, or maybe this thing bounces off here, bounces, and then creates this bearish pennant instead of heading to the south side. Maybe it heads to the north, but being under this VWAP area and constantly testing this VWAP area, it's creating new higher lows and new lower highs. That looks like a nice area for a push to the north side. So we're gonna have to wait and see what actually wants to come of Tesla. So we're gonna go ahead and create an alert right there just so I have a better idea of what's going on. And I feel like I need to run through my trade. So NEO, we're up about, this doesn't make sense on the hourly, but NEO here is continuing to head to the downside. That's exactly what we want to see for NEO. ON is still pushing to the high side. That's exactly what we want to see. WAL, same thing. It found its support, and now it's right underneath that VWAP area. So if it can hold, things are going to look very, very good. Riot is bouncing off that VWAP area. We're still up about 75 cents on this trade. We're holding this for the longer term, and you know when we look at Riot, we need to look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin did have a big pullback here, pulled right back to its breakout area, it looks like. Let me zoom out. Yeah, it looks like it pulled back right to around that breakout area. And if you guys look, it came down very quickly and then got soaked up. This is on the 5-minute, got soaked up, and now on this next 5-minute candle that we're 3 minutes into, it pushed back up, and we're starting to see some soaking at these tops now. So we need to be aware of what's going on at this top, because it's trying to digest all of this information now. It's trying to digest this breakout, and on these breakouts, I always say, hey, I like to play the retest. Right here is that retest. So if we go back to Riot, let's see if we can see on Riot. Well, look, it looks like it's retesting this area, right? So that's absolutely glorious. Maybe we buy 25 more shares in right here if it'll let us in, because I do like these retests, and then I'll bring up my stop loss up to underneath this area. Now, is it going to get me in? Well, we're going to see very, very shortly here if it's going to actually get us in, but we did just bring up that stop loss. Can it get me 25 more in for the long? We will see very, very shortly here, but in the meantime, well, I don't even really want to look at anything else until that thing gets me in. So we know, and I can set my stop loss. Because as you guys know here, I am always risk adverse, okay? I don't come from money. I have money because I save money, because I've worked for this money and I've worked for this time off. So now, what am I doing here? I'm taking this shot in my space, in my time right now, to try and make it while I trade. And if I can make it, I want you to be here for it. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me on this journey. I'm Dave. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. And there we go. Now we are in Riot with 50 shares. It finally wicked us down and got us in. So now we can go ahead and switch this. We're going to go ahead and edit this here. And we're going to say we're going to bring this to 50 shares now. So we are up to 50 shares in Riot. We are longing that Bitcoin trade, and we're going to use those 50 shares, and we're going to stop out right here at this beautiful base, because I love that support. If it breaks this support, guys, I'm definitely not going to want to be in this trade anymore. So we're holding on to it for a good time, not a long time, if this thing wants to start to break down. Now, Tesla still looks really, really good in this area. I do really like the trade, but I need to go through my trades first before I start looking at anything else. So the SPY looks like it is doing this beautiful coil. It is trading in this range. It's still been $398, $399 since we talked about. Oh my goodness, I forgot about GME. Let's take a little peeky gander at GME, and sure enough, it looks like GME is just fighting in these areas. Anytime it comes up to this top, it's going to sell off, guys. Why do I have this area marked? It's very, very simple. This is a high area of liquidity, and just above it, there's a high area of liquidity, okay? Those are the areas I gave you in pre-market so you knew where to take a short. Now, this thing was trading right in this area, the 28 and the 26 area, which means it was going to spilleth over at market open, and that's exactly what it did. It spilleth over, and then it bounced back up, and there's the short. Now, I did try to make a short, guys. I really tried to make a short on this, but Thinkorswim said, no, sir. You are not going to be shorting this speculative stock, so make it, baby. You want to see you hit it. Yes, sir. Thank you, B. Stewie. And I absolutely love the support, guys. So I love it. If you want to see me make it, then you need to hit that subscribe button because I'm going to be here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, except for today. I'll be here till 4 because of that 2 o'clock rate decision. So hit that subscribe button, guys, and stay tuned because this is an ever-growing community. We are growing very fast. We've been open for about 6 months. We have over 360 subscribers. Yes, sirree. No, I'm not buying subscribers. And, that's great. That's great. Let's keep on keeping on, right, guys? We want to see it. So IWM back down here at its base for the day, trading at 175.45. This could be a great area to buy in for IWM, showing that it might want to hold. But if not, we could still head lower to this 173.81 area. So keep that in mind. We still have some risk reward. QQQ is only up 40.44% today, still trading at 311.71. We've been in this 311 almost the whole day. Other than that, we were at 310 for most of the morning, but now that we're in the afternoon time, yes sir, Bob, we are trading at 311. So usually this 12 o'clock is the lull time. This is when things start to slow down in the market. They won't slow down in my voice. You won't have any idea things are slowing down. If you're listening to me, you'll think things are still pumped and exciting because they are, because I'm doing what I love and I love what I'm doing. But here, guys, if we run through these, we're going to see that the volatility is going to slowly start slowing down. Things aren't going to be as crazy because people are going out for lunch. They're trying to fill their bellies up. They're trying to fill their minds. They're trying to get a quick break. Maybe they're going for a walk, trying to regain that mental capacity. But no, not me. I'm burning both ends of the candle here because I'm doing commentary analysis and live trading. So if I can keep it all straight and things are looking great, well, I'm going to keep on trading, baby. I'm going to keep on making money and we're going to keep on keeping on, right, baby? Let's do this. So ON, we are still up. We're using this base as our risk now because we see new higher lows hold. So we're going to see what comes of that. Now we are in this bank stock right here. We've seen it push up and we got this thing long right after this little breakout. So why did I like this? If we move in on the daily, we can see that it has this area of support. Okay, I like that support. That support was being supported, and so I want to find the best out of all of these stocks, and so that's what I found. I found the best out of all of these stocks. I took a trade on this. We're trading at 36.28, so we're at 36.28. We're right up here at these highs. We took this breakout trade, and I'm just holding on to it. We only took 5 shares because we know how volatile this can be, and we know if we took this breakout, we'd have to use the low of the day as the stop loss. So I'm okay with that, holding that for a longer move. So Microsoft trading at these highs at 277.98, looking absolutely delicious up there. We got the SPY trading at 398.96, and the IWM still trading sideways. So let's keep on carrying on. Let's see how Netflix is doing because we want to see Netflix pop off. We don't want to see this thing trading at the lows. That looks really bad for Netflix down there. Now it's not getting bought up. It's not getting soaked up. Nothing is happening for Netflix. So that is a very, very scary sign for Netflix. You know, it makes me want to actually zoom in on this even more to see if this going to be a distribution trade. Are we okay? So look at this, guys. We had this low, a new higher low, now a new higher low. Now if this thing breaks down, guys, I'm thinking that this could really be a big short sale here if it wants to break this area. Okay, so we need to be very, very careful. We don't want to be in this thing if it wants to break down this area. So right here, I'm going to move up my stop loss for this area. Yeah, this thing looks like it's going to be tank city if we're not careful, guys. So let's see what happens of Enflix. Let's see, does it want to hold out? Does it want to hold here? If not, we're going to take a nice loss on this Netflix, but that's a-okay, guys, because we took the trade, we held the trade, and looks like we're going to stop out. It makes me almost just want to reverse this position. If it breaks down this area, guys, it makes me want to reverse this position because that looks like a very good short area. So I'm going to let it do its thing, and I'm going to just, because look at, we have all this buying volume and we don't have a ton of selling volume. We do have some here, we have a little here, but wow, not what I expected for Netflix. We were playing that technical area, that strong level of 300, and it looks like it just does not want to hold that area. It's just bouncing, it's just barely holding on. It's like a loose tooth. I want to rip it off, I do, but we need to stick true to this trade. So will this hold this area or will it break down more? If it breaks down more, I think we have a long way to go to the south side. So let me take a look at the rest of my trades. I don't want to get too caught up in one thing because then we'll miss the other. So here we go. We get Neo still trading lower. We're up about $7.18 on this trade. If this thing can continue to head lower, we have a nice little tasty trade on it. So we want to see that thing work like Rihanna would say. So Microsoft Microsoft did make these highs. It does look like we're seeing a nice little pullback here. Makes me want to just go ahead and lock these shares in, but we're not going to. We're going to hold out. Where did we get in? 276.20. So we're at 276.20. So right here at this base, I love this stop loss, and I'm going to keep on holding on to Microsoft. Now, what I want to see is it make new higher lows. Maybe it's going to come back down and test this area of 277.29, or maybe it does flush all the way out, but we are going to have to just wait and see for that trade. So as long as we don't get Netflix popping up on my scanners here, if it doesn't pop up and give me a little bing bong, then we know we're still in the trade and we can still make money with it. So AMZN, I forgot, we did take this long and we did not put a stop loss on it. So we are in AMZN. We also want to see this thing hold this $100 area. We're in 20 shares to the long side, and if it doesn't want to hold this area, then I'm going to want out right away. And so we're just going to go ahead and get out now, I think. It is pulling back. Maybe this VWAP area, this is the area that it needs to hold to create this uptrend. Let's go ahead and draw this out for you guys. So we have this uptrend. Okay, and it looks like it's breaking that uptrend. So now we need to see it test this VWAP area. If it breaks that VWAP area and we don't soak up, well then I don't want anything, I don't want a part of this, right? So we're gonna go ahead and put our stop loss right here at this base. Stop losses are always small, guys. You always see my stop losses small and my wins will be much larger. So if I'm taking one stop after another, it's called getting paper cut to death. You don't want to bleed to death from paper cuts because it's so embarrassing, right? You don't want to be embarrassed. So yes, sirree. So guys, we got a poll. If you guys want to vote on that poll, we only have 2 more hours for that poll to actually be worth anything. So make sure if you want to vote on that poll that you do that now. So we're going to add in that extra 20 shares that I talked about in this VWAP area, trying to make that new lower low, that new higher high. That new lower low and that new higher high. The new higher low, yes, and new higher high. I've been saying it right this whole time. Why do I keep second guessing myself? Well, maybe, just maybe, I've been trading for an awfully long time as it is, and we're going to be here for 4 more hours. I love it. I think this is a great thing to do, because right after this I got jujitsu and I can burn off a little bit of steam there. So we're going to see what comes of this Amazon trade. Is it going to be able to hold out for us, or are we making a silly decision still making trades before that 2 o'clock? So once that 2 o'clock comes around, guys, you're going to see me run through everything, all my trades, and I'm going to either be reducing or adding into, but mostly reducing, because we don't want to take any kind of loss, or we don't want to hold anything, as I should say, into that FOMC meeting. So we are getting a little bit of a bounce there off that VWAP area. We're retesting, we're getting some soaking, so I like it. I'm going to look away for now. We got NEO still shorting that $100 short right there at this sloppy top at 945. We want to see this thing continue to flush down. Now, first thing this morning, we seen the overall weakness in this trade. It flushed down hard. Then we seen either profit taking from the shorts, or we seen people actually buying up this top right here and using that as a move higher. So NEO is a retail trader's favorite, but if you look at the overall market, it has been down on a glorious downtrend. And then I'm using this $9.40 right here as a huge, or $9.50 as a huge area of resistance. And there we go. Amazon is getting that little pop, but we have overhead resistance on this pop. So I'm not getting too excited about it, but we are seeing this trade actually work out. So we're going to leave that stop there, and we're going to go through the rest of our trades to make sure we're not messing up on anything. So NEO, we want to see that thing continue to fail. I don't believe in NEO, and that's why I am in NEO for the fail. Now, we have ON here. We're up still about $1. It's trying to create this area of support at $28. If it could do this support at $28, continue making new higher lows, then I have more conviction for this trade and the overall sentiment to the north side. So if we can get that, if we can see that happen, that would look absolutely awesome for that trade. So let me click on my monitor here. I want to make sure I know everything that I'm in, because that has happened to me a few times. And yes, we know what we're in. That's great. So let's go ahead and check on our bank stock. So our bank stock did have a nice push up, a nice pullback, another push up, and now finding resistance at that VWAP area. So I don't really care for this trade if it doesn't hold this VWAP area, but it needs to hold this new higher low. So we have VWAP and we have higher low right here. We're going to see what comes of it. We only have 5 shares of this, guys. 5 shares of this. So if it doesn't want to hold out, that's a-okay. We're going to stop out. If it comes back down to this base, we're going to take a small loss on this. But I want to see new higher lows being put in on this, because I think that would be absolutely glorious for this overall trade. Let's look at Netflix, because that's my big trade that I don't want to get squashed out on, and it's just kind of pittering out right here. It looks horrible right here, but can it hold? You know, I've held through all of this crap, so I want to hold this because I know this $300 is very, very strong area. So if we can hold this $300 area, I want to be a part of it. I want to hold on to it. It's looking very weak at these bottoms, so we need to see volume coming in. If the volume doesn't come in, it's going to stop me out for a decent sized loss, but that's a-okay, guys. That's what happens sometimes, right? So good morning. Now it's good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is 12:06. It's time for me to take a quick 5-second break. You count it, I'll drink it. Woo, I think it's the first time I took a full 5-second break, so I deserve that, ladies and gentlemen. I do. So sorry about the dead air time. I mean, that's probably the most you've ever heard dead air time on this show, but that's a-okay, guys. It's a-okay. Sometimes you're going to get dead air. Can this hold? Can you hold Netflix? Can you do me a solid and just hold? Yes, I'm trying to will this to go higher. We're down $25 on this trade. We might be down a good $30, $35 as this thing breaks down. Yes, when we are back up here, I did talk about reducing that risk size because the overall expectancy looked like it was going to head on lower, and sure enough, look at this trade. We're on the 1 minute right now, and it looks like we are going to see a nice little breakdown here, and it looks like this is a distribution phase. We're seeing a lot of selling off in this, and it's not popping up. If we don't get a pop up here, guys, we're going to see this thing sell off, and we're going to see it sell off hard. We might just want to switch this position. So AMZN also looks like it's trying to fail here. It's trying to head lower. So Netflix looks weak. Amazon's looking weak. The Qs are doing a nice pullback, but can it find support in time before this Netflix fails miserably? Oh, there's another little pop on Netflix. Another little pop. Another little jolt of hope, if you will, for that trade, but it's a-okay. Do we have anything going on for our gap up scanners? We have JAN in here. So JAN, haven't heard that one in a while. SCYX doing its thing, and TBIO, and there we go. Amazon, we are out of Amazon for a small loss, and if Amazon's gonna fail, it looks like this Netflix is also gonna fail, guys. So let's go ahead and bring up AMZN. Not that they have too much correlation, but AMZN, let's take a little peeky gander and see where it ended up. Yeah, just below that VWAP area, stopping me out for a small $9 loss. We like our losses small here, guys, and our wins big. So we haven't taken any big winners yet, so let's see if Netflix wants to hold out of this area. If not, that's a-okay, ladies and gentlemen. That's a-okay. We're just hanging out, waiting for the Fed to do their thing, and we could check all of our other trades if we wanted to. So let's get rid of AMZN. Let's look at Microsoft. We're still holding on to a small share size of Microsoft. We're up about $4 on this trade. Let's take a look at Apple. We're up about 30 cents on this trade. Apple's doing a nice pullback here, big pullback here for Apple down here at 160.14. As we know, this 160 area is strong. That's why we're in this stock, because we want to see this 160 hold. It's been trading sideways at this 160 for most of the day, and if we look at the actual book maps of this, we can see, if we zoom out here, that we have this huge area of liquidity to try and back up this 160, okay? So this 160 area, we have 100, oh my gosh, that's crazy, 19229, so 19,000 shares of volume, if that's the way I'm reading it. So we're gonna see if it gets back down here to this 160 area even. That might be a great area to buy up. It's almost like I want to front run this and try and buy in at 160.20 and then use 160 as my risk. So we're gonna see if it wants to get back down to there. Let's see, 160, we're at 160.16, so 160 even. Let's say we put in, another bid, but we're not going to, guys. We're not gonna do that. We're already at 160 even, so we're already defending that area. We already have the best price that you could possibly get in this area. So, what's 5 more? What's 5 more? Is 5 more gonna hurt me? No, 5 more is not going to hurt me. So we'll join the bid. We're going to get, I almost bought 50. That would have been crazy. Let's see a pop off to the north side after I get in 50. But let's look at the overall market before I start doing that, because AMZN looks like it is on a distribution area, guys, right here. Distribution area. Oh, man, I feel like I need to take this right here. We're going to take this, and I'm literally going to put my stop right above it, right here. because that honestly looks like a distribution right here, guys. So I'm not very good with distributions. That's why it's small share size. That's why the stop is right above it, because if we do get this distribution here, like I'm seeing, then we're going to get a nice quick flush out of this, because that means everybody's going to be selling out. But this is kind of an area of support, so I don't want to be fooled here. If I'm fooled, I'm going to take like a $2 loss for what could be a bigger expected move here. So we're going to keep an eye on this. We're going to see what comes of it. But either way, we're just going to hang out and see what wants to do. So NEO over here, guys. NEO is still failing. We're still in 100 shares short of NEO. NEO looks absolutely scrumptious in this area for a short. Not in this area. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just kind of talking, big head talking here. Sometimes I get going. AMD chart, please. Jackie Chan, you're darn tootin'. We'll take a look at AMD. Let's take a little peeky gander right here. AMD looks like it is curling back up. We are trading at 98.41. It looks like it's on a bit of a breakout with some volume here, looking absolutely amazing for AMD. And guys, if AMD is doing good, that means NVIDIA must be doing a little something over here. Nice little pop on volume for NVIDIA as well. So that means SMCI must be doing A-OK too. No, it looks like SMCI has a nice little pullback here. So what are we going to see for AMD? We're starting to see some wicking off on that top. We know that it's at its peak, which is a top of resistance and right there, 2 areas of resistance, the bottom here and the top here. So we pushed up on volume and then we sold off hard in that area. So we want to see AMD kind of hold off in this area. We're going to see some downward move for AMD. So Jackie Chan, is there anything else you want to look at, brother? You just let me know in the chat and I will react, okay? So thank you for joining us. I'm going to be here all day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, guys. So go ahead and hit that subscribe if you want to see more. I do this all stinking day, but today's a little different. We're going to go ahead and go till 4 o'clock because we have that rate hike decision at 2 o'clock. So we want to make sure that we are here for you, bringing you the hottest news. We were definitely going to be here, and we're going to be one of the first people to show you what is going to happen for this red hike decision. So guys, make sure you do the 3 things that I ask. That's all that I ask. I will never ask of your money, but I'm going to ask for you to hit that like, hit that subscribe, and of course, excuse me, make sure you're here for pre-market prep. Oh, wow. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Let me get a drink, guys. Woo! You almost just seen somebody die on stream. Jackie Chan, I do hope that I have earned your subscription there, brother, because I almost died on stream for it. But look at that. We've seen that wick right into that resistance that I drew out for you, and now we're starting to head down to the south side. That might mean that everything decided to distribute. And look at AMZN did do that a little bit. We got a little distribution there. Are we going to see it head on lower? That would be absolutely nice for the overall short, but not the overall market. But we can always find support. We always know that we're going to be trading sideways, guys. We will be trading sideways for most of these anticipated moves for the FOMC meeting. So ARRY, you guys know if we're going to look at ARRY, all right, we just sold Netflix. Oh, that sucks. Netflix. So we know that with everything falling down, Netflix is also failing down here to the south side. So it's not looking too pretty for this Netflix trade. I think if Netflix can't hold up here, I think we're going to see it actually go a heck of a lot lower. So we're going to go ahead and try and get in some short now right at that resistance area if it can pop up and get me in to that short. So thanks for helping, bro. What target I would sell I put last week. I'm sorry, can you say that again? Let me get into this trade really quick because I really think this is going to be a huge distribution for Netflix. So I'm just going to hold off on this and maybe we sell 25 here, buy market right here. Okay. Give me 1 second there, brother, and I will definitely go over some recommendations for you on that. I just want to make sure that this area is going to do what I expect it to do. So ARRY for Univision is trading at $20.14, still pushing up on this beautiful area. Guys, give me 1 second, and I'll definitely go over all of that for you guys. I'm just kind of in this little purgatory area, and I want to make sure that we get away from it before I get too excited. So let me set my stop loss for this. We're in 25 shares, so we'll just do this because I don't think it shouldn't get any higher than that. So oh well, if it stops me out, that's a-okay. Let me see. Let me just see, guys, because that might have been the buy-in area. I need to see the overall market, and then we're going to go ahead and go over exactly what you asked for. So, yeah, it does look like, of course it is. Of course it is. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. You know you love to see it. We took another small loss on that, and that's why I needed to stay focused. That's A-okay, guys. It does look like things are going to shape up down here. The Qs are finding a bid down here. That was my clue. That was my clue to hold on to this bid to see if the overall market was going to catch this bid and head on higher, or are we going to break down and head on even lower. But it looks like I got out just at the wrong time and shorted just at the wrong time. But that is A-okay, guys. That is part of learning. So I am not on it. Maybe I just take a small break here and realize what exactly is going on, because we are back up into this area of resistance now. That 300, because it breaks down, it makes it as resistance. So we need to see this working out in this area, or we're going to see some bad news bears for that. So we'll go over ARRY, and then we'll definitely go back over AMD in just a second. Okay, so we got ARRY trading at 2015, looking really good in this area. But you got to understand, guys, look at this top. See, if I draw this down here, we're right into an area of resistance. Okay, why do I say that? Because every time it's popped up into this downtrend line, it's sold off. Okay, so now we're back up into this trend line at 2014. This might be an area that it would sell off. Okay, so be careful there, guys. We want to make sure that we use our stop losses first and foremost. So back to you, Mr. Chan, on AMD. We will definitely take a little peeky gander. Now, you said that you did what? You did a put. So you're selling shares short on AMD. Well, this is what I'll say. If you're selling it short, I would use this as your risk. So let's say AMD comes back up here and breaks 98.21, then you want to be out of your trade, right? That's my personal opinion. You need to play your own hand in your own book, so that way you're happy with it. It looks like I just sold Apple. Goodness gracious, where is Apple sitting? AAPL. So if you're holding short, if you're shorting AMD from wherever you're shorting, if it gets above this 98.25, I wouldn't want to be short anymore, right? So if you're short AMD, I wouldn't want to be short after it broke above this, if I was personally holding anything. But make sure you're trading your own book, so that way you don't get caught on the wrong side, or you don't be surprised by anything that actually happens. So look at this Netflix, guys. I'm really thinking this is just its distribution. You know, why do I have to keep taking so many shares of this? I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and make this a really easy trade on me. We're just going to take 10 shares short, and we're going to see what actually wants to come of this, okay? So here we go. We're 10 shares short now. You know, it kind of hurts to take this 10 shares short, but because, you know, I lost $40 on this trade, so I want to make a lot more money on this trade, but that's okay. If we can't, then we can't. We're not going to sit here and try and fight this thing all day. We're going to make sure we make our money elsewhere. So let's look at ON. So ON looks like it's just trading sideways here. We want to see this base now hold out, and if it doesn't, you know, that's A-okay. We're still in this to win this for the longer term move, okay? So, yeah, this breakdown here, man, I'm telling you guys, I really feel like Netflix is on the verge of just absolutely collapsing down. And it looks like Microsoft's doing the same dang thing. It's coming right back down here to test this area. And so why are we trading range bound, guys? Why is this trading range bound? Well, because it is the FOMC meeting, right? Now, we called this out this morning, so I'm not too surprised that we're still trading in a range. Not too surprised that we haven't picked a direction and that we're coming back down to retest these areas. Just simply put, because that's what usually is what happens for these areas. So we did take that short on Amazon. We said we're not going to be in here for a long time, just a good time, and it looks like we are having a good time. We're up about $9.35 on this trade. Where is this thing going to go? Well, if we look, we broke this support area, and it looks like our next area of support, goodness gracious, let me zoom out here and see if I can't find a better area of support. So let's take a peeky gander at this, and if we're here, our next area of support is going to be all the way down here at 98.87. So can we hold out, or are we just going to go to the low of the day? So that's really the question here on this trade. If we start to see this thing hold a base here somewhere in this area, yeah, we're just going to sell out of it right now. We're going to take a $6 win on that. Thank you very much. That was a nice little trade right there, guys. Let's go ahead. We'll just bring this down. We're going to bring our stop all the way down to here. So that way, if it does, well, that's what we'll do. We'll just bring our stop down. If it stops us out, we'll get our win. And if it wants to continue heading lower, we'll just continue bringing our stop down, right? That sounds good to me. Sounds good to you. Good. Thanks for helping, bro. What target? Okay, so Jackie Chan, I hope you like that target. There we go. We're out of AMZN. We took a nice $6 win on AMZN. That looks great. And now it looks like it's trying to pop off. And if that is the case, then is Enflix actually going to turn around too? So we are in short on Enflix. Why did I didn't put a stop loss on that. So good thing we're back here checking this thing out. So let's go ahead and get, so it looks like as Amazon, let's take a look at the Qs. So the Qs look like they're really shaky here too. So if they're shaky, I think the overall Netflix is going to continue heading lower. So where is the next spot for a stop on this Netflix trade? Let's take a look. Its next spot is probably going to be this 296.12. So 296 is probably going to be its next stop. So if we can be a part of that and hold to 296, boy, that would be great, wouldn't it? But maybe it bounces off here at its bottom at 299. That's going to be a psychological area as well. So there we go. We're up about $3.88 on this trade. We're going to keep on keeping on and seeing what's going on with the overall market, because I know we're in some of these trades here, guys. So we have WAL still trying to hold these higher lows. If they can't hold the higher lows, then we might be able to come all the way back down here to stop out. But I am expecting it to hold these new higher lows at least until after the FOMC meeting, because these banks might actually take off if the rate hikes do the rate hike thing. So we are shorting Netflix still. We are 10 shares short, and I really need to learn how to make bracket orders. So Jackie Chan, say hello to Chris for me. Oh, that's cool. You guys know each other? That's awesome. That's very, very cool. Cool. So we got Microsoft. It looks like Microsoft is back down in this area that I said I would want to buy if we came down and retested. So why would I want to buy if we came down and retested this area? Because it is an area of support. This is being supported 1-2 times, and it was an area of resistance 1-2 times. So now it's back down in this area of support. So is it going to find support? Are we going to want to add into this trade, or is it going to continue to fail and show us that this is a bad news bearish trade and it's going to head lower? So I would like to see it hold its support. I would like to see this thing hold out for the bigger expected move. But remember, with 2 o'clock coming just around the corner, we might want to make sure that we know what we're in and how long we're going to be in it for. So we're holding Riot still, guys. We're not going to be in this thing forever. We're just watching this bull flag pennant form on Bitcoin, which looks like it broke out of this area this morning, which was beautiful, but we know it's not going to go too far too fast without Papa Powell letting us know if it's okay to be risk on or risk off. So here we go. Microsoft pulling back down now to 276.01. We need to see what the Qs is doing. Still pulling back really hard here, guys. It's pulling back really hard. So hold on to your shorts if you got them. I know I do. I hope you do too. Microsoft still pulling back. I'm still holding on to this trade to see if the market wants to find a nice little area to hold. Let's take a look at AMZN. It looks like I could have held on to that trade a little bit longer, but we got out for a good price, guys. I'm not going to be mad about that. I want to see Amazon starting to turn around here. So if Amazon could turn around, that would be absolutely amazing. So guys, let's see. It's 12:30. Let's go ahead and run through this really quick, and you got to let me know what you're watching, guys, because I can't keep my eyes on everything. If you want me to take a look at something right away for you, I can do that. So go ahead and look at the screen really quick. We're going to start from the top, scroll your way down. Right here's the live button. If you click live, bada bing, bada boom, you'll be all caught up on this live section, okay? You'll be all caught up on this broadcast. It's very important that you do that. Then we also have an area that you can vote. This poll is on the rate hikes. Go ahead and give me a vote. We want you to go ahead and vote on this. So we want to get 30 on this. And then guys, of course, if you guys scroll down, you can always comment. You can say whatever you want to me. Hey, how you doing? How's your day? How's your voice keeping up? Or hey, you smell bad. You look like you smell bad. Whatever you guys want, I don't really care. Just go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you want to see more, guys. And while you're down there, smash the like button. There's only 3 things I ask. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, and of course, be here for that pre-market prep, because we start every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. But today, we're going to be here till 4 o'clock because the rate hikes come out at 2, and I want to be here for you. So go ahead, guys, and do what you can, because if you couldn't do what you can, then you wouldn't be doing nothing at all, right? We got to keep our grind to the grind. We got to keep our nose to the grindstone. And you know what happens when you keep your nose to the grindstone for too long, guys? Then you don't have a nose, and you need reconstructive surgery, and that's never fun. All right, look at this uptrend that we have on Meta. Just like we've talked about this morning, we have seen range action. Meta's still trading at 203.25. Let's see where NVIDIA is at on this pullback. Look like it's going to test this VWAP area. That might be a nice little test. As Tesla, we talked about this psychological area of $200 this morning. And then what did we say? We said it's not just psychological, it's also an area of resistance technically. Okay, so 200 resistance technically, and an area of resistance mentally. Okay. So that being said, guys, we want to make sure when we look at these trades, we can take these shares short. I did not take it because I was already in Amazon, and what did I do? I squeezed out of Amazon for a $1.80 loss, and we could have just held on for the bigger move. Now, I did see this uptrend, and I told you guys this looks like a bear flag. Why is it a bear flag? Because it's moved down and then created a pennant or a flag, and then broke through and headed down lower. So that's why they call those the bear pennants. Now, it's coming back up here. It's testing this area of resistance at 196. Will this head lower from here and come back down to test this 193.55 area? I think we will find out soon enough, as Apple looks like it's doing a beautiful job at pulling back here at its morning's trading price at 159.73. Look at this, guys. Everything is just range bound on us. Everything is range bound except for Google. Well, Google is still range bound right here at its morning highs, bouncing off this VWAP area. That might be a nice little tasty trade there, guys, for Google, looking strong in this area. But I have too many trades out already, so I'm going to go ahead and skippy to my loo. We're down about $9 on this riot trade, but we're waiting for Bitcoin. Good old Uncle Bitcoin. What's going to happen here? This is a bullish pennant. That doesn't mean it's going to move up. That just means that this is what we call this pattern, this shape forming. If we see a bullish pennant, that means we're expecting this thing to break out and move on higher. New Vision says, Jackie can't say hello to Chris. Joshi says, hi again. Are you online for full day? You're darn tootin' I am, Joshi. I am here for you because I want you to be here for me. So I'll be on here until 4 o'clock. Yes, sir, Bob. So thank you so much for swinging on in and saying hi again, Joshi. I hope your trades are doing extremely well for you. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on down to Apple. We are not in Apple anymore. That had a beautiful pullback, guys. We had 5 shares on the long side. We didn't take it at the best spot, but that's a-okay. That's part of trading. Now look at Netflix. Netflix looking like it doesn't want to continue selling off here. I expected a bigger sell-off, so what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and take this $2.50 and we're going to go ahead and put it in our pockets, guys, because I do like this $300 area for support. Joshi, I want you to know that I do love this area of 300 for support, but it shook me out because look at this, guys. I bought in on this push and I got too many shares. I thought the market was looking very, very scrumptious in this area, and I took 25 shares and we held on to it and we held on to it, and now it finally got us out, and now look at this thing. It looks like it's getting ready to turn around right at that $300 area. It's at $299.53, and it looks like we're starting to see a little bit of action. So can it hold out? Can it push up higher? This is the area to buy, not to sell. So let's see if we can do that, if we can see some push to the higher side. So we're going to see what happens with Netflix. There it goes. Nice little push up there. You know, a little, oh my goodness, we better get in kind of push right there. So we're going to see what comes of it. Now, can we use this low with 10 shares inside? We know we made a few dollars on the short just playing that quick scalp, and now we're going to see what wants to come of it. So we'll see if it wants to get me back in here or if it just wants to take off like a bat out of hell. We will see very, very shortly. Let's take a look at the cues though to give us an overall idea. Yes, we're getting some wicking off on that bottom. That gives me the idea that this thing does want to move higher. If we're seeing wicking, especially on the 15, let's go ahead and throw that 15 on there and look at that wick. That Wicked Wickerson off on the bottom on that 15. You know I like those wicks there if they can hold. If those wicks can't hold and they get back refilled, well, that looks even worse because that means a lot of buying power is getting sold right off into. So let's go ahead and catch up on the chat. Joshi, Dave will be here to 4. Thank you, New Vision. My trades are more of positional to avoid more trades, and it is target based. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's what you want to hear. You know, if they're positional, you're taking positions, you're either sizing in or you're scalping out or whatever you might want to do with your position. You're positioning yourself in a way where you can at least use risk management. So at least make sure that you're using that risk management, Joshi. And I know you do things a little differently than what the rest of us do, but I will say this, I do appreciate you being here because you have already really pointed out some very good stocks this morning. So you're calling them out like B. Stewie calls them out for me, you know? So guys, if you're just joining me, my name is Dave. This is LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday to Friday, 8 until 12. I'm going to be here till 4 o'clock today, though, because the Fed rate hikes are at 2 o'clock. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, heck, hit that like, hit that subscribe, guys, because I will be here for you, and I want you to be here for me. So Netflix looks like it's finally doing what I wanted it to do down here off of these bases, but maybe I wasn't too patient. Maybe I had too many, well, I definitely had too many shares in that trade, but you know, it's a-okay, guys. That's part of trading. Sometimes that's just how it is, guys, and that's what we do, right? Sometimes we have fear of missing out, sometimes we don't, but you will see it all here in front of you. Why? Because I'm doing this live trading, live commentary, live analysis, so that way you can see how sweaty your palms can actually get and how to actually take these trades in a volatile market, in a scary area, you know, how to play support and resistance. That's what we do here, and we do a lot of trading, guys. We take small share size and we use very small risk to try and reap big rewards. That's how you learn, that's how you get better, and that's how you grow every single day. And that's what we want to do here on this channel. We want to grow and get better every single day, guys, every single day, okay? So look at this. We got the SPY right down here at its bottom, still trading in its range. You guessed it, 398. It's still trading in 398. That 398 and 399 has been its area all stinking day, okay? So we're still range bound. We're at the low, so maybe we get bought up here and we start to head higher. Now, of course, Netflix doesn't want to get me in any more shares here, so we're going to go ahead and just use this area as its resistance now. So we don't want to get chop all stinking day, so we're just going to use this as its selling off point, so I don't have to worry about Netflix, and we can continue running through our trades. As looks like Microsoft is finally doing a little something, bouncing off this VWAP area. We got in 5 shares long at 276.20, 276.20. So about right where it's at, guys, right on that support, and we're using that to just hold out for the overexpected move. We've been in this trade for an awfully long time now, since back here, since it broke out of this area, and I even said if it retested this area, I would want to be buying in a few more shares. But because we're getting close to the Fed rate hike decision, I think we're just going to chop around, so I'll just keep those 5 shares, and if it wants to pop back up to the north side, I'll probably sell out of it. So let's look at the IWM, still trading sideways, nothing cool going on there. The Q's back down here at its support, guys. It's at its support, so that looks really good. Let's look at Netflix, still trying to bounce up off these bottoms, but guys, not a whole lot happening right now. Why? Well, because the Fed rate hike decision is coming out in an hour and a half, guys. Hour and a half for that. So make sure you don't leave. You want to stick to this. We're going to have it here for you first, but I can promise you, because I've been doing this long enough, I know for a fact you're going to see it move in the charts before I can even give you the answer. You're going to see right away the market reacting to it. Whether it reacts to it properly or not, you're going to see the volatility come in, and you're going to see this huge mess of buying up or selling, okay, or both, right, guys? You're going to see it just fluctuating like crazy, and you can get that stamp of approval from me right now. That is a stamp of approval. That is exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be very, very volatile. So be careful. Make sure if you are in any trades like I am, I'm in Netflix, I have a stop loss, right? Let's look what else we're in. Or we're in Microsoft, right? We have this stop loss here. We're in Riot, right? We have a stop loss here, okay? Speaking of Riot, let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin looks like it's pushing back up there, guys. That looks good for Bitcoin. So it's trying to hold this pennant, and if you want to draw this pennant out, you'll be able to see that we have this pennant right here. We got one here, and then we got one right here. So Bitcoin has now broke out of its pennant, heading to the north side, and it's trading at $28,639, okay? So $28,638 for Bitcoin. It did break out of that bullish pennant, but that doesn't mean anything if we don't see volume here. I think we're going to see sideways trading action for most of the day, at least right up until 2 o'clock, and then, wow, watch your pants. Take your belt and put it on a little tighter, please. So let's go ahead and bring up my boy here. He's talking about NVIDIA. We know that NVIDIA is popping off like something crazy. Let's take a little look-see. Okay, it's pulling back now right at its support area of 268. Why do I call that support? Well, that's the only really thing that's in this area, guys. There's not much support, so it is some support. So I'm only saying that because we're at VWAP and we've already seen soaking on the 15-minute in this area. So this could be a very nice place to buy in if you're looking to get in, but you do have to understand that your risk is all the way down here. That's the only thing that you can use as risk. So I wouldn't buy in here, guys. If this is part of your game plan, this is part of your business plan, this might be a nice area to get in, but I would have to risk using this, okay? Or if you wanted to, you can go ahead and say, okay, right here, we're gonna play off this VWAP area and we're gonna use this as risk, right? So whatever you do, just make sure you have risk in mind so that way you know how much you're gonna win and how much you're gonna lose. Speaking of win, let's see where NEO's at, because I wanna see this tank city, and it's not. It is below that VWAP area, but it has not tanked for us yet. So we're up about $13 on NEO. That's looking good. You know, I like to see it, but look at NVIDIA. Looks like it's starting to buy up. It's starting to find a bid here. So let's look at the overall market. Looks like the Qs is also trying to find a bid right here at these lows. IWM is also at its lows, trying to find a bid here. Let's see Netflix. Netflix is also looking like it found its bid and it's trying to move up here. So let's keep on moving. Let's see what else. Microsoft also bouncing off that VWAP area. Amazon looks like it's curling up from this area, looking really good as a nice little curl for that. Let's look at Meta, bouncing also off of its bottom. Now we're seeing confluency, guys. Now we're seeing confluency in the market. That makes me want to take, you know, a nice little trade on something just to see this thing actually start to like push up just a little bit on us. You know what I mean? If we can get this thing to just push up a little bit for the market, we might be able to take a nice little scalp here. And if not, well, then so be it. We're going to take a small loss on trying to make this thing happen. So we're in 100 shares long on Meta with a very, very tight stop loss because I'm seeing confluency in the market, guys. That's the only reason why I'm taking such a hefty trade here. This is a very big boy trade for me. Maybe not for you, it's all fractal, but because I'm seeing confluency across the market, I'm looking at the Qs. I'm seeing the Qs base out, look like they're rounding up. It looks like Amazon's starting to round up. It looks like, what else? AMZN starting to round up. Let's look at NVIDIA, NVDA. NVIDIA looks like it's starting to bounce off this bottom. So we're seeing Meta trade in this range this whole time, and it's moving very slow. We're not getting any crazy price gouging. So that's why I'm taking 100 shares to the long side for this trade, okay? This might be an absolutely horrible idea if this thing wants to fail on me, but that's okay. We're going to take a small loss for the bigger expected move. So can we get this move out of Meta, or are we going to see a nice little loss here? So we got to give it a little bit of time to work out, and if it wants to start breaking down here and it wants to flush out on us, that's okay. We got our stop in. So there it goes. We are going to have to, let's wait for it. Can it hold? We're going to go ahead and set this right below this trend line here. We want to make sure that if it breaks this area, we don't want to be a part of this, especially with the overall market heading to the north side. That's absolutely crazy, guys. If we don't see this thing hold, then Meta might be the actual short. So we are in 100 shares long on Meta. We're going to see how this thing wants to hold out for us, okay? So NVIDIA is getting a little pop here. Will it hold out? Only time will tell, guys. This is looking absolutely amazing, though, as the Qs look like they're trying to round out here. If they can round out and start to head up on some volume, but remember, guys, with the FOMC meeting, we might just see this sideways action like we are seeing, which is just bouncing around, chopping people up into little pieces here, but that's a-okay, guys. We're going to keep on keeping on. So let's look at Tesla, see where that thing's at right now. Okay, Tesla, good old Uncle Tesla, how you doing? Come on, chart. Let's see a load for me, baby. Good old Uncle Tesla's right back down here. We talked about this trade first thing this morning, guys. We talked about Tesla looking like a short, okay? Why do we say that? Well, because it's at a psychological and technical area to short at. This would have been a beautiful short, but we're not seeing it actually happen here, okay? I'm sorry, we did see it actually happen here. And then it created this bearish pennant. It broke that bearish pennant to the south side, and that was another great short sale trade. So keep that in mind, guys, that it looks like it's trying to find a base here, but we don't find any support until we're down here at 193. So if it holds here, that's going to look strong for Tesla finding a new area of support. Because I don't like to count these pre-markets nearly as much as I would the overall daily support that we have marked here for you, okay? So guys, if you see something that I am not looking at, go ahead and let me know in the chat. I love to go over, I love to speculate, I love to do a little bit of earth thing. So if you guys want to see it, go ahead and let me know, because I can talk about it. We can do a little bit of everything. We do commentary, we do risk analysis, we do stock commentary analysis and live trading here for you guys. I'm just a big talking head, so don't use use these as buy or sell recommendations. It's just me. It's just me in front of the market talking, baby. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, go ahead, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I'm going to be here every single day, Monday to Friday, 8 until 12. Why am I still on? Well, because we have the Fed rate hikes at 2 o'clock. So I'm going to be playing this game until 4. So if you like it, you want to see more of it, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, baby. So we're going to be here. Let's go ahead and keep on keeping on. We're going to keep Meta up over here on the right-hand side so we can see when it stops us out. I always expect to lose when I get into a trade because it's better than being surprised by a loss. Nvidia popping up at 269.88, looking absolutely scrumptious. Let's see Tesla. Tesla back down here, still holding those areas. Let's see Apple. Apple's trying to get a little curl here, trying to hold new higher lows. That would be great for Apple if it could do that. Joshi, you're bearish on Bitcoin now, huh? Well, maybe I should look at my Riot trade, but I already got the stop loss in for Riot, so we're going to see what actually wants to come of it. So let's go ahead and bring up this active trader here and see. Let's see, is Meta going to pop off, or are we going to head lower? Goodness gracious, this is making my heart murmur. It's starting to shake a little bit. You know, I wanted to head right up to the north side right when I got in, and it did not. You know, so part of me wants to get out half share size now because it didn't do exactly what I expected to, but because it's making new higher lows, it makes me want to hold on to this dang stock. So let's bring up the QQQ to see what the overall market is doing. It does look like it is trying to find a little bid here, a little push. Maybe we just get that little push up to that VWAP area, but we will see. Only time is going to tell. So we are in long 100 shares on Meta. This is a sweaty handed trade for me. So if you like it, if you like seeing the raw, the real, the trades, the actual day trades here in front of you, I'm doing this for your entertainment and for my wallet. So if you like it, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I'm here every single day, Monday, Friday, till 12, baby. Let's look at Netflix. So we are long in Netflix, but it doesn't look like it wants to do anything. It doesn't look like Meta wants to do anything. It looks like everything is just at the lull. They're trading sideways, waiting for old Papa Powell to come out and say, hey, you guys are A-okay. Go ahead, throw all your money in the market. Or he's going to say, hey, I don't know what you guys think that you're doing. You think that you're getting all excited buying in all these stocks. No. He's going to turn on that mic and maybe he will crap all over the place. We're going to have a big Papa Powell duty poop on the floor today. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see, guys. But either way, I will be here for you just as I hope you are here for me. So let's take a look at Microsoft. Microsoft is looking like it is trying to get up above this area. This area is a psychological and no, not a psychological. This is an area of support. So we want to see this be supported and continue to head higher. So we did get in this trade very early this morning. We've been holding on to this trade. Usually don't hold on to trades for that long, but hey, you know, we knew the thing was going to trade sideways when it was up here at the tippy top. We didn't get out those 5 shares just because we just want to see if we can hold. So we are holding. We are doing the gosh darn thing, and let's see if we can keep on heading higher now for Meta. Can we get Meta to move up to the north side? Because I would think that that would be one of the most lovely things to happen to me today if we could see that thing pop off at the mouth. So here we go. Meta is pushing up. We're up about $7 on this trade. Can we keep on keeping on? Yes, we can. Look at that. Now we are getting up a little bit higher on Meta. Can we keep pushing? Let's go, baby. Let's go. I want to see at least a 203 for a first profit target. If I could, please. We'll take 50 shares out at that first profit target, and then we'll see if we can keep on heading to the north side. Nvidia now trading at 270.15. It does look like it did find that base that I drew out for you guys off that VWAP area at 268. Now trading at 270.13, looking absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nvidia, for actually trying to drag this market up with you, as Tesla did find that base down there, but we don't know how long Tesla's going to hold out because we know it's not the craziest area for support. But if it holds new higher lows on this daily, that's going to be very, very advantageous for the overall stock. Now, Apple looks like it got a little pop, but it's starting to sell off a little bit, so this is making me wonder, goodness gracious, Apple, are you going to be able to hold for us, or do I need to go wah-wah, boo-hoo, market's failing? Google now back down at that VWAP area at 401.91, trading at 105.07. Beautiful area for Google to try and hold. This is looking like the overall strength in the market for us, guys, is Google. We like Google. We want to see Google do big things because that is heavily weighted in a lot of our stocks. So let's go ahead and make sure, yes, we are all caught up on the chat. Jackie Chan is in rush hour in Wall Street. Yeah, oh, that's why you said that. I see. My bad. Yeah, Jackie Chan, say hello to Chris for me. Yeah, Chris Rock. Yeah, my bad. You know, I'm a little slow. You know, I'm big talking chin on here. Sometimes I get a little lost when it comes to these chats, but it comes full circle. So thank you, New Vision. I get the joke now. My bad, dude. So, Yeah, Joshi says he's bearish on Bitcoin now, so I need to look at my Riot trade. If he's bearish on Bitcoin, RIOT, where are we sitting? All right, so we're sitting down here at this base making new higher lows. Now let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin is above that bearish pennant, and it is still holding sideways. So I'm not so much bearish on this. I'm still bullish, obviously. I'm holding those shares to the long side, and we're going to see what comes of it, guys. I do like it. One thing, you know what, I've been sleeping on is AI. What did AI do? So AI did take off here. Don't worry, we're not actually down that 80 bucks. We're actually up probably a few bucks on AI because I held this for so long. But AI, guys, I did like AI. I still do like AI, but now I got to find the proper area to get in. I oversized in on this trade, so when it actually came back down and stopped me out, I should still be in this trade, but I am not, guys, and that's A-okay. Sometimes you're going to have those issues with trading, and that's why I do it here for you, so you can learn from me while I learn, because remember, you're a loser unless you're learning, guys. Make sure you know that. You're a loser unless you're learning, and if you're learning something, you can grow and you can get better every single day, guys. That's what we want to see, and that's what we want to hear, okay? So it looks like Meta is doing what I'm expecting it to, but not nearly as fast, and just as I say that, it comes right back down. So we're down $4 on that trade so far, but we're looking for the bigger expected move on Meta. We want to see this thing hold this uptrend line. We want to see this thing push higher on volume, and it looks like we are starting to get that now, up $4 on the trade. Let's go ahead and make sure we do know all the trades that we're in. Meta, VOO, WAL, VTI, Microsoft, ONON, Netflix, Neo, and Riot. So we are in quite a few trades here, guys, but that's A-okay because they all have a game plan. They all have a stop loss, and we know what we want to see happen with them. So, yeah, man, I'm telling you, this AI, it hurts that the fact that I'm not in this anymore, just because I'm really excited for this. I did all this volume price analysis on it, and I really, really like the overall trade for that. But, you know, I'm just not, you know, maybe I just take a really small share size instead of trying to go gung-ho on it. But, you know, I want to be a big boy. I want to make a big boy trade, you know. So let's go ahead and go through all of the trades here really quick, guys. So we got Neo over here. We're up $10 on this trade. We're 100 shares short. We had to take 2 tries on this. I had about 20 shares short here, and then I added in till I got over 100 shares short here, and then we stopped out, finding out that that was the top, and then we just took 100 shares short right at the top, using that top as a risk. So we're not risking much at all. We're up about $11 on the trade, about break even for the day on that trade, but we're going to see what comes of it because I think Neo is going to tank city, baby. And now we have ONON. It looks like it did break down that area of support at $28, but we have this area of support at $27 that I want to defend, okay? So we took this at $28.19. We took a little bit out of the break area zone, about 10 cents outside the area, so I didn't really chase this. I took an hourly range break, so an ORB, an hour or HRB. Hourly range break, or orb, the range break, right? So I took the range break on this, so I really like this trade, even though I'm down that $5. This is looking absolutely scrumptious for the overall market in itself. So I like these gap up plays. If we get a good gap up that surprises the market, which this thing gapped up, let's take a little peek. It gapped up about 25%, and that's a big thing, guys. We could have continuous. If the overall market wants to do well today, this thing could really continue to that north side, okay? So let me go through and make sure I'm not in anything that I shouldn't be. Okay, so we're in Netflix to the north side. We need to bring up Meta. Holy crap, because we got a lot of shares in Meta. Yeah, Meta's just range bound here, just chopping around here, guys. Not looking much at all like anything. So AAPL, let's see how that's doing really quick. So AAPL looks like it is breaking down. Let's just go ahead and bring up the book maps on that. Let's see if we can zoom out and find our levels. So that 160 still is true right here, guys. Look at this 160 and this 160.55, 160.50 area. Yeah, 160.50. That's our highest areas of liquidity. If it wants to come all the way down to 159.25, it looks like. That looks like a great area to buy, but then you have this 160 at the top. That's a great area to sell. So we're bouncing around in between these areas as we knew we would, right, guys? We talked about it in pre-market prep, and that's why we are here at 8 a.m. So we have a better expectancy of what is going to happen in this overall market. Things aren't going to go to the north. Things aren't going to go to the south. They're going to go to the north and the south. Find a good middle ground because 2 o'clock's coming up, guys. We got about an hour and 15 minutes. Less than an hour and 15 minutes, and then guess what happens, guys? we have the Fed rate hikes decision, the whole amplitude. This is why we are here, guys. This is why we're here. So while we're talking about the Fed, go ahead and look at my screen, guys. If you scroll down here, you can say a little something if you want. Right here is the comment section. If you want to go ahead and let me know what you want to watch, I can bring it up and take a little peeky gander for you too. We're trying to get to 30, guys. We're at 26. Let's get ourselves to 30 on those like buttons. If you can get me to 30, I will be a happy little camper by the end of the day. We got till 4 o'clock, so we still got plenty of time. But while you're down there, if I bring you any value or entertainment to your life, please hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, baby. You know I love it. You know I like it. You know I love it. You know I want some more of it. So hit that like, hit that subscribe, because I want to be here for you as much as I want you to be here for me. So right here on Meta, we're at 203.27. Let's look at the overall market. We got to take a look at the Qs, right? The Qs looks like it does wick off on this bottom, but nothing is so for sure. It doesn't seem like anybody really cares about what's happening in the market right now. We're all just sitting back and waiting to see what Papa Powell has to say at 2 o'clock. So that being said, make sure you have tight stop losses and you know what trades you're in, right? That's why I had to go back and look, because I don't know what trades I'm in. I got so many things flying all over the place. I love to trade, guys, but that's why I trade with small risk. That's why I use small share size, so that way I can continue to trade, I can continue to learn from these trades, and I can continue to keep showing up to the market every single day, because I will always have money as long as I'm using risk management, okay? So here we go. Meta is popping back up, but it's been here for too long, guys. It's been here for too long. So what am I going to do? I want to take profit. So our first profit area is this 203. So we're going to go ahead and set this for 203 right here at 203, and we're going to buy these. No, I don't want to buy more at 203. I want to sell at 203. So what was I thinking? Let's go ahead right here. 203.47 is going to be our first sell at 50 shares. So let's see. Can it get up there? Oh, that's because I have my stop loss here. So that's why I need to learn to make a bracket order, guys. So right here, we're going to take 50 shares off right there. Bada bing, bada boom. We just made a nice little chunk right there. And now we can use our risk management a little bit better, and we'll bring it right up under here, which is our break even area. 203.36. We're at 203.22. So almost the break even area for these last 50 shares, but we want to see this thing pop up, get up a little bit higher, and get put to my next sell price area, which is going to be up here at 203.68. Okay, so we're out half of those shares. We're up a nice little pretty penny on that. Microsoft does look like it's continuing to move higher. We still have 5 shares in that, so we're making a little money on Microsoft as well. What about AMZN? Is that starting to curl? Not just yet. We're going to see what happens, what comes of that. Meta looks like it's starting to curl. NVIDIA right there still on that area of support. So we're going to see what actually comes of that. Tesla now getting that curl that we were talking about. If this curl wants to continue, Tesla might be able to bounce right back up into this VWAP area and its resistance area to show if that's what it wants to do, if that's the true colors that it wants to poke and show us what is going on. Okay, so let's see if Riot got a bounce yet. Yes, Riot did get that bounce, and now it's going to go up to that VWAP area. So let's take a look at, you guessed it, Bitcoin back up at those highs, guys. Bitcoin is back up at 286.91 or 28,684. Okay, it's right back up at those highs. It's looking good. And Tesla breaking out of this bottom fishing area, looking really good here. Not on as much volume as that you would want to see on this area, but it's looking good, guys. So we are starting to see some things try to find bottoms. What about Apple? It does look like Apple is trying to find that bottom, and we're getting a little push here. But remember, guys, we have 1 hour till that Fed rate hike decision. 1 hour. So when I say 1 hour to the Fed rate hike decision, you need to take that seriously. You need to ask yourself, what am I in? What are we trading? What are the levels looking like? And do I have my stop set? So yes, we do have our stop set. We are going to expect the biggest volatility in this market to come. That is going to be today. I bet it's the craziest mover today than anything. Google bouncing beautifully off that VWAP area. Man, if I could take every trade, I would, guys, but you can't be in everything all at once. Tesla is curling up. It does look like it's doing well. NVIDIA does look like it's holding out this area again. Still holding this area very, very well. Still just trading sideways. NVIDIA at 269.57. All right, let's see. Tesla's still curling up. We're going to go to the Qs. Let's see where that's at. Again, a nice little curl on that. That means that the meta should be holding out well. It should be looking good. And yes, we're up about $20 now on this trade in total. We want to see, this was my next target profit to take. So I'm going to go ahead and take another 25 shares right there. Bada bing, bada boom. That's how you make that money. Oh, we have to do this first. Then we got to sell the market. Okay. Oh, well, we're not going to get as much money as we did the last time. But okay, we got 25 more shares. And we're up another $4.50 on those 25 shares. So where do I want to set my stop loss? Well, that's pretty simple. 203.36 was my buy-in area. So we're going to go ahead and set that to break even. So if I break even, then I'll lose the extra $6.50 that I'm up. But let's say Meta wants to do something absolutely nutso. If it wants to do something crazy and it wants to just head to the north side, then I want to be in this trade, and then I'm going to use this as a free trade. So if this is going to stop me out with this last 25 shares, that is okay if it stops me out with these 25 shares, because I'm not losing anything. I've already made my money on this trade and I'm happy with it. But let's say Meta wants to break out from here and it wants to continue to head higher. Well, I have 25 shares of it, and I would like to say, hey, Papa Powell, let that market move higher. Let's keep on making that money, baby. So we're going to see what Meta wants to do from here, but we've made our money on this trade. That's a beautiful thing right there, guys. So if you guys remember, we were down on Meta, taking a really small share size. We were down a couple dollars, but now we are up a nice 20 bucks on this trade. So we'll go ahead and keep on carrying on. Let's look at the rest of my trades to see where we're at. So Netflix, look at this. Netflix isn't getting the same bounce as we wanted, guys. So Netflix is looking overall weak compared to the rest of the market trying to push higher. So as the Qs rounds about, as Tesla rounds about, as Microsoft does a little roundabout, which, speaking of which, we're doing like a nice little head and shoulders pattern right here, guys. So if this does this head and shoulders pattern, you know what I want to do with that? I want to sell out this small win right here, because I'm not going to mess around with this, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and sell out of Microsoft. We're going to make ourselves, I got to cancel this really quick. We're going to sell this Microsoft. We're going to make our $3.35 on it. So we're just taking small wins. And why am I doing this? Well, we have 1 hour until the Fed rate hike decision. So make sure you stick around for this, guys. And if we're seeing this head and shoulders pattern on Microsoft, say it comes back up here and then it wants to stop out in this area, that to me is going to look like a nice, tasty short. Will I take the short? Well, probably not before Papa Powell comes out, but I definitely want to know that it's there so we can alert you to it. So let's take a look at AMZN. Good. It got this little roundabout. It's touching that VWAP area, and now it's just trading sideways. And I think we're going to see a lot of that happening in these areas, guys, because old Papa Powell is going to be coming out real soon. So watch your P's, watch your Q's, dot your I's, circle your O's. I don't know. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't circle your O's. Maybe you leave them blank. Tesla looks like it's popping up here, 196.16. Apple looks like it is doing that little roundabout that we're talking about on a few other trades. Netflix finally getting a little bounce off that 300. Are we actually going to see it get supported up here? Well, that's only 1 week on a 5 minutes, so we're going to see, guys. We're going to see. But Google looks like it's stuttering. It's doing a little. Wow, I sounded like a snake there for a minute. I guess when I talk too long, I turn into a snake. Guys, I've been here from 8 this morning talking non-stop for you. But sometimes I take a 5-second break like I'm going to right now. When I always come back in nice and early, we got to keep that mic hot, baby. We got to keep it hot because the market's always hot. There's always opportunity in these markets. And what you are seeing in front of you right now, today, is me taking live trades for you. I'm doing it for your entertainment. I'm also doing it for me because I like to make money, baby. I like to extrapolate that money from the market. But here's the thing, guys. If you like the commentary, if you like the analysis, that is what I'm here for. So let me know what you're watching so I can also speculate on what you are. Let me see if I can call out of your hand. Let me see if you can give me the ticker that you're in, and I can say, yeah, you're probably got in somewhere in this area and you plan on getting out somewhere in this area, because I love to speculate with the rest of them, guys. I seriously get goosebumps talking about stocks and stock markets, and still to this day, after years of trading, guys, this will never vanish. I will always be passionate about this. I will always love this, and I will always be here for you. So I want you to be here for me. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, guys. Have you heard me say it enough? Is that enough? Am I saying it too much? New Vision, tell me what you think. Am I saying it too much? I gotta advertise myself, guys, but I don't want to make your ears bleed with screaming subscribe either. So I gotta find that happy medium. Guys, we've only been here for 6 weeks. This crew has only been here for 6 or 7 weeks, guys, and we're up over 360 You heard it right, 360 subscribers. I'm absolutely blown away that there's 360 of you that are going to give me that love and support, so thank you so much. Do you know what? This one is for you. This is for every subscriber that's in here right now. Thank you so much. Cheers to you guys. You know, I know you guys want to see this grow just as much as I do, and that's what makes me so excited. So I got goosebumps just talking about it right now. So cheers to you guys. This one's for you, not for me. Now the QQQ is trading at 310.77. That looks absolutely amazing right there, except for the fact that this is running into its resistance and it's running into its VWAP area, and we have less than 1 hour. Papa Powell is going to be coming out, guys, so make sure you're watching your P's, checking your Q's, circling your O's, all that good stuff. Okay, so we got still 25 shares of this meta trade still holding out, because I do like the fact that it keeps pushing up, holding new higher lows, and this could be the coolest breakout trade, holding 25 shares. This could be the coolest thing if Papa Powell comes out and says, hey guys, no more rate hikes. There's not another rate hike to be seen in sight. Turn the money printer back on. We're going to go. Quantitative easing is behind us. It's time to head to the north side. If that happens, I want to have a few shares to the long side. And if it doesn't, and we want to stop out, well, guess what? I'm going to have my shorts or my stops ready to be stopped, and then I'm going to be looking for shorts. Okay, guys? So there's a way to trade this, and that is to react. Norman Conklin, good morning. Oh, actually, it's afternoon. I'm so used to saying good morning and leaving you guys at noon, but I'm here until 4 today, right? Because the Fed meeting is at 2, but I'm going to be here till 4, baby. So cheers, Norman. It's good to see you. I hope I earned your subscription, brother, because I want you to be here for me as much as I want to be here for you. So, Norman, if you're seeing anything in the market that I'm not, why don't you let me know in chat what you're watching, because I would love to be a part of it. I love to speculate. I love to trade. So cheers to you, brother. Good morning and cheers to you. Good afternoon and cheers to you. Goodness gracious. I'll get it right one of these times, guys. So we're right down here at this 300 psychological and supported area by technical analysis right here on Netflix. So we've been just kind of just trading right here, just looking so yucky right here in this area. Now we have 10 shares to the long side. We tried to long this earlier in this area, and it did give us that bounce, but I did a little bit of a fear of missing out, okay? I bought a little too extended from that $300 area, so I could not hold on to all 25 shares of those. So now that we have tried to play the short on this and it got bought back up, we're trying to actually play this support, because it is holding in this area. And if we look at the volume price analysis, it does look like we are starting to see less volume on the sell side, except for right here. We've seen a pretty high volume, but it got bought right back up, and now it's just trading sideways. So I think the overall market needs to figure out what it wants to do. If it wants to do it, we want to be a part of it. Alex, yes, Alex, good afternoon, sir. Don't tell me you're just waking up, Alex. You're going to break my heart if you're just waking up, dude. But we got the Fed rate hike in less than 1 hour. So, Alex, you're popping in just at the right time. Awesome to see you, brother. Good to have you. And it's awesome. It's just awesome to have you in here, man. We're always all the same guys. Every one of you just keep popping in here. You keep saying hi. And you keep making my stinking day. So, Alex, you know what? Alex is our Discord moderator. And for some of you, if you haven't joined our Discord, just remember, everything's free. Everything that I offer you is going to be free. So let me just go ahead and put this into the comment section. There you go. If you guys want to join the Discord, again, it's absolutely free. Just mind your language in there. We like to make sure we keep everything family oriented here. We are, you know, I am a dad, you know what I mean? I want to see you guys doing your best, and I want you guys to always be disciplined, and I want you guys to always be making money and using your risk management, okay? That's the dad in me. I know you're going to hear me preaching that, okay? And same thing in our chat. We want to make sure we're not, you know, screaming lotto calls, you know, like buy in here now, and you know, we're not trying to buy a stock and then try and get everybody else to buy it, you know, buy and recruit. We're not like that, guys. We're here to learn. We're here to learn from our mistakes, because you know that you're a loser unless you're learning, guys. You're a loser unless you're learning. I'm always going to say it. I'm always going to be on top of that. And it looks like Meta is trying to break out of this area. It's doing its absolute best, but we're not seeing a lot of volume coming in, and I'm not too excited for Meta to break out here. Why? Well, because Papa Powell is coming out in less than an hour, so we're not going to see this thing actually go popping off at the mouth until after that. Now, I don't know which way it's going to be, but we are set up for the long side, and yet we do have a stop in case there is a short. So let's go back to Netflix, because guess what happened here, guys? We got stopped out for that third time on Netflix. Goodness gracious. I'm telling you guys, this thing has been beating me up today. We're down about $43 on this trade. That's a-okay. We got money a little bit everywhere. I think we're up a little bit today. And if this trade works out, we're gonna be up way way more than we are. So a little $43 loss to try and get this Netflix is a-okay with me, guys. No big deal. But we're going to see what comes of it. Why? Because we're not going to just take a loss and accept it. We're going to take this loss and we're going to learn from it, just like we do with our winners. You get a lot of gurus out there that only want to broadcast their winners. But I promise you, if that person is a winner, or if you are a winner, you can also agree with me that you have taken a lot of losses to get to where you're at. A lot of beaten up, and we're a different breed, guys. If you keep showing up to this market every single day and getting your butt handed to, but you keep showing up until you finally get your head above water where you're a profitable trader on a daily basis or a weekly or a monthly basis for that matter, then that is when things just, you finally get to take a big deep breath of fresh air. But seriously, you got to be a different breed to keep showing up to this every single day and getting kicked in the gut and losing and losing and losing. But you got to lose to learn, guys. So lose to learn, but you're a loser unless you're learning. So that's our motto here. Make sure you're learning something when you are losing. Now look at this, guys. Now I can make this up trend line because now I see it, and look what's going on here. Maybe this gets bought up still in this $300 area. You know, maybe I just need to move this down so to 300 exactly, so that way I stop messing with myself. But here we go. Nice little breakdown. Is it going to get bought up here? This would be the absolute best time to buy in this area. So 4 times the charm, huh? What do you guys think? No? You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm just getting beat up on this thing. I got trades in other areas, so we're just going to go ahead and let this thing do its thing. I'm not going to, yes I am. I'm going to buy in. All right, there we go. And we're going to put the stop loss right below this. Honestly, that's it.
Brother.
This is the last trade on this area. I know it's fighting me, guys. It's fighting, but you know, when I find an area and I like it, that's why we take small losses. That's why we take small losses. And that's why we have tight risk, because when they stop us out, we're going to lose for a little. But if this thing wants to break out and head to the north side, that risk reward is there, and that is absolutely amazing. Now, we could probably go back over this trade and we could say, hey, Dave, you know, after you took this trade, after you did this, after you did that, you could have did this, you could have did that. Well, there's so many things to learn from this, guys, and I don't think we have time to go over all the things that I could learn on Netflix. But if it doesn't want to hold me out right here, that is it. I am done, son, and we will stay away from Netflix because I'm a loser in Netflix until I learn from it. So here we go. Netflix at $299.97. If it breaks that 300 and that downward trend line, I don't want anything a part of this. I'm going to look away because I don't want to do anything silly. So let's run through the rest of our trades and see where we're at. So Netflix, we are in Netflix right now. We're going to see what comes of it. Microsoft, we just exited that trade for a small win. And there we go. We are done with Netflix. We can actually take that off of our thing. We will see tomorrow if this thing does want to actually fail and come back down to this 193. But I think after Papa Powell talks, that's going to be the real true colors on this Netflix. So Microsoft looks like it is making that head and shoulders pattern, and it's coming back down to retest this support area of 276. Now Amazon just kind of trading sideways in this $99 area. You guys know what I think about Amazon. When we're not trading above this $100 area, Alex, are you serious? You just woke up? Not gonna lie, Alex says, I did just wake up. I'm on spring break. The extra sleep is helpful. Dude, that is just nuts. Is it extra sleep, or are you just staying up late so you need to get your 8 hours in and it just takes you longer? Oh, Netflix, I hate you so much. You make me sick to my stomach. Please don't do this. Don't you dare do this. I'm going to keep my eye on it. I don't care. I'm going to keep my eye on it. Same thing with Meta. Meta holding up at these highs, surprisingly. I did expect this to come back down and get me a little sweaty down here at these bases. I wanted to see it pull down and bounce again off of this, but it's still holding up here on volume, guys. Look at this volume starting to come in right here. See this here? Okay, we had this lunchtime lull right here, and now we're getting power hour to push this back up. But like I said, guys, I don't expect this thing to break its range or go any higher. Now, I would love to do it because I still have, 25 shares of this. We're up 13, 15 on the rest of this trade, but 25 in total. We want to see this thing move higher, of course. But now look at Netflix. Guys, I'm telling you, I oversized in this trade. I did. What do you think about GME? That's a great question. We haven't looked at GME in a while. GME has been pointed out to me by my boy New Vision for quite some time. So when it comes to GME, first thing this morning, if you were here for pre-market prep, I simply talked about GME's levels of liquidity. So what do I mean by that? Let's look at here on the daily, guys. If we look at the daily and we bring it back here, all I'm doing is taking the highest areas of liquidity. So if I look at the volume down here, and I see there was a huge area here, I take the VWAP and I mark it, okay? And then I take these areas that have sideways action and I mark those out too. So first thing this morning, we knew, guys, that we were trading right in between two huge areas of volatility. So this thing range bound back and forth, and I said if this thing opens in the morning above this area of liquidity at 26, that we're going to see it fail, and then we want to see a retest of 26 for a short. Okay, and that's exactly what happened here. It failed. It retested here for a short. We could not get short on Thinkorswim just because it's too speculative. It's too volatile, it says. And now we're right here making new lower highs, just downward trend. So if you're not already in this short, you know, you might want to see if maybe this thing will actually find some support somewhere. So where's that support going to be? Well, way down here at this 20 is its best area of support. But if you're looking for, you know, if you're a bull on this, you know, maybe you can use this low where it picked back up now that we have tested once, twice, and made a new higher low. So if you want to take along on this, make sure you're using your risk in mind. I wouldn't want to be in this thing if it broke $23. All right, so that's just my personal opinion, Wolf Polar. I don't know if you're bullish or bearish, but I'm always a bear with bull horns. I'm always ready to swipe down on those liquidity bouts when it pushes back up. We call them gap up bounce shorts, or what I like to call them is gap up, I'm sorry, usually people call them gap up shorts with daily resistance, but it's a gap up bounce short, okay? So that's what I was looking at for GME, and I know a lot of people that were looking at shorting this thing. So whether you're bull or whether you're a bear, I'm looking at both sides of this for you guys. So, you know, if you're in this bearish, I'm going to use this 26, this 27 is my stop, as to where if you're bullish, I'm going to use this $23 as a stop. So I don't want to be in the stock for a long time if it breaks this area out. I like to use hard stops on a lot of things because sometimes I take a lot of trades, right? So let's look at NEO, guys, and let me know if you guys have anything in the chat that you want me to take a look at, because if you don't, I can't read your mind and I can't bring up the chart, and I love to speculate with the rest of them, guys. So it's 110. We have less than an hour until the Fed Powell comes out and he starts turning on that mic. You know what can happen there. So Alex says, I'll post what I'm seeing on GME in the Discord, brothers. Thank you very much for that. I do appreciate that, Alex. Entering some puts here wouldn't be the worst idea. Now, Alex, I would be careful with saying that simply because, now, are you talking about GME? If you're talking about GME, yes, I can understand that. Using this as your stop, I can see that. But just be really careful out there, guys, because listen, Papa Powell's coming out, right? So don't make me beg you to be careful, okay, Alex? And be careful what you say, too, because we don't want anybody just jumping right into this, guys. This is making a new higher low here. This thing could easily break up through and head to the north side. And with Papa Powell coming out, you know, we need to be very, very careful. So make sure that you're taking shorts at resistance areas. I have them marked out here at 26, 28, and then the psychological $30 area. Look at Meta. Meta's giving us a nice little push there. That's nice. We're up about $26 total on that trade. We're still holding 25 shares of Meta to that north side, or we just break out for break even on Meta. So we will see, because I like Meta. I do honestly like Meta for the long term. But if I can hold for the long term, that's the hardest part about this, guys, is holding on for the long term for me as a trader. So let me know in the comments, what is the hardest part for you as a trader? I really want to know, because that's what we need to work on, right? So let me know, what is your weakness? Is it holding on to the longer expected move? Me. Is it waiting for your area to buy in? That's also me. I got a lot of work to do, you know, so be careful out there, guys. If we see GME start to get some volume here, we might see this thing push up pretty hard, pretty fast, but we're going to expect to see some more sell-off there, up there at 26. So we're going to see what happens with GME, but I'm liking it. Alex is not trading, brother. For me, it's showing a triangle pattern, and it is like it's going to bounce from the top of where there's no breakout, and it could be a nice little scalp. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, man. It does look like that this thing, let's see, showing a triangle pattern. It looks like it's going to bounce from the top. Yeah, so bounce from the top, like smack back into this 26 after it created this range. It's going to smack back into this 26 and fail. If that's what you're saying, Alex, that's what I see too, brother. That's exactly what I see. I see this thing going up really quick for a small push right back into this liquidity of 26, and that might be what happens there. So we will definitely see for GME. We'll definitely keep covering GME, and we can actually leave GME up here on this right-hand side. So guys, let me just bring this up really quick. So Alex, I know you don't mind, so I'm going to bring up what Alex sees right now for GME. This is his chart. It's going to look a little smaller on your chart. So as you guys can see, it's creating this downward trend line on his on his thing. So if it breaks out of that downward trend line, that might be a nice long, but that long is going to be for probably a short period of time. But that's just our thoughts. It's not yours. So it is kind of breaking out. If we draw this downward trend line from this peak, look at this, guys. Just like he drew it, this is what Alex is seeing. This is why he likes this for a short. But now that it broke out of this area, maybe it comes back down and retests this to head on higher. So that's what I'm seeing for it as well, just because it got through that trend line. Now, trend lines aren't 100%. We could go like this with the trend line. We could go like this with the trend line. But I like to try and take the highest areas and touch as many points as I can on my way down, and that's just what I'm doing here. So Alex, thank you for showing that that trend there and that break of that trend on GME. That looks absolutely scrumptious for a trade. It looks like Meta now trading at 204.03. Let's take a look at our overall indices. And guys, if you're looking at something that I'm not, well, you guys need to tell me. Tell me what you're looking at so I can take a little peeky gander. But until that time comes, I'm going to run through the indices to see where we're at. We're getting a nice little bounce on the SPY. We're trading at 397.77. That nice little bounce is on its resistance. I showed you where this liquidity pool was and where everything might be. We did get that sell-off, that pullback in the morning, just like we anticipated. This range trading, right? We were trading at that 399 and 398 all day. Now we're at 397, up in the high 397. So we're going to see what the SPY wants to do here, okay? I do need to look at my trades. So Neo is just kind of trading sideways underneath that VWAP area. Don't really care. We're going to see if Neo wants to continue to break down or break me out for stop even. Let's see how many shares we hold. So we're up 12 bucks in this. You know, maybe we take out half, but I really want to hold this for the longer expected move because I have such a stinking hard time doing it. So we know that right now we're in this area of resistance. So I'm going to expect this thing to continue to head to the south side, and we're not going to touch it because I want that overall bigger expected move. I'm sick of selling out too soon and not taking even more money. So let's look at WAL. It's still trading sideways. Let's look at Riot. Riot's back down there at that bottom. Let's look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin looks like it. Nice flush on Bitcoin right there. So we had a breakout on that pennant breakout and it touched its high, and now look at this big selling there on Bitcoin. So will it hold these areas? I think time's going to tell. Guys, I told you I'm not excited about this breakout because we have in 45 minutes, Papa Pelwell will be coming out here and he will be showing us either some love or some hate, letting us know what he needs to see in the market. So this thing will probably just stay range bound for now, but it's trading at 28,503, 28,505 right now for Bitcoin. So maybe that psychological $500 area will hold out, but we'll see, because Bitcoin is Bitcoin. It's going to do whatever the heck it wants. We can't will our faith upon it. So IWM now trading much lower than yesterday's open or close at 177. It's trading at 175.23. We thought it was going to find a base or a double bottom there, and it did not. So QQQ looks like it's curling up, but it's just still trading sideways back in that 310 area, just under VWAP. It doesn't know what it wants to do yet, as Netflix still trading at that $300 area. Yes, we know there's a lot of support here, but there's a little issue here. Where is the support here? We know there's supposed to be a lot. We're supposed to see a nice big bounce here, but we're not seeing much of anything. Let me zoom in on the 1 minute, and before you yell at me, I will zoom back out. Don't you worry, Alex. But this looks like a distribution to me, guys. It really does. I really want to take this short, but, you know, right before the Fed, you know, I just can't do it. Just can't do it. So, man, I'm telling you. Netflix, man. Netflix has been an overall just beast to me, just kicking my own butt. It makes me just want to short the crap out of this thing. It's probably sitting right there on support. So maybe I just need to stay away from this because it has been proving me that I don't know what the heck I'm doing with Netflix. I thought for sure if I would put money on it, and I did, that Netflix would bounce off this $300 area, but it's showing its true colors. It's very weak here. So this might be a beautiful distribution area for Netflix. And if it does distribute, I would really love to be a part of it. Goodness gracious. So let me catch up with Alex. It broke out of it from the glasses. I've been in the most recommended thing for laying out lines, patterns, order blocks, and minimum 3 consecutive points where the area was hit, if any less. There it goes. Not enough strength to show that it is a great line. So we were talking about GME, so we'll go ahead and bring up GME over here. Yeah, so GME did have that breakout of that downward trend line. You know, I still think it still could shape up. You know, even if this trend line wasn't here, it still could shape up and head higher. But you guys, if this volume comes in above this VWAP area, it still could push, and that push could go to 26. That push could go to 30, depending on what kind of liquidity is backing this, how many shares comes flying in here, So we're definitely going to see what comes of this. Now, right here is this little pop on Netflix, right back into this area. Man, I'm telling you, I hate Netflix right now. Yeah, I said it out loud. I don't like Netflix because it's got my ticket. But good thing we are doing very, very well on all these other trade, guys. It's okay to lose one once in a while as long as you're doing good across the board. And there we go with NEO. We're up about $13 on NEO. Oh, and we're just waiting on this thing to pop off at the mouth, head on a little bit higher, as WAL is the only ticket that we got that I like for the overall banking system. So if I can hold this thing out for the overall expected move, that would be absolutely scrumptious, because I looked at this thing on the daily, actually on the 4 hour, I think, this morning, guys, and we seen that we had this downward trend line that we broke up above, and now it's just trading sideways. So I'm just holding this thing on, not for a long time, just for a good time. But I'm telling you, this Netflix, I'm staring at it in the face, and it just looks like it is going to distribute down even lower. Now, I could be absolutely crazy because these are the best buy areas at these dips on this strong support, but what I'm seeing, guys, is it just doesn't want to get any bids. We're not seeing any buying up on this. We're seeing a lot of selling, but not a lot of buying. And now that's down in this area, if we don't get any volume, I don't know if we're going to get any at all. So let's just keep an eye on this, and then we'll move through the indices. So guys, if you see something that I'm not seeing and you want me to see it, well, put it in front of my face, throw that up in chat, and let me know where it's at, because I would love. And there we go, Netflix proving me wrong again, holding a new higher low, actually getting above that $300 area. It makes me want to get it in again. Yeah, I do. Let me in. Here we go. Now we're on a little breakout for Netflix. We're up about 75 cents for this trade so far. We're going to see what Netflix wants to do, but I'm going to use this next higher low as my stop loss, because I do really like this for the long. But if it doesn't want to, and it keeps creating those new lower highs, I'm telling you guys, that might actually happen. So we're in another 10 shares long for Netflix. Hopefully this is for the long term and not the short term. Let's take a look at Meta and the rest of my trades really quick. So Meta, we're up another $22.34. Overall, we're up about $35 on this trade, but we're trying to hold out for the bigger expected move. Do I exit out some more? No. We've already exited out 75 shares of this trade. We're trying to hold on to this, yes, for an even bigger move. I know, it's crazy. It's up here at these highs. Maybe I should take the 25 right before the meeting opens, but that's not part of the game plan, even though I want it to be part of the game plan. Oh, look at Michael. Here we go. I am selling out right here. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Oh, I can't make a decision. So I'll just leave the stop up there. Maybe I move the stop up, right, guys? So let's go ahead and make sure we know all of our trades here. We're in Meta, VOO, WAL, VTI, ONON, Netflix, NEO, and Riot. Do we have all those on this list? We have NEO, ON, WAL, Riot. So what are we missing here? We don't have Meta on this. So not Met, not Meet, but Meta. Yes, sir, Bob. I need to learn how to spell and talk at the same time. It's fun, guys. Unless you're spelling what you're talking, unless you're talking what you're spelling, sometimes you get a little messed up. So, guys, I need to go through my spiel. So go ahead and do me a huge favor. Look at this screen. That goes for you too, Alex. Look at this screen. Would you look at it? Just look at it. Guys, if you want to make sure that you're caught up in chat, make sure you hit this live button. It'll, boom, bring you right up to pace, okay? I like to keep it back here, though, just so we don't get any latency issues. Now, if you scroll on down, we have this like button, guys. Look at this beautiful like button. Go ahead and smash that like button. We're just trying to get to 30 likes by 4 o'clock, and it looks like we are so close to getting there. We only need 2 more likes. Go ahead and smash that baby. Smash that baby until you see it light up. Now, while you're down there, if I bring you any value or any entertainment to your life, guys, hit that subscribe button. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, except for today. I will be here till 4 because we have the Fed minutes. We have the Fed Papa Powell coming out at 2 o'clock, letting us know what the rate hike is going to be like. So if you want to be a part of that, if you want to see and be and hear blah, 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 I'm here every single day, guys, every single day. And when it comes to these big meetings, I want to be here for you just as much as I want you to be here for me. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, guys, and I'm done with that spiel. I'm done with it, all right? So good morning, good afternoon. Let's make some money. We're up about another $20 on Meta. I do really want to get out of this just because, we're up 20 bucks, guys. 20 bucks is 20 bucks, huh? So, maybe I do take another 20 shares out of this. we'll go ahead and get out another 20 shares out of this because we're at these highs. Okay, bada bing, bada boom. Now we can hold these 5 comfortably, and this 5 will be at break even. Okay, that's for real this time. Okay, that's for real this time. You know, I cannot hold on for the bigger expected move. I just don't have the stomach to do it. Not yet, guys, not yet. But eventually, one of these days I will, and it will be absolutely glorious. So we're going to see if these last 5 shares want to hold out. We're going to use this bottom right here as its base. We're going to use that as our stop order, not 20. We only want to do 5, for goodness sakes. So here we go. We're going to put in 5 shares for the stop order all the way down here in case it wants to come all the way down and stop us out. So we're up that last piece. We're up another $4.39. So if it wants to keep on heading higher, maybe we can hold on to this last piece for the overall expected move. And in that same breath, let's take a look at NEO. NEO is still trailing lower at 928. You guys were here with me right away this morning when this was pointed out by my boy B. Stewie. B. Stewie pointed this thing out, and I said that looks like a tasty, tasty short. Right back up into its resistance area, daily resistance. You know you love it. So we took this share short, and I plan on holding this thing until it hits 0. Not necessarily, I'm not being real, but honestly, if this thing wants to pay me a couple $100, yes, I plan on holding this for the overall larger expected move. So let's look at ON. So ON, we're going to put this on the 5 minutes so it doesn't look so crazy. 5 minute right here on ON. We have this base right here. If it comes back down to run a retest, I might buy in a few more shares, but we're only 10 shares in this, so we're going to want to expect to see this thing to hold somewhere in these areas so it can carry on higher. We're using this as a range break on an earnings breakout. If you want to learn how to do those, it's pretty simple, guys. Just go to my page, hit that subscribe button, and then scroll down until you see on videos, you'll see an area where I learn you how to play these earnings gap ups, okay? And there's plenty of ways to play it. There's just one way that I like to play it, and that's on a range break. Whether it's 1 minute, 5 minute, or the hourly, I play the range break, and I use the top of the range break as my buy in and the bottom as my sell off. That's straight out of the book of Chris Quilamagi. That's how he trades it. That's how I like to trade it, and that's how I've learned it. Anything you see me doing here is nothing new. It's all been tested. It's all been in the market. Everybody's done this before. I'm just taking what I have learned from everybody else, just like you can learn from me, and we are making trades off of that, okay? So it's all self-taught, all self-learned. I wouldn't say self-taught, though, because I'm reading books that other people have written for me, watching YouTube videos on other people that have done. So, guys, that's what you need to do. You got to drown yourself in the work that you love. That way you love the work that you do. So if you love doing it, I highly anticipate you just dive full in and just do it, baby. Do it, baby. All right, so ON, we're going to see if it wants to hold this new area. If not, it can pull all the way back to $27, and I will be A-okay with that as Meta finally having that little bit of a pullback. We have like 30 minutes, guys. 30 minutes until market open. 30 minutes until that, I'm sorry, not market open, but it's going to be like market open, just way more volatile. So keep that in mind, guys. We have less than 30 minutes now, well, about 30 minutes until Papa Powell comes out and he either smacks our bottom side or he says, carry on, wayward son, you guys are doing great, okay? NVIDIA got that pop off that VWAP area in that 268.87, looking really good now. Let's see what Riot's looking like. So Riot is looking ever lower, guys. So if Riot's going to stop us out, it's going to be at this bottom, at this base here, and we're going to say, hey, that was fun to hold on to that, but maybe it catches a bid here. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. So Bitcoin does look like it flushed out. It did find this bottom at 283.50, 28,426 is what it's trading at right now. We're going to see if this wants to hold out, or maybe Bitcoin is going back down yonder because it's right at that retest, that buy-in area. You know, it looks really good in this area, guys. It does look good in this area, but if it can't hold that area, then it won't look good at all. So that's just what I'm watching, guys. I'm keeping an eye on that, and if it doesn't, if it wants to flush out and stop us out, our stop out is there. It's ready. We don't have to worry about it. If it stops us out, it's just going to let me know, okay? So, guys, let's go ahead and run down this. Tesla is getting that beautiful curl. I like these curls on Tesla. They usually show some really nice signs of you know, breakouts here, and we're looking at this on the 1 minute. Let me swing into the 5 minute before I do something silly here. Come on, 5 minute. Come on. There we go. All right, now it looks like we aren't breaking out just yet, but we're getting very, very close. And it looks like if this thing wants to, you know, and it's tested this resistance more than once, this might be a nice little trade to the north side. Now be careful, because we are getting ready to see what Papa Powell wants to do in 30 minutes. And if he comes out and you're long in this and you don't have an area that you can stop out, well, then that could be very, very bad news bears for you. So be really careful with this area right here. If it's a breakout, you know how Tesla is with breakouts, it can really get to moving, but at the same time it can do the same thing to the south side. So make sure you're using those stop losses, guys. So awesome so far day in the market. So we're gonna keep on moving on. We'll see what else is going on with Apple. So Apple did find that base right down here at 159.50, and it looks like it's trading higher. Now we know its next area of resistance is this 160. If this 160 holds true, and it is a short area for that 160, and there we go, we get that quick pop up to 160, and that might be the shorting area, just simply because we got this double top right here, and we already know that 160 on Bookmap is a very high level. So if it breaks up above 160, that's going to look good, but if it shows resistance at 160, then that looks really, really bad. So let's go ahead and take a peek again of what's going to happen in this area. It looks like we're starting to do a little bit of selling off right there. We're going to see how does this end up playing out here. So we got some buying areas right there at that 160. Looks like we're 160.59. Looks like we're at 160.01, 160.03. It looks like we're starting to get some buying action there. Maybe this thing can hold out and head on higher. That would be great. And there we go. Apple's starting to take off. 106.05. Can we join this? I don't think I want to join this, guys. We're getting too close to the time. This is where I'm going to start trimming. This is where I'm going to start making sure we are tried and true, and we're going to be A-okay when Papa Powell comes out, and then we'll take our trades after that, and we'll be trading all the way up probably until 4 o'clock. We need to see what actually comes of the actual market. We want to see how we close, so I got to be here till the end of the day, guys, and then I'm off to jiu-jitsu. So if you want to see more of this, guys, just hit that subscribe button, because I'm here every single day, Monday to Friday, 8 until 12, except for today. We're going to be here till 4 o'clock because of the 2 o'clock rate hike decision. So right there, that 160 looks like it's trying to hold, but we have that overhead resistance too right above it. Now let's take a look at Microsoft. We have an alert, MSFT. Let's see what's happening, guys. MSFT looks like it's right there at that top. This might be a double top or a head and shoulders pattern. Why did it just go off? That's very interesting, but it did hold this area very well, and now it's trying to push higher. So maybe this is a nice area for a long, or maybe this is a great pace for a short. So we have a head and shoulders. It looks like a head and shoulders right here. All right, this might be a great area to take a short. Maybe we look at see how the overall market's doing before we make any rash decisions. So we're going to put our short sale out there. We'll get back. We will get right back out of this right away if this thing pops up above this, okay? Really, really quick. I'm making really, really quick move on this, okay? So if it doesn't want to go down right here, right now, I don't want to be in this trade. So we're in it for a short time, not for a long time. We're using great risk management though, using this as our stop out. Actually, we can go a little bit higher than that. Let's go right here for our stop out. There we go. And if this thing wants to stop me out, that's a-okay. We're trying to play this head and shoulders pattern, this Wyckoff pattern right here. As the rest of the market is going up, let's see how the Qs looks. Because yeah, the Qs is also pushing up here. You know, maybe it finds some resistance and starts to head down. But with the overall market going up, this right here probably will get us stopped out. But we're not going to sit here and stare at this thing because that doesn't help. So we got MSFT now, MSFT that we're in probably for a very short time. But we're going to see. We're going to look at Meta, see how we're doing on there. So it's still holding out at those tops. That's really nice to see for Meta. How long will it hold out? The longer it stays at those tops, the better off we're going to be in the long trade for that, as we are short 25 shares in Meta. We're not in this for a long time, just a short time. We want to see it come back down and retest. We're just trying to do this. We're just trying to do this head and shoulders pattern on that. Okay, so that's all we're doing for there. Let's take a look at Riot now. So Riot over here looks like it's trying to form a base there. If it doesn't form that base, then it's all about that treble. All right, let's look at WAL. It looks like it's trying to hold this area as support. So what I'm going to do now for WAL is I'm going to move my stop right up underneath underneath that. So if it does wick down and it does get us out, then I am out for sure. Okay, so let's go up to ON. It is trying to hold that area. We are holding strong onto it, and NEO looks like it also is just trying to hold on to this area right here underneath that VWAP area. So we're not sure what's going to happen with that, but we're up about 12 bucks on there, so things are looking very, very delicious. So guys, I hope you're lined up. I hope things are looking good for you. Let's bring up NVDA for my boy Willis. Yes, it is pushing right back up into there, and we are out of Riot. If we are out of Riot, that means Bitcoin, yes sirree, is trading at its lows. So we took a small loss on Riot today, but that's a-okay. That's what's going to happen from time to time. Microsoft is pulling back. We're up about $3 on that trade right now, and Nvidia pushing back up to 270.60. It looks like all these big boys are trying to get in their positions before the FOMC meeting pops off at 2 o'clock. So right at 2, guys, we're going to see some huge volatility. Now, is this Nvidia the short area right here for a head and shoulders pattern, as well as we just seen on Microsoft? Will we see that? Is that what this is going to be right here for NVDA? Because like I said, guys, I don't think anybody's really going to be just throwing a ton of money into the market right before Papa Powell comes out. So is this another head and shoulders forming right here for NVDA, as we are trying to take that trade on the head and shoulders for MET or MSFT? Okay, so let's see if this wants to start breaking down in this area, or if it wants to continue on Wayward Sun, and it looks like it does. Now we're trading at 278 at 270.77 on average volume. Nothing too crazy coming in here, so this might be the area that it wants to sell off. This might be the double top, or the head and shoulders pattern, as I'm trying to explain it to you guys, where it makes a top, it breaks through that top and sells off, and then cannot get through that top again. If that's what happens here, this might be a great area to take a short, just to go down to VWAP though. We wouldn't want to be in this thing for a long time, just a good time, guys, because we know the volatility is about to get really heated up. So make sure you stay tuned, because we have less than 30 minutes before old Papa Powell comes out and turns on that microphone. Is he going to mic drop on us today, or is he going to say, carry on, Wayward Sun? We're going to see very, very soon here, so make sure you stay tuned, guys. We have like 26 minutes or something like that. So it looks like Nvidia is really trying to hold out there. We didn't see much of a big sell-off, so if Nvidia wants to hold out, then maybe this Microsoft also wants to hold out right here, guys. And if Microsoft wants to hold out and Nvidia wants to hold out, that means the rest of these markets are going to want to hold out as well. So we're going to take a break even on, no, we're not going to take a break even. We're going to set this right above this, so if it does pop up, it'll stop us out right at that tippy top, okay? So we're going to see what comes of that. Now right here, Nvidia is at 270.73. You know you love to see that one, guys. Absolutely scrumptious. We're going to go through a couple of other random ones. FDX still not doing much of anything in here. It looks like gold starting to ramp up here, guys, a little bit. A little bounce right there. A little bounce on this, which is, you know, I take that back. That must have been... We're not getting much of a bounce. I mean, we're getting a bounce, but it's really nothing to really talk about, guys. You know, maybe it pops all the way back up to 1968 before it starts heading lower, but we will see very soon for that. Let's take a look at Apple, though. Apple, delicious and nutritious apple. So our next line in the sand is all the way up here at 164, but we know that this thing has a lot of liquidity right here at this 160. We know that there's a crazy amount of buying and selling going on at 160, and I know that because of Bookmaps. Bookmaps is now my friend. If I zoomed out, we can see right at this 160 area, there's a ton of liquidity. At 160.20, there's a ton of liquidity, and it's just everywhere, guys. So be careful of this chop fest, because this Apple, man, at 160, wow, just wow. You know, it keeps breaking through and it's finding all this liquidity area, but what does it want to do? What does it want to do in these areas? Does it want to hold? Does it want to head higher? I don't even think the market actually knows what it wants to do. It wants to wait, honestly. I think it wants to wait to see what the overall market wants to do here. So we got a head and shoulders pattern right here on Nvidia. It makes me want to take a tasty little short trade there, but with Papa Powell coming out, he's got me nervous as some sweaty buns. So let's see what happens. We're still long in Meta. We still got a few shares long in Meta. Joshi says it looks Bitcoin just made up move to touch my level. Did it? Let's see. It looks like Bitcoin broke down, bud. We're down to 28,362 on Bitcoin. Bitcoin made up move to touch my level. So what did it get you in? And then Joshi? Did it get you in and then it, oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it did. It moved up to your level and then it sold right off. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It did do exactly what you intended, and that's exactly what we said here. We expected a range move, guys. We expected this range because Papa Powell is coming out. You're not going to see any breakouts right before Papa Powell comes out because nobody is expecting to do that. So yes, nice job, Joshi. Love to see you making those levels and seeing what actually comes of it. And you pop back in here and you let me know whether it's good or bad. I want to hear it. You know, I want to hear it. So let's keep that in mind, guys. Good or bad, if you're in a trade, let's hear about it, baby. So we are short, just really, really tight risk on Meta, just because we know, or Microsoft, sorry, because we have this double, this head and shoulders here. So if we can get this head and shoulders to work out, we also have a head and shoulders on the daily. So this might actually work out to the south side a little bit for it. But if it doesn't, it's okay. I'm not going to be in here for a long time, just a good time, guys, and we're going to see if this little trade wants to work out for me. If it doesn't, that's a-okay. You know, we know just as well as you know that small losses, big wins equals ka-ching, right? So Tesla's at 196.48. Let's see where Nvidia's at, just trading at 170.77, still range bound. Let's see where Meta is at. Meta still up at those tops at 204.13, looking good. Let's look at MSoft. MSoft here is at this area at 277.21. LoFiTrader, is that Meta not shaping a bear flag? Let's go ahead and bring Meta back up. So here is Meta, and this is what would be considered, let's zoom out a little bit. This is considered, no, I don't really see much of a flag on this thing, man. It's creating this upward trend line. I'm sure you could find a bear flag or a bull flag in this, but because it's moved up and pulled back, now it's just trading sideways, and its previous day it's lower. If anything, I would say that this is a bull flag. Now, it could go bear side, but you know, I don't see much of a flag in this. You know, I don't see much of a flag at all in this. Now, you could draw your technical analysis however you want. You can look at it however you want. We could zoom out to the hourly here, and we can look at it this way. We could say, you know, this looks kind of like a pennant right here if we draw a straight line across this. But, you know, to me, it looks bullish. It looks like a bull flag that's going to keep on heading higher, bouncing off of this upward trend line, trying to push back up into this resistance area. And that's what we're trying to hold on to. If Papa Powell comes out and says everything's a-okay, go ahead, be risk on, guys, then we're going to see this thing break out, okay? I don't think if the Fed comes out and they say anything that's good, right, 0.25 or lower, then I think we're going to skyrocket. We're going to see a lot of breakouts, and we're going to want to be in these trades. But if they come out and they say 0.50 or anything higher than 0.25, then I think we're going to see a huge bearish downward negative reaction. So I want to be a part of these. I've already made my money in most of these, but we're holding on the small share size for that push higher if we want Papa Powell to take us to the north side. So we're in Meta. We're holding on to that for a short time. Hopefully it'll end up being for a long time, as Nvidia is trading at 270.60. Let's look at Apple. Apple's back up there at 160.12. We have Google just trading sideways on its VWAP area, still right there where it closed out yesterday. So guys, if you're just joining me, my name is Dave. I need you to take a quick look at this screen. You better believe it, baby. We are here all day. We've been here since 8 this morning. So if you want to, guys, make sure you're live on the channel. Click that live button. Go ahead, scroll down here. Go ahead, give me a vote on this, because guys, at 2 o'clock, we're done with this vote. We're going to end this vote very, very soon. So make sure you vote. And if you want to, leave a comment in the comment section. Let me know what you want me to see. If I'm not looking at it, you want me to look at it, that's what I'm here for, okay? So keep that in mind. And while you're down there, if you enjoy any of this, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys, because here's the thing. If you want to be a part of this ever-growing community, we are growing so stinking fast, guys, and I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I want to be here for you just as much as I want you to be here for me. So hit that like, hit that subscribe, but today we're going all the way till 4 o'clock. Why? Why are we going till 4? Because at 2 o'clock is the Fed rate hike decision, and you know I like to take some tasty trades after we hear what's going on. So let's catch up on the chat. Bull flags are usually aimed downwards, and inverse for bear flags. There are for breakouts. They are for breakouts. But yeah, looking at it, not the best flag. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. From what I have learned, Alex, and we'll talk about that actually after track, the bear flags and the bull flags, because one thing I definitely want to know, because this is new, right? We've only been open for 6 weeks with over 360 subscribers. That's absolutely amazing. You want to be a part of this, but we haven't had a perfect terminology across the board. So what I say and what you say might be different, but what we say as a whole, it needs to be agreed upon. So we will definitely do that in Discord, and I want to figure out exactly what we think. So we're going to have to do a little research to make sure what we're saying is correct across the board. So that way, if we have anybody arguing, we can say, meh, that's what we call it. You know what I mean? So some people call it a gap up short with daily resistance. That's what I call it, because that's what it is. But I have friends across the board that call it gap up bounce short. Gap up bounce short sounds cooler. You can say it that way, but I like gap up short into resistance, meaning it gaps up into a resistance and then you short it, right? So a gap up into resistance short. So that's why everything's called a little different. But when it comes to the bear and bull flags, those can be argued, even if you don't even want to call them bear or bull flags, because that gives you a bias, right? We don't want to bias while we're trading, guys. So keep that in mind. You don't want to bias. So it's almost not good to say a bull flag or a bear flag, because then you are automatically assuming that it's going to go north if it breaks that flag, right? So keep that in mind, guys. And unless you've back tested those on the ticker, you can't always use those as tried and true. So make sure you're using risk management always, guys. Use risk management. If you don't know what risk management is, I'll do a big video on it. I think I already got one video on it that you can check out in the video section. And if you have any questions, just let me know in the chat, guys. I would love to know. I would definitely love to hear from you, okay? So let me fill up my coffee, because things are about to get spicy, baby. Yeah, we got a coffee pot. Yeah, it's my office. Deal with it. Yeah. Yeah. Why do I gotta keep saying that? I sound like a schoolgirl. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, cool. We'll see you back here in just a little bit, Alex. Thank you for stopping in. Let's go ahead and run through this. Let's run through these, okay, guys? So the SPY is trading at 398.31. We only have 15 minutes till Papa Powell comes out and lets us know what is going on in the market. IWM looks like it's still just trading sideways as the QQQ is back up to 311.20. Let's take a look at Netflix now. Now Netflix is beating me up today, but that's a-okay. Creating these new higher lows. I should have known this 300 is support. Joshi tried to warn me, but I tried to play both sides of this trade and we got smacked around. But that's okay. What we can learn from this trade, because remember, you're a loser unless you're learning. And simply put, if I don't learn from this trade, I'm a loser, right? What do I need to learn? Well, I oversized into this trade twicey I oversized in this trade, but that's a-okay, because it's actually doing what I wanted it to do. We called out this $300 psychological and technical area of support. It is bouncing off that and made it to my destination, but hey, it's okay. We're not in it, and that's a-okay. Sometimes you miss a few trades. Microsoft now trading back up here at 277.07. We're in this for a quick short. Why? Because of the head and shoulders pattern, but we are getting really, really close to that market open. So how much longer can I hold on to this? Well, not much longer, guys. I think I'm going to go ahead and exit this 25 shares right about now. We're just trying to play that head and shoulders pattern, and we're not seeing too much come of it, not too quick. And I want to see things flush out when I'm in them. So here we go. It looks like it is pulling back a little bit, but I'm going to go ahead and get out of this trade. We're going to buy market right here, and then bada bing, bada boom. We just made another $5 on that trade. Just quick money, guys, right before the open. So maybe we see this actually come back down to my profit target at 276. That'd be embarrassing, right? But hey, I'm getting a little shaken out here. Look at Amazon, AMZN. Nobody wanted to point this out to me. Goodness gracious, folks. We are above that $100 psychological and technical area of 100. Wowie, wow, Wowerson. This looks absolutely beautiful for Amazon, for the overall market, because this is heavily weighted in all of the stocks. Now, can it come back down here and retest this $100? Even though we've been kind of blowing through it, we know for a fact that this is a level of resistance. Now, hopefully, and I say that respectfully, hopefully it is an area of support. So we're going to see if that's what wants to happen for AMZN. So we're going to keep an eye on that for sure. Let's look at Meta. Meta looks like it's trading at 204.23, still putting pressure up there on those bears. Is it going to head ever higher? We're going to know really soon, guys, because in 15 minutes, that market data is going to come screaming out. It's going to come blaring out, and it's going to hurt your ears and your fingers and your eyes if you're not taken by surprise. Don't let it take you by surprise. Make sure you have your stop loss. See the stop loss? We made money here. We made money here. We made money here. Now, because Papa Powell is coming out, we have our stop at break even, so we don't lose any of that tasty money, okay? We're still up another $5. We're up total on that $33 on that trade. So it looks like NVIDIA is starting to see a little bit of selling off action right here at this head and shoulders area. This might be a nice area to short, but if I wanted to be in short, I would just held that Microsoft short because that is another head and shoulders. So we're gonna keep an eye on that Tesla trading at 196.59, guys. 196.59. That looks really good for Tesla if it can hold these areas, these new higher lows. Look at this beautiful push in the past week on Tesla. Absolutely beautiful. You know you love it, guys. You have to love that crap. If you didn't, well, then you wouldn't be watching this. You wouldn't be entertained by this, and you wouldn't love these moves so much. So Tesla-onians, things are looking powerful in your corner. Let's take a look at Apple now, trading at 160.20. And guys, we have less than 15 minutes. So I hope you're hot. I hope you're ready. I hope you got your levels ready, because if you don't, then you might miss out big time, whether you're long or you're short. So we're going to keep a very close eye on a little bit of everything, because we want to make sure that we are ready when they happen. So here we go, guys. Let's take a look at SMH to see how that's doing. So look at that, back up at those highs, back to selling off, still looking good. Well rounded up here at this breakout area. You love to see it, guys, because this means it's shaping up. We have a beautiful cup and a handle here, so I do like this area. The thing is with Papa Powell coming out, can't really do much, and once it is time, then we will know. We will definitely know when it is time, and I think that this is going to be the really big tell-all, right? Okay, so SPX is right here at its resistance. What is SPX? Well, it's the future of the SPY. So the SPY is moving right up into this resistance area. We're going to see what does it want to do here. I would say the overall market, where it's at, being at resistance across the board, I have a feeling that we're going to see a big pullback right away, and then if the news is good, we're going to see it get bought and right back up. That's just a random thought of mine. We're going to see if that actually happens, because where everything's at, it almost looks scary now. So if it flushes down hard and quick, finds that area, I think it'll flush out all the guys that are with the longs that have their stop set, and then we're going to watch everything rip back up to the north side. So that's just a random thought, guys. I don't really truly believe that. I'm just kind of big talking head here. We're going to see what actually happens. But guys, right before this market open, make sure you hit that subscribe button, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Today, we're doing it big. We're going till 4 o'clock because we have that red Fed rate hike decision in 10 minutes, and I didn't want to miss out. I wanted to be here for you just as much as I want you to be here for me. So make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys. We're going to keep on running through these indices. Yes, that Microsoft still looks like that head and shoulders is still looking good in this area. Let's look at AMZN. We are getting a nice little pullback here. Can we get all the way back down to that $100.34 so I can be a part of Amazon? Maybe a little later, maybe we get that flush. And it looks like Meta keeps on trying to push up higher. We are finding that resistance at the top, because that top is its highest traded area right now. If we can keep on pushing, following this trend line, keep on pushing, eventually what happens when there's nobody to sell to and there's only people buying? Well, that means we go up. We go to the north side. That means things are going to be worth more. If I have it and you don't, and there's 10 other people that want it, that means my one thing that I have is worth way more to everybody else than it did before, right? If we all had one, nobody really would care. So if you want these shares of Meta, I would say that the trade is not at this top. We're at these tops. This would be more of a short sale rather than a long. But if it wants to break out, if you can find proper risk management on this, you might have yourself a tasty little trade, guys. So let's go ahead and check out NVIDIA. We're running through these indices really quick because we have 9 minutes until that data gets dropped. Yes, you can hear it first. Yes, you will hear it first. Right here, guys, I have it up. It's ready, and it is raring to go. So once these come out, you will have them as quick as I do, guys, right off the rip, and we will definitely be letting you know what happens with this. Guys, I'm pumped about today. I'm pumped to see what happens, and I absolutely love to trade. So we are here, we are in the mix, and we are in the building, baby. Oh, yeah. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to pull this over to this side here so that way we can see as it comes up. And yeah, if you guys want me to take a look at anything before anything comes out, you need to let me know right now. Now's the time to do it, because I'm going to have to stay very, very diligent and focused when this comes out. So keep that in mind. If you guys want me to see something, just throw it up in chat. I'm more than happy to take a look at that. Tesla at 197 even right now, running right into resistance and its VWAP area. So this is going to be a tall tale to see if Tesla wants to actually hold here and keep heading up towards that 200-day moving average. Can we get up? Can we get up there? Now remember, this $200 area is not only a technical resistance, but this is also an area of psychological resistance. So keep that in mind, guys. If we pop back up to that 200, that might be the profit-taking area if you're already long, and that might be a good area to short if the overall market ticky tanks, because that's a ticky time bomb right now with only 8 minutes left to go until we get that data drop, right? So be careful out there, guys. We're going to be looking at a little bit of everything. If you want me to take a peek, just go ahead and let me know. But while you're down there, guys, hit that like, hit that subscribe button. We got to get to 30 likes before 4 o'clock, and we are goal oriented. So I'm going to bug you until we get it. But once we get it, I'll stop asking, okay? Once we get it, I'll stop asking. So let's take a peek again to see where we're at. Shall we? Yes, we shall. So it looks like we're at 28 likes. Go ahead, smash that like button, guys. Smash that like and smash that subscribe while you're there, guys. We are goal-oriented. I'm going to bug you until we get it. Once we get to 30, I'm done talking about the likes. We'll just talk about the subscribes, guys. So we don't have much longer, guys. We only have 7 more minutes till this data drops. Double top on Meta at the 15-minute. Yeah, so I was actually in that just a little bit ago, but I exited that trade. I'm sorry, Meta. I was actually thinking Microsoft. So yeah, you could take that double top if you wanted to, because that's kind of like a head and shoulders, I guess. But I wouldn't trust that, man. Meta's looking strong. It's been building action. Anytime it's pulled back, it's made a new higher low. And right here, it looks like it's trying to break out. So this might be a nice short area, but I am long and I am holding on for the bigger expected move here. So if Papa Powell wants to come out, Meta being one of the strongest stocks out there right now, along with Nvidia, I want to be a big part of this trade. So I'm going to hold out to that last 5. If it wants to sell off, come back down to where I bought it in, that's a-okay. I want to hold on for once, that larger expected move, even through old Papa Powell's talking, right? So we have our shorts in. We got NEO right here. And even if we get a good report from Papa Powell, I still think NEO isn't going to do much of anything, it being what NEO is. So keep that in mind, guys. But yeah, if I had any positions on Meta, I would go for the shorts here. Yeah, I even though I'm long, Alex, type in meat. Even though I'm long in this area, I couldn't agree with you more, dude. I really couldn't, because here's the thing, guys. Playing breakouts is kind of a chump game. I like to play retest and back pulls. Okay, so up in this area, we've already seen twice that it's sold off hard. But here's the thing. Every time it's sold off, it created a new higher low. Sold off, created a new higher low, and now we're back up at these ties, pulling back, finding that new higher low at 200. So it can be argued to both sides here, guys. If we're at all-time highs, not all-time, but yearly highs, if we're sitting up here, you got to understand it's a scary area to be at to try and long. So if you're not already long, then make sure you're using proper risk management if you're going to take a breakout, right? Because these things will flush on you quick. The second we're in these areas, they do things very, very quick, okay? So NVIDIA's at a head and shoulders area. Meta is at what we would consider a double top or a triple top in this case or situation. But do keep in mind, if we keep clearing out this liquidity and we keep staying above this uptrend line, Meta might be the best breakout you've ever seen in your entire life. I'm talking better than Nvidia just a couple days ago. We might see this thing really, really pop off. So just keep that in mind, guys. I'm just a big talking head too. I'm just a big guy on YouTube, just talking. So I could be right, I could be wrong, but I do love technical analysis and I do make money using technical analysis. So keep that in mind. You know what I need to see though is NFLX. NFLX, y'all. So did Netflix get that distribution? No, it's still holding new higher lows. Man, oh man. Now I feel silly selling out of this trade. I would be up about $25 to $50 in this area, and I really like this trade, but now I can't do anything with it because Papa Powell, he's coming out in 3 minutes, guys. So I hope you are paying attention. I hope you're here because I've been here all day waiting for this one very specific moment, guys. This magic moment. All right, I won't sing. I don't want y'all to leave at once. So Netflix looked like it's right here on this breakout area too as well. Wow, the whole market looks like it is just ready to rip city. Look at this as Microsoft holds that holds that action as Amazon still holds this and breaking out higher. It looks like Meta is trying to break out higher. It looks like Nvidia is still trading at 270.77, but we already know Meta or Nvidia is super strong. Tesla is finding a little bit of resistance there at that VWAP area. Let's take a look at Apple. Both also pushing over that 160 area. Very, very important. Guys, we have less than, I think we got about 3 minutes. We got 3 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes left. Sorry. Gotta think, gotta do math all at once. Can he do it? No, he can't. Google looks like it's still just trading sideways, still looking absolutely scrumptious here. Now, guys, this could be the biggest short. I want to see both sides, guys. I want to see both sides. I want to talk about both sides right now. So we got the bears, we got the bulls, right? We got the bears, we got the bulls. I'm a bear with bull horns. I would love to see this market go higher, but make sure you're using risk management just in case something crazy happens here, guys. I think all eyes are on this right now. All eyes are here and they're on this. So right before this data comes out, do me a huge favor, guys. If you've tuned into this and you aren't subscribed yet, I've been here giving you the best stock commentary and analysis that I could possibly bring throughout the whole day. I've been here since 8 this morning. I will be here till 4 this afternoon. Usually we only go 8 to 12. So if you like this awesome commentary, please give me a like. Hit that subscribe button because we want to do big things. We're a community that wants to always grow. I'm not just talking for me. I'm talking about for everybody that's already in this community, everybody that's watching now. I know just as well as you do, you want to see this channel grow, baby, because we love to be here and I want to be here for you just as much as I want you to be here for me. So hit that like, hit that subscribe. We got 2 minutes, guys, 2 minutes until this thing happens, baby. We want this thing to do something big. Let's see what we got going on now. We have Bitcoin pushing right back up like we were talking about this morning, guys. It's going to be very volatile. It's going to be wishy-washy. It's going to be doing the dang thing. So be careful with that. Okay, it looks like Meta is now trading at 204.74, still pushing up higher. Let's see what the Dixie looks like. The Dixie's just trading sideways today. Let's at the Dow Jones Industrial. We need to look at the VIX. Let's take a look at the VIX. Where are you? There you are. And it looks like we're trading just around average, right at that 21. So that's good. But be careful because with Papa Powell coming out in just 2 minutes, guys, we're ready. I got the news. The news is up. It's ready. Right when this comes out, I will be able to spit you what's happening. But keep in mind, guys, I think it's all going down right stinking now. This is either going to be the biggest short sale ever, or we're going to see things really get hot and start ramping up. So things are going to be happening really soon, really quick. So make sure you pay attention. We got 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. You're going to see it in the market before we're going to get this out. Before I can even spit this out, you're going to see this crap happen in the market. You're going to see it in the charts first. That's why I love technical analysis. So make sure you mind your P's, watch your Q's, dot your I's, circle your O's, dot your Nose. Who gives a crap what you do? Just make sure you're using risk management first and foremost, guys. We need to use that risk management. Now Netflix is actually pulling off, doing some crazy things at 302.97 or 301.97, excuse me. Let's look at Microsoft bouncing up. It's still holding those average areas. Amazon looks like it cleared its top, pulled back to retest that double top at 172. Is Amazon actually going to get this breakout and to continue higher? We got a big blow off top on that volume. Now it looks like it's red selling volume. And look at this, guys. It's 2 o'clock. So what's going to happen here? Let's take a look at the overall market. We're going to bring up the SPY over here on this side. We're going to see what happens here, guys. We're going to see something happen very, very soon. Here it comes. What is the rate hike? We're not getting the news in just yet. Nobody knows just yet. So let's wait. Let's wait and find out. Looks like we're getting some selling off action in the SPY. Bam! And we get a nice pop in the market. It looks like things are heading higher. Can we get the data, please? It looks like it's good. Holy crap, the rate decision is 5%. 5% interest rate hike. It looks like the market is screaming to the north side, though. Very interesting, guys. Keep an eye on what's happening here. Don't just fear of missing out buying in this. This could be different, but 5% interest rate. Weren't we looking for a 0.2? Where is the holy guacamole? Meta up and above. We're trading at 206.06. Look at this push on this market, guys. Okay, 4.275. Open Market Firm voted on where to set the rate. Traders watch interest rate rates closely, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay, so 4.75 is the actual, and it looks like we are selling off at those tops. So guys, be really, really careful with this area. This might be bad news bears. So let me move back here and see what this data is bringing. Look at that, 5% is what they called. So 5%, goodness gracious. Previous was 4.7. So we Wow, 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 wow. Okay, here we go, guys. Keep an eye on the market. That's what you're seeing. You got that big move, that big push up. Now are we going to see the sell-off? We need to look through the overall indices. IWM, big pop-up, big sell-off. QQQ, huge pop-up all the way up here to 313, big sell-off. Right back down, guys. What are we going to do here? Are we going to see this thing pop off? Look at Netflix. Goodness gracious. What a huge push right there for Microsoft. Everything got a huge pop off. Amazon, look at that, all the way up there to 101.47. Things are just going absolutely crazy right now, but will they sell off? That's the big question here. Okay, that is the big question. Now, I was not expecting this data to come out and tell me 5%. I thought we were going to see a 0.2, 0.5, point whatever. So we're going to have to ingest this information a little differently. So we're going to see what this wants to do in the overall market. But we got a 5% right there. So we're going to see how the overall market wants to take this. And it looks like a big pop and a big sell-off there. So if it wants to continue to sell off, that's going to be absolutely beautiful for the short sales. So let me run through and see what I got. So Microsoft, we don't have anything in. We can get rid of that. We can bring up Meta. What's going on with Meta? It looks like it popped off and now we are selling off into these areas. Do we want to go ahead and get rid of this and then take the short sale? I think we will need a little bit more time to see what's going to happen as Nvidia popped off and sold off hard back here at this double top. So what is going to happen here? I think we are going to actually see really very soon which direction this wants to take. So we got this huge pop off on Apple and then it dropped right back down. Look at that liquidity. Look at this book maps. Looks absolutely crazy here, guys. Crazy on this book maps. We're seeing in between that 160 and the 161 right now. So yeah, guys, wow, what a beautiful day in this market. Let's go ahead and move on down to Google. Google, same thing, big pop off, big sell off. Riot, big pop up, but no sell off. Let's take a look at Bitcoin, see where that's trading. Wow, Bitcoin went both directions. Huge volatility here, humongous volatility. Not really sure is what to come when we say and see that, but it looks like Meta is trying to get back up to those highs. Let me bring up the 5-minute here and see what it's really looking like. So Meta looks like it did sell off pretty hard, big bout of volume, and it looks like it wants to try and continue higher. So let's go and run through the indices and see, guys. Crap, I'm back, took a nap. Let's go get that money. Yes, sir, baby. So we got, it looks like the SPY did break up above that $400 and it's moving back up to that area. So things are looking really good right now for that. Wow, what a beautiful day in the market. Can we find ourselves some tasty little longs? We need to see, did NEO move on that move? Let's see, did NEO? Yes, it did. NEO popped up on that move, but nothing too crazy. It looks like people are trying to take these volatile, these stocks and to see what is going to come of them. So I need to keep on moving here. ON looked like we had a nice pop off, but some sell off too as well. WAL, we did see positive reaction in the market for this banking system. So that's a good thing if it can hold as Riot keeps pushing higher now. Meta looks like it is continuing higher on this breakout. I want to go ahead and get in more right now, guys, on this breakout for Meta. Wow, what a beautiful trade on Meta. Can we see this thing move even higher? Goodness gracious, are you going to get me in? Yes, it does. As it moves higher, we got another 50 shares in there. That might be a little much at these highs, but after it broke down and it's pushing higher, we might see a lot more people screaming in here to try and get even more shares, and then we might have that fear of missing out, which will keep continuing us even higher as we do. Look at this beautiful thing. Oh my goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Now Microsoft, we know that Microsoft's coming up to that area of resistance. Can we find a new area of resistance for Meta so we know what to expect? And I think the next area of resistance is going to be, goodness, I don't know, 213. I need to zoom in on this, take a little peeky gander. Let's look at the 4-hour and really take a peeky gander to see what this 4-hour brings us. So if we look at the 4-hour and we zoom out, wow, we still don't have enough data here. So we might have to zoom out. We might have to use the daily on this to see. And let's zoom out here. Let's take a little peeky gander. So we got this area of resistance, this area right here. Okay, we found some right here, guys. We're going to zoom in on this area of resistance. Oh, it's down here at 176. So that's not the area we want to see. Let's zoom back out here. Just need a few seconds. CRUS looks like it's popping off. Let's bring up CRUS. Let's take a little peeky gander. Oh, looks like CRUS is on that breakout area. Look at that, guys, looking absolutely beautiful for that. Wow, looks like bot filled for Neo. So Neo just stopped me out. That's absolutely awesome. That is, you know, things are just popping off like absolutely crazy right now to the north side, guys, because this is great news for the overall market. Not what I expected, but guys, this is doing it. Look at this. Look at your 401ks, your Roth IRAs, your long-term investments are just going to the north side. IWM, wow, what a beautiful move. Guys, you love to see it. You want to see it. You love to see it. It looks absolutely amazing. So hold on to your longs. Let's see what comes of it. Man, I wish I had that 25 on Netflix. We would be rich right now on that trade. So we're going to go ahead and sell off about 25 shares of our Meta because we want to lock in those profits. And then we're going to go ahead and bring this last 30 shares. We're going to go ahead and try and hold off for the bigger expected move on this. So where am I going to put my stop? Well, we're in at 206.28. So we're going to bring this to 206.28 to see if it wants to get us out there. If we don't get buyers buying this up at 206.28, I don't want to lose any more money on this trade. So 206.28 is going to be my stop loss on this. We're going to see what it wants to do. So right there, where's our stop loss? Now I can look away. I don't want to see that anymore. So nope, now I got to do it again. Here we go. Let me bring this back down to my stop loss area. Right here it is. And we got 30 shares to stop right there. So if it wants to stop me out, and then it'll probably take off even higher, but that's A-okay. That's part of the way it gets traded. So Microsoft found those tops and decided to head on higher, but now we're starting to see that resistance play. So let's move into the SPY. Let's see if we're at that $400 area. Now we want to see it hold this $400 area. If it can hold, well, guess what I'm looking in tomorrow? I'm looking at the longs tomorrow, guys. Definitely. If we can hold this $200 area and we had to push up a nice little spit up to that 400, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. That is going to be absolutely beautiful. So IWM found this new area of resistance at 177. That 177 we held for so long, and now we pushed up, and it looks like it's wanting to bring itself back down. So we're out of Neo. We got beat up on Neo a little bit today, but look at that. It stopped me out, and then what happens? This thing sells off again. Man, I need to stay true to these marks. I need to hold these up here because that is going to just be a silly loss. $17 loss on a trade where I should be making quite a bit of bucks. So do I fight this thing? Well, why not? Why don't we fight it, you know? No, we shouldn't fight this thing. You know, we're not superheroes here. We're not superheroes here. Let's see what else we got going on. So with the 5% rate interest rate, I'm going to expect that this thing does pull back, that it does fail, and that we don't get too much higher. So Neo is failing. It looks like ON. You know, I don't think I want to be a part of this with that decision there. So we're going to go ahead and bring our stop loss right up underneath to this. So if it stops us out, we'll take a very small loss on that. And then let's continue on looking. WAL had that positive news, but again, if it wants to break down and sell us off there, then that's A-okay. Let's take a peeky gander at Riot. Just like Bitcoin, guys, we had that big top off and then a big sell off, but it's just trading sideways now. So keep that in mind. Now Meta looked like a beautiful push there. What a beautiful push. We made about $54 on this trade. Looks absolutely scrumptious, but now that it's right here at this top, it's either going to show us that it wants support or that this thing is going to fail from here. So honestly, you know, the shorts I'm in favor for with Alex here, because if it didn't break out and hold any of these levels, this thing might want to just fail, okay? But I want to make sure that that's the right trade to take before I get too wonky, Willow Wonky and the Chocolate Factory. So if you guys like what I'm bringing you, if you like the entertainment or the infotainment, as some people might call it, well, then you need to hit that like, hit that subscribe so you can see me here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. But today, we're going to be here till 4 because we had the Fed rate decision at 2. And you know, baby, you know, you better believe it, I wanted to be a part of that. So I'm glad you guys are here. Thank you for being here. We're going to see what we can make of this trade now that we have this awesome move. And we're right here at these highs on Meta. So if Meta wants to continue higher, this would be the place for it to prove it to us. But if it doesn't want to move higher, well, then guess what? That means this thing is going to want to sell awfully lower, right, guys? So we're going to go ahead and see if we can't find good areas to short, because we want to make sure we're in the shorts if there if they are starting to head lower. We're going to want to get in those shorts and hold on to those shorts, not for a good time, or not for a long time, but just for a good time, right? All right, so we're going to keep an eye on this. We're going to see if things want to keep on heading lower with that 5% interest rate. That was not to be expected. That was supposed to be higher. So we're going to end this poll. We did end up getting over 33 votes on this. It looks like we got the 5% rate hike rather than the 0.25. So that should look overall bearish in the market. Even though we've seen that push up higher, we might see this push up pop melt right in the sun. So good afternoon, guys. If you're just joining me, my name is Dave. This is LoFiTrader, baby. And you're seeing everything here first. Absolutely. You're seeing it here first, baby. All right, we got Netflix trading at 302.67. We got Meta now down at 204.79. What else do we got going on? Microsoft. It looks like Microsoft hit that area of resistance and wants to fail as well. So we're seeing a lot of failing going on in the market right now. Will we find an area of support for any of this to try and head higher? Because I'm not going to just act like this thing is going to go to zero. I think we're still going to see a lot of people thinking that that was a beautiful push, and they're going to want to buy up in these areas, right? So maybe we take our profits on the way down, or we just stink and hold, because if this thing wants to really fail, the market is going to get smacked around, right? So maybe we just play these areas. Maybe we take quick scalps and take that money as it comes in. Maybe that's what we do, or maybe we hold for the longer expected move. But what I need to do is go through these indices to see where we are trading, what we're at, and how we are doing overall. So Meta still pulling back. We got Nvidia popped up, but didn't give back nearly as much as we anticipated. So we're going to see what actually comes of that. Will Nvidia start to sell off in this area, or is it going to hold those gains? That would be absolutely breathtaking to see. As Tesla, look at that, right back in that $200 area, and now is starting to sell back off, looking absolutely crazy there, guys. So you know, if you see Tesla pop back up, I told you about that $200 psychological and technical area, and we knew if this thing started to get crazy and go up, we were going to see some resistance there no matter what, and that's exactly what we've seen. Maybe I should have put 200 shares short on that $200 and waited for it to hit a new lower low, but we're going to see what comes of it. We're already 50 shares short in Meta. We're going to see if it wants to break this area or if it wants to get us out for a small loss. So we're going to see what comes of that, guys, because I am shorting the market. I do want to see the market. I don't want to see the market head lower, but I have a good feeling that this market is going to head to the south side pretty quick after that what the Fed just came out and said. Okay, so keep that in mind, guys. We're in a very interesting time right now to be in the market, to see what we see and what's going on. And look at this, man. Neo just makes me so mad. We were in this thing twice, and sure enough, you know, Neo just decides to stop me out twice before heading ever lower. So that's a-okay. That's gonna be part of the day, you know. It's part of it, guys, so no big deal. So if we start popping off here, you know, I'm gonna want to get out some of this short, so I'm gonna go ahead and get out right now. Of course, when I say right now, it's taking away a few of our bucks. So bam, we just locked in another $20 there, guys. And we're gonna see, I really do want to hold this for the bigger expected move now. Now we've protected our trade. That means my stop loss, I can move up a little bit higher because we did protect the trade. So if we break out even for this, we're still gonna be in the money, right? So that looks absolutely awesome. Let's look at the rest of this because, guys, I don't want to mess around. Now we got Etsy on that double top. Maybe this breaks down from here. Holy guacamole, that would be a beautiful thing, but I think we can find better shorts. Where are the shorts? We want shorts. It's springtime, right? We got Amazon failing, we got SPY failing, we got everything heading down. So if you're in the shorts, maybe hold on to the shorts until we start seeing some things pop off. Maybe we keep on heading lower, because this is looking absolutely horrible for the market. After a big pop off and a huge sell off, if we don't find support, then where will we find support? That's the real question in this. Old Papa Powell is not happy with this market right now, guys. So if I'm bringing any entertainment to you, please hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. 8 until 12, baby. But today we're doing it a little different. Oh, yeah. Meta trading at 204.52. Nvidia now trying to find a base at 271.38. I don't know where this buying power is coming in because I think this was unexpected for that rate hike at 55%. Okay, so that's, you know, I'm still very bearish on this crap, but we're gonna see because you never know what you're gonna get. Tesla bouncing off those bottoms. All right, we got a huge selling off volume there though. Apple trading at 160.73, so Apple did hold. Apple actually did hold those areas, so that's very, very interesting there, guys. If Apple held that area, that's very, very interesting. I want to look at the book maps on this to see. This is probably going to look messy. Let me zoom out here. Lots of liquidity at 161 still, guys. Still lots of liquidity at 161. Maybe we were wrong. Maybe this thing does go to the north side. That pullback might be a great dip buy, but we don't know 100%, guys. That's why we use risk management, okay? If you're short, make sure you know what your risk is. If you're going long, make sure you know what your risk is, guys. You don't ever want to be in a trade without knowing your risk, and that's why I have a hard time with options, because options, it seems like whatever you buy is your risk, so it makes it kind of hard to make those trades. So Apple looks like it keeps wicking off in this area. This might be a nice short as well for Apple. Meta, yeah, that looks beautiful. Can it hold this trend line though? If Meta can hold this trend line, that still might look like, you know, that it's really trying to hold. If the whole market tries to hold here, you know, I think there's going to be some stutters, some step-ins, some all that crap going on in this area, but I do still think that we break down as Nvidia is still trading at 271.35. Like nothing's happening up here, guys. Like, no, oh yeah, no, nothing's going on. This is support, you know, so just be careful out there. You know, I want to make sure that you guys are staying safe. So make sure you're using that risk management and you're doing it wisely. Okay, guys? So Apple looks like it's trying to sell off at that 160 still. 160.72 though, you can't really be mad. Apple's still holding most of its gains after that big sell-off area. So things are still looking tough here, guys. Things are still looking like they want to hold on. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know. We'll check the bounce on these things to see how well they hold up. So, you know, we know that tech is strong. We know that the financials, let's just see. Let's check out the financials. It looks like this one here is starting to pitter out. This thing might end up just failing here, and if it does, that's a-okay. We're going to take a small loss on this. We only took 5 shares because this looked like the overall stronger one in the market overall, so we're going to keep that in mind, guys. As Riot looks like it's trading back down at these lows, I think we're going to leave that on the list. Let's look at ON. We took our stop loss right here. It didn't look like it actually stopped us out, but we're right back in to the area I bought this in, so, you know, maybe ON can show us some fruitfulness, show us some true colors, and hold that area. Looks like Etsy is still trying to hold as well, and let's go back to Meta, because things look like they are really trying to hold up at these highs, you know? So if these things want to hold, maybe we can get a better idea with QQQ, because the Qs are the overall strengthly one in the market, still sitting right up at these highs, guys. That looks really great. That looks really, really great for the market. So I'm going to go ahead and get out of this for another $15 win. There we go. We're out of that trade. Now we're going to keep an eye on Meta, and maybe we go ahead and try and get in longs down here. So we played the short side, we made some money. We played the long side, we made some money. But now we want to see if this wants to hold. If this wants to hold and wants to start shaping up, I think this might be a great area for a buy. What do I want to see for AI, though? What's going on for AI? AI is still holding this area. I still wish I was in this trade, guys, but I stopped out, and that's a-okay because I took a small loss for the bigger expected win. I just oversized in that trade, but that's okay. You're going to oversize from time to time. No big deal. So is Meta going to hold up here? It looks like we are starting to get some buying in power. Can we get the big boy trade? Can we go ahead and break out from here? Because every time we come down here and hit this base, it looks like it wants to hold, right? So what can we do? What can we do here? Well, we can try and get ourselves in a tasty little trade down here at 204.75 and see if it wants to get us in, and then use this base as risk. So if it wants to hold this area, if it wants to hold this base, then we can go ahead and hold on to it. So Nvidia's at new highs. Are you kidding me? NVDA. Look at that, guys. Wow, that's absolutely awesome, guys. You can tell that this market wants to go higher, even with that forecast, the actual forecast. That is just absolutely nuts, guys. So look at Tesla down here at these bottoms, starting to get a bid. Nvidia back up there to 272 something or another. It looks like Meta, is it going to get me in for this buy? Who knows, folks? This thing is just absolutely on a terror. What else do we got, guys? Let's look at the Qs. The Qs are back up there trading at those tops. Let's see. Let me do a little oh, okay, so the Fed rate hike is 0.25. So why did it come out at that why did it come out saying 5%? So we're gonna have to learn the economic data on this new area to figure out how we're supposed to learn from it. Okay, so we did get 0.25. That means we are looking to the north side, guys. We're looking to the north side. That's what we got. That's what was expected, was that 25 basis points. Okay, so keep that in mind. We are trying to move to the north side. All right, that's what the whole market wants to see at this 0.25, but it doesn't want to just give it to us, guys. It's going to make you work for it. It's not going to always just move in one direction. We're not going to see this thing go straight up. We did see it go straight up, but what happens when we go straight up too fast? We come right back down. Okay, so that's what happened. That's exactly what you guys seen here, is you've seen a huge push up and then a huge liquidity pull. That's a lot of people selling off, and then they're buying back up down here. Okay, so keep that in mind, guys, that we have 0.25, so it looks good for the overall market. Not necessarily good, but average, because this might already be priced into the overall market, and if it is, that's a good thing, because we want the market to continue to head higher, to continue to be bullish, and continue to make us money in our 401ks and our Roth IRAs and all of that stuff, guys. So go ahead, leave me a like, leave me a subscribe if you have not already. My name is Dave. This is LoFiTrader. I'm doing this every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, guys. And if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, you just got to hit that subscribe, guys. If you like trading even half as much as I do, you're going to want to be a part of this, guys. You will want to be a part of this. I promise you that. Joshi says Tesla still gap at 202 pending. So let's bring up Tesla over here on this side. All right, right here is that gap up. You're talking about this gap up into the 200, you know? I'm not 100% sure, but you know, we did get that push back up into that 200, and we just seen this thing, you know, sell right back off. So that being said, if it holds this base right here, if it holds this 195 base that it's creating, that would be very, very bullish in Tesla, and you might be able to use that as proper risk, right? So keep that in mind, guys. You know, maybe you want to take yourself a tasty little trade on Tesla, and if you do, just use risk management, guys. You always want to use risk management in these things, because if you don't use risk management, you might lose your butt, and if you lose your butt, well, then you can't sit down, right? You can't sit down if you lose your butt. So don't lose your butt here, guys. I want to make sure that we're all using proper risk management in these trades. So Joshi, I know that you know how to use proper risk management. At least I hope you do, because it seems like you know a little something about a little something. So here we go. We're going to see if Meta wants to actually do its thing here, if it wants to buy up, if it wants to keep on heading higher, as Apple trading at 160.89, still up there at those tippy tops. Let's take a look at Google. Google still holding that VWAP area, still looking absolutely amazing here. It's above the 200-day moving average. It's looking really, really nice. Etsy still holding up as well, looking really, really good with the overall market. Let's go ahead and see the NASDAQ still trying to hold it. Those highs just came right back down. The Dow Jones Industrial is right there at that key level of resistance again, guys. So that Dow Jones Industrial is going to have a lot of fighting to do to get above that. If Dow Jones can get above that, that's going to look really good. And look at the Dixie, the dollar just dropping off hard and holding those lows. So that looks really good. And the VIX is still only trading at 2078. So we're not seeing a huge prime in volatility, which means we shouldn't see too much selling off action here. So we're seeing confluency across the market. I do like that. It looks like SMH has broke out, is holding those highs, and looks very nice for a tasty little trade to the north side. So make sure you're using risk management on that, because it is a little extended there. GME still just trading sideways, didn't do absolutely anything there when that market actually moved up. So keep that in mind, guys. You know, you don't want to be holding GME for too long if it doesn't even give you a little pop with that overall Fed rate hike decision at 0.25. So keep that in mind, guys. You need to be very, very careful when you're trading these things, because GME just looks really, really weak. Okay, so keep that in mind, guys. Okay, so Meta, we're still holding on to Meta. We're down about $23. We're up total on this trade about $70 on Meta, so that looks really good. We're going to see if this thing wants to hold and keep on carrying on. There might be too many longs in this trade, so they might try and swipe down on us to try and get most of us to exit this trade. And if that happens, that's a-okay. You know, that's part of learning how to trade. So SPY looks like it's just bouncing in between that $400 area and that VWAP at $399 now. So I think we're starting to see some positioning, some position sizing in this. We're getting a lot of buying, a lot of selling, a lot of buying. We're going to see where this ends up, guys, but we know we don't want to end up on the floor. So let's stay standing. Let's see what we can do. All right, Meta right here at these, we're starting to see lots of wicks here. So are we going to be able to move higher from here? I mean, I would like to. We're averaged in at 204.92, so almost that 205 area. So we're down about $15 total on the trade, but we're up $75 in the day on this trade. So we're going to definitely keep an eye on this and see what wants to come of it. So we're going to keep on carrying on, guys. All right, let's see what we got going on. Can we get this thing to push a little bit higher? Let's go ahead and take a look at the Qs. The QQQ just trading size at 312.38. Goodness gracious, that's 225, guys. We're going to be here for another hour and 45 minutes of trading, so hopefully we can get ourselves some tasty little treats in this market. As W, we get stopped out of we get stopped out of WAL, which is that the only trade that I cared for when it came to the overall sentiment with the bank stocks. Okay, so the overall sentiment in the bank stocks was telling me, hey, this is the only trade that you want to long, and that's the only one that I took a long on. We took a very, very small loss on that, guys. I just want to be a part of those banking stocks in case something did turn around with that Fed rate hike decision being at 0.25. If it was going to take off, I just wanted to be a part of it, okay? So that was that, and that's why I am happy to be stopped out for a small loss. Now, Netflix looks like it's creating that beautiful base here. Maybe it does want to continue to take off from this area, but I'm so focused on Meta, trying to get that Meta breakout that, I don't want to look at really any other trades. I'm obviously a little too oversized in this. My hands are getting a little sweaty, but that's A-okay, guys. Sometimes I like to take a little bit of a bigger boy trade. Let's go ahead and look at Microsoft. Wow, Microsoft still poking at those tops here, guys. We're not seeing a lot of selling off going here. We've seen a lot of buying and a lot of selling off, but now we're finding some equilibrium in the markets, and things are looking strong because Amazon's still holding this area. It looks like Meta's still holding this area. It looks like the SPY is still holding this area and it's trying to push higher at 399.97. Let's look at the Qs. Goodness gracious, 312.83. So if we're going to play a range, this is where we want to sell out, buy in, sell out, buy in. We'd play these ranges, but we are going to stay in this range for the longer term run. Let's actually see this thing break out to the north side before the end of the day, so that way we can get a little bit more further extended from our stop losses. Wouldn't that be great? And then we don't have to hold our breath through the whole night. Now let's bring up NVIDIA over here on this left-hand side. My boy Willis, are you still with me, Willis? I sure hope you are. We're at 273.72, and my boy Willis has been loving NVIDIA all freaking day, baby. So let's look at Tesla while we're right here too, guys. Tesla just bouncing around in this area. This could be a great area for Tesla, respecting this 195 area more than once. We're talking all day it's respected that area, so that might be a good stop loss if Tesla wants to hold these areas out. So we're up about $22 more on Meta now. Can we get this big boy trade? Can we get this breakout? Can we hold on for the bigger expected move? Now, to be very honest with you, just like everything, I feel like I need to take half of my shares out because we're up this money, right? Protect the trade, but we want to see the bigger move with the 0.25 or interest rate hike. It looks like things are going to go good in the market, so we're holding for the bigger expected move. Let's go, Meta. I want to see you move higher. Murdered Tesla. Good for you, brother. Let me try and call out of your hand, Mikey. Were you looking at this $200 area? If you were looking at this $200 area, I think you took two shorts at two different times at market open, and you sold the crap out of this thing after it dropped down on you. And then second time you murdered Tesla is after it bounced up into that $200 that 200 psychological and technical area, and you took it for a short again, making more money. Did I call it right? Is that how you murdered Tesla? Tell me, Mikey, am I right? And it's good to see you, brother. It's always good to see some of my mentors in here. Mikey, you're the man. This one's for you, not for me, because actually this one's for me because I need it, right? All right, there we go. Right back into that area. I'm selling off right there. Boom, we made another $20 on that. We're up $121 on this trade. Can this break out higher for the bigger expected move? Let Daddy make some money here, baby, because I want it, I need it, baby. I don't really need it, but I love it. 3 shorts. Yep, sent you the chart. Let's go ahead. Mikey, you don't mind if I put this chart on the screen, do you? I hope you don't mind, buddy. I've done it once before. I'm sure if I can get your blessing, I'm going to pull this chart up to show everybody for this trade. Sorry, I've been around, recording day, busy trading all day. Don't you ever say sorry, Mikey. I am just blessed that you're here with me right now and that I get to be surrounded with amazing traders like yourself. So, Mikey, as long as you're okay with it, I'm going to show your chart on my screen, okay? Here we go, guys. This is what Mikey's got, and I called both of those shorts for you, Mikey. Mikey has agreed with me. I called it out of his hand. He had 3 shorts, but I did 2. I called 2 of those. So he shorted here, right here in the pre-market, down and got out. He shorted this $200 area. it's shorted down. And look at Mikey's trading here. This is just absolutely nutso, guys. I'm going to zoom in on this. Let me zoom in. Let me move this out of the way. We're going to zoom in on this image here, guys, because this is just absolutely scrumptious, guys. Look at this beautiful trade here that Mikey has brought to our attention. This $200 area is going to be the psychological area, and that is what you're seeing here. You're seeing an awesome trader finding those key levels, those key areas of resistance, and actually executing the trade. Why do I say it like that? Because I did not execute that trade, did I? That's why I always have something to learn. That's why it's always nice to see Mikey come in here so I can learn from him. I've been learning from Mikey's charts for a very, very long time now. I absolutely love learning from his charts, and you can learn from his charts too, guys. And that's why we absolutely love to grow this community of like-minded traders, because this is the stuff we need to learn from. If you guys see one of your favorite traders taking shorts like this, you need to have more confidence next time when you mark your levels. And I'm talking to myself specifically here. My boy murdered Tesla. Why wasn't I there with the gun? You know what I mean? I don't promote violence, but I want to murder Tesla. You know what I mean? Like, let me make some money off you, Tesla. Now, as we speak, we got a breakthrough on Meta. META did finally break through that 205.50 area, and now is starting to head higher. Do I wish I didn't sell out that 25? Well, what if it came back down on me? I'm going to wish that I sold out. So I sold out 25 of that. We're up $130 on this trade right now, guys. So I'm not complaining if I'm protecting my trading, right? So let's go, let's look at Tesla, guys. This is looking absolutely scrumptious. I almost want to get a little bit in on Tesla here too, because now this is looking like a breakout. We had a huge sell-off. We had a huge support area. Everybody's here buying. Now I'm kind of diddling in the middle right here because of this bounce down. But if it can break this 200, I want to be a part of that trade. So we're going to wait on that because we already have a trade on Meta, and we want to see how the overall market's doing before I make any wise decisions here. So QQQ right back up there at those highs. So is it going to sell off again at those highs? I would say most likely yes. You know, we push up here and we sell off. We push up here, we sell off until we create a really, really tight range there. And then if we do that, well, then we might have ourselves a breakout. But until then, we're going to just see, wow, I totally forgot that we were in Netflix, guys. So we took 10 shares to the long side on Netflix down here at this base. Let's see, where did I get this price at actually? $300 even? Yeah, so okay, good for me. Totally forgot about this trade, guys. We don't even have it on over here. So let me put on Netflix. Goodness gracious, let me see if I have anything else on the monitor. So we got Meta, VOO, VTI, ONON, and Netflix. So let's go ahead and keep our eye on Meta. We don't want this thing breaking down much lower than where it's at because we still have 25 shares. So what do I want to do here? We're going to go ahead and set our stop loss on Meta just below this. So if it wants to stop me out, it doesn't want to continue to show strength this morning, we're going to stop the rest out for break even so that we protect this $100 trade, right? Now, what do we have for Netflix? Well, we have this beautiful push up off this $300. We only have 10 shares in this trade. Now, does the overall market want to hold up? Well, let me tell you guys a little something. I've been playing with this stupid Netflix for so long that I was down about $40. Now, I do want to cut my trade, and I want to say, hey, we're up. You know, we're up on this trade, and we're doing really well for the overall market. So, you know, what do I want to do? You know, do I want to get out right now so that way, you know, everything's fine and dandy? I think what I'd rather do is move my stop up to here, guys. So that way I'm still protecting this trade, but yet if the overall market does want to fail, does want to come down, does want to show weakness, then I can get the heck out of that. So Mikey's not going to be able to answer that question, New Vision, because he doesn't know. I'll answer for him. He does not know if Tesla is going to move up to the north side. He does not know. What he does know is where his support and his resistance is. Okay, so he does not know whether that's going to move up or down. You don't know if it's going to move up or down. Nobody does. We don't have a crystal ball. But if we mark our areas of support and we mark our areas of resistance, we might be able to calculate proper risk management in order to take a tasty trade. Okay, so with the overall Tesla being strong though, and us only getting 0.25% rate hike, if Meta looks strong before the 0.25 rate hike, and now we know that it's 0.25, that might actually be a very, very interesting a note that if we were moving up before 0.25 and now we know, is that mean good news is bad news and this heads lower? Well, we want to find that support, right? What about Netflix? Oh yeah, we got out of Netflix for a small win there. So we made a little bit of money back on Netflix, and there we go. Are we out of that trade? No, why did it do that? Why did it do that? Okay, well, this is where I get pissed off now because I messed up on one of my trades. Let me sell out on this. God damn it. Gosh darn it, I mean. All right, sell out. Goodness. All right, now we're not up $100 on Meta because I pressed the wrong button. Hey, yo, that's why you want stop losses. So you don't mess up like that. So I just gave back about $30 on that trade just because of a quick mess up there, guys. So keep that in mind. You want to make sure. That's why I like using stop losses there. So let's just see how Meta's going to react on this VWAP area. So we're still up on the day, guys. We're still doing great on the day. But sometimes when you make simple mistakes like that, it makes you sweat. It makes you mad. So we're going to see what actually comes of that. Let's go through the actual music and see what's going on. It looks like things are starting to break down now. So we had all that area, all that time to play, and it looks like things are starting to fail now. So are we going to find support, or is this thing just like, hey, we're done? We're done. Look at this short, guys. Holy guacamole. We are starting to head to the south side very quick. Wow. Let's go ahead and make sure we don't have anything crazy on here. So we're out of our Netflix. We're out of our Meta. We are out of our Riot. Wow, everything's starting to slam down. ON is still trying to hold up, though. That's kind of cute. So Neo, oh gosh, I don't even want to look at Neo. I need to take Neo off here. It's making me sick to my stomach. I can't believe I didn't just hold on to that short. Wowie wow hours. And as the SPY also tanking down. But what are we going to see? Is it going to start flushing? Or are we going to look for that low? Look at that. Huge buy up on the bottom. That's what we're starting to see, guys. Huge wicks in both directions. This will chop your face off. So be careful, guys. We got plenty of areas of support, of liquidity, of trading areas. Look at this. Tesla's back down here. So New Vision, if you wanted to take a shot, this might be the area. These aren't buy or sell recommendations, those guys. I'm just looking at the trades and I'm trying to take them using these areas as risk management, guys. That's what we want to see. We want to see good areas for risk management, because if you can't have good risk management, then you're not going to have good risk at all. So we're going to go ahead and try and get in and hold these stinking things for that bigger expected move. But if they want to keep heading lower, then hey, that's a-okay. We're going to have our stop losses ready this time, right? We don't want to see these things really rip our face off anymore. So here we go. We're going to take off 25 shares right here. Of course, it wants to come back down the second I say that. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. We just added a little bit more. We can't do that. Why can't we do that? Oh, because it's got 5,000. Okay, here we go. Goodness gracious, guys. We're going to sell out right here. We're going to take half off there, add another $4, and then we're going to go ahead and bring this stop loss up to break even at 204.28. 204.28. Come on, we've got to be quick with this. 204.28. Bada bing, bada boom. So we made another little short sale on that. Okay, now we're going to take off 10 over here on Tesla. Good old Uncle Tesla. Holy guacamole, look at that. We're going to go ahead and remove 10 shares on Tesla, drop in another $10 in our hat, and we're going to move this stop loss up now to break even on Uncle Tesla. Wow, what a beautiful trade on there, guys. You love to see it. Those wicks off the bottom, you've seen a ton of people buying that up. So where are we at? 195.82. 195.82. Let's see if we can find that area. 195.82. Wow, we got a great price for this, guys. We got a great price. So hopefully this 195.82 can hold. If it wants to hold, then we're going to keep on holding these 15 shares of Tesla. That would be great to see, guys. If we can find, we bottom fish this area and we just bought it up. That looks beautiful at 195.82. And you got to be quick. You got to be quick in these trades. So right here, if it wants to slam back down and stop me out for both of these trades, that's a-okay, guys, because we have already made our money on those quick scalp trades. Scalp. Wait, Dave, have you been shorting or longing these large caps? I've been doing both, brother. To be very honest, oh, pissed you covered so early. Well, hey, man, you know, it doesn't matter. I think you're really kicking ass, and I think what you did was an absolutely amazing trade. So quit being greedy. Don't be pissed off. That just means you're greedy. So Tesla kind of heavy, but yeah, Powell is speaking, which makes sense. Yeah, you got to be really careful. Nobody really knows. It's going to be very volatile. Things are going to be pushing back and forth. You know, Papa Powell wants to say something silly like, yeah, we're going to raise interest rates next week, or we're going to do it for another 30 years. You know, something crazy. Yeah, we're gonna definitely see some stuff. So yeah, I've been doing a little bit of everything. Mikey, you know, I was trying to long Riot. I was trying to short. I was just playing areas. You know, I was playing resistance, supply and resistance areas, like on Enflix. You know, on like Enflix, we were trying to short Enflix, then we were trying to long Enflix, and then I got real confused in this area, and you know, didn't know what to do. So we just stayed away from Netflix after that. We took a small loss in Netflix today, but we took a big win today in Meta, so that's nice. Big recovery there. And we took some other big wins on some other trades. but that's in the after hours. We'll focus on that. So yeah, a little bit of everything today, Mikey, but I would love to have a nice little chat, a little conversation with you in the near future about what is to come and how maybe we, if you got time, we could run through my trades and we can actually take a little peeky gander to see, what I can do better in the future, okay? So I just want to better myself, and it looks like the Qs keep getting wick off on the top, so we have a huge battle going on here. It's almost like I want to bring up, the Fed speech here just to see if we can hear anything, to see if we can hear actually somebody sitting there chit-chatting, and talking about the overall meeting. So maybe I bring up Papa Powell and see if we can see Powell, Powell, a live speech. So maybe I can leave this up in the background and we can see if we actually hear a little inclination of what's going on. But we don't want to do it on there, do we? Because there is ads. So I'm going to bring it up over here on this side and we'll see if we can get the old Fed talk. Yeah, let's see if that pops up. Live, Chairman Powell speaks. We want to see it live. So we'll do Fed talk live. There we go. All right. Here we go. We're going to see what the overall is happening. It looks like it's already over, so I think he's done talking, guys. Is that true? Is that true? Let me know in the market. In the chat, is it true that it's already done? But guys, while you're here, I want you to take a look at this right now, guys. Please take a peeky gander at this beautiful thing. It's got my face on it. You can look away from that, but make sure you are caught up on this live trade, guys. Make sure you know that Qs is back up to $313.98. Goodness gracious, what a beautiful day in the market. You know you'll love to see it. If you got a 401k investing Roth IRA, we are moving up to the north side. So guys, if we scroll down on this chat, we can make sure that we're live. We can go ahead and hit anything that you guys want to tell me in chat. Go ahead and do that now, and then hit this like button, guys. If you smash that like button, we want to get to 30 likes before the end of the day. That's my goal. I am goal-oriented. If you want to help me reach that goal, please do that. And please join us. Hit that subscribe button, guys. We are a huge community now. After 6-7 weeks now, we're already up over 360 of you guys, 360 of my friends in this room on a daily basis, Monday to Friday, 8 till 12. It's something you can get behind, then you need to get behind it, okay? Hit that subscribe button, guys. So let's go, baby. This is going to be a great stinking day in the market. So look at this. It looks like Meta's back up there at 205.81. We have the QQQs pushing at 313. Let's see where Netflix is, back up there, looking absolutely scrumptious. I hope you guys can't hear Fed Powell in my ear, because it is in my ear, but is this live? Is this live? Live update March 22nd. Let me see. Yep, it is live. So I'm listening to it live. I'm going to turn this up. You guys let me know if this is going to come across your sound, because it's going to be the first time I've listened to this while trying to talk. So if you guys can hear this sound, you need to just let me know so I can turn it down for you, okay? What I am trying to do is just pick up a little indication of what maybe Papa Powell is talking about while we're in these areas. Because if he comes out and says, yeah, I just want to take a stinky doo-doo on the market, well, then we're going to want to change our direction, don't we? So look at this Netflix, man. Mikey, one of these trades, man, and I know what I did here wrong. I oversized into this trade. After we seen this scoop down and come back down to retest, I just oversized into this, and it really hurts to say, it really hurts to see, because I would be up just so much money. And now I'm down $37 on this trade, but that doesn't matter. That's a small loss in compared to what we are going to make overall today. But it's a-okay. I need to find a good position size, and I need to find a good area where I only take the same exact amount on each trade. So I need to say that. I need to say that out loud with somebody. That way I can actually do my thing properly, because getting stopped out like this is not the best for a trader, right? You want to be able to take bigger, better, longer move trades. And if you can do that, guys, then you're going to be a better, more profitable, consistent trader. So I'm finally on that road where I'm becoming consistently profitable. But if I can find a way to lose less money and find a way to make more money, but specifically lose less money, then that is going to show me overall that I can make even more, right? If I already know how to make money and I can just learn to lose less money, that overall is going to make me way more money, right guys? And sometimes losing that money is going to help you learn. And so the more you lose, the more you learn. And that's why I like to protect my trades on a daily basis. That's why I protect my trades when we're up a lot of money. And that's why I protect my trades before we get down a lot of money. So that's the key there, guys. The risk reward ratio. If you have good risk reward, that in itself is its edge. So Mikey, thank you. I do appreciate that, brother. I'll reach out to you maybe this weekend sometime. It is Wednesday, so maybe on Friday or Saturday or something. If you got time, I'll reach out to you. We'll find a good time to do that. But we're up another 50 bucks here on this meta trade, which makes me feel a lot better because we were up over 100 bucks on this trade. Now we're up $120 total for the day. But here's the thing with meta, guys. As you know, I did not have this stop loss in, and it wicked down too fast and it got me out too quick, where I should have been adding into this area. But I respect all my stop losses, and so that's what I did. And once I seen it break back up, I'm back in it to win it, baby. And we got 25 shares to the long side. Now trading at 206.3. Microsoft also pushing up 279.84. Let's look at Amazon, AMZN, above that 100. Looks absolutely beautiful. You know you love it. As Nvidia back up there towards day's highs at 274.26. Does this thing want to continue to break out? Now look at Tesla. I forgot we took Tesla. Look at this beautiful trade on Tesla we got, guys. We're up another $50 on this trade. We already took out most of our shares, guys. So this trade is for the long term. Maybe we can get this thing to go even higher. Maybe I should just sell out now and be happy with what I got. But my greedy butt is going to go ahead and hold on to these trades. So we're up $55 on Tesla right now. We're up 133 on Meta. Let's keep on carrying on to the north side, baby. I love it. You know you love it. If you like it, if you love it, if you love seeing me take these live trades, well, I'm here every single day, guys. Every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Why am I here today? Well, because I want to be here for you just as much as I want you to be here for me. And I knew at 2 o'clock we had the Fed rate hike decision. And if anybody wants to come in here to get that information, well, I am here for you, baby. Let's go. I love it. I love it, and I hope you love it too. So we got Riot. Let's see. Oh, you know what I need to see? We need to see what is Bitcoin. Bitcoin is back up to that breakout area. We sold off hard, but now Bitcoin is back up to that breakout area. It looks like it's doing the flushy flush just like the overall market was doing. Google trading at day's highs at 106.34. That looks really, really good for this overall market. I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you, this thing is looking really good. I want to add into this trade now. So we're going to go ahead. We have 10 shares. We're going to go ahead and add 10 more shares to this trade. Why? Well, simply put, this looks really good on that range break, now trying to head even higher, and we know that this was holding up while the overall market was flushing through, just like there's a ton of stocks that I'm going to have to go through tonight to see if that's what I want to be a part of. It's just like MAXN, we know that this thing has been holding up well, cup with handle. I love this breakout area, and you know what I'm going to do right here, guys? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. We're going to go ahead and take 100 shares right here on this area because of what I'm seeing in the overall market. Can this get me in before it breaks out to the north side? This looks absolutely beautiful, and I like it. Yes, I'm getting a little excited right now about these trades, but this breakout, if this thing takes off without me, I'm going to feel sick to my stomach. So we're going to go ahead and put these shares in right here at this top. So when it does break out, we can be in that breakout trade. So why do I like that? Well, I already have these marked out, guys. These are our tops right here. Look at this. This is a huge cup and handle. This is a William O'Neill style trade. Why else do I want it? Because it is in the solar sector. We know that the solar sector is looking really good. And also on this, now that I'm looking at it, that's why I like being here in front of you guys, because I'm not so sure. This is not a leader. I don't want to be an MAXN. That's not the leader. The leader is First Solar. So FSLR, I don't want to be in a lagger, guys. I want to be in a leader. And look at this leader, absolutely beautiful, breaking these area of these highs. So why would I buy into the other trade when we have a beautiful trade sitting right here in front of us, guys? So now I just took 100 shares to the long side. Now that is a very big boy trade, so we need to be careful at these highs. I don't think I want to do that. We're going to go ahead and sell out of this because that is a scary, scary buy. We're going to reassess the situation, and we're going to see what we actually want to do here. So right here, guys, I do like FSLR right here. We do like these breakout areas. We did bounce off a 10-day moving average, and now we're breaking at these highs. So this looks like a good area to short, but if it wants to hold out in this area, we might want to take a tasty little trade, but we don't want to take 100 shares, guys. That would be absolutely atrocious if this thing came back on me pretty hard. So if it can come back, maybe do a little retesting while we go through the overall market, we will see. So the SPY breaking out at 401.83, looking like it wants to head even higher right now. Let's take a look at the Qs. The Qs are at new highs at 314.38. It made new highs of the past month here at these highs. So FSLR does look like something that I would like to get behind. So let's go ahead and try and buy in. Let's see if we can get some support down here. We don't want to cherry pick this top. We are at that breakout. We do like that breakout, and this does look kind of like a cup right here, but it needs to come back up to this 215 area. So maybe I give this some more time. Maybe I don't get too crazy with this, and we just see what is to come of FSLR. But you know, I do really like this area. So we're just going to get in 20. We're going to see what comes of this trade, okay? We're going to try and get in 20 here, and we're going to see what comes of it. We have a very small spread on this, so I do want to get in. I do want to get in this, but wow, you know, if I would have held on to that 100, we'd already be up mega on this trade. So let's take a look at Meta, talking about mega. We're up $133 on this trade, 60 just on these shares. So if we can keep on keeping on to the north side with the overall strength in the market, that is going to look absolutely wunderbar. Absolutely wunderbar. You know, you love to see it, guys, and you've seen it here first. Remember, you've seen the Fed rate hikes here first, guys. They called 5% on the economic calendar, but it came out 0.25%, looking absolutely scrumptious, guys. So thank you so much for being here, and if you're still here with me, thank you. I much appreciate you. I'm just happy you guys are here, because I am an introvert. You know, I'm an introvert that needs attention. So it's kind of funny to say, it's kind of funny to think, but yeah, I am an introvert that needs attention, and maybe I just sell out of 10 more of my shares right here. So there we go. We got the bot filled in those shares right there at those tops for 20 shares for the long side. You know, we're at this breakout area. So I don't really, what I should be doing is shorting at this area. So you know, so we're gonna go ahead and sell this, and we're gonna go ahead and take some short, because I'm not gonna be in this for a long time. We're just gonna short this area right here. No, we're not gonna do crap. I'm just talking. I'm a loud mouth and I'm talking, right? If I don't know what I'm doing, then I need to stop doing it. We're only down $21 on this trade, but we're up mega on a lot of other trades. So we're just going to keep an eye on things and see how they work. Yes, I'm going back and forth. I'm not used to being able to trade this much because all this liquidity. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful in these markets today, guys. So yes, sirree, Bob. I feel like I want to take another 10 shares off of this just because we're up so high. But you know, how am I ever supposed to make the big boy money if I don't hold in for the overall expected move? So I think that's what I'll do. I'll just leave this last 25 in there, and we'll see what actually comes of it. I don't want to be that guy that constantly is selling out of all of his shares, but we do have this beautiful top here. I do really like this area. If this area can hold, I do want to take this for the overall bigger expected move, guys. I mean, this looks beautiful right here. It made this like little cup. I mean, this isn't a William O'Neill's cup and handle by any means, but it is a little cup that held after all of that selling, and we had a lot of people holding off. Look at the volume too. If we look at the volume price analysis, we can see we're getting a ton of buying volume here, and then as it contracted, we're getting not a lot of selling volume. Now we got a lot of selling volume on that day, but it started to perk back up. So you know, maybe we do take a small share in this. We'll see what this breakout wants to do. So if it wants to get me in this area, you know, I'm going to hold on to it. It gave me a little bit of time to think about it and see what we want to actually do in the market. So risk on with the SPY actually being where it's at. We are risk on with these trades here, guys. We are break even right now in First Solar. We want to see this thing really hold out for us. If it doesn't want to hold out, then we're going to actually have to downsize down $6.50. Wow, there we go. And that's why you want to be careful in these trades, guys, because it can move quick. Things can happen fast. And if it doesn't want to hold this area out, well, then I'm going to be a sweaty trader trying to sell out even quicker. So we're going to see what actually comes of this trade, and we're going to see, does Meta want to hold this top right here, this double top, and start to get bought up at 205.87? I think that would be a very important area for it to try and hold out. So we're going to go ahead and see what comes of this in the market. Wowie, wow, Hourson. How much more time do we have left? It's 2:54, so we still have an hour. That's absolutely great. That's plenty of time to see what the overall market wants to do here. But I'll tell you this, this is just scaring me out of this right away. And every time I get scared out of these trades, it seems to go the other way. So, you know, that is what it is. You know, maybe we get a nice little pop here and I'll be able to get out of this, but no, it's not going to give it to us. We're gonna get scared, get out of this trade. We're gonna scare out of this trade for a $38 loss. Wow. Okay, so maybe I take out this 25. No, we're gonna hold that for that last little bit there. Maybe we take off another 10, or maybe we add into this, guys, because it's back down at that support at 205.55. So what am I thinking? I'm starting to get scared out when really I should probably be adding into these trades, but we want to see it come all the way back down to this area to test this support to make sure it can head on higher before we do anything too silly. So come on, First Solar, shape up for me. I would love to hold you overnight. SMCI, let's see, right there at day's highs. Back short Tesla. Let's take a little look at Tesla because I do like to see. Oh goodness, I forgot we're in this trade. We need to go ahead and get out of this. No, we don't need to get out of this. We don't need to get out of this. This is fine. We want to see it back test this area. We're already up in this trade. We're still looking good for the overall Tesla trade. So if we want to be short, we should have been short up here at 179, but we are not. So that's a-okay. Where are we going to put our stop loss on this last piece? Well, right now it's at 195.79, so right there at break even. So let's put it this way, if Tesla can't hold its VWAP area, we're going to take the rest of this money off this trade. So good luck on your short, Mikey, and it does look like a smart short since we did not get back up above that level. So it looks like things are going to start heading back down. If we did not get back above those levels that we had earlier, then we might see some bigger sell-off action, and if we see that, that's a-okay. We might give a little back on these trades, but I'm holding off for the north side. So Mikey, I do hope that you make some tasty money off of that. It might stop me out now for a small, well, actually a big win. This is we're up $40 right now. We already got some of this money out. Maybe we should have taken out a little bit more, but I like it. I still like the trade. I still like to see things holding up, and we still have about an hour before close, so we're going to see how everything forms itself in. So Mikey's in short on Tesla. Very nice. I like to see it. Apple looks like it is pulling back too. Google's pulling back. Let's go back up here. Let's see Microsoft. We need to make sure we know what trades we're into. So we're in Tesla, we're in ON, we're in Meta. So we're not in a ton of trades. That's great news because then I don't have to manage so many trades. Let's take a look at AMZN, also pulling back. We got Meta pulling back down to 205.16. We got NVDA also pulling back from its absolute highs, now down to 174 even. We have Tesla pulling back. We're getting some wicks on that 5-minute there, right above that VWAP area. Doesn't want to hold this VWAP. Of course, if it does not hold that VWAP and it breaks down, we're going to take our wins and we're going to get out of here. But if it wants to hold and head up higher, we're going to hold these 15 shares and see what we can actually make of it, because that would be a beautiful, beautiful thing if this thing wanted to continue higher. Now, Apple is pulling back. We know Apple is extremely strong in this market, so I would like to see Apple continue to hold and head on higher with the overall market. And speaking of the overall market, let's take a look at the Qs. So the Qs pushed up over that resistance area and then pulled back pretty hard. We're going to see it test this VWAP area again. If it wants to blow through that VWAP and keep on heading lower, then we might actually see this thing sell off even further after everybody is there taking their tasty little trades. And we have Netflix right back down here to that 301. Will that 300 hold out if it keeps on heading lower? So we get a lot of volatility, a lot of crazy volatility. Speaking of volatility, let's look at the VIX. The VIX is actually still, well, we're getting a little pop off. Now I'm out of Tesla. Tesla's flushing out, looking absolutely great for Mikey short. Good for you, Mikey. We're up $26 on that Tesla as Mikey is holding on to his short right now, probably exiting some small position on it to make sure that he can just protect that trade. So absolutely beautiful trade there, Mikey. Love to see it. Love that you called that out, that huge flush. Absolutely amazing. Now, are we going to see this thing buying up right here at this base? Can we see it get bought up, or are we going to head even lower in this market, stopping me out with that last bit of that Meta trade? We will see very, very shortly if that's what it wants to do, as the SPY is pulling back down to its support at 390. 399 area, okay? So we're going to see if that wants to hold out there. Let's check the IWM there. I'm out of Meta now. It looks like Meta wants to flush lower here. Can Meta take it even lower? We're up $72 total on Meta today. So let's go ahead and see what is going to happen. The IWM also flushing. Goodness gracious, we're getting range action here. This looks absolutely amazing for the overall market. If you're a range trader, you are making money today, baby. You are making money today, and you know I love to see it. So let's keep on keeping on. AMD, yeah, I bet AMD is probably flushing as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at AMD. Yes, AMD is starting to flush there, just like the overall market. Let's take a look at First Solar. I forgot we were in First Solar. Good thing we got out of First Solar at those tops. I did call that out as a short. I said, what am I doing in this thing long? Got out of it really quick, but I did not switch short simply because, guys, I don't have faith in it coming down too hard, too fast. But guess I was wrong. Look at this beautiful trade back down there at 311.54, right where we were buying in before, guys. So we're making these double tops. We're not seeing any motivation that this thing wants to move higher, and it really just looks like this market wants to continue to flush down to the south side. So let's go ahead and make sure that we're on the right side of these trades, guys, when we're taking these trades. So a big flush down like that, maybe the market wants to find a nice little spot right here at this base, heading back up to the north side. And there we go. I'm back in on Meta for the range to move higher at 204.15. Let's go ahead and take a little peeky gander at 204.15 right here in this area. Now we're pushing up higher. How long will this hold? If it wants to break down 204 and it wants to break 204, we can use that as a stop loss, but we do have 25 shares in long. We're going to try and hold this to the north side. So here we go. 204.15 is our stop out area, and we're going to see if this thing wants to keep on rocking our worlds to the north side. So is this it? Is this it? This might be it. We're not seeing a huge push back up, so I'm selling out, guys. We're not going to hold on to the bigger move. Made about $1 on that. It looks like, is this Tesla here? Tesla? No, this is the Qs. We need to bring up Tesla, because I'm thinking if Tesla, yep, there we go. We're starting to rip back down, and Tesla retested that area of resistance. Are we going to be able to get back into this trade? That spread's got to be small, right? Let's see. All right, come on, let's go, baby, let's go. Let's see if we can get this thing to flush down a little bit more for us. We know we're not gonna be in this thing for a long time, just for a good time, because we don't want to take any kind of losses down here. We want to see this thing flusherson, and if it doesn't, that's a-okay. We're actually looking at this thing. I'm not really happy with where I took this trade, but knowing that it came back up, retested VWAP, created a double top up there, it looks like, yeah, we can make a little bit of money on this trade. So we're gonna take another $6 right there. It looks like it's 4 now because I'm not quick enough, but we want to see this area shaping up if we want to look for another long. Goodness gracious, what do we got going on? Okay, the SPY's at those lows right there. It looks like IWM is at the lows right there. We need to zoom out on this hourly to get a better idea of what's going on. So it looks like we're just bouncing in this range. Look at the Qs here, guys. Qs found that top and now is trying to see if it wants to hold this area at 310. If it wants to hold that 310 area, we might see another beautiful trade. And now look, Netflix back down here at that $300 area, making me want to take a long simply because it beat me up today. So is it going to beat me up more? Is it going to break down this area, or is it going to actually make me taste a little bit of that money that we lost on it earlier? So this is a great area to buy. Is it going to let me get in? Probably not, but that's a-okay. We're going to see if this wants to go long. Mikey, if you're still in here, are you still looking for shorts? Are you still shorting Tesla? Because that would be a great little tasty trade. We're up about $7 right off the rip on this trade. I know for a fact I don't want to be that many shares long in Netflix, so we're going to go ahead and sell out 50 shares of that right there for a nice little win. Now we're up 350 on that trade, and we're going to use this bottom here as a stop loss, because if this thing wants to flush, and it wants to flush hard, guys, I don't want to be in this trade, okay? Because we've already lost money on Netflix, and now we're trying to make some money on Netflix. So let's not let this thing, flush out too hard too fast where it's going to catch us off guard, right? So we're on 50 shares at 341. So we want to see this 300 area hold holdout, and it looks like it's trying to do its absolute best in these areas. So let's see, come on, let's see if it can hold. Now we're up another $10 on this trade. Let's go ahead, come on, let's go ahead and get another 25 shares out in this area. If it can hold that area, that would be absolutely beautiful, guys. And no, it doesn't want to. So here we go, we're selling out this market because that little bit that I won on that doesn't want to hold, and we're going to move this stop loss, this last 25 right here at this $300 area. Okay, so if it wants to get down to $299.99, that's going to take us out, and then we're going to be done with this Netflix. And sure enough, it doesn't looking like it wants to hold. So we're right here at these bases, and we need to sell. All right, we need to sell, and I can tell you right now that this thing is going to continue to flush. Yes, sir, Bob. Yep, if it doesn't want to hold, it doesn't want to build back up, we're going to see a big flush here. That's just my thoughts, not yours, guys. And here we go. There's that flush. All right. Bye-bye, Netflix. Come on down to the bottom. We'll catch you at the base. All right, big flush here for Netflix. The only true spot that it might hold is right here at this $299.11. And at that $299.11, if it doesn't want to hold there, we're going to tank city, baby. Now, I'm already down quite a bit of money on this, but now we are moving right back up. We're up $22.15. Doesn't want to continue to flush. It looks like Tesla's at its base. It looks like Netflix at its base. It looks like, you know, what do I want to do here? We need to get out of this trade for another $20 win. Is Tesla going to be able to hold this area right here? If it can hold, this might be a nice little buy here. Let's go. Covered 2. Yeah, absolutely, because we're at those bottoms, guys. So these bottoms might be a nice buy-up area. Why? Well, why is it a good buy-up area? Simply put, I can use this as risk. If it wants to flush out here, I'm going to take a very small loss if it flushes out here. That's A-okay. I'll take a $5 loss for a bigger expected win. We got 25 shares in long now right here at this base on Tesla. We're playing these ranges to make some money, baby. That's what we want to see. So I got out of Netflix just at the right time, found that double bottom base. Let's see what we got going on. Nice, another beautiful trade for Mikey. Man, I wish I would have taken that with you. We could have been up big time together, but instead, you're swimming in your cheese while I'm just cutting the cheese, right, baby? Now, I'm only playing, guys. Let's see if Tesla can get back up here, and no, it looks like it wants to continue to flush to the south side. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. What do we have here, guys? What do we have here? A tasty little trade. So let's keep on moving on. We are up quite a bit this day trading day today. The SPY flushing down to 396.74. That's not looking good for the overall market. Same thing for the IWM right there at support. The QQQs has a long way to go before it finds support down there. So will it hold, or is everybody going to start panic selling down here at these lows? I like Netflix down here. If you find a tasty little trade like this at these bases, guys, these can be huge winners, right? So that's why we want to look to take these trades, but we're only going to be risking small. Why do I say that? Why do we only want to risk small on these? Because if we don't risk small, these things can really flush out on us. These things can really rip your face off. So you need to be careful in these trades, guys. Be very careful. Make sure your risk is being managed well, okay? Don't use the buy market button, because then you'll be down almost immediately on some of these stocks. You need to make sure what you're doing is correct, and make sure what you're doing, you like what you're doing, guys. Because if you don't like what you're doing, then you don't want to be doing it at all, right? So don't, make sure you have risk in mind is what I'm trying to say, guys. Make sure you use risk management. Keep that in mind when you're taking your trades. And holy crap, Mikey, what a beautiful trade on that today. That's awesome to see, man. So we're just kind of like lingering around now down here. I don't really like that. You know, if we're just going to linger, this is going to act as resistance, guys, and this thing's going to head even lower. You know that. But we're at support on Tesla. We're at support on Netflix. We're at support at all these different areas. So I really would love to see this thing moving up higher, you know. So let's see. Can we base out? Let's run through the indices and see what we actually got going on. Goodness, I'm telling you, Netflix is going to be the death of me, guys. It's going to be the absolute death of me. I cannot find a good spot for this Netflix. It's just not doing what I want it to. So, and I keep saying, no, this is my last trade on this. This is my last trade on this, and I keep freaking trading it. But it's okay. We're up for the day. We're not, look at that. Tesla now breaking down even lower. We're going to sell market on this because things are flushing. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Just when I say one thing now, it looks like I'm actually, I know exactly what's happening to me right now, guys. So it's good that you're seeing this on the on the show right here, guys, but I'm saying one thing and then I'm doing another, so I don't like to see that. We're out of ON. It looks like we're getting a big flush. This might be a panic flush right here, guys. If it is, we want to be a part of it. So we're holding 25 shares short on Netflix. We're up about $7. We're up about $10 now. We're starting to really flush in this market. Now Mikey's kicking himself in the butt, wishing he hold a little bit on that Tesla short. Maybe, maybe not. Who really knows? I'm just talking. But this is great, guys. This is absolutely great trading for today. Wow. Excuse me. Yeah, Qs are just absolutely flush city here, guys. Netflix also flush city here, guys. Absolutely beautiful when you are in these shorts. And it's not looking good for the overall market, but that's a-okay, guys. When you see is what you see. Now we're right back up to that $100 resistance for that Amazon. Can we get in for this Amazon short? Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Gosh darn it, that's not where I really wanted to get it in, because that looks like that could be support. Yes, sirree, Bob. That does look like support. So we're going to hold on to Amazon for a little bit, but not a long time, because I don't like where I got that in. So let's go ahead and just take a look at Enflix. We're going to put Enflix over here on this right-hand side. Enflix, okay. And we're going to go ahead and keep our eye on that, because we know that we're a tasty shares short in that. Maybe we just get out of this one here because we want to take those trades. We made our money. We made another $12 on that. And now we're over here. We're short Amazon. Now Amazon, I want to add into the short at 100. If it can hold this area, yes, I bought at a support. That's so silly of me, but hey, it is what it is. I'm going to go ahead and ride this one out, because I think if we get another 25 shares in, I will be where I want to be on this short. But it's 310, guys, so keep that in mind. We don't have too much longer in this trading day, so we don't. Well, I want to be flat at the end of the day. If I'm holding on anything, I want it to be small, so I don't have to keep an eye on it, because I have jiu-jitsu tonight with the kids, and we want to make sure if we're doing jiu-jitsu that we can focus on jiu-jitsu. We don't want to focus on losing money, right? So keep that in mind, guys. We're right at that $300 area now. So if we're going to see continue selling off for this trade, I want to see it happen right now for Amazon. And it looks like Amazon wants to push up higher, but where is it going to push up to? Let's look at the overall market to get an idea of where AMZN wants to go. If we start seeing everything roundabout, then I just need to cut everything and call it a day, guys, because if I can't find the right side of these trades, I'm going to just cut my losses as they are. The SPY at these lows, the IWM at these lows, the QQQs at these lows, Netflix at these lows. Let's see Microsoft at these lows. Trying to find support here, guys, on all of these lows. So are we going to find support at these, or are we just going to fail again, like a little pop and then another fail, a little pop and then another fail? It seems to be what's happening here, so I don't want to be fooled by getting stopped out one more time with these little pop-ups. You know, these little pop-ups makes me want to just sell. So, you know, a part of me kind of actually wishes what I was up today, because I would almost want to take a big boy trade, really risk a nice amount for the overnight trade. But hey, this is all just talk, guys. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just seeing it as I see it, calling it as I call it, and playing these trades the best I possibly can. So we are 50 shares short at 106. Why 106? Well, because we know that that $100 area is a very big area of support, or of resistance, right? So we know that for a fact. We did break up through it, so that looked really, really good for that overall trade, but we want to see it bounce into it and then flush down even lower, because we know Amazon can come all the way back down to at least, well, technically come down to its base at its bottom right here, at least, but this thing, if it wants to continue to flush, if we keep seeing this, you know, like this is the high of the market, and we can see this thing flush, we can go a lot further down on this, because we had quite a few beautiful days in the market for Amazon. So we are still under that 200-day moving average for Amazon, and things aren't looking the sweetest for Amazon. So keep that in mind, guys. Now I need to go over the overall market really quick, just to see where we are at. So are we in any trades with Meta? No, but it looks like Meta had a beautiful bounce right there off that upward trend line that it's been holding for so many days. So that's actually a good sign for Meta. Let's go ahead and look at the rest of the market here. We got, we're going to bring up Amazon there, and let's look up AMZN on the right side. We're down about 10 bucks in this trade right now, but we're holding on for the larger expected move. I should probably put myself a nice little stopper sit on this, so we don't get ourselves screwed. So we'll put 50 here, and then we'll put this stop right around this area. We're seeing a lot of liquidity start to come in right now for some of these trades, so I don't want to get caught off on the wrong side here, guys. So it looks like it is pushing up. We're going to test that VWAP area, and we're going to see if it wants to flushy flush right there, okay? So let's go ahead and take a look at the IWM. It looks like it wants to break down this 173 area. It's supposed to act as support, but it doesn't look like it wants to. Now trying to wick off in either direction as the Qs looks like it's trying to find some support down here at this area, but it doesn't look like it's holding for very long. So it makes me actually want to join the ask and try and get 50 more shares in short on this, guys. This is going to be my big boy trade of the day. There we go. We get 100 shares short of Amazon. Yes, this is a very big trade for me. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. We don't want this to break this level at all. If it breaks this area, I need to be out as quick as I possibly can because I'm going to be down a pretty tasty amount of money. So there we are. We're using this area as stop. This is a big boy trade for me. 100 shares short on Meta at $115. If it breaks me out, we'll be down a little bit of money, but hey, it is what it is, because if it wasn't what it was, we'd be in an alternate universe where things weren't what they were. So there we go. Good morning. It looks like Amazon wants to stop me out. Bam, bada bing, bada boom. That's a quick, easy, easy out right there on that trade. So it looks like, does Netflix actually want to hold up here? Does Amazon want to hold up here? Does Meta want to hold up? Does Microsoft want to hold up? And it looks like we're finding these bases, guys, but after that 0.25, we had a ton of volatility, a ton of choppy action. We made some money, we lost some money, but man, oh man, you want to be on the right side of these trades when they take. So when they flush out and things look scary, that's when you want to take a long at that support area. But when things don't look scary, then you're going to wait because you're playing in the middle, right? So it looks like Nvidia has been the strongest here, holding out most of its gains, most of its support. It held out throughout the whole day today. So this Nvidia, goodness gracious, this thing looks so stinking strong right now because it held out so much of that move. And look at Tesla, guys. Huge flush out, huge panic move, and now Tesla really wants to get rampant going to the north side. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and figure out where I'm at in the market right now, just because I want to see where I'm at. So let's go ahead and take a little peeky gander at that, because we're only here for 45 minutes, guys. And if you're just joining me, my name is Dave. Hi, Dave. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, guys. So if you want to see me, just go ahead and hit that like, hit that subscribe. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, and I absolutely love this stuff, guys. This is what I live for. So if you want to see it and you want to be about it, then be about it. Maybe hit that subscribe button, because we're here every single day, Monday through Friday, except for today. We're rolling all the way till 4, because I want to be here for you as much as you are here for me. And that being said, guys, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. I've been here all day because I knew that we were going to have the Fed volatility coming out at 2 o'clock, and that's exactly what we got. Man, I'm starting stepping over all my words. What I need to do is stay focused here, because we still got a nice trading day. So is this Tesla a short? Is this its resistance? Is it going to head lower? Well, I would like to take a trade, but I'm telling you guys, these last few trades that I've been on have been wrong. So is this going to head north? Is it going to head south? I don't know. I think today I'm ruining my mental capacity, but it looks like this SPY flushed down, and it looks like it's back up at a resistance area. Let's take a look at IWM. Looks like it's back up at a resistance area, and same thing for the Qs. The QQQ looks like it's back up into this VWAP area, this resistance area, and Netflix is bounced back up into this 300 area. I'm telling you, this thing has my ticket right here. For some reason, I just feel like I need to make my money on Netflix. I really do. I feel like this Netflix thing is just beating me up, you know what I mean? And, you know, I want to make my money back on it. So here I go, you know, on tilt. On tilt right here on this Netflix trade. So we're going to see, am I going to give all my money back today on this? Goodness gracious, that sure stinking looks like it, because there we go. There's the flush moving back up to the north side, down $121 right there on that one single trade. You guys just seen it here. That's the way that works. If you buy those lows, bada bing, bada boom, you get pushed out as quick as you possibly can. So goodness gracious, you're seeing it all here today. You're seeing big wins, you're seeing big losses, and they're all getting mixed up. They're all getting shaked up. So if you can learn a little something from this, please do so, guys. So we need to just go ahead and take a little step back, because Netflix has my number. So now we're looking for shorts, guys. We are looking for shorts on these trades, and can we find them? You know, personally, I think I'm done for the day. We're seeing a lot of activity, but I am still in some trades, aren't I? No, we are out of Meta. Meta's done for. Let's take a look at Netflix. I don't even want to look at Netflix. That's gone. We're not in Riot anymore. So we are flat, guys. We are flat for the day. So now I need to bring up my monitor, and I need to take these trades right here and see where I am at on the overall day. That way I know how I can be, and then at 3 or at 4 o'clock when I leave here, I don't have to sweat it. So to me, it looks like this pop up is just going to be further selling off. And wow, we're still in 10 shares of onion. Okay, that's great. Let's go ahead and sell the rest of those out. Even though it still looks like it's holding, maybe I should use that as my stop loss, but that's a-okay. That's not what I'm looking for right now. So the QQQs are popping back right back up into that VWAP area. Let's take a look at Netflix. Right back up into that $300 area that we were thinking is support, but now it might be support, not resistance anymore. But I've been on the wrong side, so guys, I'm not going to be taking these trades. We're actually going to upload this right now to my TraderSync to see where I am at, because that last trade, all day, baby, all day I was here, and that last trade may have done me in. So let's go ahead and take a little peeky gander at where I'm at. So we're going to go to the import trades on TraderSync. That is what I use. I like TraderSync. It keeps all your data looking really tasty, really good, and really conformed, guys. And we only have about 40 more minutes until this market is closed, and then I'm going to go take off and do my things at jiu-jitsu with my kiddos and stuff like that. So keep that in mind. If you're still here, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I want to be here for you every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. And if you can get behind that, well, then we can get behind that, baby. So AMZN right back up in here into its area of liquidity. We're going to see if it wants to hold. Same thing with Meta back up here at these tops. We're going to see if it wants to use this uptrend now as resistance or if it wants to keep on heading higher. But I can tell you this, guys, what a choppy day right after the Feds. If you had those longs, I hope you held them. If you had those shorts, I hope you held them. And then you got out at the support and resistance area. So is it going to hold this area, or is this looking like the short to be in right here? You know, a part of me really wants to know. So I'm going to my dashboard right now. I'm going to see what we did for today. So let's go ahead and switch it for today and see where we are at. Holding my breath now to see, because oh, we're down today. We're down a couple bucks today. That's a-okay, guys. No big deal. We're going to see what we can do at the end of the day to see what we can do at the end of the day, right? Man, I've been talking for 8 hours straight, guys. If that doesn't earn your subscription, I have no idea what will. So make sure, if you love it, if you like it, leave a like, hit that like, hit that subscribe. I can't talk anymore. I can do it. I only got 40 more minutes. I can do it, guys. I can do it. So let's go ahead and see what's going to happen right here for Meta, because we are pushing right back up, and I need to see what the overall market is doing while we take a look at Meta. So META, let's go ahead and take a peeky gander. Yeah, Meta's coming right back up on that support, as so is QQQ, pushing right back up into these areas. So what are we going to get, guys? We got that 0.25. That's supposed to be neutral for the overall market, and you know, we're not seeing it. We're not seeing that neutral. So are we actually going to see the market continue to push up? If we see this continue to push up, that could be a really good sign for this overall market, guys. So you want to see it. You definitely want to see this market continue to do wild things. All right. So here we go. Meta's right there, right where I would want to take a short. So are we going to take a stab at this? Yeah, why not? We'll take a quick stab at this and see if we can go ahead and find a nice little tasty short on Meta, just using those tops right there. We want to use those tops as resistance, because if it wants to break through, it's going to do it on a lot of volume. So I want to see it hold this area of 205.54. When I say hold, I'm saying break down from this area from 205.54, because this is its area of resistance. But the second it breaks out of this area, it has the ability to really head higher. Why? Because this is the double top over there from last week, from weeks ago, right? So we want to make sure when we are taking these trades, we know our lines in the level, in the sand, in the resistance, and there it goes. Looks like it's still trying to push even higher. Wow, look at that, guys. You know, everybody's doing such an awesome job at weaving in and out and doing their things, guys. And you know, I'm getting caught on both sides of this trade, but that's a-okay, guys. We're still hanging on. We're still doing our dang thing, and I absolutely love it. So let's see what Meta wants to do at these tops. Wow, another little sell-off here. Can we get any higher? Can I make a little money off this trade, please? You know what it is, guys? I'm oversizing. I'm definitely oversizing into these trades, and then I'm stopping out a little too soon. You know, if I'm getting into these trades, I need to get in where I'm comfortable. Maybe I take 10 or 20 shares, but right now, you know, because I am down a little bit of money, I'm trying to make that money back so I can be green for the day. Everybody wants to be green for the day, right? And so do I, you know, so do I. And so that's what I'm actually trying to do here. It's not the best idea to do it, but because, you know, I know what I'm risking and where I'm at and what I'm willing to risk, that's a-okay for me. So I'm using proper risk management here. I'm just a little heavy trying to catch these tops, not trying to cherry pick so much. But look at there, Netflix right there at those tops. Look at that huge sell-off there. Maybe we come right back down. But remember, this is chop chop city, baby. So we need to be really, really careful with what we're doing. There we go. There's Meta on that top making a new triple top. Where did that sound come from? We got a sound coming from somewhere, and I have no idea where. So let's go ahead and take a little peeky gander at this and see if we got that. Okay, there we go. Don't mention. Yeah, I got you. Definitely got you, Willis. I'm reading what you're writing, Willis, and you're absolutely right. We're doing awesome today, guys, and I'm really pumped for this overall market and this overall trade. So we're going to keep on kicking butt and keep on taking names. We're up another $57 on this trade. So I'm going to go ahead and sell out of this. We're going to add another $50. Boom, another win there, guys. Whoops, I just sold. Goodness gracious, I did this once before. We don't want to do that. We want to make sure. My gosh. Goodness gracious, come on. Can't believe it. It's okay. We got out of it. We just need to get out more now. Once this thing shoots back down, we're going to hold on to this last little piece. Goodness gracious. Make sure if you know you're short and you know what you're long and you know what you're short and you know what you're doing. Because if you don't know what you're doing, it's never going to get done. Right? Keep your nose to that grindstone, baby. We're going to keep on making money every single day out here, baby. So let's go ahead and see what we got popping. We're down. We're up about another $29 on this trade. That looks really good. Let's go ahead and... Do we hold on to the rest of it, or we'll get out another 50 so we're comfortable in this trade? So we're going to go ahead and buy this. Bam, right there. And we'll hold on to that last $16. So boom, another $20 we just add to that trade. It looks like it wants to hold out here, so I'm going to go ahead and buy that last 50. Bada bing. No, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. We're going to hold on. We're going to use this last, we want to get 25, right? We want to do 25, so we're going to go ahead and buy another 25. Bada bing, bada boom. We're up another $5 there. And can we just hold on for this last little bit? If not, no, it's not going to do it. So we're going to take that last bit of $5. No, we're not. We're going to hold out. We're going to see what this 5-minute candle wants to do, because we just started this new 5-minute candle, and I would like to see what happens in this 5-minute candle. So if we want to continue to make money on this, but if we want to stop out for break even, that's a-okay too. We're going to see what this thing wants to show us. So we got Netflix pushing right back up, as Meta is going to show us whether it wants to hold out this trend line or if it wants to go back down to the other trend line that we have drawn. Wow. Guys, we're up about $140 on Meta now. So that's a nice little trade there, guys. I do like to see it. I hope you like to see it. Yeah, up $140 for the day on Meta. So looking really, really good. So we're going to go ahead and just try and hold on to this last piece here. I just had deja vu, so maybe I should hold on to it. Deja vu could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. But, you know, it is what it is, guys. And if this keeps carrying on, that'd be awesome to see. Awesome to see it actually play out. So here we go, deja vu. Let's see if it actually makes me some money. There we go. We're starting to short down. We're starting to get a little lower here. Things are looking absolutely delicious in this market. Wow, still having deja vu. This is absolutely crazy. Has this happened before to me? I don't know. But we're going to see what this wants to do, because Netflix is back down there at 300 at its support. Not saying Netflix is going to have anything to do with Meta, but I just want to have that noted that, look here, you know, Netflix is back down here at the support. You know, what about that flusher sin that took us out and this big push that took us out? You know what I mean? So what's going on with Netflix? I don't want to look at Netflix anymore, and I think you guys know why, but that's a-okay. Sometimes you win, sometimes you'll lose, but that's okay. We're up a little bit of money. We're down on Amazon, but we're up. Wow, look at Meta. We're up $146 on Meta. That is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And Nvidia printing at 271.82. We have Tesla pulling back to 195.86. It used that VWAP area to show us that that is an area of resistance. So we're going to see. It looks like everything's starting to try and turn around here. Apple reclaiming that VWAP area. Google pushed back up, but did not make new higher highs. It made a new lower high. Same thing, Riot is breaking down. Etsy does look like it is making that new lower high. Let's see Snap, same thing, guys. So are we going to actually turn around here? Let me start back up at the SPY. So the SPY is right underneath that VWAP area. It looks like we broke above it, but we wicked off really hard on that 5 minute, and now we're having a hard time getting up above it. Okay, now let's look at the IWM. Same thing, where it looked like it went right up into that VWAP area and then sold off something hard, guys, something hard right there. Okay, so now we have the QQQ pushing up above that VWAP area, and it looks like it's trying to trail just above it right now, just above that VWAP area. So we know that tech is strong in the overall market. Is tech going to be the one that continues to hold? We will actually have to see, as Netflix looked like it is starting to trade lower, but it's right on that $346 area, and I'm going to go ahead and probably get a little too squeamish, and yes, I am. I'm out of the rest of my Meta shares. It looks like it is going to head higher, but what do I know, guys? I've been on the wrong side sometimes of the day, so we're up $129 on that Meta trade. That looks absolutely amazing for that trade. So let me just make sure okay, I heard you're rich now. No, I am not rich now, Pedro. I made a little bit of money, but I lost a little bit of money. So that's how it is. You know how trading is. And now I need to catch up. Killed it, brother. Have a great rest of your day. Hey, you too, B. Stewie. Thank you very much. Joshi says, best to reduce trades is to allocate some days for only buy trades and some for only sell trades. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that helping to eliminate some of your confusion when you're in the market trying to take these trades. I can totally see that. So, yeah, good there. We're building a family. Yes, we are, New Vision. We are building a family here, and I absolutely love each and every one of you. So focus on the 1,000 subs you're working for. Yes, sir. That's exactly what I am focused on, guys. I'm trying to do my absolute best to get to 1,000 subs. If we get to 1,000 subs, guys, it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful thing, because then I'll actually get paid to do what I love. And I'm never going to ask you guys ever for anything except for these 3 things. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button, and show up for pre-market prep at 8 a.m. I know some of you can't make it. That's A-okay. I don't want excuses. I want results. So if you can't be here in the morning for it, just watch the first hour or the first 15 or 20 minutes so you can see how I go over, how I make the levels, how I do my technical analysis. And if you're doing that, you're going to do yourself a huge bout of due diligence, guys. You're going to do yourself a huge favor and learning that technical analysis and learning how to actually trade off of it. Okay, now that's 2 big different things. Learning technical analysis and actually making trades are 2 totally different things. Okay, guys, so keep that in mind. They're not the same thing. They are not one. Okay, so we're back up into our highest traded area in Meta. I would like to see this thing flush out for another short, because we're not seeing a ton of volume coming in here, a little bit more than average, but we're seeing this huge wick off on the top. I think we're going to range, and we're going to do a bunch of range stuff. So, I don't really want to be playing this too crazy. But, for the overall market, I would say we had a green day in the overall market, simply put. We came out with that 0.25. We had a nice push up. We had a pull back, and now we need some time to digest all of that to see where we actually end up in the market. Okay, so this looks absolutely great. I'm definitely bullish as long as the SPY stays above that 200-day moving average. And if we look right now, we're well above it. We are at an indecision doji candle, whatever you want to call it. And so the market doesn't know what it really wants to do right here. So if the market, wants to continue to head lower, it wants to continue to flush to the south side, we're going to see that. And we'll probably come right back down to retest some areas of support that we'll go through tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock to see if that's something that we would want to obviously play for either the support or play for the whichever way you looking at playing it. We need to find our support and our resistance levels so that way we can keep on carrying on. So it looks like Tesla is still trying to hold this area, but there it goes right there. It just broke that area, 195 area. So we want to see what Tesla is going to do, but now it's just getting a little choppy, so it's too hard for me to trade as Meta is getting that flush like I wanted to see earlier. So it's a-okay. We're going to keep on keeping on. It looks like Apple's trading at 160.13. Google is right here at 105.34. What are you guys looking at? Do you want to see anything? I know New Vision wants to see Nvidia up here at 271.15. That looking pretty good. This thing has been an absolute beast, holding all of these gains, since we've seen all that sell-off, since we've seen all that buying. So, hats off to you. NVIDIA. And Tesla looks like it broke down that 195. We're going to start seeing buying in this area. I have no clue. Let's take a look at Google back down here, that VWAP area. Let's see if that holds. Riot trading even lower. That's why we have risk management, guys. That's why we use it. Let's go ahead and take a look at Snap back down here at $11. We're going to see what wants to come of this market. Now, we have, let's see, the SPY. The SPY's trading at 397.77. Oh, you know what? Let's take a look at FSLR. So FSLR, hats off to FSLR. I really should have noticed this. I should have taken a better understanding of FSLR and where it sat before I took that trade. But that's A-okay, guys, because this right here is an absolute beautiful spot to take that trade. And why do I say that? Because of that 10-day moving average. That's usually where I take a little peeky gander at that moving average, and I want to see it keep on keeping on, okay? So we're going to see what wants to come of FSLR from here, but with that rate hike only being 0.25, I think we can see new greener skies to come for full solar, but we just need a little bit more time for it to digest all that information. As Meta now breaking down to 203.58, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. You know you'll love to see it if you're in the short trade, of course. So the QQQs are also breaking down with the overall, with Meta, with every other stock. We're going to see, can we find new higher lows? I think tomorrow morning is going to be an absolute glorious time to find those levels to figure out where these stocks are actually going to head. So this has had some beautiful movement on it, beautiful trading day on all of these stocks. Meta right back down here at this VWAP support. Maybe it finds support, finding a new higher low right here, but we're going to need more time. We can't cherry pick no bottoms. NVIDIA back down to VWAP area. We have Tesla trading right back down to those lows at 194.56. So we're going to see people continue to buy up this area, creating new higher lows. That would be nice to see in the overall market here. We know we are trading closer towards the end of the day. We want to make sure that we aren't taking anything too crazy at the end of the day, because volume really starts to let up and you don't see too many movements. So I think our day here is done when it actually comes to the trading, and we just don't want to get caught up on the wrong side of things right at the end of the day. So Joshi says, are you only doing intraday trading or also in some potential trades? So I can show you I'm in the VOO, okay? Right here in the VOO, like today we made $193 on VOO. Okay, we're not actually down to $20 in the overall trade. My average in the VOO is right here at $340, 338 really, 338.46. So this is my long-term investment hold, which is doing really well today. But who knows? Maybe tomorrow this thing falls off. But this is something I'm holding for the long term. And same thing with VTI. I also have this holding for the longer term. This average area is 231, and it's right about where it's trading. So I started this with my brother. Anytime he adds into it, I add into it. So we're at 231. So we're just at break even, kind of right here, guys, for our trade. So I do have long-term investments, but right now, I wanted to wait till after the FOMC, Joshi, to actually take some swing trades to the long side, because simply put, I wanted to make sure that we held up on the SPY right here. I wanted to make sure we held up on this SPY after the FOMC meeting, and it doesn't look like we're really holding up, but what I'm looking at is the 200-day moving average. So that's my tall tale, my tell-all. We do have this downward trend line right here, which is extremely scary, in this market. So we pushed up above it, and then boom, we're selling off hard at 0.25% interest rate. So, that being said, where do we land? Where do we end up heading? Because if we don't find new higher lows, well, the next place we're going is going to be that absolute low, that 200-day moving average. We're going to come all the way back down there and test after this huge push. Well, then that's what we do. Or where are we going to find some support? So this thing can come all the way down to 304 and still find support, and things will look good. So debating on swinging FRC. So let's take a look at FRC right now for my friend Pedro. Pedro, what's going on, brother? Good to see you back in here. So yeah, this is looking like, Pedro, are you looking for the long? Or are you looking? I hope you're looking for the. I think you're looking for the short. Anyways, what I mean to say is, I hope you're looking for, or I think that you're looking for the short, but I don't really know. I don't know 100%. because we're still raising interest rates. Any of these banks are going to continue to hurt. They're going to continue to hurt bad, guys. So if you guys were here, I talked about this $19 area. I have it marked out for you. It's actually at 20, but $19 was the VWAP area from yesterday. It came right up into that VWAP area, and it, think or swim wouldn't let me sell this thing short. So yeah, you know, Pedro, yeah, I figured that. So now we're down here in this area. This is almost like support. Not saying it is support, but it's almost like support. So it's a bad idea to grab it here when you know just as well as I do, this double top and this wick would have been great, or a retest on that VWAP would have been great. But if you get in now, you know, okay, so you're still in this trade from yesterday. That's great. Now, if you're still in this trade from yesterday, absolutely, you know, hold on to those shorts, man. You're gonna have to keep an eye on it overnight. You know, you know that just as well as I do. You're gonna have to keep an eye on that overnight for sure, to make sure that you don't get your face ripped off right there. You know what I mean? So be careful out there, guys. Especially if you're shorting something overnight and it's extremely volatile, like FRC. It is one of the most volatile stocks in the game right now. So IWM is at that double bottom right here. What is going to happen right here at this double bottom? So if I had the cojones to go ahead and do this, it'd be a great area to buy right after it broke through. You know, buy in right at that break area because that's where everybody's taking profits. You're going to see a nice little pop there, but you know, I can't do that. Just because we're close to the end of the day. And it looks like Meta's starting to get bought up down here at this base. We're starting to see some wicks on that 5-minute there, so that looks really good. That Meta's trying to hold up in these areas, so good for you, Meta. Nice to see that. With that, we're going to want to see some wicking off the bottom for the QQQs, and it looks like it is trying to also do that. What about Netflix here? Netflix, yeah, right down here, way at these bottoms, man. You know, I tell you what, this one had my ticket today. Man, Tesla, what a move. Oh my gosh, what did I miss? What did I miss? Oh yeah, absolutely. What a sell-off, man. What a sell-off. From 200 down to 194. That is a huge move, guys. So 200 down to 194, that's 3.47%. So that's actually not the average daily move in Tesla, so no big deal. Wouldn't buy anything too much overhead and heavy. Yeah, there is a lot of overhead resistance. No real point in trying to buy something up, even at these supports, just because there is so much liquidity now over top. Right? So yeah, thank you for bringing that up there. I do appreciate that. We want to be very careful in these areas, guys, especially at the end of the day. If you buy something up, this thing might continue to sell off in the aftermarket when we go into other trading areas. But even though I say that, we see, you know, this base wicking up, we see Meta wicking up right here. These could be nice longs, but with the overall market doing what it did, you know, I'm a little too squeamish to be doing this. So we're going to go ahead and stay out of these trades. Some support technical areas, charts, third support and third resistance on trending line gives big moves. Absolutely. Yeah, man, what a beautiful, beautiful day. Pedro said already covered from 15s. Okay, 15s. Okay, that's what I wanted to see there. So 15s. And if you, oh, look at that, it's still continuing down. Pedro raking in the big bucks. Good for you. Good for you, brother. It's so nice to see that, man. So nice to see that, brother. Absolutely love to see it. So we're at the green to red day on QQQs right now. So even after all of that happened, we are just right back down to where this morning started out. So isn't that just so stinking funny, guys? We're right back there, right where we started this morning. After all of this information, after all of this volatility that we had, we're right back here at that green-red area in the day. So right back where we started. There's always tomorrow, guys. No need to force stuff now. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're just keeping an eye on things now. There's no point in taking a trade right here. 19 minutes until the close. So guys, use that. That's a really wise decision. We don't want to force anything. So if you're down any type of money, that's a-okay. If you're up to any type of money, that's a-okay. Just be happy with what happened today, and then we will come back tomorrow at 8 a.m. to try and find those areas to see if we can keep on carrying on. Now look at this, Microsoft right at that 276 that we knew is an area of resistance. Right there, 276. So this thing might actually just fail in this area and head right back down. So, you know, we don't want to anticipate anything, you know, too much too much here, because anytime I was trying to sell at these lows, these breaks, you know, we find support down here. So Meta support, Microsoft looks like there could be support there. Let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA's right back down, closer to that support. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla's trading at its lows. Look at that flush. Look at that flush. But again, right back down here at 193, which is its support area down here at 193. So be careful with that. Apple right there, back down to the red-green area. So it's almost like nothing happened today, guys. Isn't that hilarious? So what did happen is we took some longs, we took some shorts, we made some money, guys, and I feel absolutely great about it. So if you love this content, if I'm bringing any type of information to you, whether this is entertaining or whether this is just fun to you, maybe I'm bringing you a little something that helped you out today, or maybe I did not. Maybe you just like seeing this big chimpanzee on the screen waving it back and forth like I just don't care. Hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I'm trying to grow a beautiful community like you are seeing in front of you today. We all are like-minded investors, but we do things a little different, right? Everybody knows how to trade. If you trade, not everybody knows how to trade, but if you know how to trade and you trade it your way, and we can learn from you, and vice versa. If I trade something and I'm not doing very well, we can learn from my mistakes, right? We can learn from my mistakes. We can learn a little bit from everybody here, guys. So make sure you hit that subscribe button so you can be this ever-growing community. So let's take a look at Google. Looks like Google's finally starting to break down here. So Google held most of those gains from today, because it pushed up higher. So it's still up 0.20% on the day, but it's looking really weak here. Every time it sells off, we're not getting much of a pop. You know, every time it sells off, it's making new lower highs. So, you know, be really careful out there in some of these trades. Riot, look at this beautiful Riot sell-off trade. You know, look at this beautiful sell-off. And, you know, Joshi came in here, and Joshi was talking about this, and he said, you know, after this breaks out on this top, that's where Joshi is going to get in short. And so, Joshi, I still hope you're holding short on this trade, because wow, you made a beautiful amount on this move. So congratulations, Josie. I love to see you making money, my brother. Absolutely. So let's keep on carrying on. We got Etsy, we got Snap right back down here at these lows. We got NDX, so the NASDAQ back down at red green. We had the Dow Jones Industrial finally break up a little bit above that, but then sell off very hard. So the overall market is looking pretty dang weak now, guys, as the dollar had a little pop up, but nothing too crazy, trading at 102.42. Let's see Meta. Meta does look like it's right back down there at those lows. Goodness gracious, so much opportunity in the market today. I hope you guys played it right. We got NVIDIA right back down here at the lows, right there at that support. Can it hold true? Can it hold strong in these areas? We want to see new higher lows. So here's our base. Can it make a new higher low here, or is it going to have to come back down and retest this 268 for the overall market trend? Let's take a look at Tesla now, going all the way down to this area at 193. Let's zoom out on the 2 hour to see where that looks. So this 193 area we can see is a huge area of support. If it breaks that area, this thing might head down really hard, really fast. So let's go ahead and take a peeky gander and watch how this thing tests this area, because I do like Tesla right here, but with the overall market looking really crappy, this thing might not get bought up in this area. You know, if this thing wants to flush this, I mean, that might be the real move, guys. That might be the real move there at 193 area, big flush. If that comes in, oh my gosh, I can't really help myself, guys. I really can't. Let's see if I can get in before it actually flushes out. It doesn't want to get me in on this short to the short side, and there we go. We're in, breaking this area of 193. I'm not good at these breakdowns, but here we are. We're in a breakdown in Tesla, just shorting small share size. Yes, I'm kind of going again of once we just said, but I'm telling you, that breakdown area I do really like for Tesla, and if it breaks down, it might flush out hard and quick. We might get a little panic in here, but if we don't, that's okay. We're only 10 shares short, so we're just holding on for these small gains, guys. So nothing too sweaty here, just 10 shares short in Tesla. We're going to see what happens, guys. We only got 15 minutes left, so if I brought you anything, go ahead and leave me a like. Leave me a subscribe, guys, because you know I want it. You know I need it. Go ahead and do it, baby, because the quicker we get to 1,000 subscribers, the quicker I can start making some money off of YouTube, guys. So I talk here all day for 8 hours a day, and I'm doing it for absolutely free because I love you. I want to be here for you just as much as I want you to be here for me. But here's the thing, guys. If you don't hit that subscribe button, just like half of you are, well then guess what? I'm never going to get to that 1,000 subscriber list, and I'll cry like a little baby. You watch, you'll see. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at Tesla. Tesla is now at that area, that breakdown area. We're seeing a little bit of soaking up on that area as we are for Meta. So what do I want to do? Let's go ahead and look at QQQ. So if the QQQ start pulling up, it looks like it's at this double bottom. So a very interesting area, but being at the end of the day, man, it's way too hard to try and take a trade on this with only 15 minutes left to go. We don't know what's really going to happen here. So this is kind of be a gamble, but if Meta wants to hold up on this area, that would be absolutely amazing. If QQQ wants to hold up this double bottom, which is also an area of support, that would be amazing. It almost makes me want to be a big boy, hug up my pants, take 100 shares to the long side, and wake up tomorrow to see if I'm up or if I'm down, right? So we got all this trading volume up. We have all this trading volume back down to the downside. Now we're seeing some wicking off down here on this base. You know, we're gonna see what happens here, but I'm telling you, if we start wicking down, we start breaking down these areas, wow, we can have a horrible, horrible day in the market tomorrow. Tomorrow might be sell city, as Netflix also still breaking down. It looks like we're seeing little gaps in this. Is this a little gap? No, never mind. We want to see this thing, try and find support, but it doesn't look like we're going to get that support. And look at this huge flush, guys. Wow, guys, what a huge flush right here. You know, this is absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts, just continuing lower and lower and lower and lower. This thing is just continuing its downward cycle to the south side, guys. We want to see this thing continue to flush, find itself a nice little base. But if Meta cannot buy up in this area, if it cannot soak up in this area, it's going to be bad news bears. See the Tesla chart and my indicators were showing in the week, but once my stream generated target means it will come to 100 per. Not exactly sure what you're saying, but Joshi, I do like you being here, and I do like the fact that you are goal-oriented as well. You know exactly how you want to play the plan. You plan the trade, you trade the plan, and all that good stuff. We're double bottomed here at Meta right here. This is a double bottom for Meta, looking absolutely interesting for a buy. But if we break this area right here, this thing could really flush the south side. And there we go. We just broke that area. We broke the double bottom. We broke the trend line. Now where is Meta headed? Only time is going to tell. But guys, we have 25 shares short. So do I hold on to this overnight? Oh, heck no. We're going to hold on to this at the end of the day, see if we can't get that panic flush, that panic sell to the south side. And we're going to see if we can get that right now. So here we go. We're heading down to the south side. We broke all means of support. So where's this next area of support? I'm going to have to zoom out to take a little peeky gander to see, but it doesn't look like it wants to continue to flush here. So I'm going to go ahead and buy this market up and just take that extra $6. So we just had another $6 for another little scalp trade. Guys, I just can't hold on for too long because the overall end of the day, Papa Powell stripped the market. Yeah, he did. But here's the thing. It came out 0.25, okay? So that was what to be expected. So I do think the market can hold up, but we're going to need a little bit of time to digest this information, right? So if we are here and we are trying to ensure that the market wants to hold, we need to see these supports hold, right? We need to see these supports hold. But if they're not going to hold, then what the heck are we going to do here, guys? You know, what are we going to do here? We need to see the support hold. We need to see everything taking a nice, a nice little breather. Maybe things want to head to the north side here off these bases. Maybe they can hold out. Let's look at the SPY. So the SPY is down here almost at this support area. You see this? I do like that support area. That is nice for the SPY, but it needs to hold out. We need to see a big bounce off of that area, or we're not going to see much at all, right, guys? So keep that in mind. If we don't see a big bounce there, we might head even lower, and that would just be absolutely crazy for this overall market to head even lower from this area. So, and it looks like it's going to. Holy guacamole, another push to the south side. Holy crap, guys, this is crazy. What a big sell-off for today. Looking absolutely amazing for the shorts. So keep on carrying on, guys. I absolutely love today. I'm so pumped to be here. I'm so pumped to be here all day for you guys. Absolutely crazy day in the markets. You love to see it, guys. Whether it's to the north side or to the south side, we got movement today. We didn't get just that sideways action. Once the volatility started to come in, it started to flood in. Now we got 9 more minutes. So make sure, guys, if you haven't already, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, because we want to see you here. So let me go ahead and bring up, I don't need to bring nothing up. We don't need to bring nothing up. Nothing whatsoever. All right, so Meta looks like it's still flush and it doesn't look like it wants to hold any support anywhere. And if that is it, this thing might continue to head to the south side. But we don't have the best area, so we want to make sure that we are not going to hold on to this for the rest of the day. So we got 9 minutes left, guys. 9 minutes until the end of the day. Do we want to just go ahead and get it out? Yeah, we're going to go ahead and make another $1.80 on that. And we're going to go ahead and look through the indices to see where we're at. So the SPY right down here at 394. What is 394? Well, let me zoom in on this. 394 is our support from previous days. Now, it doesn't look like a huge area of support, so let me zoom out here and take a little peeky gander. So yes, we do have this support at 394, but the real support is at 392.85, guys. So we might actually see this thing heading even lower down there to find support down at 392.61. Let me take a look at the Qs to see what the overall Qs is doing here. The QQQs, guys, wow, the Qs looks like it's still pulling back. We don't find support, much support, until we get down to 304 on the QQQs. So that might be where the buy-up trade is before we start heading higher, because even though we're getting a bloodbath today in the market, we have to understand that this is what usually is going to happen. If you see a big push to the high side, you're going to see big selling off. If you think the market's just going to go heading to the north side, you need to make sure you watch your biases, okay? If you think that that's what's going to happen, you better really check yourself before you wreck yourself, because that's exactly what can happen today. Look at this beautiful thing. This is such a beautiful range-bound area and beautiful trading on this today, guys. So great job today. Thank you so much for being here. What a beautiful day, guys. What a beautiful, beautiful day. Oh, man. This is just so beautiful to see, guys. So actually, this next area of support can be right in this area, actually, for the QQQs. But we're going to go ahead and get the rest of this out of here right now, this 25 shares. But it looks like it keeps wanting to head to the south side, you know? Keeps wanting to head to the south side. The market is alive. Yes, it is, Pedro. You're darn tootin' that it is. We are making money today, baby. Let's see, Joshi, I will continue my support to this group. I want everyone here to become rich. Yes, I will prove my system. Then you can slowly take trades based on this. Well, Joshi, I did take one of your trades today if you were not aware of that. Now, I did not take all of your levels, but you pointed out to me, hey, Dave, why don't you look at Tesla? It looks like a short here. What did I do? I took that Tesla short and I made $30 off of it. So, Joshi, I just want to say thank you for pointing that out to me. I can't give you full credit because, first of all, I'm the one that took the trade, but second off, I do have to say thank you because I never would have seen that trade and I never would have made it $30 if you wouldn't have pointed out that area of resistance. So, we do absolutely love you being here, Joshi, but just remember, even if you have the world's #1 system, that #1 system will not work for everybody. So we do appreciate you being here. Keep sharing us your system, keep bringing us the news, and keep letting us know what is happening in the market if I don't catch it. So you guys are freaking awesome. I'm so happy to be here. We only got 6 more minutes left. So guys, look at my screen really quick. Just look at my screen. That's the wrong screen to look at. We can get rid of that. Let me bring up this screen right here as my voice is going on. If you guys want to scroll down here, oh my gosh, we need one more like. Who's going to do it for me? Give me one more like. If we don't get it on stream right now before 4 o'clock, I know I'll get it after stream. We always get a couple extra after stream. So go ahead, hit that like button. But while you're down here, hit that subscribe button, guys. You know you want to. It feels good. It feels great. There's only 3 things I ask of you, and it's never for money. It's to hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys, and be here for pre-market prep. Now look at Meta continuing its flush city, baby. That's going to be great buy areas next time it hits its area of support, because this thing is just flying to the downside. I wish I would have held that short, obviously, but just trying to bank before the end of the day. That's what I'm doing, guys, just trying to bank before the end of the day. And I did. We made an extra $15 or $20 right on the end of the share trades. Now look at Netflix coming back down to this area, breaking through all of its support, breaking through all of its trend lines. Will it find support down here now at 295? That's going to be the next question. That's going to be its next area. Netflix has my ticket today. I lost some money on Netflix, and that's a-okay, guys. You can't win them all, but no big deal because we're up and we're happy. We made 135 over here on Meta, so that looks really good. That helps ease the pain of everything. So guys, if you love it, if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that like, hit that subscribe. We are every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, guys, except for today. We ran all the way till 4 o'clock, and I talked just like this the whole stinking time. So I proved to you that I can do it. I can be a good host as long as you're here. I'm the host with the most. I'm the host with the biggest chin, baby. You ain't gonna find another chin out there like this, and if you do, well, they can you know, choice words for those guys. How about how about that? Choice words for those guys, just because, you know what I mean? But you ain't gonna see it anywhere better than this, guys. I have the passion for this stock market trading. I absolutely love it, and I'm so absolutely so pumped to be here. So holy guacamole, I gotta show you guys this beautiful trade that just came across my screen. Tricity right here on FRC. Looks like he took this short right here in that $15.32 area, and look at this, he added into it after that flush. He added into that. That's my boy Pedro. That's what I like to see, Pedro. Absolutely love it. Norman, thank you so much for stopping in. Norman Coughlin saying goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully you can be here at 8 a.m. We'll be here from 8 until 12 tomorrow. So guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We still got a few more minutes. I got 3 more minutes. So let me just go over this trade. We got FRC right here for my boy Pedro taking a huge win on this. He got short on this area of liquidity. Seen all these wicks up at the top. So he took the average in at 1532-ish area. And then bada bing, bada boom, we see a flush. So he adds into his trade, bringing his stop loss to break even down, probably right around where that flush is. And then he took off. He took off. And then boom, boom, boom. He made money today. Pedro, I am pumped to see that, brother. So thank you so much for sharing those trades with me, guys. You know I love to share trades just as much as I like to take them myself. So if you guys have trades that I can share, make sure you post them in the Discord. If you want to be a part of our Discord, just scroll up. You'll see it. It's in here. If not, this is what I can do for you. I can go ahead and leave it in the chat right now. So there you go. Go ahead and join that Discord and be happy. Be happy. Make trades. Eat, be merry, and yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. We got 2 minutes, guys. We got 2 minutes till the end of the day, and then I'm off. I'm gonna go take care of my kids. We're gonna go to jiu-jitsu. We're gonna do that thing. We're gonna keep a happy family the best that we can. And we're at 268 on Meta. So what a huge sell-off, guys. Wow. You know what I love to think? This is why I love trading, is because even though I only made $150, well, let's see. So I'm not talking crap. I only made $135 on Meta. I could have made so much more, guys, if we just used that double top. You know, and then didn't get scared out, maybe add into it, you know, but that's the thing. Hindsight will kill you. It definitely will kill you, guys. So that's why we always look over our trades to try and understand what really is going on in the market and how things can really happen. So that was a beautiful, beautiful short trade, and today feels like a Friday. It absolutely does, Pedro. Today's does feel like a Friday. You could treat it like a Friday with all that money that you made, brother. So keep that in mind, Pedro. You made enough money for everyone today. So congratulations for you. You can make it a Friday, and you know what? It can be your Friday, Pedro, because I know you're a day trader, and I know the fact that you made a pretty penny. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. You can take a day off. You can rest that mental, let that mental capacity kind of, you know, do yourself a huge favor and give yourself some of that time off. So look at that. Right at the end of the day, guys, we're trading right at the end of the day. Huge flushes right at the end of the day. Look at that. Another big flush. Nobody wants to have their money in this market overnight because everybody is freaking terrified what's going to happen. Look at that, way down to 199.75. Holy crap. Let's take a look at FRC right before closing, and bada bing, bada boom, we're at 13.25. Guys, thank you so much for being with me today. You guys are freaking awesome. See you guys tomorrow. Peace.